Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Gaming Studios, or wherever you are watching. This is, in fact, going to be the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers, an important weekend, I think it's fair to say, for every single team that is playing the last chance, right, to qualify for regional finals. So if you kind of scuff up here today in pool play, you're probably going to mess up and not have an opportunity to represent your team in the regional finals. And of course, everybody wants to be there. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, but I'm not going to be alone today, even though I'll be your host for the weekend. I'm going to be joined by Vansili and Box starting off here. You're going to be the casters. Start off with you, Vansili. How you feeling, man?
Doing great, dude. I mean, we've witnessed some great close qualifiers last weekend or 2 weeks ago. Some great open qualifiers during UMG. Like you said, it's the last chance right now for these teams to make it to First Strike, the regional finals. It's going to be an exciting one. I think all of the teams are going to bring their A game, their A+ game, even S game, if you want to bring it to the top tier. So it's going to be fun to watch this week.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of teams that have a lot to prove. Teams that didn't necessarily accomplish what they set out to do when they were taking place in the last qualifier, and some teams that actually failed to even make it into the closed qualifier portion who have made it this far so far. So I think there's a lot to prove for a lot of these teams, and there's obviously a lot on the line as well.
A lot on the line, right? I mean, like I said, to represent your team whenever it comes to regional finals is a big deal, right? This is like the first, huge Valorant sanctioned event, right? So this definitely does mean a lot. And for those that were cut just a bit short, it's going to feel bad to be cut short, a second time. Let's talk about our event format, though, so you guys can follow along with what's taking place today. So we're going to be starting off with group stages. It's going to be double elimination. So if you lose, no worries. Your favorite team still has a chance to make it into the bracket play tomorrow. They're going to be played all best of 3 series, and of course the top 2 teams will advance from each group, and they will be then go over to playoffs. Which, speaking of playoffs, by the way, we do have playoffs which will be single elimination, best of 3 until the finals. So finals is in fact going to be best of 5, and that is going to be really a good time, right? Just to see who ends up on top and who's going to walk away with those bragging rights, much like Envy did earlier in the NSG tournament. Top 4 teams advance to First Strike, so that's where everybody is shooting for, regardless of getting first place. Everybody wants to be in top 4. But of course, we did have some play yesterday. Hopefully, you guys were staying tuned to the community streamers, and it was a sad day for some. It was a sad day for some. Unfortunately for Complexity, a team that a lot of people were kind of supporting and backing. I mean, they had a great run during the closed qualifiers for NSG, just finishing in quarterfinals, just shy of regional finals, behind that of Envy, which of course went on to win the whole thing. Equinox ended up being finished off, and then of course Pittsburgh Knights, which I'm very sad to see them go. Wanted to see how Ziff, Ronaldo, as well as Frosty were going to be playing. But you know what, man? There's a lot of fantastic teams here. A lot of teams that you wouldn't expect, like TSM, for example, T1, right? Cloud9 Blue, FaZe, who are now playing and competing, really just trying to stay alive. And Vansili, I mean, out of all these teams, who is most shocking to be in the second close qualifier for you?
Definitely Cloud9 and TSM for me equally. To see them right now in this qualifier is a big surprise. To see Renegades make it on the last time too was another big surprise as well. But the storyline for this one now, if you're looking at the second close qualifier, I think now that they have that chance for redemption, I think they'll be able to make it to the top 4 as well, at least if you're looking at the group overall.
I think looking at it, for me, it's got to be like a team like Serenity or Moon Raccoons. That's really surprising to see them make it this far. And not only that, but doing well as well. I know we'll be taking a look at what's going on in the groups thus far in just a minute, but the way that they've played during this point of the qualifier as well is impressive. And I think that we can't necessarily brush that aside as like a one-off or kind of like a fluke performance. We've seen improvements, especially from a team like Moon Raccoons over the last month or so.
Yeah, Moon Raccoon's looking so good. Serenity as well. We do have 4 groups. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Start talking about the groups that we do see. Because like I said, we had matches yesterday. So one of the shocking things about Group A, though, Vansili, obviously has to be Cloud9 Blue being beat by Space Station Gaming 2-0. A team that's, like you said, much surprising to be in this close qualifier, now fighting for their life just to make it into playoffs.
Exactly. And you got to give it to SSG, though. Space Station Gaming, when they first came in, picked up by Bloom, and then they moved forward within the groups in the brackets or just in the tournaments that they played in the past, they haven't been doing quite well. And then they barely made it into the qualifiers here, and to be able to win a 2-0 versus Cloud9, it's a big one. I was able to watch it earlier on today with the VODs, greatly casted, I think, by the Castaways, and it was just SSG. They played a very good game versus Cloud9. Unfortunately for Cloud9, like, it's not necessarily that they had a bad game, but they had a lot of rounds where they lost versus Sheriffs, or even rounds where they lost a 3 versus 1 that they shouldn't lose, which allowed SSG to move forward into the qualification match. So that was a big one. Equinox for LG, I think that was pretty normal for me. I was expecting Equinox to make it on top, but both of those teams are very even in terms of matchup, so it could have been anybody's game.
I mean, I think the main takeaway looking at that Cloud9 SSG game is Roka. You can't necessarily talk about SSG without talking about what Danny's been bringing to the table. He's been a long-standing hardcore fragger going back to his CS days, and even though things didn't necessarily work out for him there, they seem to be working out quite nicely here for Space Station. He actually topped the scoreboard at 42 and 31 across the series against Cloud9 Blue. And I think that's going to be the narrative that we see played out throughout their games the further they go. If Danny does not put up those numbers, the team is going to struggle. And I think that's a little bit of a weakness, but at the same time, it's a strength. Like, if he finds that confidence and he gets off to a great start, he's really hard to stop.
Just to add a bit, I think another key component to that roster as well for that matchup versus Cloud9 yesterday was Seth, right? Seth playing as a Sentinel usually, and played as a Sentinel, as a Cypher, and you sometimes see him, or used to see him, as a Killjoy too before the patch came out. That said, though, Seth, how he played versus Cloud9 when we were watching a matchup, or when I watched a matchup on Vine, was that they allowed SSG to really get a pulse plant situation that allows them to push forward into the sites. So you're not playing back, you're not playing crossfire. They plant and they move forward, and Seth was able to lurk around and cut rotations coming in from B to A side as well. So Seth did a very good job to just continue to press forward more than lurk play, and I think that allowed for a big success for SSG as well.
I think it's without question, everybody is very impressed with SSG as of recently. They've been playing very well. Again, the victory over Cloud9 Blue is fantastic, right? That match will be taking place at the same time we will be watching our first matchup here on mainstream. For the side station, it will be Castaways. Please make sure to check them out. They've been doing great work all weekend. In fact, all our community streamers have shout out to them. I've been very, very impressed. I love their professionalism and their ability to show up on time and just cast the action to the fullest extent. But that's going to be a good one, right? Because one of those teams is, in fact, going to move forward, and their day is going to be done early in a good way, right? Because they'll be coming back tomorrow for playoff. But let's move on to Group B. And obviously Group B has a ton of star-studded individuals, star-studded orgs in general. Fancilli, break it down for me.
Yeah, so for me, as you see, FaZe Clan beating Andbox is, maybe on paper, if you're looking at the pedigree of the name of FaZe Clan, you're expecting that win. Although I think for me, they scraped out that victory. It was 13-11 for both of those victories versus Andbox when they lost one of their key players, unfortunately. And hopefully Poach right now has a speedy recovery. From what I hear, he's currently playing the match versus Energy, but hopefully that doesn't really affect his performance. But FaZe Clan, you got to give it to them. What they did was that they took advantage and opportunities of where there could be weaknesses between Andbox, and it was actually taking advantage of Warden, unfortunately, the coach. I think one of the matches on Haven, he was only at 46 ADR, while the rest of the team for Andbox popped off at over 100 ADR, which means that FaZe Clan just continued to harass and got those victories in the end. So props to FaZe Clan for that. It's still going to be a tough match versus TSM, who they in a three map series versus Energy. Energy looked very good on that first map on Haven, right? People were saying like, oh, Energy in this group, they won't even get a single map out of any of the matches that they played. And to be able to get a one map out of TSM already in a best of 3, you give them that position for there too.
Yeah, not only that, Energy had a chance to 2-0. I feel like they kind of let Split slip away. There was an opportunity there for them to take the series, and instead it goes into overtime, and TSM closes it out in single overtime, which is actually somewhat rare, especially on a map like Split. We usually see rounds traded back and forth in both directions before we have a conclusion. But then we went to that third and final map, and TSM shined through. They looked so much better on that map than they did on the previous two. TSM kind of flexed their strengths a little bit harder on that. So in the end, I think that Energy, you got to give them some applause for how well they fought against TSM, but it does feel like they made the mistake in letting it get to that third map. They kind of fumbled it away. Had the chance to be facing off against this FaZe Clan team in this upper final, or the match that gets you into playoffs tomorrow. And again, you look at that Andbox game. I don't want to discount what FaZe has done and say like, oh, FaZe doesn't deserve this, or it wasn't a fair matchup. They just took advantage of the situation. You don't know what could have happened if they both matched up with their solid 5. It still could have been a FaZe Clan win. FaZe has definitely struggled at times and has been a team that we've been hoping to see a little bit more of, and maybe this will be the match where we finally get to see that.
I hope so, because I think across the board, we all are in a way disappointed in FaZe's performance. Open qualifiers, open qualifier number 1, as you know, we ran 2 for UMG. Look, they had 2 chances on the first qualifier to make it into, of course, this close qualifier, and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't pull it together. And then even in the second open qualifier, of course, they ended up making it. That's why they are here playing today. But again, it's like, would this roster, if they weren't being represented by FaZe, would they be as hyped up, right? So they have a lot to prove, and a lot to prove, in fact, given the fact that they are representing FaZe, right? That's a big organization to represent, and to not perform that well, and more importantly, to not qualify for regional finals, right? That would be a devastating thing for that organization and for them in general. Let's move on to Group C. They'll kind of break that down and talk through it, right? Because we keep the action going. For Complexity, obviously, we know how their run ended up, kind of ending, right? I mean, it's unfortunate, it is, because they were so hyped up then, Silly.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, too. I think it's also the curse that Ruin even tweeted out, like, hey, how come people are sleeping on Complexity in our group where they don't think that we're the favorites? And unfortunately, they get knocked by Serenity and by Moon Raccoons. And to echo what Bach was saying earlier on, to see that Serenity is able to make it to the winners finals right now through open qualifier, where most of the people right now watching this stream or watching this tournament are going to be having that huge question mark, like, who the hell is Serenity at this point? And what can he bring versus Gen G? Gen G versus Moon Raccoons, that was a nice little storyline between those 2 matches as well, as Moon Raccoons wanted to get their revenge versus their ex-player Sean, to show them that he's made the wrong mistake to play for Gen G. But when you look at the results for Gen G versus Moon Raccoons, it's night and day of what we know Gen G for. Well, we know them for being that inconsistent team up and down, but that was a dominant performance. I think it was like a 13-4 in both of the maps versus Moon Raccoons. So hopefully on this day, it's still going to continue to the Gen G that we know that places the top 4 during like the beta days or what, right?
I mean, that Complexity Serenity game was like literally a 1v1, it felt like. If you actually look at the stats at Scourge and Jonah P, who are like trying to battle back and forth, Scourge finishes with 62 kills, 55 deaths, and 167 ADR. On the other side, you've got Jonah P at 61 kills, 40 deaths, 149 ADR. I mean, the closest person is, maybe 13 or less or more kills away. So there was definitely a battle between the two for dominance in the maps, and that's why the series went out as long as it did. Complexity, honestly, just couldn't round it out enough. They couldn't match the performance of their top performer, and ultimately it is a disappointing end for Complexity. After watching them play through in the Nerd Street Gamers event, I thought, okay, this is awesome. Complexity's finally taken it to the next level. They finally unlocked their true potential, found whatever it was that was holding them back, and they fixed it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Like, looking at this exit here, I think, is this the plateau for this team? Do they need to make more changes to try to push past this level? Or is this just as far as they're going to get? Are they going to be that team that's just on the cusp, just on the edge?
Well, despite the early exit from Complexity, I think it's still fun to watch Moon Raccoons, kind of go out there and play their heart out. Serenity as well. Can't wait to see how that group is going to unfold. But let's move on to our final group, Group D. Let's see how this one is looking. So obviously some very, very big names. Again, Pittsburgh Knights, one of my favorites, I think, organizations overall. And the reason why is because, they just kind of dominate the Gears of War scene. But for them in Valorant, unfortunately, they were cut just a bit short, losing to Dignitas in loser bracket 2-0. But then Silly, for T1 and Immortals, it seems as if they're doing okay.
Yeah, I think Immortals, for me, it's no surprise. They're that organization that we talked about in the past that could pick up a lot of players that are lesser known and could still put good results. So to be able to get those big wins versus Pittsburgh Knights, and that was one-digit score lines for PK as well. Immortals definitely dominated that one, but I think I want to emphasize a little bit more on T1. Let's give props to them as they continue to improve ever since they came back with this new roster of like an ex-iBuyPower Counter-Strike Go roster plus Spider into the team. When we watched them first play with that roster versus NV, they didn't look good at all. But now to continue to progress forward and to be able to get a win versus Dignitas on a 2-1, where I thought Dignitas, with the roster that they picked up, would eventually be like a top 10, top 5 quite easily. But they're still struggling to find their point and their mark in that top 10 scene. And it's good that T1's able to take advantage of that.
I mean, my team to watch in this group is probably Immortals. Immortals have a lot to prove. There's a bit of a chip on their shoulder because after the roster changes that saw them lose Dicey and Asuna, everyone thought, okay, well, this team's done. It's sunk. And then the team continued to fall apart even further. But somehow it's actually come back together. And now they find themselves in this upper final in Group D against T1, where personally, I think they take that series. I think that Immortals right now is heavily slept on and not given possibly the respect they are due. Group, and hopefully I won't be wrong in that prediction.
Well, we'll get to prediction just a little bit later, but yeah, I mean, all groups I think have something to offer, right, and a little bit special. And for me, you know, I'm just super curious to see how it's all going to work out. Tomorrow is going to be an absolutely amazing day, but today hearts will be broken without question. We are going to lose big name organization, big name teams that a lot of people would have already put in to regional finals, right? But woulda, coulda, shoulda. It is what it is. You better be ready to play today and you know, be going all out. Let's take a look at our schedule though, and so you guys can know what to expect, right? So we'll be starting off with TSM versus FaZe. We're gonna find out who is going to move down to the loser bracket. Will FaZe have it in them to beat TSM and vice versa? Of course, we will have then T1 versus Immortals, and of course losers rounds will come around as they do once our winners finals are completed. Of course, we do have Castaways again for the community stream. They should be live as of now, and they will be doing SSG versus LG. It's going to be a good, whoever loses that obviously moves down to loser bracket, which we will see them a little bit later. But hey, let's get into it, guys. TSM and FaZe, right? It's going to be our first overall matchup. This is a big one. And I think it's fair to say, right, Vansili, we kind of been talking about it. Bach, you've been mentioning it too, but, you know, Vansili FaZe has just not been playing up to par from what we expect. Now, granted, you know, FaZe with Marv, right? He played incredibly well during the open qualifiers, but again, you can't win a 5-stat game just with one individual performance, right? You need the entire team to be coming around. So I asked you, Vansili, why has FaZe been struggling so much in your eyes?
Cool. That's a very big question, actually. I think it's agents or players trying to find the right solution to the agents that they should play too, because when you're looking at past events too, they've changed some players from being the operator from Brock before, switching it to another player as well, and they're just trying to find their footing. When it comes to like individual style though, in terms of like Corey as the Rays or anybody else that's a 1 versus 1 battle, they're doing quite great, but the synergy, it seems as though it's not enough to be able to win versus a top tier team. So that's why, like, when you're looking at this matchup versus TSM, you're asking, for example, FaZe, they have a lot to prove and they haven't been on par of what people expect them to be. But I think at the same time, TSM's at that point too. TSM has been dominating since beta days and then going into the first Ignition series, but then now it's like an up and down and we don't really know what kind of TSM shows up as well. So I think for both of these two teams, they have a lot to prove and it's going to be a battle. But in the end, I still think TSM is going to take the upper hand because due to the fact that FaZe, you know, they're not complete as a unit.
I don't feel like it's that, you know, TSM is playing worse either. I feel like it's just everyone else has stepped up their game. You know, it's just like a tortoise and the hare scenario. Like, they got off to a great start, and I don't want to say they got complacent because I don't necessarily think that's the case. But I think that everyone else kind of just started to catch up. You know, they've lost that massive gap that was between them and the rest of the pack, and the same could be said for a team like Sentinels, who was right alongside with them. They continued to climb upward, and then there was a bunch of teams who started to kind of clip at their heels and chip away at that lead, and have now made it a much more competitive scene in general. That said, I just don't think that FaZe is one of those teams. I don't know what it is about this roster that doesn't work, but just something doesn't click. We saw some flash and some potential promise in this roster, but it doesn't ever feel like it really developed into what we hoped it would one day be. And I could trigger chat and pretend it's because players are coming from Overwatch or get into that whole thing. I don't think that that's what it is. I actually think on an individual level, the players are very skilled. Just something does not mesh together.
Well, speaking of meshing together, let's talk about our maps and see if they mesh with the teams. Look, Haven, Split, and Ascent. We only have 4 maps to choose from, but what does this tell? Like, what kind of story is unfolding here, Vansili?
I think one big advantage, at least for FaZe, looking at this best out of 3, is that they have to take Haven, right? This is their map pick versus TSM, and there's 2 factors that could help them. The first one is that FaZe, or TSM, sorry, has been switching out their comp style as well, not using any Sentinels on the map. So that means on a map that has 3 sites, you have to have probably an anchor on each one of them and not being able to rotate as much and do that many stacks, which allows right now for you to take advantage of a weaker site for FaZe. The other thing is that we're starting super early in a matchup as well, and we know in the past that TSM hasn't been looking that great on early matches either. So that is going to be the bigger advantage. For the rest, though, I could see this being TSM in the bag for the other two maps if it goes to 3, right, at that point.
You know, I look at these 3 maps, and the one thing it tells me is teams still hate bind. You know, we saw during the NSG event that teams just didn't really seem as likely to play bind. It was often the banned map for a lot of teams. I will say that we've seen some incredible performances from TSM across all 3 maps. So I don't think that any map is really safe in the pool, regardless of what map you're playing against a team like TSM, or when you're looking at other teams at the top of the scene as well, a team like Sentinels, same thing. So in general, the map pool is scary regardless of what it ends up being. I will say that one of the things that makes TSM really difficult to play against is something that you had said, Alex. You know, they change out their agent pool, you know, and they're constantly changing out their agent pool, sometimes to a flaw. You know, sometimes they try a new agent composition and it doesn't work. Other times they set the meta. That's one of the things that I think people don't talk about enough when you talk about the top teams, is how they redefine the way the game is played.
Correct.
And I think that's something that they specifically have done very well. So I am a little bit hesitant to give FaZe Clan much of a leg up in this series. I think that TSM very much has everything they need to take it.
Well, check it out, guys. It seems as if you guys are weighing heavily towards one side than the other. So let's bring up our predictions. And by the way, chat, we will in fact be keeping score. Okay. Now, traditionally, when it comes to predictions, I'm usually dead last, so I expect no less here. But I'm going to be confident in my picks regardless. So I'm going to go first, right? And I think for here, I've got to go with TSM, right? I mean, I think TSM is just overall, you know, Vancilla, you did mention some inconsistencies, right? But I think they across the board have been more consistent. And I think power rankings go, you have to put TSM a little bit higher. Well, actually, probably a lot higher than FaZe.
Yeah.
Again, I've just not been impressed with FaZe during the open qualifiers. They've been more inconsistent. They've been losing to teams they shouldn't be losing to. And even those series where you think that they would win, even if they do take the victory, it's still a narrow victory, and it's not a dominant win where you would expect them to get. So TSM, I'm going with them 2-0. Bach, what about you, though? What are you thinking?
I think if I was going to say anything other than a TSM 2-0, I'd be a little bit crazy. You know, I don't mean any disrespect to the FaZe guys, but TSM has just been playing so well for so long, whereas FaZe is up and down. That's not to say that I don't think FaZe has the potential to take a map in the series. That certainly could happen depending on who shows up in that first map. There is a potential for it, of course. But I think if I'm going off of history and the way these teams have matched up against each other historically, I got to give TSM the 2-0.
Yeah, just to echo the sentiment of what Bach literally just said, but to add to the fact that TSM is just going to be, we hope that it's going to be TSM playing a little bit better than we expect them to be, but it's their map to lose on that first map of Haven. But if they show up to the TSM that we know, then I believe that it's also going to be a 2-0 for TSM.
Okay, looks like 2-0 across the board. Chat, I'm interested. What do you guys think? Get those predictions going, because typically you are smarter than us. So, hey, maybe you guys... Hey, look, it's true, man. Usually the community does pretty well when it comes to overall predictions. It's just a lot more brains to work against, even though our heads are pretty big, I would say. I guess I'm speaking for myself. But it is going... hey, the shaved head, man. I like it. It's going to be a good day. It really is. Again, man, TSM across the board 2-0s, and I think that's fair. I really do. You know, Bach, there was something you said a little bit earlier when we were kind of discussing, you know, everybody getting better. And I love that you said that, right? And I think that's been a beautiful thing about, you know, First Strike and at its core, right? Whether it be Nerd Street Gamers running it before, whether it be, of course, now UMG and then regional finals. I love the fact that anybody and everybody had a chance to enter it and compete, right? Immortals or Hider, of course. But the point is you know, we see beautiful teams like, you know, Moon Raccoons, Serenity come in. And the fact is, whoever ends up being the best team, hey, they're going to make it happen because they made it through the gauntlet, if you will. But check it out. I'm going to exit. You guys are going to take it over. TSM and FaZe, their start agent select. Boys, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Reflections. I'm very interested to see what's going to be happening across the series and the agent composition we're going to bring in, because like we said it during the pre-show, TSM is one that's constantly trying to change into a new mold to try and switch things up just a little bit. And we'll see what it looks like here as we get ready to kick off our first map in the series. It's going to be Haven, and FaZe Clan have a serious opponent standing in their way of progressing further and moving on into the playoff stages tomorrow.
Yeah, and as we just saw that flash of the agent composition for these two teams, you notice that TSM, as I mentioned before, they're not playing a Sentinel on any of their maps so far. Like when they played the best out of 3 yesterday, they did not use a single Sentinel for the 3 maps that they played versus Energy, which means now at this point, they're playing triple duelist. And on a map like Haven, it's something that's not uncommon because it's been actually shown once before by Cloud9 before on this map versus Sentinels, and I think TSM could probably do. Actually, no, I actually see a Cypher right now, or is it reversed? It should be reversed. I think TSM right now starting off here on the defense, and they are going that triple duelist. So let's see what happens here.
And Baby Bay is going to lead in with the Frenzy as the Jet. That automatic pistol sometimes preferred. If you can get into those close positions with it, Dark Cover's going to go down to try and slow down the push. But FaZe has no intentions of slowing down at all. You'll see Baby Bay pop that Tailwind to try and take out some Cypher hardware if any was on site. But look at this. Despite the amount of advanced position for FaZe, not much has really happened. Cutler does take some significant damage, so he's going to be backing off. And the spike has been planted, and it's time for a retake from TSM. It's a 5-on-5 in the pistol as the spike goes down.
Yeah, and right now, the thing that's good that they have is that they have the Paranoian as well as Leers. So they're just going to explode to try to take this retake, which could be huge, but it starts off with a DK, unfortunately. So you still have one player that's low on HP, but they're holding their grounds for FaZe. So far, though, as they're playing super passively, TSM are doing very good to retake this site.
It does end up coming down into that 1v1 with Zachary actually playing as the Cypher here, who finds the final 2 kills on the round. But then you look back at that shock dart that takes out Drone and you go,
unfortunate.
What happened there? Yeah, definitely not an ideal scenario to find yourself in. And we didn't get to see it, so we don't know the circumstances. I do want to say, can we give a quick shout out to the devs at Riot who have put this new spectating change in place, putting the numbers on the radar and also the little bar that shows us the buy as well. Thank you very much, whoever was responsible for taking that one on, as it has made the viewership experience so much better. Here we go again. It's going to be a quicker play towards Ace. The shock dart lands inside the cyber cage, does a little bit of damage to Zachary as he tries to tap that cam. They've got one around the corner. There's a Leer to allow the peek from Zach. He gets up on top of the boxes. Drone is currently waiting back behind the double stack, but it is just pistols coming in here from TSM. It should be a somewhat easy round for FaZe to take.
But you still saw somebody got damaged there. I think that was Hayes as the Omen towards that seaside, so he's going to have to book it back towards the garage. So they did have a weaker garage to start things off, but I still like the shock dart that was thrown into the cage. That doesn't allow FaZe Clan to take early control along A to set up a crossfire, which would have been a great surprise. But now as the action calms down, TSM is kind of guessing. Again, not having a Sentinel, they can't get the information, so they really have to rotate as a team. And now they're trying to stack back towards C, which has been their bread and butter on this map on defense before. But FaZe, they read into this. They're walking back into an open side at A side here.
FaZe easily gaining control of the A site. Very similar to the way that they did in the pistol round. No fight from TSM on that side of the map. No presence from TSM on that side of the map. Again, it'll be a 5v5 retake. This time, though, massive hardware and equipment advantage for FaZe. TSM, though, still getting into position. You've got Drone already leading out. Corey takes down Sabrosa, goes for the dismiss. Kind of baits out the peek from Drone. Baby Bay is waiting underneath, and the pieces continue to fall. Raucus with a nice shock dart kill onto Hayes, and Wardell will die through the cyber cage. A flawless round in the second round for FaZe. That's actually massive, as it'll allow the money to blossom here on this attacking side. But now the full buy comes in, and you better believe we're going to see that operator purchase from Wardell, picking it up right off the bat. No armor to back it up, but not a care in the world from the Jet main for TSM.
And this is where you want TSM to actually just start lighting things up right away, because this is a bonus round for FaZe Clan. They're only going to play with Spectres here, and you see how much they bought so far for TSM, that if any of these players die, it's going to make it more expensive for them into the next. You could even see Wardell. Yes, he has an operator, but he's also glass cannon. So I'm expecting something as a double play for this team for TSM to try to work up a first pick, and it starts off with a very aggressive push from Sabrosa down towards mid, but finally he got pushed back from some utilities. That's going to slow things down for a bit, and seems the actions is focused towards the A side as FaZe once again looking to take control of a split on the A.
There's the peek. Oh, Well, that didn't really work out the way that he anticipated. The tailwind keeps him stationary. Luckily, the peak was not advanced from TSM to punish that. Could have caught a freebie. Now the Owl will fly out first, spotting Baby Bay tucked in a corner, who will continue this advance towards A, but it looks like the rest of the team is going to be falling off. You can see 3 pieces of FaZe now filtering back towards Garage. And the defender there would be Reyna, who's waiting on the other side. Long dark cover coming out from FaZe as well to try to keep them glued on the A site. There's still that presence coming in. Mid-smoke as well, coming out from over on C. And there's the initial peak. They're spotted as they come through. Recon Dart to follow up. Paranoia through to blind them in the process of trying to get out. But look at this. They've gained access to A, and this is what they wanted, or so they think. They've still got one on this A site, so Baby Bay is going to get in position. That's a free kill, but there's a peek that could come in from Drone that could completely rip this round apart. They don't have the clock time, so now it's all up to Drone. Drone's got to get this first kill. There's the first one, and now they have to stick the spike, but they have to worry about Drone, who's still on the site. Now they do get on the other side of that box while Wardell was going on a killing spree, but it's brought it all down to 1. It's Baby Bay who falls and leaves Raucous alone in the 1v3. Post-plant, first kill's gonna be his, and he'll upgrade as well to a Phantom from the Spectre. And now he's got the Recon Dart to try and pick out some positions. Players already on the site, but the spike's planted on the other side of these boxes. It's not exactly set up for him. So the Shock Dart comes through, goes to go for the swing, pulls off the spike with just a second left. Had an opportunity to just secure it, but a nice shot from Wardell to finish off the 3K on the round. TSM was a little awkward there, but they managed to make it work.
But you see, that's the issue of not having that Sentinel once again. That's the last time I'm going to say it, but that gave a chance there for that push forward from Baby Bay to actually catch Cutler off guard by being able to push down towards the lower side. But the thing is, with the lurk play, they didn't allow it to get any more information towards sewers, so they didn't know exactly where Drone was playing. So you still have to give it for TSM, despite that initial push from FaZe and the execution that happens towards the C side. Nobody really rotated out of that yet. There was only Cutler that rotated out, and Drone stayed into the site. So they are expecting these kinds of fakes that are going to continue. From FaZe Clan, knowing that they have an agent that, or they don't have an agent that can get that information, with the exception of Vasova.
That was such a weird round, too, because if they didn't send someone sewers, if that Cypher doesn't go sewers, I think that ends a lot more favorable for TSM, because the planner as he comes across, but probably would have been planted default, would have won the round on time alone. Wardell now positioned on long, has to be careful, as again, there's a target around the corner, and we've seen how they've used that Lear before, but there's the shot through, and it almost connected even through the wall on the Cypher, who was back behind the Reyna as well. So Zachary dodges a bullet quite literally, as FaZe now tries to regroup to 4-on-5, and they seem to be working towards Garage, where they're going to have to contend with Cutler, rocking the Bulldog as Sova. Doesn't have as much stopping power as some of the other rifles. We'll see what they decide to do.
They're going to split eventually. Has to be a big position from Cutler. Yes, it works out, but it's quickly traded out. Hayes has to come up huge right now in the back of the C site.
Yeah, look at his position. He's actually up on top of the boxes, so he uses that shadow step to get into a better position, but he can't really make a move at this point. He has to wait until they try to cross, and there you go. That's exactly what he's set up for. Now, there is still one more in Garage, but that player is now isolated and alone. Zachary, by himself, 89 HP, tucked in the corner. Paranoia comes through, and that is just a flawless retake coming in from TSM. Not exactly flawless in the sense that they have all players remaining, but a really well-executed retake. Great patience from Hayes, too. Some players would drop off the box in that scenario or try and take the fight further, but he just waits, allows his team to get into position, knows he's got at least one pick off before having to change spots, and that's exactly what comes to fruition for him.
And now you're definitely okay from the playstyle that what TSM is showing is that they're okay of letting that spike getting planted, and they're okay with playing retakes. If they lose players in the beginning, they just want to play their numbers in the end. When they hopefully, from the players that they lose inside the site, it's a solo anchor, let's say right now from Sarosa that we see a lot towards B side. We saw solo holds here from Cutler towards the Garage. If those players die, they hope that they're able to take down at least 1 and 2 so that the retake is a little bit more advantageous for the team. This time though, we're changing the pace for FaZe Clan. We are trying to take the long control again, but look at TSM. They're actually rotating everybody towards the C side because they expect to lurk towards B and eventual split. But Drone still wins that fight. This allows FaZe Clan to eventually walk into an open site where, like I said, They're okay to play retake for TSM. I talked about the leers and the flashes that they have, but what's most important and what who they should keep alive is also Cutler. Cutler as that Soba with the dart is going to be a key component for the team for these retakes.
And there's the ult being popped as well. We knew we would see it come out. Hunter's Fury being sent in both directions. Who's going to get the pulses out first? It's Raccoons this time around. He traces that lightning beam back to its source. And that's a kill they desperately needed as it makes things 4-on-4. Now FaZe spots one right around the corner. There's the ult being popped by Drone. He tries to run into position, but gets taken down before he can even spend a bullet in that spot. Zachary with great shots coming out from the Sheriff, but it still lands on one player, and Wardell is just too quick with the operator. TSM survives, but it's a scary round. It's not exactly a good win coming in from TSM, given that FaZe didn't really come in with the greatest of equipment loadouts. That was a lot of pistols, and then of course they had the jet ult as well. But it was good utilization of the ult to put them in a better position. So you saw Raccoons pop the Hunter's Fury, catching out Cutler, who had the same idea, but both players basically had to fight. So Cutler's first pulse goes towards more of a spike spot, and Raccoons says, okay, well now I know where you are, and I'm going to start shooting towards you. And I think Cutler tried to cancel and dodge at that point, but he just couldn't move fast enough. Well played.
Not only that, they also had the knives, right, from Baby Bay, which whatever offensive ultimates that they had for FaZe Clan allowed them to get into that site to get a spike plant, but also managed to get 3 kills out of that. So they hurt the economy. They chipped down the economy from TSM from the couple of the rounds that just got in a row. I think this is 3 in a row now since the gun round came out for TSM. So FaZe Clan getting their money right after all of these bonus from planting the spike every single round. That's 300 on top of that bonus that they get. So they are looking finally to have an operator wield it for Baby Bay, and he's looking for that opening. And not seeing an early fight or an early take from Wardell at long A allows him to take this pressure towards his A side one more time.
Baby Bay is in position with the operator as well, sitting up on top of the double boxes. There's the dart to come out to give away positions. Won't actually land a pulse onto Baby Bay, who can stay in the spot that could end up being Cutler's demise. There's the ult being popped as well to allow them into a better position. Now Drone goes down in hell and doesn't really get much done. Sabrosa will pick up 1 kill, but Hayes is taken down as a response from FaZe. So it gives FaZe a 3-on-4 advantage in their favor, and they've also popped Empress on Reyna. So they've got that increased fire rate and escapability. It gets real interesting here as you've got Reyna coming in from TSM on the other side towards long with the Jet Baby Bay holding with the operator. It seems like TSM isn't getting the opportunities they were hoping for. That's what they needed, though. They needed something to come through.
Ooh.
But did it take too long? Sabrosa finds that opener, but the rest of the team is unable to get into position. Cutler now dropping Zachary, but it's lost. The clock has ticked too far away, and they can't get back in time. And you can see them already moving away from the site. Now Sabrosa's going to try and get some pickoffs here, do some econ damage, goes for the dismiss, and actually manages to escape. That's huge. I didn't think there'd be a spot for him in that corner, but in fact there is. Well played from Sabrosa and a great read.
Even the dismiss to get him in that corner, that was actually quite nice to watch. But then again, like that retake or that attempt of a retake on TSM was fully nullified not only by the Empress that was popped, where you could kind of be afraid of that fire rate, but it's also the hat that was thrown from Zachary. As soon as he threw the neural theft down towards Hell, where Drone died, they were already able to see the flank coming in from Sabrosa, so 3 players were there. And then they had a big dart, at least from TSM, which would have been, okay, we know exactly where those 3 players are at, but the kills just didn't come through. And now it's just going to be Hayes holding his ground. Finally, he gets some action here towards the seaside earlier on, and he spams through the smoke and takes down Marv. This is huge for TSM to start things off to bring that economy back, but FaZe Clan doing a very good job, at least on their takes as a unit. I talked about how they didn't look as a unit overall for FaZe at the beginning of this game, but from the way that they've been playing the pulse plants into these sites, I got to give them props for that.
Pickoffs going in both directions, some of it through that spiraling smoke from Jet. Drone, Jiggle peeking currently in the sewers, has to be careful. Some shots sent that direction, and yeah, now they're coming from the other side as well. He's surrounded. So right now, FaZe has actually put themselves in a decent position. Even though it's even strength and damage is dealt, they've managed to pull TSM off balance, shifting a lot of that weight on the defense over to A. And now you see Sabrosa slowly trying to sneak his way back into C. I don't think Raucus is going to be prepared for this. This should be the execution. Beautifully played from Sabrosa. Now with 30 seconds left, they really have to get in to try to fight this, but Sabrosa also has to be careful. His team is so far away, and there's so many positions they could be in. Now that he knows he's got to watch out, they throw the dark cover down to give him a little bit of more staying power, and there he finds himself now in the one-on-one on the site, and resources now shifting over in that direction. Sabrosa says, I don't really need you guys. Thanks for the help, but I got this. Puts the team on his back, wins the 1-on-3 on the C site. It's a 4th round for TSM as they regain control of the scoreboard.
Yeah, what would have been nice from FaZe Clan at that point, as they rotated everybody out towards that A side, that was a good job for them to start things off, but I don't think they knew that Sabro was only on a half rotation there. He wasn't really committed into the A side yet. Where they put the camera towards B main, okay, they could cut rotations there, they have 2 guys inside garage, but I still feel that they should have pushed as a unit, as a team, inside the C side so they could at least clear that out. You mentioned it, after he died, after the spike carrier died, there was still 30 seconds left into the round, so that gave plenty of time to at least clear the site, make sure that they get the pulse plant positions after. But unfortunate for that, Sabrosa took advantage of it and got a big 3K, and Sabrosa goes with another early kill onto Baby Bay at the garage.
And when Sabrosa starts to really feel it and gets aggressive like this, it's very difficult to stop, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Sure, this is just an eco, but it's a chance to build up that confidence and get himself in a much better position. Now, Zachary has been really hitting his shots, especially with the Sheriff. Gets a little too overzealous and gets stuck in the corner. Cutler's kind of like, where did you come from? How did you get there? Corey with the backstab, but now it's just Corey alone.
I have this
and the spike just being picked up, but 10 HP remaining. TSM ends up scooping up the round win. 5 rounds compared to just 3 for FaZe. It wasn't a strong buy coming in from them. The buy will be following up here in this round, and it will include the operator on attack. This is one thing we've talked about, Vansili. The operator on attack in more recent patches feels like it's not as viable as it once was, and it doesn't work as well as it once did.
But BBB is still doing a pretty decent job with it so far, and even if he drops it, you saw that they're able to salvage it into the next 2. I know that we haven't seen many openings from that yet. I think the main openers that I currently see from FaZe Clan is that they have that lurk play that works out from Baby Bay himself. Oh, okay. A Vandal versus an operator that's been won by Raucus. So that's an early sewers control from FaZe Clan, but the thing is, look how pushed up Sabrosa is too. So he could go for a fast rotation. They finally don't have a neural theft that's going to stop them down as well. But this is going to have to be huge from Sabrosa right now. The only thing is, Marv is also on his own flank.
Oh, man. Sabrosa comes up empty-handed. Not exactly what one would expect. And things not looking so promising here for TSM. As FaZe Clan has the 5-on-3 in the 5-3 scoreline round. Cutler does pick off Baby Bay, making it a bit more manageable. Drone still on the site as well, jump clearing currently. Oh, almost caught out guard. Has to be careful. There's the Lear to lead them in. Curveball around the corner. Nice flash as well coming in from Drone, who still gets picked off. Goes a little bit too wide on the swing, and that puts all the pressure on Cutler. And now FaZe is alone. It's a 1-on-4. This round is definitely phased to lose. As you see FaZe pick off Corey, that's the Empress ult being taken out of the equation. FaZe caught off guard though. Marv was already up in heaven, and he just didn't anticipate that one. A close battle right now. This is hard fought by FaZe, and they continue to keep themselves in the game and also put pressure on TSM's money. You know, yeah, sure, we saw TSM win a few rounds in a row, but the cash isn't exactly perfect over there.
Yeah, and TSM at this point too, they decided to take the defensive side first here on Haven, and I think it might change a little bit to see how explosive they could be on the attacker side. This is just very difficult for them to start things off, just because they have to add pressure, right? And but from adding pressure, they add also weaknesses, and FaZe also knows that the pressure comes. So if it's not from the neural theft, you saw Zachary that was watching that flank from sewers anyways to get that kill, and now as they continue to try to commit for this pressure towards the A side, long A-side sewers, they're losing those individual fights. That's what I talked about in the pregame too. When it comes down to the 1-versus-1 skill-wise, FaZe Clan does have that firepower necessary. Ooh. Now as a unit, they're looking a lot better too.
A trade back and forth, but again, FaZe has the advantage in the round from a numbers perspective. Good damage being dealt here as Wardell picks off one more on the cross. That's Sabrosa going down. That's going to be a big loss, and that's also the neural theft coming out. So that puts Wardell in a really interesting position. Puts a ping down and then changes spots. But right now, FaZe is kind of all over the place. You got a player garage. You've got one in mid going towards B. And you've got Omen back in spawn. Now, it's going to come down to this battle in mid. That's a huge kill for Drone. That makes the B site a non-option. So they'll likely be trying to use this pressure that they're building up currently in the garage to get on to C, where they're going to have to fight with Wardell, who has now decided to back off. They're going to be playing the post plant, and Marved on 20 HP is not going to have a whole lot to fight with. So there's the spike. Dedication coming in on the plant. Dark cover goes down. Wardell gets vertical up atop over that smoke. Good thing for him that he didn't try to sneak inside it. He's still waiting for his teammate to come into position. And Wardell seems to think that somebody could be hiding inside this, so he's being patient, waiting for it to dissipate. Once it does, it's time to move in. There's the flash around the corner. Great setup from Drone. Pick off from Marv, but he's not able to survive in the one-on-one. Again, the HP from Marv just a little too low. Drone caps off the 3K. And it's a round win for TSM.
Definitely the biggest play there for Drone was that 1 versus 1 on that B side. Yes, the retake was beautiful on that 2 versus 2. Lots of patience from Wardell, but it really came down to that fight between himself and Corey. Corey, who's been, only 7 and 8, but the entry that he gets or the frags that he gets have been on point. So with him lurking after the neural theft, they knew where the last 2 players were. So he's looking to catch that rotation, cut that rotation from Drone. That would have opened so many options for FaZe if he actually got that kill, because FaZe could have planted towards B or A at that point as well. So it just came down to that single fight where Drone made it easier and allows TSM to take this lead by 2.
Baby Bay's gonna pop the blade storm and pull the knives out, try and slice and dice here. There's a blaze wall down, and there's 2 targets waiting on the other side. Baby Bay tries to get vertical. That dart is gonna give away his position, and that's gonna be his teammate dropping as Baby Bay has to back off to avoid the death that would be coming his direction. Good damage dealt as well to Baby Bay at 46 HP. Now the pistols have been on point for Zachary, but not this time around. Baby Bay with a nice pick-off as the knives are actually proving to be somewhat deadly here. And now that's an upgrade and another kill coming out from FaZe. TSM has watched their defense fall. A missed shot from Baby Bay gives them more opportunity to move in, and Sabrosa takes advantage. But this round shouldn't even be at this position. It's come down to now a 1v1 as Hayes has to dodge the ult and unfortunately goes right into the path of Raucus. That is a huge thrifty round win from FaZe, coming in right towards the tail end of this first half.
That is so well done on that 1 versus 1 for Raucus. Going with the first pulse of the Hunter's Fury and then even stopped it, because I'm assuming that he heard that shrouded step coming out from Hayes. But yes, like you said here, Buck, it was not a round that was supposed to be lost there for TSM. So you got to give it for Baby Bay carrying the entries on the carrying FaZe on the back of Baby Bay for those entries that he got with the knives, because that opened up not only the site, but from picking up that operator just before he missed that shot on that player rotating from spawn side, he also saw the barrel of the gun of the second player, so they knew they were both towards spawn. And now they continue the aggression, but this time it's changed. Instead of going towards the A side, they're pushing towards C for the first round in like 12, where they're just trying to rush towards the C side. So TSM doesn't see that coming. They get 2 openers on top of that, an open sight in a 5-on-3.
You know, we talked about this, that economic pressure that FaZe has kept up on TSM, and you can see it now illustrated accurately in this round as they come into the final round of the first half with nothing but a couple of pistols, and now it's been down to just a few players left standing. Wardell tries to do what he can, but with just a bulldog and several targets in front of him, there's just no way. So FaZe and TSM lock horns on Haven, and it results in a tie score 6-6 as we move into the second half. Zachary with a strong performance is Sight for 13 and 9, a lot of that coming out of his sheriff work. Sabrosa, on the other hand, 12 and 9 just behind. But both Jets not really putting up the numbers in that first half. Wardell had a couple of great rounds, but because of the economic pressure, not really always having that op in his hands. And then Baby Bay on the flip side, we talked about it. Op on the attack side feels somewhat awkward now. So we'll see what he's able to do as we swap over and put him on the defense.
Well, you also did a good job for FaZe Clan to keep Wardell guessing of where he should play that op too, right? You saw on that minimap in a couple of rounds in that first half. Sometimes it was opting towards sewers and lost that fight versus a Vandal. Sometimes it was opting towards long. He had a B where you tried to have some Rosa push down and it didn't work out in their favor as well, because FaZe Clan just kept putting so much pressure towards the A side eventually, and it just kept working on their side. This time though, like I said, this is the question mark now for FaZe Clan. As you have a triple duelist, this time on the attack, you might have the advantage to get sights now for TSM because of all of the flashes that you have. So they are pushing into this B side. You do have a spike plan from Wardell. They're playing a passive retake for FaZe Clan, and the only thing that they have so far is Marv looking to get the smoke towards the front, and probably a paranoia in the end too. But it's a bad smoke. There's a gap in the open, so Rosa gets the first kill, and that's just open season now for TSM.
It's going to be a difficult retake for them now, 5-on-3. And they're just trying to get on top of that spike, and that hot hand's going to make it even harder as Drone burns Zachary alive. Now the molly's faded. Corey's trying to go back out and peek to go for that defuse, but it's all on Corey, and despite some great pink shots coming out on the pistol, the round is over and lost. Corey's just trying to escape. It's a flawless pistol round win for TSM as they try to kickstart this second half with a little extra oomph.
And that definitely was needed, right? A flawless round, huge economy coming in on their side. Now they're still trying to debate. I was trying to see if FaZe was going to be like, should I buy a lower gun so that eventually it gets down to the point where they want to get an op early into the hands of Wardell, because he already invested into a Phantom. Okay, they're still mixing around. So they're trying to work their economy a little bit here. For FaZe Clan, nonetheless, it's still going to be an eco no matter what. So they will look to actually split things off. So they're looking for pressure towards mid side first, and maybe try to get a lurk towards this A side. But Hayes spotted the first one towards the C. He's going for this Bulldog, aiming down the sight. But now the pressure is back for FaZe to gamble towards B, where, you know, TSM, where they rush it towards that pistol round, they expect or think that TSM might end up there at the end of the round for a spike plant.
Good damage dealt early by FaZe here, but not quite comparable to what's being done on the other side. See, Hayes was low on HP as they now continue this push towards C. There are two players here. Great fat paranoia coming out. That blinds pretty much everyone. That's the beauty of those choke points and an Omen in that position. Now Drone will pick off Marv. There's still Corey around the corner. It's actually Zachary who comes in with the classic, but they make it look easy as they survive with 4. Again, significant damage was dealt there, but not as many fatalities as you might expect based on the setup. Now the full buy comes in, and we'll see Wardell carrying the op, or is he? He actually decides to sell and go down to the rifle. Now, this is something we've seen, and again, it's going back on what we were talking about in that first half. Wardell is one of the players that's even recognized it, that on the attacking side, the op just feels awkward now. It doesn't feel the same way. So he initially purchases the op, but decides to go for a rifle. And also part of that could be just understanding the economy of their opponent. You know, they're not maybe not going to have the rifle in play, or the op in play. They're going to have a rifle. So why give them an opportunity to pick one up? Still, the buy comes in from both teams. It's a little bit more awkward from TSM just because of guns that came in from the previous rounds. Sabrosa will get picked off pretty much immediately by Baby Bay, the earliest kill in the round. And that'll result in an advantage here that TSM really didn't want to give FaZe so early on in the round.
Yeah, and the Yellow Drone, well, the only thing that he spots is a camera, so Cutler's going to pop that off, and they're still going to try to explode towards this B side. So hopping into Mars Smoke, they're going to flash outside and execute towards the B side, where there's only one player playing. It's Baby Bay that got that first win versus Sabrosa. Now he has an off angle on the top here, but his position's given away. Not only because it's not pulse from the arrow, but he had to shoot it out. So he runs away from that position. They're trying to get the spike plant, but he's creeping back inside the smoke and gets the kill. Gets a second one onto Drone, trying to push into the third as Wardell's forced on a reload, and Zachary's the one that claims his life. And just like that, the flawless comes back in favor of FaZe Clan in the second half, and they're 1 point away of tying things up.
That's such a rough play, because you look at the timing there. You had Wardell on that spike position, holding on the other side of the smoke, waiting for a peek to come through, and changes position just as Baby Bay starts to come into that line of sight, throws down his own smoke, and actually allows Baby Bay to come out a little bit further. So it kind of created an opportunity. It's a small, minor thing, but it ends up resulting in huge success for FaZe. The buy still comes in from TSM. This time we'll see the op brought in by Wardell. told to quote him if he misses. That's what we're said to do. So according to chat, you gotta quote him if he misses.
Nope.
We'll see if that's going to be the case.
And you got to give it as well for Baby Bay how he got those kills too, because he was individual plays by himself with the cloud burst that he has. So being able to creep through the cloud burst, waiting that to dissipate, then get those 2 kills after, that was huge there for FaZe Clan to be able to come back into this round. So this forces TSM on an eco, and they're not afraid of anything so far, as Marv himself tried to push forward on a lurk, but he gets punished by Haze. Vandal's gonna get picked up. Raucus is in a great spot here, trying to go for the trigger discipline, but sees nobody else following behind Sabrosa, so he's forced to shoot, and then Haze goes for the double trade. So Haze by himself gets the first kill, 2 entries into the site. Now a spike plan for TSM, where the last 2 guys, Corey and Zachary, trying to move forward from the spawn. But look how passively it's played from TSM. They have a perfect post plant position. I wonder if the spike plant was a little bit planted a little bit too closer inside there, that might force their hand to be discovered when FaZe Clan goes for a fake defuse. But FaZe Clan decides instead to fall back and save their weapons.
You know, when we talk about this team, we often talk about Drone, we talk about Sabrosa, we talk about Wardell. But a player who has really impressed me as of more recently is Haze. One, I love the flexibility we're seeing with the roles he's bringing to the table as we watch Corey get picked off as they exit from the site. But also the way he's locked down C specifically on this map. C is Haze's territory. That is his playground. Regardless of what agent he's playing, he is so good at playing that site, playing around those boxes. And we've seen it both on the offense and now, or on the defense and now on the offense as well. And I've seen it in previous matches in general. I just feel like Haze is so impressive on that C site. And we got a small taste of it there as he locks down the push onto C and makes the round that much easier for TSM to take. Their lead is 2. TSM is up 9-7 over FaZe. And they're just going to move quick towards long C, try and get some orb control and pick one off, and that's exactly what happens. Marv goes for the swing and quickly taken out by Wardell, who's got the op again.
So he continues to get punished, and at the beginning of the half two, I think he was like at a 1-6, 1-7. So TSM are doing a very good job to dispatch him early in the round, which allows him to get the pressure early into the map. That said, though, it's going to be Haze with 2 more kills, as we do have an eco for FaZe. So 2 players remaining once again. They are looking to get some control towards the garage. It is going to be Zachary. Actually, Zachary has a Phantom, so I wonder if it was a buy that came in after all. I didn't look at the scoreboard, unfortunately. It missed my point when I was looking through, but Haze with 1 HP is going to lead the charge to open up towards the A side instead. It's going to be an open site for sure, and it might be another round where the last 2 players might decide to save here.
Spike planted.
Well, there's the spike going down. And like you said, it's a likely scenario of a save. But FaZe does have some advanced positioning. You can see there is an owl drone coming out, and Corey does put a few bullets in it.
Yeah. They have no layers or anything too, though, right, Box? So it's like, hey, let's try to catch them off rotation or catch them on a mistake where they might be aggressive. And maybe if they get a couple of kills, they could maybe take the site back. Because they don't really have any utilities to help out with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's awkward enough to have a Cypher trying to retake, because the Cypher's toolkit is not necessarily well designed for that. Sure, Cyber Cage can be useful, but without Lear, it's very difficult when it's those two. So it wasn't just a numbers thing. It was all of the above. You know, yeah, sure, they're at a disadvantage. The numbers are out of control, but also just like you said, the utility is not exactly ideal. So that's another round win here for TSM, who looks a little bit more in control in this second half. 4 rounds compared to just 1 for FaZe. They won the first full buy round, and TSM won the last 2 since. But money is still good. FaZe being smart with their cash, saving rifles, carrying them into the next round, and putting themselves in a position where a full buy can be rounded out. And again, we will have the op on both sides here. Wardell is looking for an early peek to come through from sewers, but it's not going to be. The op on the other side of the map, it's in the hands of Baby Bay. It was over on C early on. And their Jet now changing positions. Corey does get aggressive, gets spotted by the owl drone. Lear to escape, but no damage dealt to either party.
And just one person being pulsed forced a rotation out there. You said Baby Bay with the operator on the other side of the map, but he already rotated towards the A side. But now as there's no more pressure moving forward from TSM, they've quieted down their push. They're still trying to have FaZe guessing, and FaZe decides to gamble towards the A side, which is perfect for them. So now not only that, TSM, yes, they were able to get the first pulse to spot Corey. Corey falls back, but now the information's not back there again. So I think at this point, TSM, if they're trying to regress towards the A side, they probably wait for the Sova Dart to be available again. But they're only leaving Drone to lurk. So they're going to try to force a rotation out, Drone to lurk towards the A side, and eventually being able to backstab FaZe if they can get into the A site or C site here for TSM.
30 seconds left.
Drone pops his ult. And the rest of the team is now moving towards C. You've got an ult coming in as well as Omen pops it in the backside of site. There is Raucus on the site to contend with, and they're going to try and take that battle. Raucus with a nice shot onto Sabrosa, but there's still a lot of bodies on the other side and doesn't really have many opportunities. Now, he has his ult available, but it's going to be awkward. He's trying to stop the spike plant, but as he goes for the swing, it doesn't come through. But unfortunately, the spike did go down, so that's the round. TSM can't keep the spike planter alive, and Wardell also dies in the end too as they go for that final kill. FaZe, you know, they had a awkward fight on that C site, but they got the most important kill in that back and forth volley. It was the spike planter who had no choice but to dedicate to that responsibility as the clock was just ticked down too far. And when the spike planter dies, there's 1.8 seconds left on the clock. There's nothing that can be done.
The thing is, too, is a very similar mistake for TSM. Yes, we did have Hayes go into the back of the site from the shadows to spot for some information, but he actually ulted towards the double stack. So he didn't really see if there was actually a player towards the back spawn side, and now thinking that they made it in, nobody's playing towards the default boxes. Kind of like when FaZe didn't check Sabrosa in the back of the seat. So that allowed for FaZe Clan to get the kill, also prevent a plant, and also having Wardell die, and allows FaZe Clan to have a double op setup into this round. And this round here, though, I wonder what's in the mind of TSM. Are they slightly a little bit frustrated from that previous round because they're starting early in this round with control towards mid? Like how pushed up they are, but the spike is all the way down towards spawn.
Yeah, that's oops. they'll scoop it up.
Time.
Yeah, they'll scoop it up, and they'll try and get back into position. I will say this: teams often take a little bit more time as they suss out their options across the map, so I don't think they really lost any time, but it's not something you'd love to see. Regardless, here comes the push that comes through. The leer that leads them in is brutal as it ties in with the curveball. Drone and Sabrosa both finding the entries as Raucus tries to stop the spike from planting, but he can't do enough damage.
Spike planted.
The Hunter's Fury not strong enough. And it's now a 2-on-5, and this is save scenario territory, and you can see exactly that occurring.
For the third time.
Yeah, they're backing off as they realize there's just nothing they can do. 2 spike plant detonations for TSM in this second half, and now a third to follow. FaZe is having a rough one. You know, they're losing a lot of these early round battles, and it puts them in a position where they can't fight for the retake.
And it opens up well for TSM, though, with the combo they have, right? So, Sova Drone, Recon Dart, we kind of have an idea of where the players would be playing towards that site after. But as you're pushing players back because of the Recon Dart, because of the Owl Drone, you allow your fraggers, Sabrosa and Drone, to push forward. And then this is the explosive playstyle that I talked about when you have that triple duelist. They went in with the curveballs and the leers, and you're just hoping that your duelists are going to be able to go in and get those entries. And it's happened time and time again for TSM on the attacker side, but also on the attacker side where FaZe is trying to change their playstyle a little bit too by getting their own map control towards that C. It's also being punished by Hazed on that end. So there's a lot going on here for TSM that are slowly running away with this half, where when we said at the end of the first half they locked horns 6-6, but you can really see how FaZe seems to be struggling a little bit with their defensive positioning.
Oh, Corey getting aggressive, spotting Cutler. That's also the spike going down.
Yeah.
They have a line of sight on it, but realistically, position is not in a place where you can even do anything about that. So they have to back off. It's just an early kill. They can't do much else. I love the use of this dark cover from Marv, throwing it down and taking advantage of the fact that they're down a player.
Removed.
Catches one off guard, has an opportunity to get one more, but Sabrosa's still in that position. They've got Marv still on the back line, but it's actually Sabrosa who's doing all the damage for TSM and keeping them in even strengths. 2-on-2 as Sabrosa looks the wrong way at the wrong time. And it all falls onto this man. It's Wardell. He's got the op, and he's got the ult available as well. Now he can dodge the dart and get into position here with his op to try and catch one on the cross, and then switch back to the knives if necessary. Wardell changing positions, knows where they're coming from, has to line up at least one of these, and now there's the knife switch. A little bit awkward, but it doesn't matter. Wardell hits the wall, gets back around the corner, re-peeks with the knives out, and a little bit of tactical crouching there at the end as round number 12 is put on the board from TSM, and they try to put map number 1 to rest.
And despite Sabrosa losing that fight on that second, on that 1v1 towards that B side, I think that was versus Baby Bay, right? Or Raucus, sorry. That was good enough to let Wardell know where those last two players were, because you had the first fight coming in from the garage, you had the second one coming in from the B link, and on a pulse plant, you saw from that communication then that Wardell really just focused towards the entrance of the defender spawn, not really looking back towards the flank side. And that's just sometimes when you're dead, that's good enough for your teammates to hope to carry the round on his back. So Wardell did a great job, great clutch on a 2v1, puts TSM at map point, and FaZe Clan now, things looked grim at the beginning of the round. They almost got caught off guard there from that long C push from a recon dart at the same time, but Marv decided to think twice and not re-aggress as much. It's going to be Corey instead, all the way up towards grass, but they checked the 50. Sabrosa still half checked it, and he gets punished for it.
On the defensive side, I'm loving the way that both Corey and Sabrosa play aggressive as Reyna.
Yep.
It's netting them early advantages. And I love the fact that Sabrosa was doing it first, but I think I like the way that Corey does it more. I like the way that Corey is roaming the map, getting aggressive through garage, getting aggressive on long A, kind of varying the positions and catching TSM off guard to find early player advantages. The problem is
30 seconds
the rest of the team doesn't seem to be able to do much with that player advantage. It seems to collapse under the rest of that pressure. So even though they're finding them, we'll see what they're able to do with it here. 20 seconds left. TSM has taken their sweet time, and unfortunately, they're wandering into a trap. As there are 3 players on this A site, it's going to be a bloodbath.
And especially from that dart, that's good enough for them to get the position, but it's Drone that still gets the opening. It's traded off as they're holding their ground here for FaZe Clan. Baby Bay looking back towards long. The spike has been dropped, unfortunately. A flank is happening at the same time too, but Hayes stays alive and is able to get the headshot onto Marv. So FaZe putting another point onto the board. But with the amount of rounds that TSM have won so far, they should definitely be comfortable into a bye, still at map point versus FaZe. So as you said here, Bach, yes, it was a great job here from the Reyna to continue to push forward and get these kills, and these first kills for Corey and for FaZe. And this time, finally as well, FaZe Clan was able to hold their ground, and it didn't collapse because TSM just took too much of their time to execute into A.
I mean, this is something we're seeing from a couple teams now as the game continues to mature, is this very slow, methodical approach, especially to a map like Haven. A map like Haven where there's so many avenues and opportunities. Teams are really taking a lot of time to get out there. But this time around, TSM says, nope, never mind. We're going to run full bore into the C site, and we're going to try and take the battle to their doorstep. Marv is putting up a decent front on the defensive side, but Sabrosa is trying to equalize. Doesn't work out so well. Marv puffing up his chest and going big, but look at this. Wardell has actually already made it onto the A site, lurking as Jet with the op, and has now also gotten up into heaven and has a great line for a shot towards spawn. The spike will make it across, but he's realizing I gotta help my teammate. I can't abandon him as he tries to get this spike out across. There's the ult being popped. They're looking for the position of Omen, who's made it into sewers, but Drone's just too quick with the shots. Despite being dropped down to 20 HP, it all comes down to Raucus. It's a 1-on-2, and the self-heal being utilized by Drone puts him back to more manageable HP. they're going to have to make a mistake. And that's it. Wardell goes for a peek, and that costs them that man advantage. This shock dart could actually be huge, but no! Simultaneous kills, but the round is over. It doesn't matter. Unreal.
Definitely good games exchange there for both of these teams. That 1 versus 1 was super close, but in the end, it's still going to be TSM that takes the upper hand. The question mark was, in this series, will they get the first map? Because it is an early matchup, they did. And now let's take a break, and when we come back, map 2 will be coming up between these two teams.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. Man, what a match, what a match, what a match. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Vansili and Buck. We're casting all that goodness, and goodness it was indeed, but TSM takes the first map. Vansili, what's up with that? How well do you think they played?
I think TSM played it very well overall with the composition that they had. Like I said, even as a caller guy, trying to look at, you know, it's a triple duelist. What new things is TSM bringing to the table right now? It was uncertainties for me because I haven't seen that playstyle yet with the triple duelist from TSM, which, you know, versus Energy, they did struggle onto this map yesterday, but they definitely picked it up here on the attacker side versus FaZe. FaZe, as Bach mentioned before, they did a great job with the pushes that they had at the beginning of the round with that Reyna, especially as we see right now from Corey, but they couldn't capitalize on the early numbers advantage. But you also have to give it for key players like Hayes, for example, that's just able to open things up there for the team.
You know, there's two types of close games and two types of good games. There's the games where team play is taking control, and then there's the games where individual play back and forth is what's winning rounds. So you have like
Sure.
someone stepping up and finding a 3K or a 4K or a massive hold. This was the former. You know, this was just good team play in general. Even though we had top performers, the spread wasn't as vast.
Exactly.
It wasn't like we had one player who was doing so much better than the rest. It was just kind of like, okay, this guy's doing a little bit higher of a KD performance, but compared to the rest of the team, it's like not crazy. I will say that FaZe looked way better than maybe I anticipated. I thought that TSM would win that a little bit easier, but we did give them credit and say, if they were going to take a map, it needed to be this one. You know, we came into this with the prediction saying 2-0, and I thought if we were going to have the 2-0, we needed to see, or if we were going to have a map win, excuse me, for FaZe at all, it was going to have to be on Haven. I didn't think that we were going to get that on Split, and unfortunately, it doesn't come through on Haven either.
You know, in these best of 3 series, it really is a make it or break it, right? You have to start off strong, right? And for FaZe, obviously they didn't. Now I say that, now granted, as you said, Bach, you know, FaZe did play that well. Like for it to be 13-9, it was a lot closer than I was expecting. That first half was incredibly back and forth, you know.
Exactly.
And Vansili, you know, that first half, again, back and forth. But when it came to second half, though, TSM really started to get ahead. Eco obviously made a massive difference. There were so many moments where FaZe was, you know, really struggling. And even in those last couple of rounds, right, just having to resort down to Sheriffs, obviously, you know, you're in trouble when that's the case. Why was second half so difficult for them?
Actually, whereas looked perfectly fine for players like Zachary too, right? So despite them being in situations where they may have to eco on the defender side or attacker side, I still, again, think that FaZe has the firepower necessary on a 1-versus-1 to be able to win fights versus teams like TSM. But where it kind of fell off, again, it's just the way that TSM has been very explosive into these sites. When I talked about, hey, they have to do a great job to keep Cutler alive so that they could actually entry into these sites with the information that allows Sabrosa and Drone to get into the sites, they did. I think there was only maybe one time throughout this whole matchup where I saw Cutler being the first death for the team, and they did a very good job to just enter the sites with that information.
Yeah, I feel like FaZe's issue was the mid round. If you look at the early round, they actually did pretty well in the early round, especially on defense. You saw Corey getting aggressive and picking off players early, but it was the mid round reactions from that. How do they adapt? And it doesn't feel like they adapted well. Even looking at that final round, you had that explode play on C that starts things off, but Wardell's lurking on A. And in the mid round, they don't keep presence towards A, understandably so because of what's happening over on the C site. So it's well played by TSM. But FaZe was taken advantage of multiple times because of that, because they were adapting maybe a little bit too quickly in the early round and it was affecting their mid-round play. So you end up having Wardell, who's already through the site. And even though it still comes down to a 1v1, that's because of the early round work. It was because they traded blow for blow with FaZe or with TSM over on the C site. So I think ultimately that's what FaZe needs to work on. They need to work on that mid-round read. They need to work on their mid-round play because if they can adapt that, I think the scoreline gets much closer and potentially goes in favor of FaZe.
Yeah, because I mean, you even look at TSM, there were several moments, right, where they would commit to a site, A site being one of them, right? And then they would pull a big audible, right? Phoenix would then run it back, push up, you know, just kind of be that distraction. Meanwhile, though, while everybody from FaZe was distracted, trying to just lock down A, everybody else from TSM was rotating over and locking in C and getting the spike down, right? So big picks, big plays like that. And again, mid-game may be the struggle for them. For Marv, though, I guess he's not worried about the competition despite that 13-9 loss because he was tweeting mid-map. Everybody was like, hey, man, bro, you're in a match, okay? So hopefully Marv puts down the Twitter fingers and is able to come through big in this next map, which is going to be on Split. But Bach, I got to ask you a question because there was a big moment where you kind of mentioned, you know, the op play, right? Especially on offense. It seems as if the op is a little bit more awkward now when it comes to Haven. You're not finding as much value for that. But for Wardell, it really didn't affect him too much, right? I mean, he was just picking up the op regardless on offense. He was ready to invest that eco, but he was making good use of it. He was getting those big kills. He was getting those big first bloods. But for FaZe, they didn't value that as much. How much of an impact do you think that was, at least for the FaZe roster, not choosing the op on offense as opposed to TSM, who was kind of utilizing it a little bit more?
Well, that's the funny thing, right? You say they didn't choose it. They did. It just didn't work. You know, we did see Baby Bay pick it up a few times, but it was not exactly effective. And that's the case for a lot of teams. I would actually say, and I would argue, that Wardell's ability to use the op on offense here was more of a fluke. I would say that if you were to look across this entire event, even just Wardell individually, on attack, his performance is going to dip. And we've seen that in other events as well with Wardell since the changes came through that affected the op. So I won't say that, oh man, Wardell's just built different and he's the best attacking opera. I'm not going to go that direction. But
Sure.
I will say he made it work here against FaZe. Can he do that in this next map potentially? Honestly, probably not. You know, I would say that we will probably see the attacking op continue to struggle.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. The map is, in fact, loading, so you guys are going to take it away. But, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, obviously, for FaZe, a big one, right? They need to tie this series up. This is a map they have to take to force a Game 3 to at least get that much closer to qualifying for the playoff bracket tomorrow. But for them, if they do lose, they will drop down to the loser bracket, a place they don't want to be. But TSM was for sure in a good spot. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you guys. Take it away. We're going to split.
Thank you very much, Reflections. Like you mentioned, this is not an elimination match. It is a big game, because if you win it, you do get into the playoffs tomorrow. If you lose, you are knocked down and you have to fight your way through another series to get to that point. So FaZe obviously doesn't want to find themselves in that scenario, but TSM is positioned to do so as we switch on over to Split. And TSM, they pick up the win on that first map, 13-9. It's not exactly a super easy, strong map coming in for TSM, but Split, depending on how things kick off, we could see it snowball very quickly for either team. And we often see that in Split matches. It'll be TSM, though, who's starting on the attack, and that'll make things a little bit more difficult for them.
Yeah. And this is where things have changed again for TSM, right? Going no sentinels on this map. They have a breach at least with Cutler playing as that breach. But what actually you could see that allows for more explosiveness, and that's flashes. Kind of go for this mid control very, very fast, but it's been held out very well by FaZe Clan to start things off from paint shells being thrown by Corey. But now they go through the ropes. They're going to try to move in towards the A side, but it's currently being denied by Zachary. Traded off by Drone at the same time, though, as the spike now picked up by Wardell. It's Marv with 2, but then Hayes retaliates. Cannot go for the third kill with the burst of the classic. That leads to Broza. The lurker was able to push it in towards screens. But as the smoke dissipates, he's going to get spotted. Trying to go for any kills that he can. Connects with the first, and there goes a drive-by bunny hop by Baby Bay. And Sabroza's going to fall, and the pistol's going to come in the hands of FaZe.
If that smoke lasts like one more second, Sabroza has a lot of information. Not only does he get potentially a free kill, he might be able to spot out the location of Raze as well and isolate a 1v1 there. Doesn't go that direction, and FaZe pick up the pistol here on Split. Huge as well, starting on the defense, not allowing your opponent to get anything going for themselves early.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
But again, the map is still heavily decided. It's been that way for the entirety of its creation and inception. Marv picking off Hazed. Early start to the round as they again start to work towards B Heaven. They're going to be fighting against 2 players waiting as Baby Bay uses the satchel to get away the blast pack with the paint shells as well. But Drone has picked off Baby Bay. That's going to give them at least something to work with. Raucus is in a tough spot, has to fight in multiple directions, gets dropped by Sabroza, who hits a beautiful shot out of the Sheriff. Now Wardell's got one. He comes right through and gets ripped apart as the burst shot comes in. Now they don't win the round, but that's actually a great eco coming in from TSM, following up on the pistol. The only thing they bought, I think, was the Sheriff. There was no armor, so that's huge.
Well, a spike plan would be a cherry on a Sunday, and they weren't able to get spike plans for 2 rounds in a row there for TSM, so that could have been 600 credits on top of that of what they get, which would have helped them into this round here. But there is also a change in terms of agent composition that, again, didn't get a chance to say for FaZe. They also have a triple duelist set up on their end too, and where I thought, that Corey usually plays as a Raze on different maps, he's actually sticking to the Reyna, while the Raze is currently being used by Baby Bay. This gun round, though, coming in for TSM versus the bonus round, it's still going to be the bonus round that prevails as Raucus gets the first kill. But you can see so far, every single round, TSM is putting a lot of importance on this mid control, where it's seldomly played passively by FaZe Clan. But because they have these submachine guns, they have to push up a little bit more. So you have this player playing towards the ropes. You have him pushing out towards the male side as well. But Drone is trying to keep things alive. But it's going to be the run it back from FaZe to trade it off. And the information as well that it's open. They're trying to rush into B now, and Raucus has to hold his ground.
Raucus back sight. Doesn't really get an opportunity.
Remaining.
Wardell gets dropped by Marv, though, who's having a standout performance here in the first buy round. 3 kills already as he gets around Pillar. Haste there with the pickoff, has to be careful, knows where this final player might be, and FaZe finds the 3K, 2 HP surviving for Big Daddy FaZe. TSM picks up a huge round in the first buy round.
That's game sense too, because he knew that Marv actually made it around the pillar right here. He sees him make it around the corner, he's not shooting. So he gets the first kill, sees the second one, and he could just think about, okay, is he gonna re-peek? No. Gets that second one onto Hell, and when that immediate re-peek didn't happen versus Zachary, then he knew that Marv was going to flank around towards the other side of the default site, and he got the crosshair placement perfectly, despite low HP. You talked about it, Bach, how you liked and how you're impressed of how FaZe could actually get these frags, and he continues to do so.
That was just a miscommunication, excuse me, from FaZe.
Yep.
They didn't time that double peek well. That was the intention, was to have a double peek from both pillar and under ropes, but it doesn't work out that way at all. So it ends up being a peek with a peek, and the delay between the two is just large enough, that it gave FaZe that opportunity. Now, Saprosa, not anticipating Baby Bay to be in that position, standing there the whole time, wondering if he's ever going to look back. As a result, it's a 4-on-4, and they do scoop up a weapon. Now, the B site is empty. They're not playing defense on B at all. They've just got one sitting on the backside of B, calling out the audio that's coming through from the site and letting them know, hey, they're coming this direction. There's a fault line coming out, but there's no one in that position. They do use run it back to get into the site and to go ahead and get that spike plant as well, and Drone will be able to secure it. No, he couldn't get it. He couldn't actually get it. So that almost cost them a little bit more than it should have, but realistically speaking, you know, the equipment and utility for FaZe is not what it needs to be to punish for that. So it will be a 4-on-2, and the spike this time is secured.
You got to thank your stars for TSM. That definitely was an eco round there for FaZe, because that could have been shambled right after when they didn't get that plant. So Zachary at this point just looking for any type of picks that he could get. And the fault line's going to come through. These last two guys only have pistols to work with. And Zachary, we talked about him, the sheriff in town, continues to pop heads with that pistol. And now that they salvage a weapon, that clock is ticking down, but technically with the positions that you have here from TSM, it should be an easy take. But Zachary still manages to get one for his troubles, and that's it. Make it expensive for TSM. The round still comes in for the attacker side. It's tied 2-2. And despite them losing, I think them losing FaZe at the beginning of the round here, Bach, was that cue for TSM to say, look, let's just try to rush down towards that B site, because eventually there's a possibility that they think that the stack happened towards the A side from how passively they played and how long it took before they decide to get that kill on to Sabrosa to start things off.
You know, we praised TSM for how well they played in that second round. We said, hey, they didn't win the round, but they actually did great damage. I got to say the same thing for FaZe. They didn't win the round, but they did great damage, and that's very important on this map. Economic control is huge with the way that this map can spiral out of control. Wardell dodges the curveball enough to get his vision back so the knives can slice apart his opponent, and they'll upgrade as well by scooping up a rifle. Wardell didn't have a lot of cash coming into this one. He's just trying to get away so desperately as he pops another updraft, takes some damage, and won't get spotted on the cross with some more. The rest of the team is grouping up into B main. The camera's been taken out. That'll initiate or rotate over, and you can see Reyna now starting to shift into position, and Raze as well. They're pulling a lot over towards B. But as I say that, Raze for FaZe heads back towards the A site.
Yeah, you saw that we had the satchel charge being thrown up high to try to take that cyber cage down, but it didn't. But they still make it through the site, thankfully, because a big smoke came from Omen up towards the heaven side, so FaZe allows his teammates to get into the site and to get the spike plant. And with that now, it's a 5 versus 4 for TSM, a 1-man advantage as FaZe trying to fight it back. They put the trap wire to watch the flank so they could really focus on the B side into B. But TSM, look at them. They're not pushing forward. They're, well, with the exception of Sabrosa, just to try to get the first information. The flank there from Wardell does not commit as he whisks a couple of shots. But Drone still holds his ground towards the back of the site. Big crossfire set up as well from the B main. And that is going to be 3 rounds in for TSM, and an ult available for the Breach into this round as well. That could allow them to go for this explosive take towards B continuously.
While FaZe has played well in the eco, they need to do something with that. So they needed to follow up on that strong eco round with even just a solid loss. I know that's weird to say, but they needed to take down a few players with them if they were going to drop that round to keep that pressure on TSM with the money.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. And it's not to say it negates the performance and the save that came in a few rounds prior, but it does start to allow TSM to build things back up. So there's the boom bot to lead them in. A nade back as well. Flash going around the corner, but it's a paranoia from backside out of the hands of Raucus that slows things down. Now, I like this too. This is massive right now.
Exactly.
They know this push is coming this direction. They have the read. And TSM is playing this kind of slow, but that's a big kill. They needed that one on site. And now they can focus back in the other direction, and it makes it a little bit harder for them. Baby Bay does use the showstopper to send a rocket into the site, but taken out by his Raze counterpart. Zachary, unfortunate. It's a great shot onto Hayes, but at that distance, it's a dink only. Hayes survives with 5 HP. That's one of those come on, man, performances where you're just like, seriously, game? Just like, how much closer did I need to be? Do I need to get out the ruler and start measuring inches here? Because that's a frustrating blow. But regardless, the buy will come in from FaZe, and we'll see what they can do, or whether or not they even try to shift towards the op, and they won't.
Yeah, you really just wanted to try to keep Raucus alive towards that A side as long as you can to allow your teammates to rotate back from sewers. But the run it back, I think that's within 2 rounds, we already had the run it back from drone available. And that's why TSM played a little bit more slowly. They wanted to use a run it back to try to see if that stack was happening towards the A side. And as there was no stack, it was just an easy open kill for drone and allow the rest of TSM to just storm inside the area. Go ahead.
I was going to say they needed more stop. They didn't have enough delay because
they only had the smoke. That was pretty much it.
Exactly.
Right? So the smoke towards the A ramp. But now that Rolling Thunder, as we mentioned, that allows them to take this heaven control. There is a bit of information from the trapwire, but they just have to try to hold as much as they can. This time, Raucus, once again, cannot hold the site, this time on B. And that allows the plant to come in from Cutler one more time. And you're in a position for FaZe now. Do you want to try to save what you have? You already have Baby Bay committed down towards the hell side. And he gets the first one onto Zabroza. This is huge for them for the retake.
I like the way that Baby Bay is using those blast packs to just change position. The flash is coming in, definitely making it a little bit harder. As they try and go for this retake, it's looking promising.
Yes.
They've got themselves in a 2-on-3. That's the pick off from Wardell. They try to go back and spot the spike, but they're not able to. There's a flash coming out, and it's all on to Hayes. Not able to survive. Corey with the big play to win a must-win round for FaZe. Things were starting to get a little out of control, giving TSM that ability to continue piling on rounds. Corey gets his first kill in that round, mind you. This is a player who played so well on Haven. Very aggressive as Reyna, but not able to match that here on the defense on Split. But the one kill he has is incredibly important because it gives them that round win. Unfortunately, the money is not good. You can see what it looks like, the buy coming in. Sheriffs for 2, rifles for the rest. It's less than ideal right now, and they're just juggling guns around trying to figure out what it's going to look like.
And they also had to use 2 of their ultimates for the retake too, the Neural Theft and the Run It Back. And even at this round, Corey, we thought it was going to be the kill and the clutch that allows him to come back into this game, but unfortunately gets denied early by an entry by Wardell. But Marv and Baby Bay are still tying their feet on the ground towards the A side. Marv continuing to dance around the sites like he does on both ends since the beginning of this matchup. So him getting off that Omen and switching to the Phoenix, playing it more aggressively, is coming into fruition for FaZe Clan, which allows them to hold down the site, even maintain a spike on the ground on the A side with 3 players now watching it, and Sabroza is stuck in a clutch situation.
Good hold here from FaZe. Sabroza, he's in the hot seat. Somehow doesn't take damage there. It looked like bullets passed right through him. As he moves into position, though, the Cyber Cage is down, but Zachary doesn't even need it. A crisp shot coming out from the Bulldog is the equalizing round that FaZe needed. They find themselves tied up at 4 apiece. Marv in control of the scoreboard currently for FaZe at 12-6, 10-6 for Wardell, who's got his ult ready and actually decides to purchase anyway. Thought for sure we'd see the pistols come out and just go with the knives, but not going to be the case here.
And as I mentioned before, when TSM was playing a triple duelist for their end on the previous map on Haven, things could be very similar for FaZe Clan as well once they take the attack. They have a great agent composition to flush out corners with the Raze and also be explosive with the Phoenix and Arena. And even have individual plays from Corey. When he was playing and lurking quite well on the defender side on Haven, he could very much do something very similar with mid control, solo plays on mid side. But speaking of mid, it's going to be TSM once again, adding that pressure on that area. And Corey is going to have to play inside vents, the timing on the peak, and Corey wins it.
Wardell now moving up into the mailroom, wants to deliver some pain to FaZe. Their setup, though, is solid. Now, Wardell believes he spotted a kneecap and was looking for it. And it's a well-timed peek from Zachary as the nade comes through. Zach finally peeks from balcony and gives more of an advantage here for FaZe, who's starting to solidify on the defense. Now, Wardell and Hayes start to fight back and start to find some opportunities here. The spike is pretty far away from that A site where we found some headway made by Hayes. Wardell has to go cross-map to try to make that happen, and I just don't think it's realistic.
No.
So Wardell's actually going to head towards B, and Hayes is going to try and fight his way towards that direction.
And that's it, because Hayes got that first kill. He's putting all those smokes towards the A side. He's trying to force a rotation. But look at Zachary. He's still holding his ground towards heaven. It's a fake plant. Now he's going to peek out. It's over. Well, he's going to get the spike plant at least, but he's at 30 HP. The paranoid comes through on top of that. He's trying to go for the individual play. The cloud burst to stay inside. Now running away. And as it dissipates, he's now spotted with a double peek, and that's a double peek that we wanted there from FaZe. It pays off in dividends this time. They get the defuse and a fifth round onto the board. But as I was trying to mention before, because Hayes got that first kill, he went for the execution for the smoke towards heaven, the smokes towards screen, and he's like, please rotate over, because as Wardell was still walking towards Ramen to pick up the spike, there was 30 seconds left. He doesn't want to make any noise. He doesn't want them to let them know that, okay, Hayes got the first kill, the second one's running towards mid, so we know where the two players are at, and we could guess where the spike is going to go. So he's forced to walk the whole way, and the closest site for him to go to with the time remaining was that B side. So you want Hayes to create that ruckus, force a rotation onto the A side, and that's why you saw him push all the way towards spawn 2, so that eventually he could be the one that's going to be lurking instead, but it doesn't pay off. FaZe Clan doesn't bite into any type of fakes, and they take the lead by 1.
TSM wants to move towards B, where you've got Omen and Cypher. And there's the smoke coming out. One's from Raucous. That'll allow them to pick up the ult orb. And there's the spray coming out, but they actually continue the push. Run It Back was not canceled despite that early damage coming through. It wasn't enough to stop the ult pop by drone. That opens things up on the site and gives them this opportunity, but you've already got FaZe in position. Now there's a great curveball coming out with the ult, and that does see some knives sent that direction. Now the spike's going to be planted in just a moment as Wardell dices apart Baby Bay. Marv with another opener, as Marv has been doing time and time again on this retake. He's looking for a target on the site, but it's actually Corey who's trying to spot the head over top of the box. Now Raucous has done the damage. Drone has one as the blaze walls intersect. They're like making a tic-tac-toe board on the site, and it somehow works out for TSM. They cross streams. I'm told you're not supposed to do that. Ghostbusters 101. But they managed to make it work. And it's a 5-5 tie scoreline as TSM somehow come out on top of that strange exchange on the B site.
Definitely in the point of view of Corey, when you go through a blaze wall and you look back knowing where your opponent is at and you see another blaze wall that intersects into it, you're like, oh my God, are you serious? So unfortunately for him, that type of like taking the 50 to try to get an early kill was that time wasted. I mean, you could look towards the back of the site and maybe get that first kill. If the blaze wall was still up, he might win that second one. It's a guess that he had, and unfortunately, he runs literally into a wall, and it's going to be TSM that takes that round back. So 5-5 here, and Sabrosa looking to take control towards his B side, where you see some success coming in from TSM from this mid B side control. Zachary, we talked about him in a little bit, how he's able to hold his ground, but with anchored sites, they're trying to switch things out a bit too. From time to time, it's going to be Raucous playing there. From time to time, it's going to be Zachary. Zachary is holding it into this ground this time, but you see how passively they're being played. They're giving mid for TSM. They have trap wires towards heaven. They have trap wires towards vents, which there you go opens up a weaker side on a hold for a sentinel on B.
The rocket used by Baby Bay, the fuse starts to expire, so it just has descended flying. No damage dealt. There's the Rolling Thunder to allow them into heaven. Nice low tripwire catches them off guard as they move their way into the site. They do have a chance potentially, but Corey catches Drone in an awkward position as he falls into the
30
site.
seconds left.
But they back off. They surrender control and they're going to play for the retake. That's the smart move
Spike planted.
from the defensive side of FaZe.
Out of charges.
Spike's been planted, and we're in 4-on-4 territory. Sabrosa gets inside dark cover and is waiting to potentially strike. A lot of targets, though, in this area. This is probably not going to work out so well for Sabrosa, so starts to change positions and ends up being able to pick off one, make it two as well as Sabrosa spins back. Great move. Corey is there for the ultimate punish as he drops into the smoke. And now there's a flash coming out. Shots coming through as well from Raucus as Wardell wasn't anticipating the op being in that position. An empty mag results in a reload, and that cost precious seconds on the clock. And it puts FaZe in a position where he finds the round win. 6-5 in favor of TSM. And the money for FaZe coming into this final round is going to be kind of uncomfortable. SMGs, maybe a rifle on Corey, and pistols as well.
It seems as though they're looking to explode towards the A side here for TSM. You do have FaZe looking to maybe put some kind of smoke towards his mid side. As I mentioned before, on the first half, they've always taken mid controller, taken it enough that FaZe kind of respects him for it. So once you throw that smoke early towards mid side, then you try to push towards A, but it's going to be Corey that decides to go for the hero play, pushing himself towards the A main, but he's waited and greeted by an operator. And also Raucus is greeted by a showstopper on the B side. So that's both sides weakened up. They're trying to get some sort of play moving forward. Baby Bay's just rocket jumping across the site and gets the shotgun kill there. But nonetheless, that opens it up. The neural theft also allows FaZe Clan to know that all the players are towards the A side, but look at how much control you have now for TSM. It's just over at this point. Last one at the spawn side, Wardell with a triple into this round, and TSM takes the first half 7-5.
Switching sides.
TSM playing Valorant, but Baby Play playing, he's playing Quake. He just goes up into the sky and that or TFC. I mean, he's got the conch jumping down from the medic days for those that are boomer enough like me to remember Team Fortress Classic. 7-5 TSM. They have the 2-round lead. It's important to note that's coming off the attacking side as well. They'll now be switching over to the defense, which will make things a little bit easier for them. That said, we've seen impressive attacking sides from various teams, and I guess honestly because one of them was TSM. You know, they just played really well on that attacking side, so it's certainly possible that FaZe could fight back and try and force this to a third map, but the odds are certainly against them. They're going to be moving towards B, at least early on. They've got a lot of presence in B main. Sabrosa uses the bomb bot to peek. Great paranoia, and that's a solid follow-up as well. Catches his blind teammate, or opponent, excuse me, going for the boom bot. Now they're going to try and use what they've got to get out. Good damage coming through as well as they spam through the smoke. Sabrosa gets one more before being taken down. Hayes doing as much as he can to buy time for Drone to get into position, and now it's all on to Raucus. It's a 1-on-4. TSM looks to have secured the pistol in the second half.
Quite easily with the last kill too, and you saw the ability of the flashpoint coming out so that they could come up the ropes and even peek towards the rafter. So the synergy is there for TSM for that peek, for that kill, and overall, they were able to just hold quite easily that B garage just from the plays of Sabrosa as that raise. The paint shells to hold him back, the shots coming through, and even Hayes dancing around the boxes was good enough there to allow even TSM to waste enough time for the other players to rotate back. So FaZe Clan, as much as they want to be explosive and try to catch TSM off guard there, it didn't pay off. They ran into a wall into that round as well, and they're just going to try to change back towards a mid-side control just to try to see how they could feel out TSM's positioning towards his B side. But as I said, TSM now playing defense. One thing that's changed in their composition is that they don't have a Viper that they used with Hayes before, because not having a Sentinel you can't really have just a Viper holding, especially with an ultimate into B side. You need to have players to rotate around, so you want to change your kit a little bit. But with an Omen towards B side, that's also good enough too.
That's great damage coming out early on as they make their way out on the site. Jump shots for Marved as well. This is problematic.
Planted.
TSM lost way too many resources while they come through on the push. Now Wardell, it takes the full magazine with the Ghost, but they'll get it back under control in time for one more and does significant damage to another target. Raucus somehow finds himself now in a 1-on-3. This was looking really good for them, and it quickly fell apart. Raucus, though, is still in this spot. Goes for the shadow step to get on the other side of Pillar.
Remaining.
Spotted out, but it doesn't matter. 65 HP, 9 bullets, and no sound. Raucus gets rounded on by Cutler, who just continues to press W. And now he'll go ahead and secure the defuse. That's a great round from FaZe. It really is. And it was very winnable for them at one point. It's unfortunate that they don't pick up the round win, but economic damage is important. They're coming into now their first full buy round, and TSM has to spend a lot of money to get back into it themselves. So I don't want to discount what FaZe just did, because despite not losing the round, that is still, you know, very impactful.
Yeah. But you have to give it to the big play by Wardell at that point, too, with that Ghost. Him using his old clip to get the first kill, but still able to dash away and bait out the second player from Zachary that's trying to get that kill up towards B Heaven. That allowed Drone to peek out. He used Drone as a bait as well to get the second kill and even a third moving in. So that single-handedly allowed TSM to just get that round on that retake. It was a heroic attempt as well on that 3 versus 1 that ended on the 1 versus 1 for FaZe Clan. So yes, the econ damage is there. So for both of these teams, this round is actually crucial in the victory.
I will say this too, people are going to look at that round and be like, oh, you know, Cutler finally did something, because they're looking at the scoreboard. But like, the role that Cutler is playing for TSM currently is so incredibly selfless.
Yes.
He is the setup man. It's like always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That is the way Cutler plays this game in general, and I've talked about this in the past. Cutler is the wingman. He's the guy to put you in a position to find the big round. And he did so really well for them in that first half. But now he gets his chance to shine in the 1v1 and ends up making it work as well. TSM up 9-5 over FaZe. And right now it's the push towards Heaven that has Wardell backing off. It's great execution to push Wardell out of that position.
30 seconds left.
But Wardell with solid movement to survive.
It opens up A, though. So they take ropes to A Heaven, and they have to play passively towards TSM's site at A. A flashpoint to come out, and the first damage coming into Zachary at 60. But Sabrosa falls towards the screen side on that rotate, so the anchor players have to come up big, and they do with 3 kills, and finally it's opened up. There's only 10 seconds remaining. They'll at least get the plant. But the rotation's going to come through. They've done enough damage, and now you have upper hand positioning, and there you go. Wardell with the verticality gets the kill onto Zachary, who's looking for better positioning towards the elbow side. And as he was trying to put whatever utility he had on the ground, that's going to be canceled out. And Corey's going to be faced on a 2 versus 1. Where we talked about how it was low and not as impactful onto this map, has to come up big here, but unfortunately will not. As Hayes gets the headshot and the defuse comes in for Wardell, it's going to be 10-5 for TSM on this map.
That was solid from TSM. I don't know if you noticed it. It's like tiny little things. Wardell makes a few footsteps, it distracts him. He looks up, Hayes peeks.
Yeah.
You know, whether or not that was intentional, I don't know. You know, it could have just been like, hey, time's ticking down, we got to move. No more shifting, no more walking. Let's try and bait these players out of position. But I like the read, regardless if that was the case or not. Like, the way that it works out. It was a good effort. What are you supposed to do in that situation? The positioning for his opponents made it very difficult. It all came down to timing, and unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out so well.
You wanted Zachary to be alive too, unfortunately, right? So
yeah. Losing Zachary on that cross definitely was rough. It was just good positioning from Wardell to get there that quickly. Double-digit rounds for TSM, and they're going to try to punish with some aggressive play in mid. And Sabrosa does so. No surprise there. Sabrosa's done this in the past, especially on the last map, getting hyper-aggressive on that defensive side. Very quickly, it gets reduced to 1 player as Drone just starts lining him up. Finding himself 3 on the round. It's 11 on the board for TSM. Just a few away from closing out the series with a 2-0 victory. over FaZe Clan. And again, I think it is important. Not an elimination game. Just want to make sure we say that. FaZe will be knocked down into the lower match to fight for one more opportunity to make it into the playoffs.
That's right. Maybe you saw that on the last 2 kills that they got towards the A side was a nice combination of drone with the curveball, and I'm pretty sure it was a flashpoint that came out from Breach as well, from Cutler. And the aggressive play continues from TSM though, and it's going to be towards B main this time. Subrosa looking towards the right, but a little bit too late. Couldn't pull onto that trigger. Marv punishes him for it, and they have a 5-on-4 with map control on mid side. Wardell still committed for an aggressive angle, and Corey opens it up.
Prone gonna have a couple of bodies dropping in front of him. Only able to line up one. That puts everything on Cutler. Cutler actually steps up, finds 2 kills with just a Spectre. And now it's the 1-on-2, and FaZe has stepped up big. He's had multiple impressive plays already this series, but this is going to be a difficult one.
Definitely seems as though he's just looking for exits at this point. He's going to save it here. Maybe try to creep up a little bit more if he can towards maybe somebody towards Heaven's side. He still has a lot of time to work with those, so it could still be very doable. So as everybody's still rotating and setting up on a pulse plan for FaZe Clan, they're still in great positioning here. FaZe is just looking for that damage on the exit. But he's creeping up towards the elbow side. Here's the footsteps moving forward. Will get that first kill, trying to spray onto that second. That actually could have been 2 big kills for TSM, and I don't think he would have had enough time for the defuse no matter what. So really, as you mentioned at the beginning of the half, where you wanted to make things really expensive for TSM, when FaZe was moving into the site, getting 3 or 4 kills out of that, which made it a difficult round for both of these teams, right? It came down to whoever lost that or won that round was going to be able to run away with 2 more rounds after that, and it turned out to be TSM. Well, TSM at that point are trying to make it expensive for FaZe into this round to keep the buy very low on their side.
Spike drop.
11 rounds for TSM, but FaZe is still fighting. Still wanting to put that pressure in. Still got opportunity. Game's never over. We've seen some crazy comebacks, even during First Strike. And the Nerd Street Gamers First Strike Open qualifiers, I think it was Noble who came back from an 11-1.
I think you're talking about the LG and Andbox on
Andbox.
On Haven.
That's what it was. It was LG. Yeah. I mean, that's crazy. So it's certainly possible that it can happen. And by the way, they won 13-11. Like, it didn't go to overtime. They won 12 straight rounds to win that game.
Yeah.
That's just absurd. So no game is ever truly over, and we've seen more than our fair share of impressive comebacks. FaZe is in the backside of sight, spotted by the ult that gives Baby Bay the easy rocket kill onto his opponent, and things are starting to heat up over on the B site. Cutler's still here in position. There's the ult getting popped. That neural theft will give away the position here of Cutler, who's really just trying to slow things down as much as possible. Fault lines and flashes to keep them locked on site. The knives coming out from Wardell, but they've escaped into B main. With the smokes down, that does leave the player on site kind of alone, and that'll be a quick shot that comes out from Wardell as the knives come through. They've now brought it down to just one. The promise has disappeared. It's all up to Marv. He has to come through this smoke to try and take that battle, but Wardell is watching it. Great retake coming in from TSM. As solid as the execute was from FaZe, great ult utilization. TSM just gets past them, and I gotta give credit to Cutler there with all of the flash utility that was used, the fault line as well, to keep him glued to pillar. It slowed down the cross, and it allowed his team to get into a better position.
Exactly.
And even still, like, players in B main, if that's what they decided to do, that's an awkward setup with the way the spike was planted.
No, definitely. I think as soon as I saw Wardell back on his screen, or we saw Wardell on the screen where it was at B Heaven and he's already scoped in, I'm like, okay, well, Cutler did a great job, already wasted enough time, and this is going to be such a hard hold for FaZe Clan at that point. And you saw it from the demonstration that he had from the operator and the Blade Storm. This round, though, map and series point for TSM, and you see how the money is low. Thankfully, they were able to get a spike plant to get a little bit of economy on their side. But they have stingers, they have low buys moving in, double stingers, a sheriff on top of that. It's going to be a tough one for them to try to win. But with 4 players taking the mid control, I'm looking to see if they're going to try to pinch back towards the A heaven side. But Wardell already rotated up there with the operator. It's still going to be very tough here for FaZe.
They have some mid control. And it looks like they want to lean towards A potentially. Because you've got Cypher in this position. The problem is Sabrosa's push. That's going to make it a lot harder. That's going to force them to move faster. Now, because of that kill coming through from B main, they decide to move into Heaven a little bit more. And this is an interesting play. Haste actually pops the ult into Heaven, or into Ropes, excuse me, and now has the backstab on them. So,
Wow.
Despite being in a position to potentially put a little bit more hurt on FaZe, decides to go for an audible and move into a better
30
spot. Now,
seconds
they do
left.
end up going back towards A, but not in the manner that we expected. Cutler has just dropped the spike behind their own lines, not behind enemy lines. But they've still got one on the site that they have to contend with. Now, Baby Bay drops out of Heaven, still gets hit by the fault line midair, because physics. There will be time for them to
10
secure the
seconds
spike,
left.
and it's going to be a 3-on-2.
Spike planted.
Player advantage to TSM.
Sabrosa took so long to rotate because they still thought that somebody was lurking there towards that sign. And now that he finally meets up, that's okay though, because again, the spike has only been planted. They probably still have another pop flash here from Cutler, and they also have two smokes available from Haze. So they're gonna try attempt this retake, and already one has been smoked out. So Zachary has to force his hand out by pushing out of the smoke. They get 2 kills. It's on to 1 versus 1, and Baby Bay saves it with the headshot onto Cutler and makes it 12-7.
FaZe still fighting, still staying alive. The money, it's not great. It's definitely not great. But
It's around.
it's the same for both teams. It's kind of like, it's just awkward. You know, Wardell's got 2,600. Hayes has 4,000. You're going to see a buy come out from both sides. It's just how well-rounded will it be? TSM, they only need to win 1.
Exactly.
But,
That's what I was gonna
like,
say.
FaZe is so close to like breaking that money and making this comeback easier. Like if they win this round, TSM's money is just shattered. And then they're at 8 rounds. They can win number 9. They're not that far away from bringing this to overtime. They really aren't.
But that's it. TSM still have 5 rounds to work with to get that money right? So that forced buy, I think it's totally fine here for TSM. A double kill from Cutler. That's going to make things even easier to justify the buy here for TSM in here.
Wardell waiting around the corner with the judge. That's a little bit tough. This is not a great start in the round for FaZe. I mean, we're at the minute mark and it's a 2-on-4. Solid work from Cutler to reduce the forces down as much as he did. And look at the aggression again over on the B side. They're getting so much information from this. They've got Hayes pushed all the way through B main, now rounding into Ramen. They know this is going to be a play towards A. See what they can do, though. Wardell's in
30
position with that
seconds
shotgun. Baby Bay is about to come around the corner. The boom bot will go in first. That's actually from the defensive side. Paint shells go out. I love the move. Baby Bay actually gets into ropes, but you still have to get one across because that's the spike carrier. If that was the spike carrier, that would have been huge. There was an opening there towards the B side, but it looks like it's going to be curtains for FaZe, as now there's nothing left for Baby Bay to work with. The Rolling Thunder helps secure things. TSM take the series as they win the second map 13-7. Great 2-0 win for TSM here to secure a ticket into the playoffs tomorrow.
Bracket, very well done from them. You know, you would think you'd get stronger going on the defensive side, right? But for FaZe, it just didn't turn out. They ended up winning 2 rounds on defense. They came into the second half, right? Went down 5-7. So TSM got even stronger going on offense. They played that well. So then silly, you know, TSM going on offense, why did they become stronger where typically teams become weaker?
Yeah, I think overall, though, it's just FaZe FaZe's struggle on a defense on a post plant. When Bach was mentioning things how the mid round needs to be worked down for FaZe, I think it's also the post plant positioning. So every single time that they get a plant and then the TSM allows to play the retake, they're not able to get their grounds or the positioning right for them to hold the sites. Look at these situations right here. Literally, when you had a plant, you had a perfect crossfire setup, you had a person towards A main, but Wardell still manages to come into the site, and that's in 2 occasions that he's able to come into the site and get a 3K to help out his team to move forward. Again, it was also thanks to the kit that that Cutler had. Instead of a solo this time as a breach, you had to try to take him down early so that you could actually have more chances on the retake. It didn't pay off in their favor for FaZe at this point, so that pulse plan definitely needs to be worked on.
Yeah, we talked about it. That last map, their mid round was weak. It was what was costing them rounds. Here, I feel like their mid round was much better, but like you said, the late round just wasn't where it needed to be. Like that play, even from Zachary, it's small. It's very small. It's almost
punishing.
Less than noticeable, but it's huge because it results in a 1-on-2. Had he just stayed on site or gone maybe towards elbow more, maybe that changes the dynamic of the round. I mean, this round as well.
Yeah. And Bach, you mentioned at one point, right? I mean, Cutler being kind of the groomsman, not the groom. And I think very well said. He had several assists, right? And he was constantly using his breach to best of his abilities. But towards the end, do you think that still remains true in that second half? Do you think Cutler was a full 5-stack for TSM?
Well, I think Cutler's performance changed drastically when they swapped over to the defensive side. I felt like you saw a couple of rounds, like even towards the tail end, where he finds a double kill to open up that final round. Cutler's individual performance definitely changes when he swaps sides playing an agent like Breach. But his sole purpose as Breach is just to be a selfless agent. And he's done that in the past. And the reason I pointed out is because I feel like the audience and the community has been of both Hazed and of Cutler. So I feel like it's important to point out just how vital he is in that role for this team and the way he sets up his teammates for success.
Yeah. And to add on to that too, to give credit to Hayes, because in the past when we were casting TSM during the beta days, we were always talking about how good Drone was as the Phoenix and how Sabrosa is great as a duelist as well. And it's always Drone onto that scoreboard that we always, praise him about, and Wardell with the operator. But this time, Wardell had some great 3 versus 1s or some 3Ks with the operator, with the Fan and Eyes, with the Blade Storm. But we didn't get to mention a lot of Sabrosa or for Drone because there was a lot of highlight reels and plays that was done by Hayes too. So when we talked about, units for FaZe, TSM looked a lot better here too, with the changes that we want to take. So as they're trying to progress and guess different things and try to change the meta, now that they're playing without a Sentinel, this might be another things that team will look at. Is it going to be a viable composition now for a team to play triple duelists, drop the Sentinels, and play for these type of retakes that TSM is doing? So far, it works off very well here versus Energy yesterday, and it worked off versus FaZe. They still have some big tests because they haven't had a chance to play any other of the top 10 teams right now, but they're definitely on the right track.
Definitely on the right track indeed, man. I mean, for TSM fans, they can breathe a sigh of relief, as we said. They will, in fact, move to tomorrow, right? The work is done. For FaZe, though, not a disappointing loss necessarily. I know Baki were very adamant to say, hey, check it out. Look, it's not an elimination round. Again, they're still very much so in it. Going down to loser bracket, though, they're going to have a tough match regardless. They're going to have to play the winner of Andbox versus NRG. So it's not going to be easy by any means. And again, hearts will be broken today, and we will see big orgs leave. You said there was a lot of criticism towards Hazed. I was very impressed with that 3-piece though that he had, especially on the first buy round. Man, he opened it up wide whenever they were pushing in the B. It was beautiful. Loved it. Going back to that last round though, because Baki mentioned, look, check it out. If FaZe wins this round, there's a very real chance they break TSM, and the comeback was real. They didn't do it, but let's say, Bak, theoretically, FaZe does win that round and they go 8-12. Do you think FaZe had it within them to maybe tie it up and potentially win that round on split, or do you think it was just a little bit too far gone?
It's tough to say, right? You never know. There's so many what ifs you can ask yourself. I do feel like, looking at the way that FaZe was playing in general, that they had the opportunity to really fight back. I
Sure.
think they were starting to find their footing late in those halves. So if you look at the first half, TSM controlled early, and then FaZe started to wake up a bit. And I think you could say the same thing could have occurred in that second half, but it's tough to really know how things would have spelled out in the end, because you could still even have like a thrifty round win come through. Like someone could pop off, or, you know, like Bordel could get his ult as Jet, slice
Sure.
up Baby Bay, pick up the op. All of a sudden, the round dynamic changes drastically.
Right.
So it is difficult to say whether or not they'd be able to do that. I do feel like the narrative in general across this series was FaZe having TSM up against the ropes, but not being able to break the guard. They constantly had them in a position where it was like, okay, just one more round win. And they couldn't quite get to that point. If they had taken it to that next level, maybe the scorelines shift dramatically. I'm talking one round changing, and all of a sudden the dynamic for the entire game changes off of that one round.
And just to add on to that, to answer to that question too, I think it would have been a little bit too late for FaZe, unfortunately, because they had 5 points ahead here for TSM. But when you look at that map overall for that matchup, you saw how many times TSM were very aggressive playing on the defender side, and they were the ones getting the first blood too. So whether it was mid control, Sabroso was there to get a couple of kills. There was one round where you saw Sabroso go with the showstopper against Marv at B main, and he got punished for that, and that's where FaZe was able to win that round. But for other times, when you had Corey trying to open up towards the A side, he was immediately dropped by drone too. So as much as it was for FaZe having some glimpse of hope to try to come back, overall, when you're looking at Corey not able to perform like we saw him do with these individual plays on Haven, then for me, it would have definitely been the nail in the coffin already at that point for TSM.
Well, without question, man, TSM was looking dangerous. They're looking scary, and we will see more of them tomorrow. For FaZe, we're going to see a little bit more of them today. I do want to say Castaways is still going on with their stream between SSG and LG. I do know right now that currently LG leaves. It's been a great series. 17-15 was map number 1 on Bind. LG ended up taking it, so SSG needs to answer back. But for you two, gentlemen, I'm going to miss you. I'm not going to lie, Bachman Silly, but I will be seeing you later. Simo and Doug will be replacing you, but you'll be back a little bit later in the day. Guys, don't go anywhere. Check out Castaways on Twitch if you want to keep the action going, but we will be back after this break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Valorant First Strike UMG closed qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Nova, but no longer the most attractive guy on the broadcast. Actually, I shouldn't have said that because now I'm going to get it from Bach and Van Silly, which, by the way, those are two very handsome in themselves. But hey, I'm joined by Esports Doug as well as Simo. And Simo, I'm not going to lie, I think everybody missed you for that TSM matchup.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. The biased casters were running rampant. No, but I didn't wear it today. Just going for that neutral green, trying to keep that bias to a minimum. Level the playing field for both teams, whoever were casting. And of course, Doug had to match me and wear the same shirt as I did, so I'm a little bit offended now. But well, Doug, it is what it is.
Listen, you can't act offended. You texted me this morning and said, "Hey, dude, I'm wearing the green shirt. Do you want to wear the green one too?" And I was like, fine, if you insist. So don't put that on me on camera. I got the receipts.
I'm offended now. Actually, hold up a second. Let me throw my feelings in the mix. Why didn't I get this text? Because I'm wearing black. Okay, so where's the green? I could have worn a green shirt. I have a nice green shirt. It's tighter than this, therefore it would have accentuated my muscles that I don't have. But hey, check it out. Getting a little off track. It's good to have both of you guys on here. I think it's going to be a fantastic time. Look, that the TSM FaZe match was good. Ended in a 2-0 for TSM. Their day will end early in a good way, like I said, because they'll be back tomorrow. So now they can just sit back, relax, and watch the competition and maybe think up some new strats. But for T1 and Immortals, the work is just getting started, right? This is, in fact, going to be a big match, just like the TSM FaZe one was. Whoever wins this is done for the day, and then whoever loses then has to move down to play Dignitas, a match that, of course, really a team that no one wants to play against. Man, so talk to me about it. T1 Immortals, Simo, we'll start off with you. How's this one looking?
So me and Doug had kind of talked a little bit about, I'm going to have him, discuss the spider movements with the agent swaps. We're seeing a little bit more duelists come out from him. But for Immortals, man, Shot Up is just crazy. Like the fact that Shot Up had a little bit of a tougher time navigating through the team space up until he joined Immortals. Now he's found a home. Now he's that dedicated duelist that the team needs him to be, when he's got great support from one of the best Sovas in North America, Gangsta. Great IGLing from JC Stanny, who's positioned himself as a great omen and a great leader, similar to how Shinobi operates for Cloud9. And then you've just got this extra flavor that's added in JMO, who plays the Jet and just obviously fulfills that Jet role that every team needs. So very well-rounded team. And Doug, what do you think about T1? We obviously talked a little bit about Spider, but how have the changes to the team really amplified their ability to win?
Well, I just think people have been asking for this since Spider joined the roster. We're like, why is he on an Omen? Why aren't you letting him frag out and do what you brought him onto the roster to do? And that was something that I know we discussed offline. I think I even tweeted about it at some point, but now, at least on one map so far, it's just been Bind. But now that we're seeing Spider on a duelist, of course, he fragged out. He led his team in frags at the end of the day. So when you put him in a situation like that, for as talented as he is, he's going to show up and he's going to do big things. And I think while that is exciting in and of itself, the bigger thing, in my opinion, is that it has changed the way T1 plays, right? Like, they have been notorious for a more slow, methodical, like calculated play style where they wait for a while, they dot all their I's, they cross all their T's, make sure every single box is checked before they pull a trigger. With Spider on arrays, you're starting to see some of that change. You're seeing a little bit more get up in the way that they like to play. So I just think when I look at this, I've been very excited about T1 for a little while now, again, with the addition of Spider, and watching their play style evolve just gets me more excited. I think these guys can be absolutely terrifying.
And I'm curious if that playstyle is going to benefit them today, right? Specifically against Immortals, who knows? They might have been prepping for the old style of T1 versus now the new style, which could throw them for a loop. Of course, though, that's going to be starting in just a little bit. We're going to now focus our attention to Andbox and NRG. I know they're loading into the map. It's going to be a fun one, and I'm curious to see how Andbox is going to perform. As we know, Poach has, in fact, been sick, so they will, in fact, be having a sub. And the reason why we are transferring to this match, first and foremost, is because we're waiting for the T1 Immortals match to start. So we're going to get a little sneak peek into Andbox Energy. I know a lot of people have been talking about it, seeing how that's going to work out. So I'm going to go ahead and exit the scene, and you guys are going to take it over. Andbox NRG. Let's see how it turns out.
Goodbye, dear friend. It's always been fun. But Simo, I don't know. I'm really fired up to get into this thing. Whenever I get a chance to watch Kohler play, I just get freaking excited. I have said this before. I firmly believe he has probably just the best raw aim in the game.
Yeah, and you know, the story here, of course, is not only about energy, but of course, Andbox. We might have to put that conversation on pause just temporarily as there's an engagement down that long side. It's down to 2 final members here for NRG, the 1v2, and FaZe, he's got to get out of dodge and rotate over towards that A side. I was going to say that, you know, Poach, unfortunately, hopefully he has a speedy recovery, but has had a little bit of trouble in and out of the hospital. I don't think he could have played yesterday, so Warden, their coach, stepped in, played the Cypher. They did lose 2-0 to FaZe Clan, so Poach stepping in today, a big opportunity here for them to, you know, try to make it through, try to make it to that event in December, the 3rd to the 6th, and show the world that they are one of the best teams in North America. They've got a lot of work to do, and it starts with beating NRG here first.
And this first round is certainly going just fine, right? The spike was able to be planted, but they were able to get the defuse. So for Andbox, a great start here on this map. I know that I personally, the more I watch professional Valorant, the more I fall in love with Bind. And I know people have a love-hate relationship with this map, but I really do think as the meta evolves, teams play this map very differently, and it gets more and more unique, and the depth to the decision-making gets better and better. You already see on the attacking side for NRG, they're definitely going to hit hookah. They're stacked up everything over there. They're also going to have 2 people going in long. Let's see exactly what they're up to here.
I think we saw an engagement similar last round as well. So the pressure towards this long side, very important for NRG. And we often see the heavy hookah pressure comboed with a split down the long side. But this time there's a smoke in the way of NRG, so it's going to be a little bit of a delayed push. We'll see how the team in NRG react to this push, because now that the smoke has subsided, they're going to use the Owl Drone to clear things out. But now they're actually on the site, and Android is waiting for them, finds a frag onto Daps, and they're held up at a choke point here in the hookah side.
Yeah, they do have the telly technically, if they wanted to take it out, but it looks like they're fully committing here. Once again, the Spectre out of Android. Damn, my gosh, just putting bullets into the back of EU's head, not really having much of an option there if you're NRG. So they commit fully to this B site. They didn't have a ton of guns to work with. Andbox walks away victorious, and it looks like going into this next round here, they're going to have 3 Spectres. They are going to be able to bring a rifle into the fold at the hands of Android, but NRG is going to have full firepower here.
So once again, I thought for some reason that Poach would have been playing today, but I think he's still recovering. So hopefully he once again finds himself in a speedy recovery. But that still means that the coach will be stepping in. And I ultimately think that is something similar to what happened to T1 way back when I believe the coach had to step in for Skadoodle. I forget what tournament that was, but I think it's really beneficial to play with the coach, to understand what the coach wants you to do. While they may not be the IGL, they're still going to provide their own insight. But unfortunately, it was not enough against FaZe Clan yesterday. We'll see, of course, if it's enough against NRG today. So far, off to a 2-0 start. And as opposed to looking down the B side, they're barreling down A short, and it's a heavy stack with slight presence towards the shower side.
We've got a couple of tripwires out of the Cypher to slow things down. There's one of them. That also opens up the telly play should they decide to go that way. You see a couple of cages going up as they try to establish some sort of control around U-Haul area. You hear the run it back has been used as the spike has gone down. Android, again, he has that Vandal. He can cause some serious problems here, but he's just going to wait it out in the smoke. Oh, he was able to get one on the way out.
The fact that he's even able to get around 3 running back is very impressive as well. Off of the heroics on that B site for round 2. Really nets them a couple of frags, but it's down to the 3v3, and they're going to need to find a little bit more than that. Kohler, unfortunately, runs that clip dry off the 3K, but Boy will clean him up down to the 2v2. Spike, of course, is sticking, and they fake it, but the smoke is used to try to give him a little bit of cover. They need to try to defuse the spike, but it's in a horrible spot. Boy going to get up close and personal. That was a weird glitch to see. I don't know how the smoke subsided and then was brought back, but nevertheless, NRG win with 2 members remaining.
Boy had a chance to do something there, and it unfortunately for them, NRG was able to swing and take care of business. That was just such a tricky spot. I like what they were trying to do, right? I like the smokes that went up to try to buy some time, the tap there as well to kind of make them second guess whether or not they need to play aggressively there. But ultimately for NRG, a very important round now that they're on the board to you know, kind of get this ball rolling here on the attacking side. You see a couple of smokes going out over towards A short, but their investment is very heavily towards B here. They're sending a couple of members up B long. The spike is still waiting around outside of Hookah here, but it looks like this is where they're going to try to make a play.
The fact that Kohler was able to find a couple of frags in that previous round nets him to run it back as well, but unfortunately it's quickly dissipated by Boy. They'll use Hedwig here. EEIU puts it up on the rafters there. Won't tag anyone, so that's information still gathered, but not information that is held on for much longer. But look at this flank from Android. It's been developing, and there's a flank from Ye as well down the A short side. He's gonna find one at least to trade. FeS will refrag that back, but now Ye in a position to stop once again the push that rotates over towards the A side. A lot of information has been gathered by Andbox, and they're responding in kind. The 4v3 Energy now have to figure out where they want to get this spike planted.
I have retrieved the spike.
There was a ton of room that was taken up by Ye around market, but for now, at least for NRG,
30 seconds
they don't really have an option there. Seb is pushed up once again, creating more space for the defending side, and that takes away that option. The only real choice they have is to go up B long, and it looks like that's exactly where they're headed. Members of Andbox are starting to rotate over, and it looks like they're going to be able to get there at least with some time, but Wardino gets popped instantly. Again, Kohler is just filthy.
All down to Ye, who really started Khan flank through A short. And, you know, to be fair, I think they were able to find the spike carrier through that, so I'm not really sure why Ye gave up his position. Maybe he wanted to double back to safety. He did not have dust control or portals control. They could have just flanked him from the portal side if they hopped in from A long. So Ye was in a really tough spot, I think, paired up with the rest of his team to figure out how they wanted to control the spike. And of course, Energy found it, doubled back. They had heavy presence towards the long side, so they were able to just hold on to that position. And really, despite all the ground that Andbox was able to find, Energy still held the position that they had and benefited immensely from it. And of course, yeah, Kohler does what Kohler does best, and that's fine picks. But great attempts from Andbox, but even greater answers from Energy.
Greater answers indeed. We'll take a look at the economy here in a moment. It looked like Andbox might be on something a bit lighter. As it looks like there were pistols by and large across the board. Kohler obviously being the exception, as you see there with a Vandal in tow. On the attacking, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Energy is going to be able to bring in everything. So here on the attacking side, they know that they're going to have the firepower advantage.
Get out of my way.
And Andbox is not going to be nearly as fortunate, but you see they're still poised. They're still trying to set up to fight for U-Haul control. And Boy going aggressively here with the Blade Storm, down B long.
I think when Energy ends up doubling back to B site in later rounds, they're going to find a very scrappy Andbox. They've had heavy presence towards this warp control so often, and as you see, there's going to be lurks coming in from behind. Andbox on this eco aren't looking to sit and just wait for Energy to walk into whatever site they plan to. They're going to get involved. The Blade Storm finds one, maybe finding a second one here shortly, but there's a crossfire set up, so Boy has got to at least find one. He can't FeS with the cross, but Ye will answer back with the Phantom. Now the 3v3 Energy, where are they going to go? It's looking like up 8 short to get that spike down.
And I like how they played that. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned NRG's crossfire. It looked like Andbox had a bit of one of their own as Ye was pushing in through Hookah. He was able to get that kill, but now as you Kohler is able to get one. Android responds with a frenzy. And he looked like he dinked up another one as well, but FeS able to trade it out. A 2v1 here in favor of NRG as the spike is working its way over towards A. They're going to smoke out Heaven, and they're going to have a player walking right. Oh no, Dabs should win. Dabs is holding that angle. Ye's going to get all the information that he needs. Now just waiting as it drops down to a 1v1. Both players relatively healthy. FeS, however, just playing a little bit of do-si-do here as they rotate around each other.
Oh, yay. Very nicely done. I was going to point out that after that first initial pick, I can't quite tell if the Empress subsided, because right after that dismiss, he didn't have Empress anymore. So it was either after that pick that he couldn't get the invisibility dismiss. So FeS knew, I think if the Empress wasn't there, he knew that he was going to be positioned around the backside. So he lurks all the way back around to try to pinch him in. But Ye repositioning as well. 1v1 scenarios are always difficult, but very well played. And quick reaction time as well to see, okay, cool, he's on the right side of the truck. So now we're moving into another round. Look at Andbox. Once again, heavy presence towards the long side. Are Energy going to eventually figure this out? And if so, how are they going to do it? It starts here with Daps and the type of camera control that he'll have down the long side.
Yeah, we haven't seen Andbox invest a ton into Hookah, and when they do show presence there, it is a bit later on in the round this time.
They found my wire.
The setup is going to be slightly different. But one of the things that is constant that they continue to play around is all of the utility up A short. And look at Ye, getting a little antsy, goes in aggressive and gets punished. Effys takes him out.
That's a little bit of a risky play, especially since you heard potentially members pushing in with the Boombot into Hookah. And then even Seb biting off a little bit here to see how much he can find. He cannot. A little bit too aggressive. I think, you know, despite the information that they found, they didn't really have a lot to work with Andbox. So pushing up 2 members up A short on the gun round, I'm not really sure if they were hoping to net like this heroic play, you know, this great caster play-by-play moment. But it does get responded by Android, peeks through the smoke, finds EEIU, and now it's down to the 3v4.
He does have to run it back too, so keep a close eye on that. As resources are starting to come over once again from Andbox, it's going to be a 4v3 in favor of NRG. However, there's the run it back that we were just talking about. He's going to flash his way in. Oh, he didn't see the cloud. He didn't see the smoke. And that's going to take care of him, but they still have a chance as Wardino's taken out again. Boy goes in, gets aggressive, but the kill gets traded out. Android gets hit as well. And NRG are able to put up another round, knot us up at 3 apiece.
I don't want to deny NRG's hold there, but all I gotta say is Phantom Gang. That's it. Just Phantom Gang. Phantom versus Vandal in the hands of Android. Just Phantom Gang. Just Phantom Gang things. I've been seeing that a lot on Twitter. A lot of players still deciding whether or not the Phantom or the Vandal is better. A lot of pro players have moved over to the Phantom. I can't believe we're even still having this debate. You know, it's been so back and forth over the course of the entirety of this game. But the Spike GG released stats that during some of the qualifiers here, the open and close, more Phantoms have been picked up than Vandals, so Phantom Gang.
Clever use of that shock dart there to clear out the tripwire that's been in that spot every single round. This time on the B side for Andbox, they are showing a bit more presence around Hookah, but nobody's home. NRG's pushing everything up towards A short. You see the dart come out, try to get any info as the smoke comes out as well onto the site. They're going to smoke off the second entrance as Kohler works his way into U-Haul. So much space being gained here by NRG.
Oh, he heard the reload. He heard the reload, so he pushed forward. EEIU with the support there. Spike, of course, going down. Some heroics coming out from Boy, but Kohler's there waiting in the vents. This is just a pretty standard round from NRG. It's the eco for Andbox. They pushed up A short. I think by now, NRG have at least somewhat figured out, or at least have some sort of presence to say, okay, they're heavy stacking towards the B site. Because we've seen on a couple of rounds, especially that first round, there's a bloodbath that had kind of gone wrong. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold a thought. Oh my goodness, yay. Almost turns that one around. That's not something that I expected. But I think for NRG, they've really seen, over the course of the past 7 rounds, heavy presence towards the B side. Once they eventually do end up going down the long side, they've really got to fight for it because they're in for a lot of pain. There's usually 2 or 3 members that look for orb control, that look to push up aggressively. We'll see if Andbox does it this time around. They've got 4 members on the B site on the gun round. So they're definitely, once again, looking for that type of presence. We'll see if it does pay off for them or if those type of lurks pay off as NRG are looking towards the A site once more.
You mentioned a bit of aggression coming out of Andbox down B, and that's exactly what's happening. They have 3 members down there, but Kohler, once again, with the run it back, is starting to work his way onto A, and once again, they were able to establish so much control. They get so much space. There's also the orbital strike that's going to be coming down across A short. You also, on top of that, hear the showstopper, and it's exactly what was needed on the side of NRG as Wardino has been taken out.
Wow.
And here, oh my gosh, they come. They're going to walk right through the teleport into the sights of Ye, but he's going to get taken out at the hands of EU. The operator's no longer in play, and the spike is going to go down over on B.
Spike planted.
This reminds me of that moment of The Office where it's like, if you're going to do that, I'm going to do that. If you're going to do that, I'm going to do that. If you're going to do that, I'm going to do that. They try to lurk through the shower side. They hop through the portal, I believe, right? Andbox hop through the portal, or they rotate it all around or whatever. The point being is they try to funnel into the showers to pinch them on the A side, and they're like, yeah, we're we're just gonna hop through the other portal and do the old do-si-do. So now it's the 3v3. The defense have to worry about this post-plant position. Effie's in a great spot down an elbow, and he's gonna find one. It's traded out by Android, but now it's all down to him. The Hunter's Fury comes through to deny the plant, the paint shells as well, and he knows at least one player is back towards the laboratory. Gonna start the diffuser, or at least fake it for the time being, but he's in a 1v3, make it a 1v1. Sorry, a 1v2 to a 1v1, and he cannot find that last and remaining player. Android with 100 credits, not going to get the full bang for his buck in the round ahead, and it's going to be up by 2 for Energy.
I really like how EU played that. They're on the flank, working his way around very slowly, but again, with the Hunter's Fury, like you said, the capability for him to impact the play from a distance and stay safe was just very well played. Energy starting to create a little bit of separation here as they start to pull away. Now with the 2-round lead on the attacking side, we've seen a couple of different looks from them. But much like the last couple of rounds, it looks like they're leaning over towards A short.
Andbox have managed to find a Blade Storm almost every single eco. That's crazy to think. It's really does boil down to their orb control down the long side, and that's probably why you're not seeing too much of it now, because they have 4 ultimates. There's no point to look down long if, you know, you've got your ultimates, but now the execute starts to come through. TP backside for Effies. We see Omens do this a lot on Bind. Cola's gonna find the first, Sam gonna find the second, and this eco is slowly falling apart for Andbox. They even commit to run it back, and it's all down to just 2 final players, Android alongside Boy. It's a difficult retake, a 2v4, already ultimates committed, and I don't think Android are going to walk away with this one, but we're about to find out.
I mean, they've got time, but there's also the possibility of just playing for exits. Boy getting a little antsy here, slowly going to creep his way through U-Haul, and he's going to get hit in the mouth. Sam's waiting for him with the Phantom, takes care of Boy. Android has no choice but to go ahead and just back up and try to save that Vandal. It doesn't look like NRG is in a position to kind of hunt him down. Of course, Kohler being the one exception, and as he's creeping his way up over towards B. But either way, this round certainly in the hands. Ooh. Yikes! In the hands of NRG.
Listen, if you're Andbox, you take those. Okay, small victories. You're already down by 3. You may be looking at a couple of more. As Energy have really found great answers to Andbox's strategy. Now, I don't want to discredit Andbox for collecting those orbs down the long side. They've collected pretty much 100%. Out of 9 rounds, they've gotten that B-long orb every single round. And it's netted them a couple of ultimates, but unfortunately, the ultimate usage, as we just saw, they lost 2 there. Will not really find anything more than that. Boy going to be looking down the shower side. The rest of the team going to be pushing up B short, and this is going to be a different look from Andbox. We'll see if Energy are ready for it, because that boombot has stopped, something that has consistently managed to make its way through, and they're going to play aggressively for it. Android finds some, they'll run it back. Oh my goodness, they're going to find 2 there. Sorry, not the run it back, but they're running it back on a new execute, and they find 2 picks from Energy.
And you saw early on the Cypher cam taken out over back behind showers. That cam has been there every single time. They're able to deny that vision. They're able to deny that information from NRG, and then going in a bit aggressively through B, like we just saw, like a counter punch in a sense. You hit a jab and then a cross on the opposite side of the map as they pull back and forth on pressure in strong areas of the map. But either way, for NRG here, they still have to make something happen. They're just down to 2 members left. Things are going from bad to worse, as it's just EU here, and he's getting pinched in. That's certainly going to help his cause as he's able to take out Seb. But, I mean, a difficult situation for him here.
I love the adaptations from Andbox, especially considering Energy have had so much presence towards the A side, whether it was the eco or a gun round, and this is the first round in a while that Energy have decided to hit the B side. And for the most part, the boombot has gone really uncontested through A short time and time and time again. And so now they play aggressive, but we're going to have to put that conversation on pause. This is down to EEIU in a 1v2. He's going to get taken down by Ye. Finds at least Ordino in the process, but I like the adaptation. It's very well thought out. And now it boils down to how Energy are going to adapt for the last 2 rounds before we swap halves to the defensive side for NRG.
Take a look at the weapons here. Looks like it's going to be a mixed bag for Andbox, and Energy should be able to respond with plenty of firepower of their own. The other thing I want to keep in mind is I believe it was Android, who's 1 point away from the run it back. We've seen them more than capable and more than willing to play around ult orbs, as it looks like they're going to be able to secure that down B long without any problems. And you already see up on the spectator client that he was able to get that orb and get the ult. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, on the attacking side for NRG, once again, heavy presence up A short. There's a bit of firepower from Andbox up from heaven, but he's been smoked off already. FaZe is already on the site. He's going to get the spike down.
Yeah, the fact that they're completely ignoring this lamp side means that they can get the spike down, but look at Wardino from the side. He's going to deny 3. The Staps will refrag, but it's all down to EU. And Andbox will secure the round. For the first time, they adapt to that A side hit. There was a smoke that stopped the vents rotation. They had an operator player up in the heaven side, but Wardino holding down a beautiful angle. We didn't really get to see his perspective, but Energy, considering they just completely forewent the lamps push, they're like, okay, let's get the spike down, stop the push from the lamp side. But Wardino's like, yeah, not today, and mows down 3. Solid round from Andbox. Solid
round indeed. 1 round away from halftime. NRG with a slight lead, but a lead nonetheless. Sam is going to be bringing a Spectre into the action. FaZe is not going to be on full armor. There are a couple, every single person except for Daps, 1 point away from NRG. FaZe 2, sorry, from having their ultimate here in this final round. So you imagine some sort of presence, some sort of move, action towards the ult orbs. Kohler looked like he was trying to tag up a little bit here, but I like what they're doing. They created enough space and they had enough resources there to be able to go in and confidently take that ult orb away in showers.
Yeah, I don't think either team has really paid too much attention to that orb towards the shower side. It's for the first time that we're seeing Energy have a very aggressive look. The run it back is ready. There's a flank being developed by Andbox, and we'll see if the portals play does end up coming through. J-Moy will run through. The orbital strike stops the 8 short push. I love that, and FaZe is just playing point for the defense to not allow them to come back on to the site. It's all down to 2 final players. Andbox looking down a 7-5 unless Android and Ye have some heroics coming up in this 2v5.
Android's in a good spot. He's already able to get 1. Snap's not able to get the second. You mentioned it drops down to 2. It's actually just Ye who was able to get 1. Doesn't have the Empress and does not have life any longer as EU takes him out. Drops the Hunter's Fury there for kicks and giggles. NRG with the 2-round lead at half.
Really, the story of that first half was just how we're Energy adapting to Andbox and how Andbox were adapting to Energy. We saw so much that B-long presence for Andbox, and it just, I'm not gonna lie, it didn't quite work out the way that they had intended. And, you know, Energy was like, yeah, if you're gonna continue to do that, we're gonna exploit the weaker side. And they did. To be fair, 7-5 is still an admirable half from Andbox, despite Energy really having a great pulse on how that match was unfolding. But now we're moving into the second half. We'll see how Energy have their own defensive setups. Looks like something very similar, but still hookah presence, which I love, to kind of counterbalance that B-site orb control.
Yeah, you see a couple of tripwires too, suggesting that the primary spot they want to work towards is A. As the Cypher's sitting there waiting on the lurk, the spike is hovering around A short. They're going to be able to go in, get that ult orb that we were just talking about into the hands of Android. An early slight win, but a win nonetheless. They got in, they came in, they got what they wanted, and more importantly, they drew the resources of NRG over. Shortly after the round started and they caused a bit of noise, you saw 3-4 members rotate over. Now they're starting to rotate back a bit. Sam is, excuse me, but the spike is, or the presence out of Andbox is still on this side.
Smokes go down for Andbox. Looking like they want to execute here. FaZe smokes off hookah to deny vision if anyone is pushing in, because they don't have a great angle into hookah. So he's at least denying a potential push, or if there's anything that is about to happen. So smokes go down for Wardino, but it's not the A-side executor. NRG read this correctly. Unfortunately, the recon bolt is not read correctly, as EU will just stick it in the door, but still reveals Sim. Now he hops through. Now the flash comes out, and that's going to be a player off to the side. Kohler does get taken down despite having the flash advantage. And Andbox push on to the B site with a heavy advantage now, 3-2. We'll see how Daps and FaZe work their way back onto the site.
It was really well played by Andbox to be able to do that, because NRG didn't bite super hard on the bait, right? Like they pulled resources over, but then they brought them back towards B. So for them to be able to get on the spike and get the spike down has been really impressive so far. And to have a numbers advantage here, Wardino's able to get another one. Daps is now starting to go in a bit aggressive. Holy, Toledo rips his face off. But it's still going to be a 1v2. Yes, they're certainly low, but Daps is taking a good bit of damage as well. Oh my gosh, he's going to get a chance. No, the burst wasn't there. Wardino with 2 kills on the round. Andbox win the pistol. This thing's getting spicy, Simo.
That was very doable for Daps. They were definitely low on the Andbox side. If Android falls there in that initial shoulder peak, then it's a 1v1, and Wardino is a little bit lower than Daps. So definitely could have gone the way of Energy to start. But the fact that Andbox win this pistol super crucial, they've won both. And so now they're going to be likely sitting at 7-7. We'll see how Energy, of course, respond. It's not going to be the force up on their side. And once again, Andbox, heavy presence towards the shower side. Seems a little easier for the attack to have control of that orb.
Yeah, I like that smoke out of FaZe to just delay, make them think twice about it. But as you see on the minimap, all of the resources from Energy, or almost all of them, are over towards B. They've got a Cypher Cam over on A, and they have the Omen there. But by and large, it's a heavy presence on B. The spike is making its way up A short. And they've got presence coming in from showers as well. I like this push coming in from both fronts, as it looks like they're going to block off information from U-Haul as well. They're getting access to the site, entirely, Simo.
We do have to recall that Energy stacked their pistols towards the B side. It's all down to FaZe here. Let's see how many members he can take down with him. He's gonna hold on to lamps for as long as he can. Seb will swing, find the pick. It's down to 2 members here for Energy. It doesn't seem like a very easy battle to win. They might be able to, take a couple of members with him, but I really want to highlight Andbox. Their orb control is just ridiculous. Ridiculous in the sense that they want to control an orb every single round. On the defensive side, I'm starting to have this aha moment that they're willing to play heavy on the B side on the defensive side to stack those orbs, stack those orbs for the duelists, and then retake the A side in case it does get a little hectic. It kind of worked out, but Energy were able to just hit faster and take down the defensive members better. On the attacking side now, this orb control is again necessary for the attack to have, the run it back, the Blade Storm, the Empress, whatever they need, whatever they feel they need to take the sites. But now Energy are going to be expecting a little bit of a different look from Andbox, a heavy and aggressive push in towards B. The duelists run in, but Energy, they back off. They haven't lost anyone yet.
A little flash, a little dash, but a whole lot of commitment towards the B site. Look at them, they're starting to just funnel through the smoke. They don't care about anything that might be impeding them onto the site. You already see a couple of kills being traded. Kohler already able to get 2, and he gets dropped. Andbox down to 2 members left. It was a bloodbath on the B side, and so far, NRG walking away with the advantage, however slight.
I have the spike.
Energy hold the line. It was an aggressive push. You technically, not technically, but you tend to see aggressive like that pretty often, so it makes a lot of sense. But a great setup there from Ye. FaZe tried to flash the lurk in towards the elbow, but now it's all down to him. This is a crazy round for Andbox to win. Wardino with the stinger from the side will find FaZe a solid round from Andbox. It started with a heavy push, it transitioned to Energy holding the line, but Ye, the X factor, finds what he needs to clean up the round.
That's just insane. Like, the performance that both Android and Ye have had on this map, as is evidenced on the scoreboard here, is just out of control. 21-9, 17-8. They both have ultimates as well. To add on to that, on the attacking side, you see that Seb is pretty close as well, as is Wardino. And Wardino, like, let's talk about Wardino here. A stand-in, he's doing just fine.
He absolutely is, but we might have to put that conversation on pause as Energy have their own anti-eco in power here. Andbox will find the trade, at least for the time being. Kohler hops onto the site, but he's taken down. Should be a pretty standard round here for Energy, but they're losing a couple of members in the process. Not something that they would have hoped for. Wardino will fall by the paint shells, and now they want to commit this Empress to really secure the round. The spike in a horrible spot. We'll see how many more frags can come through. Energy will trade once again. This round is really starting to slip away from Andbox. They need to get that spike down as it's just down to FaZe. And still, regardless of the outcome of this round, Energy have made this incredibly expensive for Andbox.
They really have. But as we highlighted at the beginning of the round, those two have just been absolutely out of control. See if they hear that telly. No, they didn't. They're working their way all the way over towards A, and that's exactly where FaZe is going to be coming in from as well. He's got some utility. He's got some smokes. He has a blind, so he has a chance. And furthermore, you see Ye is a bit weaker. But the run it back in the hands of Android in case he needs it certainly adds a wrinkle to the plan here. I like the defensive positioning from both members on the side of Andbox. They've split things up a bit so they're able to cover each other. Oh my gosh, of course, as I say that. Ye gets taken out. FaZe is going to drop onto the spike. Oh, he's going to stick it. He starts to shoot through the smoke. And oh my gosh, FaZe completely outnumbered. He didn't have the positioning there for him to isolate those gunfights and sneak in and get the defuse after the 1v1 at the end is just out of control.
They even planted for that side as well. You saw the defensive positioning from Andbox. They had a player in lamps. They had a player towards the heaven side. I don't really, it just doesn't feel right when they didn't hold very aggressive angles or hold angles that they could have gotten more information from, right? Android did not look down towards the defensive spawn. He was just holding in the heaven side. If he had just had a little bit of a better angle out from heaven, he would have stopped that push from FaZe and the round would have been as good as gone. But a great answer back here from Energy on the eco round.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Bit of an aggressive run it back here from Kohler. Looks like he might spot one player.
Joke's over.
But no, not going to get a chance to do anything on the other side. The run it back has been used as well as it works its way up a short. Android creates so much space, but there's nobody really following it up. Yeah, you can make the argument that some information might have been gained, but they still have presence on the site.
And Energy with some big brain plays. They do exactly what Andbox were running on the defensive half, except slightly a little bit more aggressive. They use Kohler to push up with the run it back, and EU follows up, and then he finds the frag onto Wardino. They find the spike, and FaZe just holds the line here in A short. This is an opportunity for Energy to once again regain the lead as it's down to 3 for Andbox.
NRG still at full strength as they have 3 members on the defending side over by A. Some presence by B, and you know they kind of have to stick on that for a little while here. Daps and FaZe able to really stop the entire thing, and it tracks a flawless round for NRG. They're going to take the lead. NRG looking good right now.
Yeah, a little bit of an antsy round for Andbox. A little bit unsure of how they wanted to play that out, and especially losing the spike, and then FaZe a spray through the smoke through the box in A short, finds a pick as well. It's a tough push. It's a tough push for Andbox, but great plays from Energy. A great proactive defensive plays net them a solid round, and now they're sitting at an eco here for Andbox. So Energy could really extend their lead up by 2. We'll see, of course, once again, Andbox, how they play this round out. Their eco has been a threat, not too much of a threat for Energy on the defensive half. Could be a little bit of a different story here on the attack.
A little bit of noise made. That Guardian had a chance, but not able to connect. You see the Hunter's Fury has been used down B long. Oh, he was able to get Ye. That's out. That's insane.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Andbox, but it's well played and well positioned from EU. Passive play on the B site, still membership there, 4 members strong. Gonna be a tough push in. The only weapon falls from Sebits, the Guardian. Android is gonna find at least 2 with the Sheriff, as Energy with the remaining 3 will take down Wardino and Android. But a very well executed ultimate there from EU, just Hunter's Fury right down B long. A great read. I wasn't exactly sure how much information they managed to get, but I'm assuming an alt orb was taken or some sort of noise was made by Andbox to allow him to really just lay waste to the opposition. But now it's a gun round. Let's see how the setup looks here for Andbox.
That's interesting here. Android 1 point away from the run it back, and they're not currently playing for B long control. At least Android isn't. Now they're starting to pull some resources over. You see the dart comes out to try to get some info. That is denied, but there's nobody there. They're just going to play a bit further back on the B site. Meanwhile, A has a ton of presence and a ton of utility on it, but much like the last round, it looks like Andbox is trying to make a play to be long.
So let's look at the execute setup. They've got a smoke down in hookah to deny any angle as they push in onto the B side. I'd imagine it's going to be... Oh, that's so unfortunate for Andbox.
It's awkward.
Android flashes his team. Doesn't have a curveball left. They will find the run it back at least, but he won't have any flashes to work with. The only flash they have left is the Leer, and that is very easy to deal with. So now that he pushes in, he's going to find Kohler a little unaware, and this push works perfectly for Andbox. They smoke off the choke points, and now the spike's going to go down. We'll see how Energy react in the 4v5.
Seb in a really good spot here, but his position to give it away. However, fortunately for him, there was a crossfire. Boy with the operator covering his flank like any good teammate would. NRG just down to Sam. Full presence from Andbox here on the attacking side. The spike is certainly going to go off in favor of Andbox. They're going to bridge the gap, bring the lead down to 1 for NRG, as this map has just been back and forth the entire time.
At least Andbox are keeping it close. You know, you and I had kind of prepared a little bit more for the T1 Immortals matchup, which we still will end up covering. So I don't know the exact win percentage statistics for either side. What we do know is that Andbox, of course, you know, feeling the pressure, feeling the heat with the stand-in of Ordino. But like you said earlier, he's been performing quite well. Energy on the flip side had a very competitive match against TSM, so they're also feeling that pressure and also feeling that fire to move on into a closed qualifier, the UMG closed qualifier. So this first map really has a lot of weight.
All right. Looks like Andbox playing a bit aggressively here as they try to establish once again some presence. Up B long. Simo, I know you have an update for us at home here regarding this match and what's to come next.
Yeah, we'll be running into T1 and Immortals after this match. I think almost directly without a break. We'll see. We'll have to see the validity of that. But we will be joined with reflections after this. He'll help us break down the craziness of Andbox and Energy. 'Cause so far, Andbox, we're looking for control of the B long side, but Energy really hold on and hold fast. And the smoke off towards hookah, I think, tells Energy that they're not going to be playing towards the hookah side, because they're smoking it off themselves. So the heavy presence towards the long side allows for these two angles from EU and Kohler. But eventually something's got to give. The teleport over towards the A side from FaZe, or sorry, he teleports towards A short to see if anyone's there, because they're playing super be an expensive push. But now as they start to come in, they trade. It's the 1-for-1, but Android's gonna find 2. It's down to the 4v2. And something has got to give, and it's going to be Andbox this time around. The 4v2 now is FaZe trying to push onto the site. He's going to try to get a little bit more aggressive to stop the pushes or try to stop the flanks coming in with a setup from Andbox, but they will hold fast 10-10 as this game's all knotted up.
Android is just out of control right now. The dude is a man possessed of 30 bomb already, and there's still a couple of rounds to go. He has a ton of money to work with as well. 1 point away from the run it back. Android is feeling himself. Ye's having a great map as well. And this thing has just been back and forth the entire time. Knotted up here at 10 apiece. Andbox on the attacking side have been able to find really everything that they wanted, with the exception of 2 rounds. But a bit of a different look here, as they're not entirely investing everything towards B. They do have some presence over there, but the spike hasn't fully committed yet.
This time we see a smoke towards the long side from Ordino, which is a little interesting. Android has to heal himself back up. He's 1 point away from the running back, so if he can actually find himself a frag, he will find himself in a running back position and be able to use it this round. Op with the boy with the op. Ordino just trying to play point towards the long side as Andbox start to develop a heavy push towards the A side. I don't know if Energy have found that ore, but if they can find it here for Android,
No more charges.
this is going to be a very spicy round for Andbox. Oh, it's there.
Yeah, it is. A little bit of intel gained. Looks like they're going to be able to get what they want. You presume that that's where they're going to want to go, but you see a couple of smokes have already been dropped and resources are coming over. The orbital strike is going to rain fire down across A short and into U-Hauls, where Dino's able to get one. Dabs trades it out, and Android's clone has been taken care of. Sam with the operator holding things at bay as Andbox is just down to 3 members left. Also keep in mind for NRG, they have a couple of ultimates to work with still, but it looks like that's not it might not matter. They may not need it. Dino's able to get one. There's the showstopper, excuse me, that we were just talking about. I love how Sam is playing this. Delays a little bit, buy some time, buy some space. There's just one member left, however, on the side of NRG. Gonna get a chance with the operator, not gonna land. And he almost does it with the classic, but it was not enough. Yay absolutely gives him the business. A 1-round lead for Andbox here as we near the end of the map.
I really like how Energy were holding down that A side, at least to start. They paranoid the entire line pushing in from the showers, and the entire team as well does not take out the clone because it's paranoid. There's no need to. They take care of the members pushing in. Very well done by Energy, but Andbox still with the pandemonium. They orbital strike the lamp side. They clear the angles that don't need to be fought for, and Ye just does what Ye does best. It does go down to a 2v2 and then a 1v1. Very well done from Andbox. So now it's up to them to see how they want to close this one out, but an aggressive push down the long side. It bodes well for Kohler. He's gonna find 2. Boy will answer back, but it's already trouble in paradise for Andbox.
It's a bloodbath around the fountain, but Boy does it again as he takes care of Kohler. Boy just down to 32 health left. Still has an opportunity to make something happen. The spike is down close enough to him to make a play. You see Ye, one of the other members of Andbox that are still alive, slowly creeping his way up U-Haul. It looks like it's just going to be a 50 angle, and he doesn't check it. Daps with the Spectre, and he's going to get the information needed from the neural theft. Boy, again, has that operator, but he's running for the fences. He's going to be hunted down.
32 HP in a 1v3. If you can find some isolation picks, this is definitely going to feel a little bit better. 1v2 than the 1v1, but 32 HP is a difficult task ahead, especially when there's an angle here from Daps. As Boy is starting to push up down that long side, Daps sees him, and then EU swings. Very well done by Energy, but it all started with that crazy bloodbath. The fact that Energy had the cojones to push through the smoke that was set up by FaZe, it didn't give Andbox enough information to say who was there on the opposite side. All they heard was a run it back and a whole lot of trouble. Or sorry, it wasn't even used. They just blindly went in with the curveball. They trusted Kohler to do exactly what he needed to do, which was find the picks, find the craziness, the pandemonium. Yes, Andbox answered back with a couple of picks, but now let's see this set up for the next and upcoming round, Doug.
Here.
Leaning towards A. We haven't seen much of this recently. I love that smoke that drops every single time. Oftentimes on the attacking side, you'll see Cypher drop a camera to look into showers and try to get some info, but that smoke out of Omen has been there every single round to essentially counter that camera. It looks like Andbox was able to work their way up showers nonetheless, but they have not fully committed. Meanwhile, on the side of NRG, they're starting to pull more and more resources over as they're getting information. Boy's going to use the Blade Storm and work his way forward. Oh, it
It does look like we had a little bit of a technical hiccup. Hopefully things haven't happened. It does look like they haven't. Still the 5v5, and we can kind of jump right back into things.
30 seconds left.
Doug and I, hopefully Doug, are you with me?
Yes, I'm back.
All right, let's lock and load for this last and final round. Look at this execute towards this A site. I think it started with the pump fake, and then they ended up going back towards the A site. The spray from EU, but the knives from Boy from the side as he lurks through the lamps. Now he's gonna go vertical, but gets taken down by Daps. It's a 2v2. Spike needs to go down. Kohler is gonna force the issue with the run it back, but the shots are clean. And now it's down to the 1 5v1, and Kohler, boy, does he run it back, and he puts energy at match point.
Oh, what a banger to come back to out of that like technical hiccup to go into something like that. It's just what more could you possibly ask for? Either way, at the end of the day, NRG, as you said, on match point here, they're going to have plenty of guns. That Hunter's Fury is going to be available on the defending side. We'll see how EU and the rest of NRG play around that. And if you're Andbox, you're feeling some of this pressure here on this opening map. For Andbox, on the attacking side, looks like they're going to push up towards B. They've played around this B long side a number of times. This time, the camera instantly denied out of hookah. So they got some info. They know there's at least a cypher on this side of the map, but they're just continuing to push their way forward. Again, presence up B long as well. Nobody over towards A. There's a Hunter's Fury that we were talking about earlier. Kohler was able to get one. EU looking for a bit more information. Was able to tag up a member in hookah as well. But it looks like Simo, they're still committed to the site. The spike is down right outside of Garden. They have to go.
They gotta go. It's the 3v2 now. I like the patient play from EU to use that Hunter's Fury, but he doesn't find anything with it. And now it's just down to FaZe and Daps working their way back into the site. Spike is sticking. Defensive setup, or a little bit more of an aggressive setup from Andbox. EA's gonna find success. FaZe's on the opposite side, and they know exactly where he is now. The wall goes up, the curveballs come through, and NRG, man, we're gonna be looking at overtime here. If FaZe cannot clutch this one through, 3 duelists on the opposite side is what he's got to go through. It's their specialty to take him down. He hops through hookah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be overtime between Andbox and NRG.
And I like the way Andbox played that on the defensive side, knowing that it was a 3v1, knowing they had a very good idea of where FaZe was going to be coming from. You don't see any aggressive isolated peaks. You don't see anyone trying to stare down into hookah and give FaZe a chance to make a play. They all wait back, force FaZe into a situation where he has to get onto the site before he even gets a chance at an engagement. And with that, Andbox was just able to take care of business. So very well played from them in the closing moments of regulation time in order to force this situation here. And again, I can't stress this enough. Very impressed with how well Wardino has stepped into the role that he's been asked to fill up against NRG here. For them to get into overtime is really impressive in Poach's absence.
So let's pay attention to how Andbox are going to play this defensive side, because normally we see a lot of orb control. There's no point on overtime, right? Unless you're able to find a multi-kill and then end up using that to some great effect. You don't normally see ultimates have a huge impact on the overtime round. So that's why you're seeing just a very defensive setup on the B site. They've got the Cypher, they've got Wardino there, which we normally have seen Seb play towards that A site. And so now NRG have to adapt accordingly, but still Andbox with a heavier presence towards the B site, despite it not being the orb control, it's just a heavy presence instead. Andbox now have to worry about this heavy push from NRG. A boy almost finds a collateral, but that's spiked down, and now it's the 4v5 in favor of Andbox.
Kohler heals up a bit as Effie starts to plant the spike and then pulls back off of it. And now it's going to be going down again. Android goes in aggressive. He's able to take care of Effie's, but it looks like some of the fire is starting to show up. Now members of Andbox have arrived. They've got some presence that's going to be coming in really scattered across the map. You see they've got a really good crossfire going on here. Boy with the operator. Just kind of waiting to see if anyone else is going to show up. Wardino's going to get a chance here. He's flashed up. He's taken out at the hands of Kohler. That's going to give them U-Haul control. That's a big kill.
Yeah, but at least Andbox know that there's something fishy going on. Seb is going to find one. It's down to Boy with the op. No armor in hand, no utility, just has the tailwind in case things get a little scary. He's got about 20 seconds remaining on the spike, and that's not a lot of time to work with and cover all the different angles. No smoke to cover his diffusal here as well. Swaps to the Vandal. I like that idea. There's going to be a run and pack that comes through as Kohler manages to find enough success to bring that into the fray. And as I kind of eat my own words on that ultimate, he ends up using it, finds the pick, and now NRG are sitting once again at match point.
Yeah, and you know, Boy had a chance there. If he's able to take care of that clone, he can go in aggressively and take care of Kohler as well, but there was a good setup from NRG. So they take the opening round in overtime. No operators this time from either squad. Nobody willing to roll the die quite like that. Again, Andbox here on the attacking side. They showed us a couple of different looks here in regulation, but for now, looking like they're going to want to push their way a bit short. Daps, but didn't even get a chance to get the information there as the camera got shot out instantly.
Energy now on the defensive end. They're going to be having a heavier stack towards this A side. And now the execute comes through. Kohler with 2. That's got to hurt for Andbox. Spike, unfortunately, behind enemy line. Seb is going to find Effie's on the retreat out from showers. So this is an even footing matchup now. So 3v3 still have the ability to back up and go towards the B site. But considering the aggressive positioning from Android means that they really want this A site.
Oh, Android's just down to 4 health left. Doesn't have a ton of options. You mentioned the spike certainly committing over towards A. Ye is going to plant it and get it down. Oh my gosh, Android with 4 health is already able to get 2 more. 3 on the round for him. EU's able to take care of 7. Android gets a 4K. Holy cow, Andbox will not go away.
Oh my goodness, Android.
Overtime.
That was some crispy movements, crispy shots, 38 kills. He's about to drop a 40 bomb. If he finds 2 more, I don't really see too many 40 bombs, so that would be very impressive sight to see. But Android, he was hoping to use that wall to heal himself up, but unfortunately the positioning would have called and caused Energy to push back in, right? So now, very scary sight for Energy. The heroics from Android just keep on coming. And this is only map 1. We don't get to see how this ends, but both teams very, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. Android,
Going up.
again, in a position to make something happen here. You see him put up the wall, deny any entrance from anyone coming in. Well, not any entrance, but any easy entrance coming in through Garden. Boy on the other side, once again, has an operator on the defensive side, making that investment worthwhile with the opening pick. Meanwhile, Android, again, 1 kill, away from that filthy 40 bomb. He's just having a field day right now.
And he's allowed to do this because he has support from Boy and Hookah. He can just hold this angle forever. He doesn't have to worry unless somebody pushes in. For Andbox, little do we know that nobody's pushing in from that side. So they can have 2 members here. If Android falls, they've got a great swing from Seb as well. So Energy really in a tough spot with 3 members remaining. But we've seen how heroics can come through for Energy. There's the trade as I talked about. The Cyber Cage goes up. And now it's just down to 2 final players for Energy.
Meanwhile, you see a couple of members
30 seconds left.
of Andbox that have not fully rotated over. Effie's with the spike still. He's been pushed off as he gets tagged up. I like the smokes to try to deny any entrance over from Hookah. Daps goes in aggressive. He's able to take care of Seb. Now you see the telly come through. Daps, oh my gosh, Daps. Daps already has 3 on the round. 9 seconds left in a 1v1. Here comes Ye. He's going to swing. He's going to get a chance on him. Daps is going to get taken out. Andbox take the lead.
Man, he did some heavy lifting there in a great position to find those picks too. I like the setup though, how Andbox set up that round, but now it boils down to this match point for Andbox. Not something that I honestly had anticipated that Energy were going to close that round out at round 24. I honestly thought we weren't going to go to overtime and Energy were going to somehow find a way to close things out. But now look where we're at. Andbox at match point for map number 1, a hard-fought battle. And this is an amazing story for Andbox as well. Imagine a world where they clean up the series and they did it with their coach Wardino. And they're even stronger with Poach too, because we've seen their performances at the Renegade Invitational, at varying other tournaments and the qualifiers. Andbox are a solid team, and to have this performance against Energy, who kept it close against TSM yesterday, is a very impressive feat.
Good bit of Cypher utility around B. You just saw the camera get taken out. That's going to be a bit of denial of info. But it looks like NRG, they haven't really moved at all, given some of the info that they know at this point. They know that Cypher was over by B, and if there was doubt prior to that cage going up, that certainly secures things. But look at it, they're going to smoke in, and they're going to dash all the way into their own smoke, as it looks like they've taken some presence, some control around the B side. Energy is going to start to rotate over as Seb begins to plant the spike. No ultimates to talk about here. The spike is down.
It's a little unfortunate as they were. He tried to use the shock darts to find the planter, but he won't. So now we got to look at this 2v3. Andbox trying to back away. It's going to be down to Android and can he 1v3? We're about to find out. Smoke goes down. The diffuse is starting to come through there. Not looking to try to fake it anytime soon. He comes in, and that's going to be Energy resetting, bouncing back. We're going to triple overtime for Energy versus Andbox.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Man, this map has been so good. 29th round before us, folks. This thing has delivered. Boy, once again, as we've seen the last couple of rounds, is going to be bringing an operator in. But this time, oh, it's going to be on the defensive side.
Yes.
Excuse me. So yeah, they're going to still be bringing in that operator, still committing to that investment. We'll see where he posts up for now. Meanwhile, Energy on the attacking side are kind of waiting this bad boy out. You heard the Roomba was used presumably to get some information around Hookah, but he got shot out at the hands of Andbox. There was that operator we talked about holding things down on Showers. You see a couple of pings on the minimap. You know that that's exactly where they're going to want to go. The drone is going to lead. The smokes come down as well. EU's going to clear out those tripwires. Oh, but they've got to be careful. Simo, there's a flank coming in from Android. If they don't, if they leave that unchecked, it's going to be devastating.
Yeah, he's got to break the trip, and now that he does, we'll see if Energy decide to plan. There is an angle held by Daps. We'll see if he's going to be able to take out Android. He does. So now back to the action at the forefront. The ace site looking a little rough here for Andboxes. They're trying to retake it. Effie's going to find one. It's down to Ye. And boy, we know these two to be carrying the clutch gene, but will they be able to clutch against Energy? The 2v4, Ye's gonna at least know that there's a paranoia here, there's an omen here, there's a somebody here that's gonna be FaZe. He's taken down to the 1v3. Ye trying to push back onto the site, but now it is NRG that have match point in their pocket. They'll be swapping over to the defense. Can they hold off Andbox one more time, or are we going to quadruple overtime?
Dabs had a really good spot there as the spike continued to tick down to be able to provide some of that cover from Showers. I like the setup there from NRG in the closing moments. But as you said now, once again, NRG with the lead on the defending side. Andbox have to show something spicy, as they've done the last couple of rounds. Don't get me wrong. But it's just, you begin to reach deeper and deeper into your bag of tricks in overtime. And there's a limited resource there, so you wonder how much is left in the tank for both of these squads. How much more can they do? They've got heavy presence over on B, but the spike is actually over towards A. They're creating some noise, a couple of smokes, the curveballs coming out as well, but Energy not pulling resources over. They're being patient.
Yeah, but this is map 1, Doug. I know that we don't get to see how this series ends. There's a comfortable world where we do, but these two teams are evenly matched. And Andbox have got some ankle weights on, you know, not without one of their players on their roster. So I still think that Andbox as a whole are performing incredibly well, and Energy really have a tough task ahead. Whoever wins this map is going to just breathe a sigh of relief and move into the second one, knowing we could 2-0 this. We can move on and eliminate the other, but let's look at this execute. Wardino going to lead it through. Smokes go down, and EU just trying to hold on. Shock darts come through. We'll see if it tags anyone. It does not, as Kohler will have the shots from the elbow side. It's traded away. The 1-for-1. EU still alive, still playing in the smoke, and Ye gonna get taken down. Some with the ankle across. Down to one final player. The defuse comes through. It's Android. Shot's gonna be good, at least from distance, but he has to reload the clip. The defuse is coming through, and NRG will solidify map number 1. A hard-fought battle from Andbox. Android was trying to drag his team through bind, but it was not to be. Energy will win that first map, and we'll be moving on to another map for them. Best of 3 still is going to be coming through here for Android, but let's bring Reflections back in and talk a little bit about that map.
Oh my goodness. First and foremost, I'm so happy we at least got map number 1. As you've been saying, Simo, we will not get map number 2 at least on stream. This was a rescheduled match from yesterday. As we know, Poach is sick. And you said it best, Simo, you know, Andbox is keeping it as close as they are versus NRG with ankle weights on. Imagine if they had Poach. Now, granted, nothing you can control there. We just hope that he gets better. But Coach comes in, and I think Android and Ye both respectively knew how big they needed to go, and Android absolutely did. Ye did as well. In that overtime, though, it was Android. Let's not forget, during that first OT, he ended up pulling out that huge 3-piece to send it into second OT. I was just so impressed. And even though Andbox gets that loss on map number 1, it shows promise that they might be able to keep it a close series. For NRG, though, I think it shows that, hey, check it out. Like, we definitely got to go back to the drawing board. Something needs to happen here, because we're losing like this, or not losing, I should say, but at least we're keeping it this close versus someone who has a coach on their team. So overall, very impressed from Andbox. And I do hope they at least progress forward in the series, at least for coach's sake. But I don't know, man. I would love to watch the rest of that series. Unfortunately, we cannot. But T1 and Immortals, though, right? T1 and Immortals is coming up. It's going to be a ton of fun. And I genuinely cannot wait to get that series started. I believe we're going to go to a quick break before we do have that. So I'm going to go ahead and ship it then. When we come back, though, we're going to break it down and what makes this T1 Immortals match so special. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Esports Doug and Simo. We're now hopping into the main match after looking at a great first map from Andbox. NRG will now be going into T1 and Immortals. It's going to be a fantastic one, so let's not waste any time. Let's get into the map, see what the map rotation is going to look like. And, that kind of tells you the story. And Simo, I'm going to let you start off. Haven is sit bind. What do you think about it?
It's very interesting. Both teams haven't really played a lot of split, so it makes sense that this is the pool, but Immortals very comfortable on split. So to see this map pool is very interesting. And, it was a little bit of a rougher map yesterday for T1 against Dignitas on Haven, so the fact that we start there means that this is likely going to be a 3-map series, because T1 is very comfortable on Ascent, and it seems like Immortals very comfortable on Haven on the flip side. So this is just going to be a very tight series because of the map pool and the fact that split is off the table. Like I highlighted, it's going to be pretty interesting to see these two teams clash.
All right. Well, hey, Doug, you know, you mentioned before as we do get into our predictions, I just wanted you to give a recap to the people at home, right? Because it seems like a while, right, with that Andbox NRG match going on. But you mentioned, you know, Spider right now coming in as a duelist, having a huge impact and an opportunity now for T1 to maybe throw off Immortals. Just a little bit of recap for on that topic, at least for the viewers at home.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw yesterday, Spider play Raze. Now, it was specifically just on Bind. As we mentioned, we're not going to have split this time around, so we still don't know if that is an ace up their sleeves, but we do know that for the other two maps, he has historically been playing Omen. But what I am excited about is, as you can deduce, we do have Bind, which means it's very high degree of possibility that Spider's going to be playing on a duelist again. But there's just a whole lot, like, I know I mentioned this earlier. T1, it's been slower than I'm sure all fans would have liked, both in playstyle and in success. But they're getting better, right? Like, they continue to impress. It's not huge gains. They're not going from getting eliminated to winning a tournament, but they're continually getting better. It's a steady progression for this roster. And then the adjustments that are coming in as well, as I mentioned with Spider, this roster is very exciting.
Well, very exciting indeed. And speaking of which, let's pull up our predictions, man, because you know what? I'm going to start it off. I was right on the first one. I'm so happy I was right because typically I'm very wrong. Check it out. I'm going with T1. I think T1's going to take it 2-1. I think it is going to be a close series, right? And Simo, you kind of sentimented that, especially when we're looking at the maps. I'm going to start off with Doug first before I pass it over to Simo because I got a nice little joke. For Doug, what do you think? Who is your prediction?
I like Immortals. I like how they have they have a track record of finding absolutely cracked players, right? And putting them into the spotlight and having them succeed, as we saw time and time again of the roster. Now they've got guys like JMO, they've got guys like Neptune, and as Simo mentioned earlier, Shot Up. So those three players really can take over a map. That said, I've got to lean towards T1. I think it's my mind is telling me 2-1. T1, my heart says 2-0. Either way, I think T1 walks away victorious.
All right, so T1. Now, Simo, T is missing the SM, but still, though, are you going to favor T1 over Immortals? Hey, you started it on Twitter today. I told you I want to give it back. So who do you favor in this matchup?
Just because I'm TSM Simo doesn't mean I'm T1 Simo, but I am going to give it to T1 in this series.
Okay.
You know, we don't get to see Bach and Van Silly's predictions, but they predicted 2-1 for Immortals. I'm predicting 2-1 for T1. What I just want to identify is that regardless, this is going to be a close series. I don't know what the public opinion is of this Immortals team and vice versa of the T1 team, you know, who they think is the clear favorite. But I don't think it's as clear as we think it is. I think both these teams have fought very hard to put the teams that they want together to get to this point. T1, of course, sitting very comfortable, and all they had to do was wait for the closed qualifier, whereas Immortals really proved their worth in the first open for UMG and made it in that first shot. So I think this team is very scary for T1, but I think T1 will still have the cojones to take it down.
I think it's fair to say both teams are very evenly matched. It is going to be a tough one, regardless. A close series, you would have to think. For chat out there, let us know your predictions. Are you going with T1? Are you going with Immortals, at least across the board? We're with T1, and that's what we're thinking. Maybe Van Silly and Bach will be right with their Immortals pick, but the map is loading up. I'm going to hop out, so you boys take it away for T1 versus Immortals.
Thank you, Taylor. We are loading in. We've been prepping about this match. We've been talking about it. We've been very excited about it. And now the time has finally come. Simo, if you have to identify a player on the side of Immortals that can really take over, that can prove to be the X factor, I'm teeing you up here. Who are you looking at?
Man, you're Dwayne Wade and I'm LeBron James. You know that infamous photo of them on the Miami Heat where Dwayne Wade is like up in the air and LeBron James is just coming through, or whatever, vice versa. It's Shot Up. This man is cracked. This man is insane. He's going to be pulling on Android level performances in the map ahead, and especially on the Reyna or the Phoenix, depending on what he wants to pop in here for Haven. They've been playing a lot of Reyna in the UMG Open and Closed, whereas they usually on Haven have brought Shot Up as a Phoenix. So we'll see what they end up picking here. We don't get to see the agent selection until we're in the map, but Shot Up, man, is so crispy with those shots. We'll see how he boils them down here on this first map.
Immortal's going to be starting on the attacking side. And it looks like they're already working their way up C long. You see Spider on the Omen. He anchors down this spot on the defensive side on C very regularly. Daze with the shot dart, already able to take care of shot up, but it's going to be traded out in kind with stronger aggression out of the side of Immortals, as it looks like T1 is just down to 2 members left. Brax and Skadoodle, they're going to be rotating over, show up a bit late to the party, but there's certainly a chance to retake this thing.
You know, we often talk about Haven being this map of who can hit C the hardest, and it's going to be this time who can take down Neptune with the hardest flank. Brax coming in through the courtyard, down to the 2v2, so doable here for T1. Immortals having an injured member here. We'll see how, of course, now as the spike ticks down. Smoke here for Skadoodle just to get a little bit more ground and a little bit more space. Another smoke goes down. Shots will ring out. One player up on the logs. It's JC Stanny. One more shot will ring true. It's down to the 1v1. The
No
frenzy. Oh
way.
my goodness. Brax mows it down and T1 win the first round.
Can you think of another Cypher player
I always
who
play
frequently does stuff
Wow.
like that, right? Like pulls off these insane clutches. I just feel like, and maybe it's because I've been fortunate to cast T1 a number of times, but it's always Brax. Brax is just out of his mind.
Definitely is. We also have to identify that pistols can be volatile, but that still was very impressive from Brax. Get the 3K. He's really close to that neural theft. We'll see if there's some orb control coming out for T1. Looks like there is down the long side. Whereas Immortals looking for that courtyard control and just to try to get those feelers out early and see where T1 members are playing.
Daze is going to get pushed back a bit as he takes some damage, but you see the intentions from the side of Immortals perfectly clear. They want Garage. They're going to brute force their way into it. Daze is going to get a chance to impede some of that push, and he does just that as he's able to take care of JMO through the wall. Immortals looking to try to work their way through that and get some C presence. They are going to get onto the site, but what can Spider do? They're hunting him down. He's not going to get a chance to do much of anything. Once again, Immortals have taken over C.
They can inch their way over and find an upgrade. You're seeing Shot Up's going to pick that one up. I'd imagine no better player on Immortals than Shot Up to pick that one up. So now they've got a little bit of a tighter defensive hold. They can't get over towards that long side, and they also don't have the range for it. So they're going to play close. They're going to play 50s, and they're really going to make T1 sweat for this one. So this is going to be a phenomenal round for Immortals to win, but that's going to be the hot hands that sends him out. The flames are good, but Shot Up will trade. That's Brax down. 2 very low members here for T1. And considering they forced up, are they going to save? This is such a tough spot to be in. They'll at least trade it out with Neptune back away. We also have to recall the changes in patch 1.11 mean that defenders who save and don't defuse the spike have a reduction in 1,000 credits. And considering they lost this one, there's not really a whole lot of credits to go around. So they're only going to get 1,400, and they forced up. So tough spot to be in for T1, but a very solid eco round from Immortals.
Solid indeed. And again, it was through Garage, right? They were able to brute force their way into that, using a couple of shock darts, push members of T1 back. I believe it was Dazed, if I'm not mistaken, who got forced off of that area. And then that just allowed Immortals to provide pressure from a couple of different spots. They absolutely overwhelmed Spider back in C. They were able to get the spike down. This time, Immortals on the attacking side, leaning much heavier towards A. You see Skadoodle already peeking his way down long, and he's going to get spotted. They know exactly where he is, man. This is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, if he tailwinds out, that's a heavy resource used. He wants to try to at least be a little bit impactful with it. The shock darts come through. They at least know something's gone. The orb will be taken. Once again, T1 with that standard setup. Spider on the C site. Dazed rotating between the B and the Link side. A little bit more of a heavier presence from AZK. And it's once again, Immortals for the 3rd round in a row. Early presence towards the A side, but now it's just going to be a 5 stack down C long. We'll see if T1 are ready for it on the eco.
They're going to smoke off CT, and the dart was back there. The flash is going to come out of AZK, however, to try to impede things, and they're going to spot JMO. He's taken out already as AZK continues to hold fast. T1 refusing to give up C. They tried. Immortals tried knocking in. They tried brute forcing their way in, and T1, at least for now, was able to keep them at bay.
It shot up just find a pick through the smoke. It's very unfortunate for T1 because now it's going to be a A very quick rotate
30
over towards the A
seconds
side. T1 are also reading this correctly with 2 members rotating over as fast as they can. There is utility set up on the side, cages down, etc., etc. But they will at least be smoked off for the time being. Oh, he hears one. He hears them. He hears them. Dazed will spray one. It's traded down to the 3v3. Spike needs to go down. 14 seconds left on the clock.
Spike
T1
planted.
with the numbers advantage, slight but there nonetheless. You see Brax and Spider trying to push their way forward, get some control. Spider gets taken out. A shot up and Gangster are both able to neutralize the defenses from T1. Just 1 member left. It's Brax. He runs that clip dry. He has plenty of health. He has plenty of armor, and there's certainly an opportunity to do this. You see him tag up 1 member, drops down, is able to take care of Gangsta and Hell. Brax in a 1v1. We talked about how insane he is in situations like this, and the man delivers again. A 3K from Brax. They're going to defuse the round. T1 take a 1-round lead.
This man, Brax needs a payday. He needs a raise. Look at this. The camera as well gave him so much information. He manages to survive the swing here from shot up, and then the rest is history. Very well played by Brax. He's woken up today. He wants it to be a 2-0, and he wants to turn his stream on and make a quick buck. He is willing to end this now. Very, very solid heroics coming out from Brax. And let's look ahead to this upcoming round. Another gun round for both sides. We'll see what the setup looks like for T1 and Immortals.
Skadoodle and Daze both 1 point away from getting their ultimates. You see once again a long pressure. So you saw the dart come out. They try to work their way in. And they are going to go ahead and back up. Meanwhile, on the attacking side for Immortals, they haven't committed to a site quite yet. The spike is still kind of hanging out. I love the utility that we're seeing here out of Brax. You see a couple of tripwires defending different areas, A short and B door. Hear the Hunter's Fury coming out from Gangsta. Not going to spot anybody. They've gotten used to exactly where Spider normally plays. He's not there this time.
Yeah. And they try to use the Hunter's Fury, a huge ultimate committed to try to flush him out. In fact, it's incredible passive play towards the season. No, not incredible, but it's heavy passive play. They're willing to play the retake consistently against Immortals. But the retake hasn't always worked out. It's like 50-50 at this point. Brax winning the clutch, and then the following round, Immortals end up holding with a tighter defense and the post plant. But now, Immortals are just trying to figure out where are T1. That early Hunter's Fury towards the seaside are like, okay, I guess nobody's there, but they don't really have a lot of information to work off of.
A blind, a smoke coming out of JC Stanny, and once again, they funneled their way towards C. Here's the interesting thing about playing for a retake is well, I'll break this down later on. Let's wrap back to this thought. The spike has gone down. Immortals have assumed some post-plant positions. You see JC Stanny on the site. They've got a couple of players playing off. There's no Hunter's Fury to try to impede the defuse further down the road. But there's a chance here. Spider's going to smoke off the entrance. You see the dart that's going to be coming out as well from Dazed as you see Skadoodle go in. He's got the operator from up top, not able to land any shots quite yet. He's going to have to dip down as Immortals is just ripping T1 apart. Just down to 2 members left, and they're dropping as well. Brax, with all the heroics that he's capable of, here with 32 health and a 1v5, certainly not something that's ideal. T1 tried playing the retake, right? They played off site, like you mentioned. They had nobody on C, and the firepower from Immortals was just too much.
Yeah, it's almost as if Immortals were like, what do we do? Where do we even go? And they're like, you know what? Okay, let's just go C, I guess. And it's in the post plant. They actually thrived. We saw a late paranoia from Spider to help them push in. Skadoodle gets up on the box, but he can't find much success with it. I think he was in some sort of like reload animation or something, or a scope animation, because we saw JMO swing from behind that box, and he could have found a pick there, but the rest of the team just fell apart in that smoke. So a little bit of a tough round here for T1, and now once again, Immortals, they consistently try to play aggressive towards this long side. T1 are answering back in a unique way. They've got Sewer's presence. They hear that the Bladestorm's been called, a shock dart to the dome, but still the knives connect Skadoodle with one, and they back away as AZK trying to answer back. The flash does not work out. It's down to the 4v4 on T1's eco.
Smokes and Lear's utility being spent all over the place for really both squads. But as you see on the mini-map, JC Stanny again creeping his way over towards C. There's about to be an Omen on Omen, and Spider wins that with the Sheriff. That refuses Immortals' opportunity and ability to rotate all the way over to C. Furthermore, Spider gets information. They know exactly where they are.
Yeah, this eco is working out beautifully. The fact that they've read that Immortals have had heavy presence towards that A long side, round after round after round, but then it doesn't mean that they always end up there. Oh, JMO, so unfortunate. And the upgrade here from Brax, or rather, not an upgrade, he carried that from the round prior, and now it's just Days trying to figure out where is this last player lurking around down Banana. It's Gangsta who's all on his lonesome. A very solid round here for T1,
left.
considering the economy was in a little bit of a tougher spot. The heroics from Skadoodle early on. He finds 2 picks. One he found early, then he came back for more. Gangsta in a 1v3. Does he have what it takes here? Smoke down towards the long side, but he's rotated all the way around. There's a camera above him.
10 seconds left.
See if it spots him out. That's going to be the recon bolt. It spots out no one, but that's going to be one that spots out late. Gangsta down to the 1v2. Time is ticking. 1 second left. Ring around the rosy. The shots are good for Days. It almost falls apart there for T1, but they eventually find the win.
And again, it was an instance in which he was able to isolate those gunfights, bring things down to a 1v1, and put him in a position where he has a high degree of possibility of winning those fights. And that's exactly what he does. If he gets swung on by 2 people at once, he's certainly done for. And things didn't look good, right? As you mentioned, he walked right under a camera that wasn't on at the time. It wasn't being looked at by Brax, but he walked right under it. He swung out, and again, was just able to get those 1v1s. This time, Immortals, this round, Immortals not doing anything aggressive, not doing anything spicy. A little bit of info, as you see, but it's actually Dazed who punishes first.
We also have to talk a little bit about the economy temporarily. It's been both these teams have won, then won, then won, then won, then won. The loss bonus has been reset every single round. Very tough spot. The economy will eventually break. Running back here from AZK, but an early pick here for Skadoodle. Takes out shot up in the courtyard, and that's got to hurt. Spider will hold that same corner, finds JC Stanny, and this is slowly falling apart for Immortal. So as I say, the economy's got to break eventually. It looks like it'll be this round. Oh no, JMO. I like the attempt to try to hide behind the box, but now they at least know that there's presence towards the courtyard side, and Skadoodle's ready with the angle.
It's interesting to see them use that run it back in a 5v3, just really showing their desire to not leave this round a chance and to take care of business. It's also got to be super infuriating if you're Immortals because of Spider, right? You know that he's been playing down that back C corner. All right, he's punished us a couple of times. Fine, this time let's go ahead and use the Hunter's Fury and let's push him out. He's not there, so you think, okay, we should have a little bit more room to work with. And sure enough, they mosey their way on up. And guess who's waiting for them? It's Spider again. So they haven't been able to read exactly where Spider's been, and that's just been causing fits for them.
And literally on this round up and coming, Spider's located on top of the box this time around with still the same support from Dazed. Immortal's gonna have a lighter presence towards the A-long side to keep up that conditioning. But the fact that Spider set up a smoke, he's going to be able to really easily see over it. But taken down by JC Stanny. Nice. That's a great opening pick here for Immortals. How much more can they find?
I love a little flash and dash. Lear goes in, and then the dash follows. But Dazed and Brax are able to keep Immortals back, at least for now. Here, the neural theft has been used. Gives away all of the info that Immortals might have been trying to keep behind closed doors. Furthermore, the spike is down on the site. There's really no way for them to get on there. A 4K from Dazed as Immortals gets ripped apart. T1 with the 3-round lead.
Yeah, that almost looked a little scary because Spider was just trying to be a little bit more unique, you know, trying to switch things up, spice things up on the C side. You know, I'm always playing behind plat. Let's play on the box. I think after that round, he may want to stick back to that plat location. That's exactly where he's thinking about going. But a very solid execute there from Immortals. T1 just held it, and they had the better weaponry as well to boot. But now this is a round for Immortals to really answer back for that round. Once again, the heavy presence towards the A side. Skadoodle is going to have a very aggressive peek with the op. This is going to be very quick and very fast.
Oh, Skadoodle had a chance, but he's going to get tagged up and pushed back. I like the support that they had down A long as well. You know, oftentimes you can see from an area of strength, there's a weaker side in those instances, and there was actually strong presence from both of those lanes there across A. No real way for Immortals to bust a move. But again, Simo, it looks like we're going to be playing something towards C.
Oh, I like the attempt there from T1 to play Where's Waldo. Spider up on the box will still get taken down by Neptune, and another one will come easy. It's down to the 3v5. As Spike still needs to go down, it's going to be slowly starting to make its way over, but T1 in a little bit of a tougher spot. They wanted to play retake on this site, but unfortunately it did not really work out the way that they had intended. And so now they're setting up Brax for the long lurk around. There is a player in the garage side, so Brax is going to have to deal with that player as the rest of T1 are working their way up through Link. But it's still tough. The smokes, just smoke after smoke after smoke, utility after utility. They can't really break their way in. Wall will go up, give them at least a safe passage temporarily, but JC Stanley just swings. He's like, yeah, sure, no problem. That's going to be two that come easy, and now Brack's going to try to play exits. We'll see if any come down the long side. It'll be two, while the rest will lurk through the defender spawn. A very solid hold here from Immortals.
Very solid hold indeed. And here's the thing. So T1 have shown us that they like playing off of the retake. They're willing to give up some space in order to play for that later on in the round. And it was actually shout out to DDK and the boys over at Immortal Minds, which you should 1000% check out their content if you aren't already. But they were breaking some of this down, and it's actually a really good point. So if you're playing for retakes, the attacking side, in order to get onto that site, are going to invest a lot of their utility. Their smokes, their blinds, their leers, their what have you. They're going to get onto the site. They're going to invest all of that utility just to get on there. And then from the defending side, if you're playing for the retakes, you should, in theory, have that advantage. You should have more utility than them in order to take that site back. So on paper, that should be an area of strength for T1 Skadoodle. Absolutely out of control. But it hasn't always worked out that way here.
That was a super important pick because the C side has been bullied by Immortals round after round, despite the round lead here for T1. So now they're going to be hitting the A site. There's membership here on the site. There's 3 members here. So the teleport up in towards heaven to at least see who's up there, and Neptune's going to walk in. There's still a cyber cage that is stopping the push forward, and that's going to be a great flash. But Gangster through the flash finds 2. Dazed with the cross. There's still 2 more members remaining for Immortals, but they brought it down to a 2v2. Skadoodle with the up will fall, and it's all down to Spider in the 1v2.
Yeah, the rotate just took a little too long. He's got plenty of health. He's got plenty of utility, so there's certainly... Oh my gosh. The trigger discipline was there initially. He's able to take care of ganks, isolate things down to a 1v1. The problem is the clock is not his friend. JC Stanley, however, as you can see, his health bar is very low. He doesn't have a ton to work with, but Spider's still looking for him. He has no idea he's not going to get a chance. He's going to get shot on the side, and JC Stanley holds fast. The 3K on the round with 11 health. Bring the gap down to 1.
I was going to say that was very doable for Spider there. Of course, JC Stanley was injured, but unfortunately, Spider just had too many nooks and crannies to check where the mouse was located. But right under his nose, there was the cheese, and there was JC Stanley. Finds a great positioning round for Immortals. 3 rounds remain in this half. Could be a very even one, as we're currently at 5-4, 7-5 a possibility, 6-6 a possibility, and so is 8-4 for T1. But unfortunately, the economy not looking too great. Skadoodle back with the op. I don't know how much utility he has, but definitely has no armor. And we'll see now how Immortals once again look aggressively down this A side, either the sewers or the long side. But considering T1 haven't really showed so much presence towards that orb, that's why Immortals are adapting a little bit differently here, and looking towards that sewer side instead.
You just saw Neptune creep his way up A long and get a tripwire of his own down, so they'll have a good idea if anyone is going to be flanking around. Meanwhile, the patience that T1 has shown up A short has been really impressive. JMO was waiting for the aggression there with the operator, but they haven't committed. Immortals starting to creep their way forward. Shot up has utility, but the flash comes out. Neptune is still able to take care of him, but Brax trades it out with the frenzy, not able to get the second one. The shot up shoots him down. They're going to be able to get onto the A site. Immortals with the numbers advantage.
They tried that in the last round too. You saw AZK playing a little bit further up in that corner, in that cubby up above sewers, rather than the aggression that they had in that 50-50 opening. So Immortals just really able to brute force their way through it with their own utility, and you would think that T1 would be able to get the trades there or trade efficiently, but it does not pan out the way that they had wanted to. So we saw initially Immortals have heavier presence towards the C site. time and time and time again. And so now these A-site defenses for T1, they just haven't been able to hold Immortals back. And the retakes haven't been working out well either. It's usually the rounds won here by T1 in these crazy clutch scenarios. This is not one of them. So Immortals gonna knot us up 5-5, and we'll just have to see how the next round looks. Spider's gonna find one. Can he find a second? Yes, he can. Give it to him. That's at least gonna nullify some of that pain for losing the round, and we'll see how the setup looks for T1 and Immortals in the round to come.
I think the important thing to keep in mind, as you just saw before the round was over, it's that Skadoodle's going to be able to bring the operator into the next round. He's also going to be able to buy up a little bit of armor to keep things interesting, to match JMO's. We'll keep a close eye on where both of those operators go. We've seen instances in which Skadoodle wants to play a short, in which he wants to play B and look right at window. So we'll keep a close eye on where that is. It looks like he's already posturing towards a short. And guess what, folks? JMO is as well. We may have something real spicy here at the beginning of this round. Oh, here it comes.
This presence is so important for T1 because if they lose this challenge, if they lose this battle to Immortals, they're going to consistently lose the rounds. Of course, there's not many left. Gates is gonna find Spider. That's just so unfortunate. But Dace is holding down the line, down the long side. He's gonna find two through the smoke. Back away in kind. Shock darts come through. He's gonna get eventually taken down. But a 3v3 doable here for T1.
Yeah, Skadoodle's still going to have that operator. You see JMO's beginning to plant the spike as that's going to go down. It's going to be a straight up 3v3, no other ultimates to talk about or keep in mind. One thing to keep in mind, however, is for Brax. He is on the lurk. He is on the rotate. There is a tripwire in the way. So before he commits to that, it's where they're going to have to go. Oftentimes, you see attacking teams, after planning on C, they play down C long. Right? And that's why he's being a bit apprehensive about going that way, but that's not the case this time. T1 starting to work their way in through the defending Son. AZK and Skadoodle both get dropped. It's just up to Brax. He is not going to get spotted, but he's just going to run away. Save the weapon. Maybe play for exits if you get a chance, but there are just not a ton of options for him here.
Yeah, tough round. Round after round after round. Retakes just not working out well for T1. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really know what's wrong, you know? You would think that they're just entering the site standard, you know, using their utility to make their way in ever so slightly. Smokes go down so they can get more space, have closer gunfights. But the past 4 rounds have just been very difficult for T1 in the retake. And it's nothing too crazy in the early rounds. Some of these early rounds have kind of gone sour for T1. But it's in the post-plant that T1 are really struggling here. So Immortals finally find themselves in a lead position, can finish this half 7-5. Once again, Immortals, a little bit of presence towards that long side. Heavier presence from T1 for the first time through the courtyard. Let's see what they can find with it.
Folks, this is very rare to see T1 show such signs of aggression. You heard the Hunter's Fury and the run it back, this time out of AZK, who was able to go in and get a kill. Meanwhile, Immortals once again making their way up C-Long. You see the paranoia comes out, JMO goes up, somehow stays alive, and he still has the Blade Storm, able to take one with him, but Spider drops him from the skies. Brax gets in on the action as well. T1 numbers advantage.
See, if they never force a retake, it's kind of like one of those philosophical Socrates questions, you know? If T1 are never in the retake, does T1 ever lose? They didn't even let them get that spike down. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna fight for the C-side hit. We don't care. And they were also able to get a lot of information from AZK's running back early round as well to say, okay, there's at least a lot of presence. They could go anywhere, but there's at least a lot of leaning presence towards that C-side. So now we're gonna be swapping halves. We'll see what conditioning both teams have prepared for this half. But considering we're at 6-6, it's really anybody's game still at this point. As we highlighted in the pregame, still a very close series, and it will continue to be, especially after this map.
T1 on the attacking side, they're very well known for their, as I mentioned prior to the map, methodical, slower play on the attacking side. And I know it's only been 7 seconds on this half for them, but we're seeing a lot of that, right? They're just very cautious. You see him use a good bit of utility to try to create some room to get information. The Cypher Cam across the front of B, the drone up into A. It was an early use of the drone, but it was still there. But now T1 trying to work their way up C. The paranoia is going to come out from JC Stanny, and he's able to get the kill. And Gangsta does as well. As Spider drops, JC Stanny still anchoring down from the back of C. Members of Immortals starting to rotate over from the defending spawn, but JC Stanny is left unchecked yet again.
As Spider's a little envious right now. The fact that JC Stanny's been able to play behind Plat so well for this first round means Dazed has to back away. Tough round for T1 to lose, but there's still many more rounds remaining. This is only round 13, the beginning of the half, but Immortals with a solid hold. And this is a very impressive hold because we saw this exact C site. T1 just let it play very passively. Spider tried to hold down, at least be the only anchor there, but he couldn't really hold down for much. But now we'll see if this becomes a continuing trend for Immortals, if they hold down the C site well. There was a gentleman's handshake over towards the sewer side early. Two players, you know, kind of peek through, say hello, and then back away towards the C site. But Dazed at least try something. I can appreciate that. With JC Stanny on the 4K, he's got a lot of ult points that he can use in probably upcoming rounds.
And he's put together a very impressive map so far too. 14 and 8, having himself a field day. Immortals winning that pistol round, obviously very important because of the unpredictable nature. That's probably the best way to put that. Around pistol rounds and what it means for the following. No force up from T1 on this side. You've got a Frenzy, they've got a Ghost, but they're not going to be forcing up into Stingers or Spectres. And it looks like they're going to creep their way up into Garage. Nobody's going to be home, but they're going to clear that out, get some info, and create some space. But JC Stanny is already taking care of Dazed.
Yeah, he does get tagged, so at least no one player's there. There's a Cyber Cage here, which means that there's more, but Neptune comes through. It's an upgrade for Skadoodle as the Spectre comes into his hands, but as quickly as I start is as quickly as it's going to finish. Immortals now up by 2. I like the look from T1. Let's switch things up. I still want to hit the C site, but let's at least split through the Garage to start. But once again, Immortals just hold down that C site effectively. This is the round that we've been waiting for. See how T1 set up their aggression, their offensive half looks. This time, it's going to be towards that A site. So we'll see how are JMO and Gangsta able to stop this eventual push, or at least this early peak here from T1.
No operators to talk about. Utility spread across the board, really all over the place from Neptune. But T1 looking like they want to get some info, create some chaos up A long, but oh my gosh, Shot Up has creeped his way all the way up A. Short Days is going to be the first one there, not able to take care of him. Shot Up goes in, gets the kill, and gets out.
Yeah, you cannot be letting that guy do things like that. Surely that doesn't happen more rounds in a row. They're going to be checking those corners and checking that suicide, or at least have an angle. At least have a point person looking through so you don't get swindled like Shot Up just did there. And now he's playing close with the Spectre once again. A very cheeky angle. We'll see if Skadoodle's able to at least see his shoulder. If he checks wide enough, you'll be able to see him. And now as they start to leave, that's another Spectre swing here from Shot Up, but AZK's ready for it. The Vandal, much mightier than the weapon in Shot Up's hands. And so now that'll at least be traded out. And it's going to be a mid-round B-side hit, which we haven't seen from Immortals. So let's see if they're prepared for it.
Well, and we really didn't see it from T1 either. You see both smokes have been used. As he tellies in, he's going to get the spike down. And then he pops. Oh, no. Okay. JC Stanny got taken out. ST1 is able to hold things off so far. Immortals now starting to rotate back onto the site. You see a couple of smokes through to kind of try to keep things at bay, to delay. There's not a ton of heavy presence early on, but you see Immortals has tapped. And yeah, it's a chaos play. We see this set piece from a couple of different teams on the attacking side. They jump in, they get the spike down, and then it's just madness. But Gangsta has started to get the defuse. The blind is going to come out. He can't see a dang thing. Brax is able to take care of him, but Gangsta's going to stick it anyway. There's nobody there to stop him. But Spider not there in time. Gangsta's able to get the defuse. What a play.
Just because you're spraying the smoke doesn't mean you're landing shots, right? You can ping all you want. You can hope that someone's there on the opposite side, but pros have gotten better and better and better at just narrowly avoiding. You know, Keanu Reeves diffusing the spike, and somehow at the same time he's also bending over backwards doing so. So Gangsta definitely putting on a Matrix-worthy performance. He took the blue pill, not the red pill. A very solid round for Immortals. It puts them in a great position, but T1 still have weaponry moving into this one. So Immortals still have to knock them down another peg, and that's how you start it. You take out Skadoodle and you open up the round, especially with aggression down that long side.
Here.
See, there's some presence again. Up C long. Heavy footprint from Immortals over by A. They have 3 members over there. Now one of them is starting to rotate over. Gangsta is back through spawn. But this is the T1 right here. What we're seeing is what people have grown to expect, right? Again, just checking every single thing before they commit onto something. They're still hanging out over by C, but the longer things go, Immortals invest more presence there, more personnel in order to keep things at bay.
Passive play from Immortals towards that A side. They found that early pick and don't need to kind of force the issue. Shots may be heard towards that B site. We still have a anchor there from Neptune, but they're slowly starting to pull away. But as the smoke comes in, it's quite telling that this execute is about to come through. The paranoia as well is going to give them all the information that they need now as they start to kind of funnel through. We're hoping T1 can finally break through this Immortals barrier. So far, no one has fallen. JC standing with at least one. Gangsta and Neptune hold down the line as T1 cannot break through once again. This C site has been impossible for T1 to hit. I know we're not supposed to give advice as casters, but I think the B side has been working out a little bit better for T1. Yeah, we only saw it once, but if you can once again set up a position to just keep an eye and try to put yourself in a position to hit that B side and find a little bit more success, at least getting the spike down and playing the post plant, because the C side's just been difficult. It's been tough.
It has been, and you saw, I mean, out of Spider, the way that they tried getting onto that site was just, I mean, they're doing what they can, but it's just not working this time. Again, out of T1, the spike not in tow in anyone's hand. You saw a good bit of utility used up A long, some presence there as well, but nothing doing quite yet. Meanwhile, for Immortals, we haven't seen much of an aggressive look defensively out of them either. Nobody has been flying down A long with a little flash and dash or anything like that. They've been pretty patient in their defensive play as well.
T1, they're so afraid of this long side. It's like, let's clear every angle. Owl drone, let's send it in. Okay, who's here? Nobody's home. We'll see how far it does end up making it. Okay, it'll at least spot out Neptune as JC Stanley is playing the off angle there. Now JMO will at least spot out a hurry and flurry of T1 members running down that long side. JMO trying to reposition to a different angle, gets flashed away, so he's got a tailwind to safety. So they have control of the site here for T1, but JC Stanley is still backside. How many members can he take down so far? It's none. Shot's gonna be good onto the first. Hunter's Fury comes through. Paranoia to hold the line. Shots will ring, but he can't find any. They will hold them back, and the spike is still not down. Shot up with one, Gangsta with another, Neptune with the third. It's all down to Skadoodle. Shot will ring true, but the round will not. Immortals up by 5. Once again, a solid hold on that C site.
Really a stalwart defense. They can't get in. And this time they showed something a little different. You saw Dazed work his way around to try to get onto a flank, to try to create some chaos back behind C, but he got picked out early on as well. That was a huge kill for Immortals. T1 not able to get anything going on that C site. You mentioned earlier, prior to that round, that, you know, it hasn't really been working. That was another heavy investment to try to make it happen, and it just has not panned out. 5 rounds in a row for Immortals. Folks, it looks like we're in a bit of a pause. We'll get some info and we'll get you back into the action as soon as we possibly can. But for now, it's just, Simo, what else do they do? I mean, C is obviously not working.
It's obviously a tactical pause. T1's coach, Fraud, probably saying, all right, got to whip up into shape here. Some of the A side hits have been a little bit more successful. C site, as we've already seen round after round, has not been working. JC Stanley really holding down that plat position with support from Gangsta and support from Neptune. Great angles on the site. Now T1 thinking, how do we come back here? Immortals, they're just 2 away from taking map 1, and then it's going to be a walk in the park on Ascent. At least they'll walk over to Ascent. I don't think it'll be that easy against T1, since it's the map that they're most comfortable with. for Immortals, it's been very impressive to see how their playstyle has developed over the Nerd Street Gamers Open Qualifier, where they were eliminated by Xset. They came back swinging. The UMG, just a quick run through, beating Dignitas to qualify into the closed. And now we're here. They're up against T1. You win this one, you move on, and you got to win one more best of 3 to make it to the big event in December. So if they win this one, all they got to do is win one more, and they've proven their worth as NA's mightiest.
Certainly not an easy thing, much easier said than done. As we've been watching through, we confirmed from production that it is indeed a tactical, or excuse me, a technical pause. But you saw, I was watching the minimap while it was happening, or while you were chatting, Simo, and you saw a couple of pings from the attacking side from T1, and they're considering everything. You saw a couple of pings on C, about different places to kind of set up the piece. You saw them on B, and then you even saw them lastly down A long as well. So the thing is, it's been a whole lot of lack of success for T1 here. 5 rounds in a row, and it, as you said, has been heavy towards C. We only saw a little bit of spice towards B, but by and large, I mean, it was closer, but it didn't work out either. So you just kind of wonder, the early presence from Immortals down A long has kind of kept that off the board a bit as well. And then you saw Shot Up at one point actually establish himself pretty hard towards A short, and that caused to be problematic for T1 as well. It just doesn't look like there have been very many options, very many places to go. They haven't found a weakness in the defense from Immortals quite yet.
Well, you also have to identify that the A site shenanigans, the sewers and long control, has kind of been a gentleman's handshake for both halves, right? Except T1 were trying to play a little bit more aggressively on their defensive half with having players like AZK, Skadoodle, and Brax play towards the 50s and play towards the different angles, and Skadoodle even himself with the operator trying to peek and see where are those members in the garden, or as some call it, A lobby. But it wasn't quite easy. It wasn't quite easy. And so now it's the flip side. Immortals have opted in time and time again to play either aggressively or passively towards that long and sewer side. It hasn't always been a gentleman's handshake. So T1 are a little bit confused. We're like, well, you're right. How do we reach that A side if C side has been so secure by players like JC, Stanny, Gangsta, and Neptune? So it's a difficult question here for T1. I think we are all, like you said, pointing out, this is a technical pause, so I don't think there is anything tactical about the shut up, just having to reconnect. It would be an absolute shame if he cannot reconnect. This would be a very difficult 4v5 to close out for Immortals, but it's tough, Doug. It's tough if you're a T1 fan right now, because Immortals, they're sitting pretty.
They are indeed. Folks, we're still waiting for updates. We'll, again, get that to you all as soon as we possibly can. Here's the thing, too. As we take a look at Haven for both of these for both of these teams, excuse me, Immortals are really good on it, right?
Yeah.
Especially their defensive side. They have a higher win rate on it for both the NSG Open and the UMG Open events, and now they're obviously here in the UMG closed qualifier, but they have shown proficiency on this map, and it's not by much more, but Immortals do have more reps, more live reps on Haven than T1 do. The one benefit here for T1 as they try to figure out what their options are and how they can make something happen here is that historically their attacking side has been better across both qualifier tournaments. That doesn't mean it's worked so far here against Immortals, but there's history suggests that they should be able to get something going here. The problem is, Simo, they're running out of time. For them to find themselves down 6-11 at this point, having already lost 5 rounds in a row, their economy, as you can see, doesn't look stellar. It doesn't look spectacular. AZK is not even going to be able to buy full armor. Again, just a testament to the fact that time is running out for this map. If there's a trick in the bag, if there's something that they haven't shown yet, they're going to have to bust this thing out soon.
Does look like Shot Up is, I'm at least seeing ping. So, well, there goes the ping. I thought he had reconnected here. It's very possible that Immortals just sweep this half. So let's get a lay of the land in terms of what they can do currently and what T1 can, of course, do to stop the sweep. Not a huge potential for Immortals to have a lot of ultimates available here. Not that I think it's ever been super pivotal. The ultimate usage from Immortals hasn't been the make or break reason as to why they've been able to hold these sites so well. There has been players like JC Stanny holding down that C side, which has netted them so many of these rounds in a row. But looking on the flip side, T1, Brax 1 away from the Neural Theft, Daze 2 away from the Hunter's Fury, Spider 1 away from the Shadows, which means they have the ability, if they want to fight for some sort of orb control down C long, they can at least get Brax or Spider some sort of information ultimate and maybe try to use that to their advantage to put themselves at 11-7. They'll need a couple more rounds in a row to really thwart that economy for Immortals. But at least they've got something to work with, right? It's not completely down and out. And I'd imagine they may be looking for that C-long orb control because, I'm going to be honest, like, it favors the attack more and the A-site orb, it favors the defense more. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see what their plan is, because Immortals have done so well, even not only just defending the C-site, but looking down long and finding opening picks to really say, okay, T1, yeah, don't come here. Don't come anywhere near the C-site. So even though the orb is available and they can find something to use this round, this upcoming round, it's still going to be a challenge.
It's going to be, it's certainly, I think one of the other things that we think about here as we begin to look past this map, right? If Immortals is able to put this map away and take a one-round lead, or one map lead, excuse me, over T1, let's take a look at what's coming up next. That's Ascent. T1, really freaking good on Ascent. 5-0 in the Nerd Street Gamers Open Qualifier, a 2-1 in the closed qualifier, and then they already have a 1-0 record here in the UMG closed qualifier. Immortals does not have the same successful track record on this map. So yes, Haven is certainly not going their way, but fortunately for T1, for fans of T1, it's not like you're walking into a second map that you're horrible at, and there's no chance statistically for you to win it. They certainly have the edge there. And then that would obviously bring us to Bind and map 3, and then we'll see how the cookie crumbles. And for T1, while this hasn't gone well, not all is lost.
I do want to take a quick moment to identify some of the matches that have occurred off stream. I know you're all here for T1 Immortals, but just to give you some updates, Luminosity earlier qualified, taking down Space Station 2-0. So now SSG and Cloud9 will have to play later today. A very interesting qualifying match. Cloud9 could be knocked out again by Space Station. FaZe Clan having to face off against NRG because NRG was able to 2-0 Andbox. Ascent was 13-5. I believe Gen G was able to take down Serenity 2-0, so that's going to be Serenity versus Moon Raccoons in the decider. Dignitas is awaiting the opponent of this matchup, of course, and that seems to be, I think, the full update for all the matches that have occurred today. So very interesting. That Space Station Cloud9 match is going to be very, very interesting considering they were able to 2-0 them last time. But let's hope that Cloud9 comes back a little bit stronger.
Speaking of coming back, we're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we should get back into the game. We should get you back into the action. Folks, sticks with us. We're gonna get the players back into the lobby and get back into the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome everybody to the Valorant First Strike UMG close qualifiers. We are currently towards the end of the map for Immortals as well as T1. We are having some unexpected circumstances kind of come through as we do work through those. We're just going to try and figure things out, waiting for some more responses from League Ops, and we'll find the best way to kind of move forward with what is taking place. Taylor Reflections Noble joined by Simo as well as Esports Doug. So, you know, I guess we could kind of break it down a little bit. I know you guys filled for quite some time, right? I mean, there's kind of exhausted everything that has been taking place. You know, it is a good map for Immortals, though, and I think we knew that kind of coming into it. You mentioned how Shut Up is the key player on Immortals, and he has been playing very, very well for T1, though. They have struggled to find an answer. So at least as of right now, with the current score, 11-6, Immortals has been playing very well. You know, aside from everything you've already said, is there anything to add, kind of, Simo, from this match overall? Let's say if it, you know, it does continue, or what takes place. I mean, Immortals should be in a good position.
Yeah, I still think, like we had kind of highlighted, if T1 were able to win this map, which is statistically they're not very comfortable on Haven in relation to the other maps in the pool, they would have been sitting pretty at a potential 2-0. But we knew moving into this one that Immortals are an insane roster, right? This roster, I think maybe when it was first announced, the public opinion might have been like, oh yeah, well, we don't really know who some of these players are. Like, we're not too sure. But they really came to play. Yeah, they're lost to XZ in the open qualifier for the Nerd Street Gamers open qualifier. It did not feel good to lose. But this is one of those things where Immortals needed to win this one to make this a very competitive series. And they were winning very convincingly. 11-6, a couple more rounds and it would have been over. So to bump into these unseen circumstances is a little tough for Immortals.
Yeah, it definitely is. Again, we're going to be trying to update you as much as possible. Obviously, though, Ascent would be next, or will be next. We'll definitely find out. For Ascent, though, obviously very favored on that map would be T1, as they do have a better record, and then it will be Bind. But I do believe we have an update, actually. So what's going to take place? It is going to be, and this is just now coming in, so Immortals is going to play 4v5. Okay, so we do know that they do have a lead currently. It's 11-6, and they will, in fact, be playing out for the remainder of the map 4v5. So, yeah, I mean, you know, that's big news. Take it for what you will. Still a chance for Immortals, and even more impressive, right? If they do close it out, there's only 2 more rounds away. So 4v5, they still have a lot of wiggle room in terms of rounds. So I think I'm going to dip out. I'm going to go ahead and hand it back over to you guys to kind of call the action. But hey, we'll see how it unfolds. Simo, Doug, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, wow is probably the best word to use to kind of explain what's going on here. Again, unforeseen circumstances are going to put Immortals in a situation in which they're going to have to finish out this map in a 4v5. And then I'm being told that we are going to cut to a quick break, kind of give teams a chance to settle down, get more of an opportunity for information to come in and decide what's going to happen from this point forward. Now, Simo, as the stage has been set, we mentioned an 11-6 lead for Immortals, just a couple of rounds away from taking a 1-0 lead. Now they're at this numbers deficit. What are you looking for specifically from this squad to be able to close it out? Because I know they're close. They're right at the edge of the finish line, but now they're at a severe disadvantage.
It really depends on what type of pants JC Stanley is wearing today. Does he have his carry pants on today? Is he going to put on the overalls? Is he going to put his team on his back? He's been such a solid performer, but this is, you know, I hate to say it, an opportunity for T1 to find some sort of weakness somewhere on the map. We were talking and highlighting how difficult it was to even just break through anywhere. They couldn't get onto the C site. They had some success with the B site execute on that 3rd round, but that force up on that 3rd round, it ultimately boiled down to a ninja defuse from Gangsta. And now I think that A site might open up a little bit more. There might be a little bit more opportunity, but ladies and gentlemen, I think without further ado, we are heading back into the match. I believe. I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. That's fine. It's okay. I'm comfortable being wrong, but yeah, it's tough. I still think for some reason, and I'm totally okay with getting some flame for this, I still think Immortals can win 4v5. I don't know why. I just feel like there's just something in the Frosted Flakes this morning. I think they could do it. I honestly think they could do it.
It's possible. Again, they are as close as you could really ask for.
Yeah.
To keep things interesting. It sounds like the players are not ready quite yet, but we are going to get you into the game to kind of set the scene yet again and talk about what's going to be going down. Again, as you can see on the scoreboard there, Shot Up has not reconnected. He will not be finishing out the map. That's going to put Immortals at a numbers disadvantage of 4v5. You talked about JC Stanny as the person on Immortals to really be the X factor. Here in the closing rounds, the person I'm going to keep an eye on the side of T1 is Brax. Brax has been heroic time and time again, but it's been a bit of a lackluster half so far for really all of Immortals. What can Brax do to get this team back into things?
Early clear here from Dazed is going to find JC Stanny at least towards that link side. Couple of shots to spray through, and once again, as we had highlighted, the B site was the closest thing to work out. JC Stanny already down for the count, and it's a 3v5 as they'll back away here for T1. Skadoodle back site. Immortals gonna wrap around from both link sides. Hedwig used to clear out the site at least temporarily. Skadoodle, he's gonna be shot through. 46 HP. Neptune will still push forward, but they don't anticipate him being there. JMO uses that operator like a shotgun. Here comes the defuse. They're gonna smoke down and make this place cloudy, but once again he's defusing. Once again, Immortal, he's taken down by the hot heads. Oh my goodness, it's all down to one final player, but unfortunately it's Shot Up who's back in spawn. That was so close for Immortals. They almost defused that. So unfortunate. And now it's of course AZK that gets that ult point onto Shot Up. One of the questions I had, Doug, moving into this one is when you have a DC in ranked, you get some sort of perks, right? You get an ult orb, you get some other things. I don't think that's going to be the case this time around.
Yeah, we've never really had something like this, so we'll try to figure out if that's if that is how that plays out here in a custom setting. But that in mind, as we mentioned, T1 were able to find some success in that last round, and it was right up the belly of the defenses of Immortals. It was right into B. They were able to get in, get what they wanted, and as close as it still was, they were able to walk away victorious. Here on the attacking side, yet again, they're starting to show some more presence that way, but JMO with the operator looking right outside garage door. If he gets a chance, he's got an opportunity for something spicy here, but he's going to get spotted up. He's going to have to back up, and that possibility of making something happen through garage door is gone.
Oh, but JC Stanny, he pushes through the courtyard, and now it's an even 4v4. They're going to be making their way up towards that long side and the sewer side. Neptune's going to be the anchor here. How long can he hold this on, or will they play the retake? It seems like the latter here, as T1 are going to walk onto the site relatively free. But, you know, for a map like Haven, 4v5, you've got too many bases to cover. You're ultimately going to be playing retake every single round, and that's exactly what's going to happen here with the remaining time.
All right, great map awareness, great game presence from JC Stanny on that swing early on, knowing that T1 would be playing a bit more aggressively there, but as you mentioned, either way, this fight has gone down. Immortals is just able to pick T1 apart.
Wow!
Ladies and gentlemen, they rob one away from T1. It looks like they're gonna get the defuse as well, and they, oh no. Oh, okay. Whew. They startled me for a minute. It looks like they're gonna get to match point.
Great communication from Immortals there. A huge paranoia allows Gangsta hop out through heaven, finds Skadoodle and Brax, and that ultimately allowed the rest of Immortals to push in through yellow. Very well done in the retake there. So now all they need is one. 5 rounds remain before we end up in some sort of overtime scenario. 4 ultimates on the docket here for T1, and Gangsta gonna be looking down long, while T1 are gonna have a little bit of presence towards that side. And the rest of T1 are going to split off towards that long side. JMO with the operator here. He's going to take away the owl drone first. Back up as he gets tagged. And the Hunter's Fury puts him in a little bit of a tougher spot, so he's got to avoid that. He does so successfully. Nobody gets tagged, or at least a tag does not turn into a frag. And they find a pick despite the Hunter's Fury. Now it's a 4v4. T1 have to hit this A side and make it work.
All right, they've got an opportunity here. You see Skadoodle dash in. And it looks like he's going to get the spike down. As you mentioned, they're just going to be playing for retakes. They don't really have a choice otherwise. The Bladestorm is available on the side of Immortals, of JMO, and he has the operator to work with as well. There you see that Bladestorm used. The drone was in as the tip of the spear, and they follow, but JMO has been severely tagged up at the hands of Spider. The Spectre proven to be too much, and Skadoodle with the blades adds insult to injury. However, Days keep things at bay. It's just bodies are dropping left and right, and T1 is able to fend off Immortals, and ladies and gentlemen, this map will continue.
A little bit of a tougher retake there for Immortals. They tried to run that same paranoia play, but T1 were ready for it. A little bit more spread out in the post plant there. And of course, Skadoodle had some knives of his own in that retake scenario for Immortals as they try to push back in. Skadoodle was ready for it, right? And Spider as well, just spraying through. He's just like, all I got to do is hold left click and hope I find somebody. There was maybe like 5 smokes in that small little area there. So now, once again, T1 4 away from tying us up. Aggressive look here from JMO. See if he finds someone towards that sewer side. That's the camera that comes out. He does get tagged, so he's got to get away from that location soon. He's actually been stopped with the op round after round. T1 have done a great job of shutting him down.
AZK going a bit aggressively here with the round it back. He's able to take care of JMO and remove the operator from the conversation. It's going to run out, but he got plenty of info. Spider's starting to plant the spike on B, but JC Staney with the flank able to get one.
Smoke has subsided. Gangsta once again, but the neural theft will at least spot him out temporarily. There is one player down towards that right side. He doesn't get tagged, so Spider actually able to just hold on there. It's all down to Gangsta. The paranoia comes through. He is getting sprayed off the angle. And there is a flank starting to develop from Skadoodle, but they don't need it. AZK with the 3K. Now we've got 3 rounds remaining for T1 to tie this one up. Immortals, they've gotten very close to closing this one out. All they need is 1 in a tough position to do so. If they lose this map, it's going to be a very difficult ascent map coming up ahead for them. So T1 don't want to let Immortals, of course, take this one down, but this is an eco for Immortals. Another tough spot to be in. Likely we'll see a 10-12 after this one.
Likely the case, folks. If you are just tuning in and you're a bit confused as to what you just saw at the end of that round, Shot Up was not able to finish out the map due to some unforeseen circumstances. Immortals is playing in a 4v5 to close this thing out. Immortals is at match point, so they have an opportunity here to make something happen, even given the deficit that they're staring down. But T1 has been able to respond and has been able to put up the last couple of rounds. Immortals here, as Simo mentioned, is going to be a bit worse for wear as far as artillery goes, but it doesn't seem to matter as Neptune's able to take care of AZK early on.
2v4. Team is spread incredibly thin as Brax gaining a lot of room towards this A side. He's going to find Gangsta positioned in a cheeky little corner with the judge, take him down. It's all up to Neptune now, who's lurking up through the window. They know exactly where he is. He's only got a stinger. The jumping classic from Skadoodle is going to take him down. So in a position like this for Immortals,
No one to interrogate.
it's difficult. We've got 4 players, 3 sites to defend, which means, you know, 2 of the sites are going to be a little bit weaker in terms, and a little bit easier for T1 to hit. You know, prior to the 5v5 that we had, Immortals were able to stack accordingly, read the map, have more bodies to trade, and now Immortals do not have that luxury. But it's a gun round. Ultimates across the board, except for JMO, but he's got the op, so it doesn't quite matter. He's going to be holding down this A side alone. They do have AZK and Brax preparing for the gentleman's agreement, pushing through, seeing who's on the opposite side. We'll see what success he can find with this early on.
Oh, the flash, he manages to sidestep it, isn't able to land the shot, but dashes away to safety. Here, the Hunter Fury has been used as Skadoodle has an op of his own. And nothing doing quite yet. It was interesting to see JMO play that as aggressively as he was. Down A long by himself. But as you guys saw, managed to get away scot-free. T1 now considering mulling over the opportunity of going up B again, and you see a couple of smokes from Immortals already coming out. But
They don't have a lot of information from Immortals towards that C site. There was some early back and forth. I think Hunter's Fury was used to try to take down Gangsta, but he does technically avoid that. Here comes AZK. This run it back is unfortunately gone. They're still going to try to force the issue. JC standing with one, but now they'll push in. Neptune with another. Neptune with two. Down to the 2v2. JMO and Gangsta. Still Spike needs to go down, and unfortunately it's in a tough spot. The smoke will help Brax recover it, but it's all down to JMO. The flank from Gangsta does not pan out. He's got to op, and the Spike is going to move over towards the C site. And it's up to JMO to clutch this one out.
With 15 seconds left in the round, you see T1 is going to get the Spike down on C. JMO is really just kind of guessing at this point. As soon as the Spike goes down, he's going to have a decision to make on whether or not he just saves the operator, brings it into the next round, or tries to go for something spicy here. You see T1 have already started to assume their post-plant positions, and they're very passive, very safe, conservative is probably the best word to use there. Post-plant positions, but JMO, oh baby, JMO's not going down without a fight. Swaps out the operator for a Phantom and looks to take the situation to T1. He's able to get one, he's able to take care of Brax, drop things down to a 1v1, but he's gonna have to bust the move. He gets the second one. Holy Toledo, JMO!
Oh my goodness. That was a round for T1 to really shut them out, take us to 11-12, likely thwart the economy for Immortals once again, and take us to overtime. But Immortals in the 4v5. It was difficult. T1 really started to pick up some steam, but they will take map number 1. Wow, what a comeback here for Immortals and company. Down a member, 4v5, still clutch the map through. Now give them some time, as well as T1 some time to move on to that second map. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, it'll be a set. Will they come back, or will Immortals close this one out 2-0? You'll find out after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant First Strike UMG closed qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Bach and Esports Doug. Wait, hold on a second. Simo and Esports Doug, look. Hey, check this out. It's not even me being funny.
I'll try to make myself bald.
Yeah, I was about to say,
make myself bald,
shave the hair so I'll know. All right, we've had a lot of things going down, obviously, so we're trying to readjust to what's taking place, but of course, with Esports Doug as well as Simo. So check this out. Big updates for all of you guys out there. So map 2 is in fact going to continue, or at least the series, I should say, is going to continue with T1 versus Immortals. So, as we know, there were some unforeseen circumstances, so we will see Shut Up. He is going to be replaced by Shanks, Shanks' previous Dignitas. The reason why he is eligible to fill in is because Immortals is eligible for an emergency fill-in, and when it comes to Shanks, he did not compete in the NSG tournaments, whether it be open or close, and he also did not compete in the UMG, so that therefore makes him eligible. So going into Ascent, we know Immortals now leads 1-0 off of that impressive win, right? I mean, they 4v5. It's not easy at all, but of course, JMO went absolutely insane at the very end, ended up taking off that 1v2 and taking over the victory. So at least Immortals put themselves in a good spot, a spot they needed to be in, because we know with Ascent, T1 is most likely going to be the favorites going into that map. However, let's get into the meat and potatoes of things. Simo, let's start it off. Shanks, what's up with this guy? How do you think he's going to fit in with this roster of Immortals?
You know, I think when he was on Dignitas with his brother Poised, I don't think a lot of people know that those two are actually, in fact, brothers from Canada. Some Canadian boys. Love Canadian talent. But for Shanks, he filled in a duelist role for Dignitas on his time there during the Pop Flash Invitational, which is where those two brothers stepped in and added, you know, a little bit more to the team. So the fact that, you know, you have a duelist replacing a duelist is just perfect. It just depends on what is going to be played, because he primarily plays the Jet, and JMO is what he does. He's the one that plays the Jet for the most part. So we'll see how he slots in, but the fact that you're just replacing a duelist with another duelist actually works out quite well for Immortals, I think.
Okay, well, hey, check it out, guys. I know the match is getting started, so Doug, I'll let you continue off of that as I do hop out. But map number 2, let's see how it does turn out. Will the series be tied up by the boys on T1, or will Immortals get away with a sneaky 2-0? Either way, guys, take it away. Let's hop into Ascent.
Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, I think one of the other things to keep in mind is, yes, they were able to win off that 4v5 at the end, but the lead that they were able to build allowed that buffer to where they could pull things off in a 4v5, which is a huge testament to how well they were playing the map prior to the roster change. So Immortals looked really good on Haven across the board. Obviously, they won 5, 6 rounds maybe in a row to kick off that second half. But as we have discussed, Ascent's likely going to be a different story. T1 are just nasty on Ascent.
Yeah, they're able to hold down I don't even know what I'm trying to say. They're able to hold down the defensive sides incredibly well. They have a higher win percentage on the defense in some tournaments, and in others, they've got a little bit of a better attack. But for the Open, a 5-0 on Ascent. They've won every single Ascent map in the Open. They only lost 1 in closed out of 3. And they've already played against Dignitas, where they had a 1-0 victory over Dignitas. Close. And to be fair, if they lose this against Immortals, they will go and face Dignitas in the rematch. Or if they take down this map number 2, will be headed over to Bind, where all of it will be settled. So we still have yet to see Shanks and to see what he's indeed playing, but it's going to be T1 on the attack and Immortals on the defense.
T1 looking to keep things spicy there. You see Shanks, he is going to be on the Reyna. Folks, it looks like we have things swapped on the HUD. We'll get you the correct names as soon as we can. Shanks down to 22 health already, as it looks like T1 was able to get onto the site, and they are going to get the spike down. Now it's on Immortals. Can they get the retake? They have a couple of members that have been tagged up so far, and they're down in personnel, but JC Stanley looking to keep things interesting by taking care of Skadoodle.
Oh, what a paranoia as well there from JC Stanley. They're still trying to continue the push forward. 2 members from T1 wrapping around the opposite side, but they're already on the site. Brax and ACK have to retake the site that they ended up trying to retake against Immortals, who were retaking the site. And so far, that kerfuffle seems to be working out. Brax with a trade. AZK. Whoa, JC Stanley, what a shot there through the wall, but he'll still get the defuse regardless. Immortals winning that first round, and it looks like our question has finally been answered. Shanks on the Reyna, so he's going to fill in that spot for spot up and pretty much play the exact duelist that Immortals need him to play. We'll see how much success he does end up bringing. But even on Haven, it was JC, Standy, and Gangsta who were really topping the charts, where normally spot up would usually sit.
Yeah, and you kind of ask questions around, was Shanks warm? Was he playing already? Kind of how that'll pan out. So we'll keep a close eye on that for now. T1 again on the attacking side, playing for orb control. We've seen Spider play this aggressive side twice now. And I say aggressive loosely. He takes space, he gets info. But here it looks like they've backed off. The spike is going to be rotating over to B, where Brax is going to be first. Cage goes up, keeps him at bay. You see him, Brax firing through, and he's going to back up, but he did get tagged.
So early round, T1 found an orb down towards that long side. Neptune pushes through his own smoke, but there's another smoke that ends up landing there. Does he? I thought he just barely was able to tag Daze there, but that's where the spike is located. And so we're seeing a classic push from T1 up through the middle and around to try to pinch in. But Neptune is the gatekeeper here. He's not letting Daze onto the site. Finally, he will fall. But by now, Immortals have managed to make their way back onto the site. Shanks with 3. It's paired up with Gangsta, all down to Skadoodle. But nevertheless, T1 make it very expensive for Immortals on the 4-set.
Yeah, and as we saw, no questions about that any longer. 3K on that round. He's going to be bringing a Phantom into this next round here. Gangsta's going to have that Bulldog, and we'll see whether or not JMO buys up. Yeah, he is going to buy up. He's going to have some light armor, or have full armor, excuse me, and a Spectre all the way across with some utility to work with. Meanwhile, for T1, they've been able to buy up. They're going to have full rifles coming into this next round. Once again, Spider playing that aggressive side on A. This time, Immortals is posturing a bit more aggressively than they have in the past. Oftentimes, they're just sitting in sight, but look at JMO aggressively using a cloud burst to cover his flank, but then goes and checks that 50. That's gutsy. That's a gutsy call.
They managed also to get JC standing back towards that cellar area, so if T1 don't check it or don't send shock darts through, they will find themselves in a little bit of a tougher spot. The paranoia comes through, but Spider still with 1 through the flash. Immortals will find 2 as Spider retreats down to the 4v3. Skadoodle's been wrapping around to a relatively uncontested tree room, but the aggression from Immortals pays off with 2.
And Spider there was just so impressive. As you said, he was flashed. He was up on a corner. If somebody swings out of A main, he's done for, but able to get that kill anyway. JMO is overwhelmed. As T1 works their way into tree room. Gangsta's still going to be holding things down with the Bulldog, waiting as you see some of those calls come out. There's that smoke to keep the flank at bay. Skadoodle able to get a kill onto Gangsta there is huge.
Yeah, and then they just... Man, it's just like a shooting range. You know, you got one target comes in, and then the other target leaves, and then there's another target that comes in. It's just T1 in addition to that, Spider up on the generator, Brax down below. It's an unexpected angle there, but it's the gun round for T1. This is now the upcoming round for Immortals to see how they answer back. It is like we had highlighted early on, T1's favored on the attacking side, but they also have some good success on the defensive side as well. But if they really want to get rolling, if they don't want to be in a little bit of a tougher spot moving in to this map, they need to find some success and success fast, because they lost almost 11-6 was the scoreline before Shot Up
Let's fly.
had some unforeseen circumstances and they had to play at 4v5. It could have ended 13-6 if Shot Up was still there. So T1, they got to get rolling early. And Immortals, a new look. 4 stacked towards that mid side, denying courtyard presence for T1.
Yeah, and they have that Marshall there. You've heard it go off a few times, not connecting onto anyone. And T1, not really afraid. You see them start to at least push out towards that catwalk area, knowing that's where all the aggression is coming from. But they do so anyway. You see JMO kind of hanging around. He's got that classic there. As T1 raise a lot of ruckus. Consider the possibility of working through tree, and you saw JC Stanley pushed his way out, thinking that's where the push was coming from, but no, T1 is heading their way in through the front door. Gangsta's already able to take care of one, but AZK gets two. JC Stanley trades it back out. You see that Dart has given away all the positioning, and it's just down to Neptune here. He's got a frenzy, but he doesn't have any health left over as we're knotted up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, the craziness that started in the early round economy wasn't really sitting too pretty for Immortals, so they just wanted to force the issue as soon as they possibly could. We also saw Brax stop the lurk from JMO. He was coming up the catwalk to wrap around through a lobby. That didn't work out quite well. And so one at a time, members of Immortals started to fall. T1 were able to hold down the A site. And I think that's where they're going to find most of their success. We see that B site execute quite often the way that T1 work it. They send 3 up through the middle, and then they wrap around through the fruit market. But Immortals, heavy presence towards that side. They're flashed off by the paranoia, and another flash to follow for AZK. Neptune still stops the push. Can he find more success?
Unreal.
He can. That's 2. That's 3. Neptune, are you kidding me? That's going to be 3 on the round. Neural Theft to find out those last 2, and T1 crumble.
Just the gusto that it takes to play that as aggressively as he did and to walk away with 3. I think in a situation like that, if he gets 1 kill on the entry, great. You know, you were flashed up to high heaven. You didn't have much of a choice. You were able to get 1. That's awesome. But for him to stand strong and to get 3 out of there as well is just insane. And now for T1, they don't have very many options, right? They're severely outnumbered as far as it comes to personnel. They don't really have any openings anywhere across the map. And I like what we're seeing out of Immortals here. They've heavy stack 3 or 2 on A and then 1 watching that tree room entrance. They have mid presence with the tripwire and with the Sova. And then on B, they've got Neptune as well. They've got all their bases covered here.
Spider finds the tripwire. If they can find these 2 individual picks on the B site, it becomes a 2v3 and doable, considering JMO's injured. He's on the A site, but it boils down to actually finding the success here. So first one does not work out. It's all down to Daze, who's getting shot from behind. He's like, where is this coming from? It's Gangsta from the fruit market, but Neptune, solid heroics coming out from him, puts Immortals in the lead up by 1, and T1 got to go back to the drawing board for this next upcoming round.
JMO with an operator. All right, let's keep an eye on where he plays that. He had the Marshall earlier, but this time bringing a bit more punch to the situation. It looks like he's going to be holding down mid. No operator on the side of Skadoodle to trade with, but he does have that Blade Storm, so we may get something spicy here early on. You see a couple of pings from the defensive side. Up cat into tree, and that's exactly where JC Stanley's going to be posted up, but he backs off. You hear the Blade Storm has been used. The Hunter's Fury as well, as he's able to take care of AZK. That's a big opener, but Skadoodle, understanding the point of pressure there, goes in aggressively.
He does have a lot of space for T1, and that Owl Drone's gonna feel a little rough. Oh, he lands so many knives, but it's not lethal. Gangsta gonna walk away limp from that one with 15 HP. And despite finding that opening pick, that's not looking too good for T1. So Skadoodle still has a lot of room, at least to work with temporarily. T1 will slow things down. We've seen this from them time and time and time again. But where they end up going is the real question.
Deploying drone.
T1 have 2 ultimates to work with. But again, the defenses look relatively similar. The one exception is Gangsta's not going to be playing up mid this time. He's back on B site. There's a good bit of utility on the side of Neptune to ensure that nobody's going to be working their way in through B main.
Wow.
Jeez.
That hurts. I think this was also the round that T1 don't really have the best economy to work with. Skadoodle's going to first try to entry through. Neptune's going to take him down from the side angle there, trying to get rid of that recon bolt. Daze will take him down. Up goes JMO, and down he will go as well. T1's starting to make this a little bit more doable, but they still have to get that spike planted. It's unfortunately going to have to go in a little bit of an awkward spot, but that's going to be Shanks that stops it through. The dismiss coming in, and now it's the 2v2. Empress is popped. Another Lear will try to entry the site, but they're off on the side. One in the cave, one behind the triple boxes. Shock darts come through. Shanks with one. Invisibility gives him space. 1v2 as the defuse is starting to come through for JC Stanley.
Oh, he can't see
Straight through the box. Daze does not shoot through it correctly. And Shanks, backside, finds the 3K on the round. T1 will now have weapons to play moving into this next round.
That's a difficult situation. They're staring into an Empress. She was able to isolate, I believe that was Brax, in the corner of the site and take care, or yeah, I believe it was Brax, and take care of that kill, and then it just dropped down to Dazed, and there he didn't, because of the plant that you mentioned earlier on that was a bit different, he didn't have a sight line. You can try to wallbang through that box, but that's certainly not a sure thing at any point. So Immortals take a 2-round lead. There was the aggression that we've seen from Spider that Immortals is starting to wise up to. You saw that shock dart bounce off into that A long area, knowing that that's where Spider's been, and it didn't tag him up, but it did force him back.
I thought for certain that this would be a gun round for T1. Seeing a couple of ghosts in the hands means that I don't think we're sitting too comfortable here. Which means likely we might be sitting at 5-2. They don't have a lot to work with other than this Rolling Thunder that they pop out. If they can find some upgrades, they can neural theft as well and find out where those members are located. Skadoodle pushing forward. A little bit of a stranger look. They're going to work up through the tree room. Finds one with the Sheriff. Shanks down, but still Immortals are starting to wrap around. JC Stanny with the refrag. Neural theft will spot out where those members are, and they're looking to try to commit to this frag. They're trying to commit to this push. Brax with 2, Brax with 3, the thrifty for T1. They hold down the strangest place up in that window, and they stop Immortals from coming back to the A site.
And it was opened up by that Rolling Thunder and then Skadoodle following it, right? It wasn't just the Rolling Thunder either. You saw AZK use a flash into that room, which ultimately the flash didn't matter, but it created space for him to follow in and work with, and for him to get that opening frag onto Shanks was huge. That allowed them that space to get up onto Heaven, to be able to hold the site down from that precarious spot that you mentioned. So very well played from T1. They invested the ultimates. It was a huge thrifty round, and then of course Brax is just a freak more often than not, and that was enough to secure the kill early on here in this round. The spike, we haven't seen this a ton. The spike for now working its way up Cat. Shanks able to get the opener on the Skadoodle though. Man, that hurts.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much catwalk aggression from Immortals either. So the fact that they paired up there, Shanks and JMO, Shanks with a little bit more of an elevated position, and T1 are quite known for a push up through the middle, the wrap around through the fruit market and B main at the same time. Neptune's the gatekeeper through the B main side, and they don't really have a lot of presence from Immortals towards that middle. And to be fair, not a lot of teams do in general. But sometimes you'll see a player in the fruit market, which means that you can't always bank on just that passive play. But good positioning from Immortals. They find an early pick, back away, passive play on the A site now, give the T1 a little bit more space, but it's going to be that classic T1 push up to the middle. Let's see if it works out this time.
The tripwire ensuring that they don't rotate all the way through, but you see the ping come out and the smoke follows. They've smoked off the back of the spawn across mid and onto the site. The paranoia comes out, doesn't connect onto anyone, but Neptune does, as he's able to get 2. AZK trades him out, but he is certainly worse for wear. Just down to 2 health left. A 3K for Shanks. He's been lighting up the kill feed. Immortals win another round. T1, this is their map, and so far, things don't look good.
4 rounds remain. And I really have to give a lot of credit to Neptune. That's the second time that he stopped the B main push. T1 just, even on Haven, they just couldn't break into sites. They just couldn't do it. And even when they do, the retake is so good from Immortals. It's just like, you can't count any player out from this Immortals roster. And yes, even with the substitution for Shanks instead of Shot Up, he's still fitting in right in with the team. It's like he never left. But let's pay attention to the round at hand. Spider, as you had pointed out, that consistent aggression towards that A main side. And guess what? Immortals flush it out. 3-member swing, shock dart comes through, and now T1 have to once again run up their classic aggression towards the middle.
And you see this time the tripwire from, I believe it is Neptune, is a bit further up, right? To ensure that they don't even, but before they even get close enough to that market area, they already know. So there's that tripwire that I was just talking about. It's been cleared out. That's going to give them some info. Skadoodle smoking out the back of the spawn. Again, like you said, this is the move that we've seen from them a couple times. A couple flashes come out. Skadoodle dashes in, flash and dash action. Neptune taken out.
Oh, J-Mo had a couple of fancy moves of his own. Unfortunately, Skadoodle was ready and prepared. You blink and you miss it. Now Immortals in a 2v4 retake. Very doable here for T1 now, as they've started to dwindle those odds in their favor. Dazed, close left. JC Stanny finds one. JC Stanny with two. Gangsta almost finds another there, but Brax holds down B main and is the last player remaining for T1. A round I think they needed to win. Not many rounds remaining left in this half. And Immortals were really starting to pick up steam and read T1 correctly.
Yeah, but Simo, that went down to a 1v1. Like, that, for the way that things were going into the retake situation, that really shouldn't have been as close as it was. But again, it was Brax's heroics, 12-5 so far on this map, and still plenty of time to work with as well. You see Spider once again. It's going to be there, the shock dart and the smoke. He has not been tagged up, however, so it's just interesting to see he continues to invest on that side. They are hell-bent on ensuring that they have control of that portion of the map.
Yeah, they don't want any late round flirks. What's a flirk? I don't even know what a flirk is. Late round flanks to come through from Immortals, because if there's someone that's going to take advantage of that, it's going to likely be JC Stanny. He's been positioned on that A site quite consistently. We saw some aggression from Immortals towards that B main side, something that we kind of see paired up differently. J-Mo was doing it in a couple of the earlier rounds. Now it's Shanks. Once again, it's this up the middle for T1 hit. Spider's been able to hold off at least A main for the time being. So they might be faking this, pulling back, but Neptune is anticipating a potential fake. He heard a lot of that action, heard a lot of that utility, and guess what? Yeah, I anticipated it. We thought it was going to happen. We thought it was going to be the A side, and now they're going to teleport in. Spider's going in. Here comes the action.
Yeah, they've committed. The drone was there through short, but there wasn't anyone home. They thought this was safe, and it wasn't. Spider is able to get one. However, Shanks trades it out. Dazed, taking care of business, but T1 are able to get onto the side. It's just going to be down to Neptune, a 3v1. The problem is there are 12 seconds left. If he can buy enough time, there's a possibility, but no, he's going to get dropped as we're knotted up at 5 apiece.
I thought for certain that Immortals were going to be able to hold off that push. They had Neptune flanking through the middle. He finds the early pick, then doubles back to support his team, or sorry, wraps around through the catwalk. And T1 were running straight through a choke point, but the way that they had set up, they had a Hunter's Fury down below on the bottom of the site to deal with the Hell player, and then the rest of the team slowly inched their way forward and found these individual 1v1s that they managed to just take care of. And like you said, it was all based off of Spider being incredibly hell-bent on not letting this A main side lose any control.
Bit more aggression here from Immortals early on as they created room. And you also, I love that little camera that's set up. The cage was there. It looks like Brax was able to work his way in. I didn't see if he got that ult orb or not, but you see that drone following. Neptune just on the other side, has a good bit of utility there. Thank you, the orb is still there. But much stronger presence here out of T1 early on the B side. And you see Immortals, they're like, well, they've hit this site more often than not, so they're already starting to rotate over. They don't know this. Nobody's home at A.
Brax is going to be playing the rotate kills here. Camera comes through, doesn't see anybody. Oh, that's unfortunately the sheriff kill for J-Mo. They can upgrade a weapon if they want. Skadoodle just trying to cause a little bit more noise, smokes off, gets rid of the trip, and it's going to be an easy A-side hit. If we looked at earlier in the round, Spider played very passive towards that A main side, which normally he throws up a smoke and then sits up there and waits. But this time he played passive towards Gelato, and boy, did he receive a sweet treat. He finds a pick from range, and that opens up this A side completely, and Immortals unfortunately over-rotates, but it is their eco. So there's not a whole lot that can be said about, you know, they're just trying to keep those weapons stacked together and try to be a little bit more impactful together. But now T1 in a very good post-plant scenario.
Revealing area.
Yeah, resources from Immortals continue to drop. They're just down to one player left. Skadoodle slices and dices his way through Shanks, the late addition to the roster, and T1 take the lead. I think it's when you're in an eco situation like that, you almost have to rotate a bit earlier, right? Like if the attacking team knows you're in a poor financial situation, a contact piece like that can overwhelm you, and you really don't have any other choice. So they rotate a little bit earlier than I think you normally would have seen. And then T1, instead of risking just a straight up 5v5, they wisely rotate away. Still was close, but now everyone is going to have guns across the board. Skadoodle's going to have an operator to work with as well. Nothing early and aggressive early on, except once again they're wising up to where Spider is. He gets picked apart even through the telly.
Man, Gangsta always finds those, especially on Bind. Of course, we're on a set, and he still finds those. Unfortunately for JC, Stanny does not anticipate the heavy presence. JMO trying to get to a safe location. AZK, as there's pandemonium in the tree room. T1 have gained so much control of this A site.
Oh! Skadoodle with a huge shot onto Shanks there to keep the personnel advantage in their favor. They still have two, but Gangsta is able to take care of Skadoodle, starting to push his way forward towards Tree Room, but the spike is already on the site. AZK has it. He also has the Rolling Thunder. They have a decent idea of where the players are, but Gangsta up from heaven has an opportunity to make something happen here, but no, that's giving his position away. There's that Rolling Thunder that we were just talking about. It's going to send Gangsta all the way to high heaven. Somehow stays alive, was a sitting duck for a while, but manages to preserve his
30
life.
seconds left. Spike planted.
Neptune. Oh, this is about to be cheeky. Brax on the run. He survives. Now it's another recon bolt. The flash comes through. Neptune cannot do much. It's down to Gangsta. He continuously is being tagged through the cardboard there. And now it's all down to him. A couple of injured members, but for T1, they're still relatively healthy. First shot's going to come easy. But now it's down to 2 players, and he's only got 7 HP. Sees Brax. Oh, that's a good jump. Pre-fire. 1v2. Cannot win it. Cannot clutch it through, and the half will finish in favor of T1, 7-5. But I know that it's completely irrelevant, but Gangsta must be like 6'10", or 7'1", because that jump, man has hops. Okay, man can probably dunk. He probably played basketball before Valorant. Holy smokes, that leap.
A good half out of T1 again on their map, but you kind of question whether or not that was enough, right? The pistol goes in favor of Immortals, and we could be having a very different conversation overall. But now we're going to see what things look like on the opposite half. Now that Immortals, again, with the late addition of Shanks, what kind of tricks do they have up their sleeves? What kind of different looks can they show when they're playing with somebody who they haven't been skirming with? Any sort of like very clever executes may not be possible anymore.
Blinding.
Oh, Immortals, heavy stack through A main, get into an engagement with Spider, but he manages to escape Paranoia through JMO. He's got to worry about the rest of his team, but he does trade things out. Spider's holding the line.
Unreal.
He walks through the smoke and stops them from coming in. Spider now in a great position for the rest of T1 to wrap around. Neptune is going to be lurking all the way through B lobby, or A lobby, sorry. Tries to find Spider from range, but the heroics from Spider. Spider shows up big for the opening pistol of the second half.
And that easily could have gone the other way. JMO smokes and dashes his way right into the belly of the proverbial beast. And he was able to get a couple of kills up close and personal. But as you said, it was Spider who essentially did the same thing the other way and was able to fend off any other additional support coming in from Immortals. Very flashy, impressive play by JMO, but Spider able to get the best of him in that situation. Immortals once again showing heavy presence towards A long. They've got some defenses from the side of T1. You see that one way come through, but the dash is there. No flash and dash here, baby. Skadoodle stops it dead in its tracks.
They're still trying to push in, though. Spider's going to hold them off with the stinger, but he can only hold them off for so long. Skadoodle trying to support from range. That's going to be another shot that comes through. He's going to try to use the generator to hide. T1 hold off the push once more. He really wants that stinger moving into the second round. This is the round that we were waiting for. This is the round that matters here for Immortals. They're locked and loaded, ready to go. I don't anticipate another 5-stack push. They were just trying to, force the issue with the weapons that they had. Now this is where we're going to be looking at a little bit more presence towards that A main side, but more of a heavier look towards the B lobby or to the B main side. They've got Spike there. They've got Shanks there. And they're going to be looking for some mid control. So let's see how this round pans out for Immortals.
Revealing area.
couple of smokes traded early on from the Omens, and both on the same side of the map. See that drone getting information and creating space for Immortals as it works its way up mid. That smoke is going to block things off additionally. You see, Immortals had no choice but to drop things off. Skadoodle had an operator. He's able to get Gangsta, but J-Mo trades it out.
Yeah, that's an important opening pick as well. Operator now in the hands of Immortals. This is their gun round, and T1 had invested into that op because you saw Skadoodle only had the Ghost moving into the second round. So it was a heavy investment, and it pays off for Immortals. Unfortunate for T1 there, the double peek through Catwalk did not work out, and now as they're pushing in, Brax not having the same effect as Neptune in the previous half. It's all down to AZK with the Spectre here. Finds one, but they know now where he's located. Trying to flash him out, but the utility, it's not going to work out in his favor. All down to Dazed with the Ares. Immortals looking at a first round win here for the second half.
All right, T1, given the investment that they just made, well, we'll take a look at the economy here in just a moment, as the spike is surely going to go, as the spike in the round are surely going to go in favor of Immortals here. All right, Dazed was able to pick that up throughout all of that chaos and hang on to it, so they are going to be able to carry it into the next round. But I just don't know what else they're really going to have to work with here.
Heavy investment from T1 definitely hurts, but they've managed to give themselves enough of a lead that I think they can bleed a couple of rounds here or there, but they need to find that momentum back once they have a gun round of their own. This is likely not going to be that. Another operator bot. Okay, it's going to be the force up. They're gambling here. They're gambling here. They want to secure this one. A Bucky for Spider, as he's likely going to play close on that A side. An operator for Skadoodle to peek into Catwalk. Dazed with the Odin, but not in the classic Sinatra position. That's just going to be to spray through the middle, which we've seen that adaptation from a couple of players. But Immortals, 4 members strong towards this A main side. Owl drone to scout things out. We'll see if this Bucky is paid to good use for Spider.
Get out of my way.
Smokes across the board, and Immortals are still going to work their way onto A. You saw the Lear come out. Spider has been taken out as they establish themselves and get everything that they need early on. Nobody posted up in Rafters just yet, but the flashes are going to come out. Joodle takes the high ground with the Blade Storm as he looks for a pick. J-Mo still hanging out down low. The Brax is not rotated over quite yet either, so keep a close eye on that on the minimap as chaos ensues. On the A site, the spike has gone down. Nothing really happening quite yet. They're waiting so patiently. Skadoodle peeks and he gets punched in the mouth.
Yeah, I like how he dropped the op for his team just in case there was a chance that they wanted to save instead. This was the force up, as we had highlighted. They want to bring that into the next round. Odin spray here for Daze to try to dissuade them from peeking up towards that heaven side, and they're just going to back away. There was an opportunity if Skadoodle finds a pick or two for Brax to flank, but he's just going to sit safely and save that weapon to the next round. So we're going to be up 9-7. Immortals with this crazy push in towards that A main side has a lot of pro players saying, I hate Jet, because that really was just the push in, the aggressive push from J-Mo, while the rest of the team just funneled on in. And it worked out. Spike down, found Spider. But I also think there probably had to have been an idea on the Immortal side, knowing the economy, to say, okay, they're probably wounded. They might not have the greatest buy. Let's just hit them where it hurts.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's certainly a high possibility of that. But again, they're able to carry an operator into this next round. Skadoodle here holding things down on B, as once again we see a little bit of utility use from both squads. Over by A, Gangsta's forced back. They got some intel, they got some info, but they're going to rotate away. Not a ton learned on the B side either. There's a camera there. Oh, there it is. That's going to give them info that they're looking for. Skadoodle was able to take it out, and now they know he has an operator on that side.
Yeah, and that's actually where they're stacking towards as well. AZK presence towards that mid side. Spider holding down any pushes from the Catwalk, and once again smokes go down for the A main push. So Skadoodle really has to be the gatekeeper here. Here's the Lear come through. Flash as well. They're going to be on the site already. J-Mo already starts to tailwind through. They've got to play the retake here for T1, so they gave that up completely. And now we're going to have to see how this retake unfolds.
Oh, and I like that Skadoodle didn't play anything aggressively there. He realized he had lost control of the site, kept the operator, and backed off. Meanwhile, Brax was able to take care of Big Gangsta there on the flank. That's a big kill. That's going to open things up for him. You often see him playing around that rotating area. But the problem is he's going to have to bust a move and get there quickly. Dave's trying to shoot through the smoke. He's going to get a chance. Neptune goes in aggressively while he's in the transition and gets taken out. They're still hunkering down on the site, but they're getting flashed up and tagged up. JC Stanny, if it wasn't the flash, it's a paranoia. Now Jomo somehow is still able to get a kill. Spider swings. He gets two. Immortals fall apart. Skadoodle gets the last one. And I don't know that they're going to get the defuse.
There's not a lot of...
gosh!
Oh! 0.03. I think that might be the world record for anything that I've ever seen.
I
There's
don't know
probably
that I've seen a closer one either.
Yeah, I think there might be some clips up there of 0.001 or whatever, but that was close from Spider. I was counting down the time. They didn't have a lot of time left. And I also think that Immortals, like, their setup in the post plant was a little strange. They had nobody in the cave. They were playing some pretty strange angles. But they also had a little bit of a tougher time anticipating where were T1 going to funnel in from, the left side or the right side. But anyways, T1 put themselves up at double digits. Looking at the round at hand, it's once again Skadoodle toward that beam, seeing that classic Sinatra position, spray through, tags Neptune down to 95. And Immortals are looking for some mid control here, with AZK still looking inside.
The drone's going to be used by T1 around B, realize that nobody's home. And while they're not going to find anyone, they are going to get plenty of information from that. They've realized that, well, it's got to be mid or it's got to be A. And, well, it is exactly on A. JMO dashes in. You hear the Empress has been used as JMO tries to use the generator as cover, tries to keep alive. Brax was able to get one, but he's eventually going to drop. Days from Heaven has two people tagged up, and certainly worse for Where. He's still alive, however, somehow. Through all of that chaos, the spike isn't even down yet, Simo.
Yeah, Thor will go down. Now it's starting to be planted. Oh, sees one. If they can take out this player, they can push the site confidently. But now the spike starts ticking. 2v3. JMO playing heaven angle while his teammate JC Stanny playing towards the door and playing close. Aftershock alongside a little bit of utility now starting to come through. Difficult, but JC Stanny still holds on. How? It's down to the 1v1.
No way.
He sees him. Oh my goodness, JC Stanny. He clutches the round, holds down the door, and Immortals trail by 2.
What a wild round, and what a play by JC Stanny, and it didn't look good, right? When his teammate got taken out, overwhelmed by all the flashes, you kind of look at that and go, well, I mean, dang, that's just such a tough spot. Like, what can you really do? Surely this isn't going to go in favor of Immortals, but the heroics from JC Stanny keep things alive. That's just absolutely insane from Immortals. They've had success on a couple of different spots of the map too, Simo. And the thing is, for T1, they're continuing not to play anything up the middle. You see a good bit of aggression early on from Skadoodle. He has nothing but a frenzy. So it's not like they're going to be packing much of a punch here. That was a big round for Immortals.
Indeed, because now T1, tough eco spot. I don't know how close Skadoodle is to the Blade Storm. AZK, as we see here, 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. But Immortals in a great position. Spider, if he can find a pick here, he might at least make things a little easier. Jeez. That's the spike. Paranoia, but can he get out of the position? He can! He's out! And there's a counter paranoia on the opposite side, I believe, from the side of JC Stanny. Another shot's gonna ring true here for Neptune as he finds two pushing in towards the tree room. Skadoodle answers back with the frenzy. One after another, they will fall. And all that happens in the tree room stays in the tree room as Immortals now trail by 1.
Yeah, Immortals, they lost a good bit of folks there, though. It's not like it was a flawless round or anything clean like that. Even with that in mind, however, you see the financial situation that JC Stanny and the rest of Immortals find themselves in is perfectly comfortable. He still has 4,500 credits to work with. JMO has plenty as well, and on the side of T1, certainly not in as ideal of a spot. You saw 3 light armors across the board. There was an operator in tow, and I believe that was Skadoodle over by A, but again, Immortals is going to be playing towards this B site. That's where they have everything stacked up. That's where they're getting information from. You already see the smokes coming out towards CT and towards market. Simo, that's exactly where they're going.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a scary sight for T1. How long can they hold this one on? And somehow they're still all alive. That Rolling Thunder's going to help out Spider and ACK. Spider with the flank. He's coming in hot from behind. He's going to try to take them out, but he can't. Down to the 3v2. T1 are falling apart on the site. Brax will stop the bleeding. And now it's a 2v2. That's going to be a 2v1. Gangsta, the last member standing. It was looking so good for Immortals. And, of course, it was also looking so good for T1. But both will fall apart down to the 2v1. Gangsta will back away and save the weapon or just hightail it over towards that A site. But the neural theft really makes that a little bit more difficult for him to do. What a round. What a round.
And the kills came in bunches from both sides, right? It looks like Gangsta's still considering rotating all the way over. It doesn't look like T1 has fully brought everything, as the Brax is lurking behind a little bit, but Skadoodle, man, nothing gets past Skadoodle. Gangsta's taken out. T1 on their map have a narrow lead, but it's a lead nonetheless. And I think the important thing is, given how the last 5 rounds had gone, that was a very important round.
The fact that there's just so much going on for T1 in that round. I like how quickly the members reacted to the B-side hit. Like, they pulled too quickly, and then I believe Spider teleported back into B lobby to flank them from behind. It's not as great as he would have hoped. He does get taken down in the push forward, but if he had just waited, they could have just pinched him in, right? He would have had a little bit more room to work with. Skadoodle was already holding the angle, but nevertheless, very, very solid round for T1. Still expensive, though. Still expensive. Shanks is going to make that even more expensive, as Skadoodle will sit that one out up down in the fruit market.
And fortunately for T1, it's not at a place where Immortals could easily take it, but you hear the Empress has been used from Shanks, as he was able to get the kill, get what he needed, and then go a bit more aggressively. Meanwhile, the rest of Immortals have dashed their way on to A. T1 looking to fight for this retake. You hear the Hunter's Fury has been used from T1. Tags a little bit of damage and delays things. It buys some time, but they're still not fully here yet. They're establishing presence around Rafters, Heaven, and they've got a little bit of room to work with Spider in the True. That's a big kill if he can get it. Meanwhile, on the site, Shanks takes care of Brax. The spike has been planted, however, and AZK able to get Shanks, but no, the members of Immortals pick T1 apart in the final few moments of the round and bridge the gap down to 1.
Man, Shanks has been quite the stand-in, huh? He's been quite the performer for Immortals. They definitely needed it now more than they ever have. You know, the winner of this just has to wait for the playoffs, right? If Immortals can make it through the day today, we'll likely get an update on tomorrow to see what's going on with Shot Up. Are they going to continue to play with Shanks, whatever? But if they win here 2-0, what a statement against T1. That proves that Immortals as a whole is a well-oiled machine. Every part works well. And even if you substitute another part in, the other parts are still going to work just as efficiently. And for T1, this would be a tough series loss. A 2-0 loss to Immortals, and then you have to face Dignitas in the lower bracket. You beat them before, and you can maybe do it again. But I'm assuming Dignitas are likely not going to go on, or not going to go down without a fight.
Immortals here showing a far more passive, much more conservative look than what we've seen really for the rest of the entire half, right? We saw some of the early bit of utility used in the exact same spot, but by and large, it's been hurry up and wait for Immortals here. Now we're starting to see some more of those smokes come out. Immortals have hit that site a couple of times as the presence towards mid and then through B. This time you saw a smoke over towards mid and it was just a distraction, but Skadoodle's waiting on the flank. He's already able to get 2 swings looking for the third, and JMO rips him down from the skies. The spike is still not made it onto the A site, however, but they're starting to creep their way over.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Immortals. I almost feel bad when that goes sour, you know? When you don't check the wine cellar and then all of a sudden you just lose everybody. Most teams throw a molly there or something, a shock dart, something. But some maybe don't want to waste that utility. Maybe they feel like it's just worth pushing onto the site or whatever. is how often does somebody really play in the wine cellar? And how often does that actually happen? When it does, it hurts. And you're feeling that here. But it's the 3v3 eco round. Braxy's one. Frenzy's going to find him. Oh, there's another. Oh, Brax. This one more. He jumps down, but it's not enough heroics. AZK will clean things up. Does he have enough time? Yes, he does. T1 sit at match point. Listen, I got a timer on the other monitor. I could see everything. He had time. He was fine. He was totally okay. He was fine. But T1, match point. This was a little bit of a closer map than I had thought, but nevertheless, T1 could take us to map 3.
Yeah, Brax with that frenzy, and it was stacked off of the flash from AZK that allowed him from up in heaven to really cause havoc, right? To wreak havoc all over Immortals, and then maybe he plays that last kill a bit aggressively, doesn't wait for the second flash from AZK, which AZK was able to use to secure the kill. Either way, T1 were able to net the round. As you said, they find themselves on match point here, and look at the aggression that we're already seeing out of Skadoodle. He dashes his way all the way in through mid. The Hunter Fury is going to come out as well to try to create space on A side, because that is where Immortals is going.
Yeah, look at them starting to wrap around there. Blood-thirsty. Sharks in the water, and they smell their prey. Shock darts come through. But now it's the 4v5 retake. Rolling Thunder available, and you'll likely see some of those heroics come out from AZK. Where will he set it up is the real question. Gangsta, pay attention on your minimap to see how he flanks around towards the catwalk side. He needs Immortals to buy time. That's all he needs as the spike ticks down.
Continuing to create space. Oh, Shanks stops it. He had the Rolling Thunder. He tried to use it, and Shanks says, no, sir. That will not be a factor here. But Immortals is just down to 1. Brax looking, hunting, trying to keep Gangsta out. Brax is able to drop. However, it's going to go down to a 1v1. The spike continues to tick.
He needs to defuse it. He needs to find the frag, but there's not enough time. He's just buying time. Gangsta, he gets taken down, but there's not enough time to defuse Immortals. They keep it within 1.
Oh, and Days dying there was so close to getting out. But again, the margin for error grows smaller and smaller for T1. Immortals, they're going to have plenty of guns. Armor's going to be a bit lighter, but they're in a good spot here. Meanwhile, on the side of T1, you have an operator in play. You don't have a ton else. A Stinger, a Spectre, there is one Phantom in the hands of AZK, but they don't. This is not the punch that they want to have, bringing things down into this last round before potentially going into overtime.
One more shot. We've seen Eminem rap tons about one shots, one chance, one opportunity. This is T1's chance to not let this go to overtime. And the weaponry is less than ideal for some, more than ideal for others. But now the Empress popped here for Shanks. He needs to find a lot of success. Lear comes through. That's AZK down. Phantom out of commission. Brax will follow as well. It is pandemonium.
Jeez.
And Immortals taking a page out of T1's book. The classic mid push up, split off into the fruit market. And now it's just down to Skadoodle. Drops down into Broza. Has the op, almost a collat. But Immortals with a near flawless round tie us up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to overtime.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Again, this is T1's map, right? Like you talked about how if they lose, they're going to have to face Dignitas, and really for either of these squads, so it's going to be the outcome. But T1 historically are better on this map. And again, when you think about that, and then you think about the 4v5 and how Shot Up wasn't able to play and how Shanks comes in as a late addition, and are they still going to be able to do it? Shanks, as you said, has done just fine for himself, for the rest of Immortals, and they really are in a position here to take this map away from T1 and potentially 2-0 them. Which oh no, Bach and Van Silly did go that way. Dang it. They might get the prediction over us. One last thing to call out. There is an operator in the hands of Immortals. They're not going to be buying armor or anything like that. They're investing big on that gun.
We'll have to see if it pays off. Mid-aggression, because they know how T1 love to push up through the middle. And Immortals never played aggressive towards that mid side. So the fact that there aren't too many options for T1, they're going to default back to what they know best. Sees Phantom there. Oh, he backs away. How much time does he have? AZK with the swing shot's gonna be good. Tailwind out. Bada bing, bada boom. Immortals start with the man advantage.
Yeah, no flash, no smokes, no nothing. And AZK gets punished for it. Now they're gonna have to back up As you mentioned, they like to go up mid. That's not an option here. You see a couple smokes coming out towards tree room as they mull over the possibility of working their way through tree into A. But so far, it does not look like they've committed. And the interesting thing is here for the side of Immortals, it's not like they're taking a ton of space elsewhere on the map.
Heavier stack towards this B site, and boy, are they ready for the classic T1 extravaganza. 2 members split off towards the middle and towards B main. Smoke start to come through, and that's going to stop T1 temporarily. We'll see if Neptune is able to hold the line once again. Skadoodle pushing forward. Oh, Tailwind's in trouble. Skadoodle manages to survive, and that's going to be Neptune down, but there's 10 seconds remaining. They got to get on the site. They got to get the spike down, and it's just craziness. Skadoodle going to start to plant it, but do they have enough time? They do! It's all down to Gangsta, and T1 sneak this one out.
Shanks had an opportunity to play spoiler.
Oh!
He had that angle, but it didn't matter. He got picked off while the spike was starting to get planted. T1's going to take an early lead. The snap onto Shanks there was just filthy.
Holy smokes, man. That was a sweaty round. I'm going to need a towel after that one. How on earth did T1 play? Skadoodle's just like, hold my white claw, drops the spike, just look at this. He's like, oh yeah, I see you. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me just quickly, 3 HP. Skadoodle, nerves of steel.
All right, let's see how these nerves keep things going here. What else does Skadoodle have in his bag of tricks? Skank's still looking to get info early on through mid. It's gonna get dropped out, but at least they know there's presence around that area of the map, but it looks like they feel comfortable kind of pushing their way towards that anyway. As you see, the dart has been used as well.
They're going to run the T1 special, early pick onto AZK, but Skadoodle answers back. He's going to have to hold the line once more. He's dropping back. He's going to find Neptune for now. J-Mo for the second. And whoa, one more peek and shake. Skadoodle! Oh my goodness! 4K on the round there. The knives, he can't find the ace, but it's down to JC Stanny. And now T1 working their way back onto the site. Skadoodle! What a beast! T1 clutch this one through and bring us to a map 3.
Skadoodle was just out of control. We're gonna cut to a very quick break. When we return, we'll get reflections back in there. We'll break things down. Folks, don't go anywhere. Map 3 just on the other side of this break.
And welcome back to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Esports Doug and Simo, who just cast it. Man, I don't even know. Check this out. I don't even want to break down beginning game, mid game, late game. I just want to talk about OT. First and foremost, Skadoodle. You know, chat's called him Skadaddy, and honestly, for good reasons, man. Yeah, OT was just all him. Simo, Jesus, what just happened?
Listen, you're asking the wrong person. I have no words. Skadoodle just all of a sudden pulls out this phenomenal overtime round. We also have to talk about that prior round that Shanks wasn't able to take care of Skadoodle for some reason. That's right. Definitely a big question mark. But that final round, holy smokes.
I mean, even Spider right there in that replay. Like, I mean, picking up that play, getting it with .003. Like, there was just so many influential moments, right? Because look, T1 doesn't pick up that that round. Do they win, right? Does Immortals win? And there was just so many factors. Doug, I think it's very fair to say, obviously, it was said that, you know, going into it, that, you know, Immortals, they were probably going to be at a disadvantage. T1, just a great Ascent team. But without question, though, Immortals was in it till the very end. And, you know, unfortunately, Shotup had to exit. But Shanks came in, but he filled in the role quite well.
Yeah, that boy did just fine. If I'm not mistaken, he led. Although that was not good. That was terrible timing on the replay. And then, hang on, I gotta watch this again.
A moment of silence, please. And you see the way he dropped too? Like, he did not enjoy that shot.
Just it's just unreal, right? Like, anyway, so here's the thing. For Immortals, yeah, they lost. But it was in overtime fashion, and there were heroics that were demanded from T1 to even get to that point, right? Like, in no moment, given the advantage that we gave to T1 going into this map, it never felt like what we were watching was an accurate representation of the statistical history between these two squads, and specifically T1 on this map. So for Immortals to play that as closely as they did without their full roster, for it to require Skadoodle to do rated R things that are no longer like safe for child's eyes in order to get to this point was just nuts. And here's the thing, it wasn't just Skadoodle that had to go nuts there, right? We saw Spider a couple of times, we saw Brax pop off. It was an entire team effort from T1, and kudos to them in the face of adversity to be able to pull that off is just another testament to how impressive this T1 squad really is.
I mean, you mentioned Brax. Let's go back to round 22. You know, he eventually opens up, gets the two-piece with the Frenzy, right? I mean, that just shouldn't have happened. He eventually drops, but he opened up the door for AZK then to come and pick up the last member from Immortals, right? That was a big round. Every round is big when you're talking about going into OT, right? And I just cannot wait for game number 3. As the map does load in, though, you just saw the performance from Immortals. And look, we already picked our predictions, but going into this final map on Bind, I mean, are you guys swaying either way now, or are you still staying strong with T1?
I mean, I have to say that that was still not as a convincing of a win I think T1 would have liked, but their victories on Bind include Sentinels, it includes Dignitas, it includes Equinox. They've beaten a lot of good teams on Bind, so I think Immortals, this may be the toughest match that they have to worry about. Shanks, of course, is fit in like we've already highlighted, but this is going to be the toughest battle coming up next.
Yeah, I agree with Simo here. I think while it would be one hell of a story, right? Like the late addition, the overtime, and to win in map 3, what have you, I think I've got to stick with my predictions. I think T1, this map's a bit different too, right? Like Ascent frees up players to just go bonkers and frag out and do things like what Shanks was able to do on the Reyna, but I don't know that there's as much room for that on Bind.
All right, well, check it out, guys. I got to dip out, but I'm going to say T1 might be able to take this if Immortals wins. I'm not even going to be mad, even though Bach and Vansili picked them. So, hey, Doug, Timo, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, I just, you know, as long as Bach and Vansili aren't right, and we are, that's the dub in this situation. But, Simo, talk to me a bit about Bind. Do you think that Shanks is going to be able to replicate his success here?
I mean, for sure. I mean, if he came into that Ascent map and he was fired up, ready to go. I expect a similar performance. The big question for me is actually Spider on the Raze. We saw it yesterday against Dignitas. Seeing it again here today, how has that impacted the lineup for T1 with now a player swapping off to the Omen? I think that's AZK now on the Omen. How does that work out in terms of the team dynamic for T1?
Well, it worked out yesterday. Again, the first time that we saw Spider on a duelist, it's certainly panned out just fine for them, but it could be a very different story here up against Immortals. T1 on the attacking side, you already saw priority focus placed around playing for the ultimate orbs. They were able to get in, create some room, get some intel, and get the orb into the hands of the Sova, into the hands of Daze. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But other than that, so far, it's been a pretty slow start here from T1.
T1 much better on the attack, so expect this to be an explosive half for them, and already seeing that explosion start to come through on the B site. Tailwind forward, passive play from Immortals. They're smoked off, so the spike is likely going to go down, and let's watch how Immortals retake the site.
Yeah, it's interesting to use the dart when there's nobody there, and Skadoodle knows that. They're all going to have to be funneling in, from the same side. Shanks, the one exception, as he's creeped his way all the way around elbow. Sandy's able to get one. Spider trades it out, and oh my gosh, the shock dart in that corner like that is just devastating. Shanks somehow made it all the way through, enough to get a kill, but it got traded out by Skadoodle. A straight up 2v2 here. Things have not gone as well as you would have guessed.
Oh, they're defusing, and now Skadoodle has to force the issue. The defusal is still coming through. He can't get it in time. Gangsta, or should I say ninja? How many ninja diffuses is he gonna get? Well, I mean, it's not technically a ninja diffuse, but he's still diffusing in the heat of the moment, and he finds them. There was almost 3. There was that B-side hit that eventually T1 still managed to take him down or whatever, but holy smokes. This is just craziness. And Immortals, they sneak away the pistol. T1 gonna sit this one out and take us back home for round 3.
And again, they were all pushing in from the same side, Simo. That's so difficult. They had 4 stacked right outside of that defender side. It's just a great start there from Immortals early on here in the second round. Again, a little bit of presence from Daze around showers. They're going to spot one, see if he can get a kill traded. So far, it doesn't look to be the case. That shock dart certainly wasn't what he was looking for. Neptune goes in, goes aggressive, and takes care of Dazed.
For T1, I think the goal here would be just to get that spike down. On rounds like this, you need you want to retrieve every single credit that you can get. I think we kind of missed something super important, and that is Brax. Is he in lamps? Is that where Brax is? How in tarnation did he get there? Did Daze make so much noise that it allowed Brax to get into the lamps area? That is a very interesting position, and I think T1 might be able to actually exploit it if Brax finds success. So far, he doesn't quite see anybody. He can play point towards the vents, but they know that there's Shower's presence because Dazed fell there, right? So JC Standing gonna lurk back. Brax gonna find him, take him down, and T1 are already here, but Brax finds Neptune. This is a little bit of a tough spot for Immortals.
It is, but Immortals is going to have a presence. They're going to be able to bring in reinforcements, and they're going to overwhelm them. Brax gets taken out. Skadoodle falls as well. Shanks takes care of business at the end with the Spectre. Yeah, the spike went down, but it's going to be diffused at the hands of Immortals. It was cheeky from Brax, like you said. What in tarnation indeed. But there just wasn't once presence from Immortal showed up in heaven and through pipes. There just wasn't a ton that he could do there as he was overwhelmed from a couple of different areas on the map. And while it was spicy, Immortals eventually were just able to run over them.
If we see more like that from Brax, this is going to be a very scary round for Immortals, because there's obviously a world where you can't leave every nook and cranny unchecked. And Brax is known for being a position of power when it comes to the lurk for T1. So it makes sense that he finds himself in that position, especially on the attack. We are seeing a little bit of a tactical pause. I don't know who it's for, whether it's for T1 or for Immortals. But
here.
It does look like Immortals are the ones we're getting confirmation from the production team that it is Immortals, in fact, tactically pausing. And I imagine what they're looking for in this tac pause, what they're thinking about is, can we start this half 3-0? Can we destroy this gun round? If so, how do we do it? right? To use your tac pause so early, why would you do it? To try to get the leg up as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, you presume they've got something a little spicy going on. You see the Jet and the Reyna both posted up in hookah. JMO is still around the corner. The Roomba's going to clear the way. Oh, but that actually doesn't make it all the way, and they're not going to get any information from that.
This is a scary, scary position. JMO just making noise, faking getting out of that angle, and it's all down to Shanks. If he dies here, this whole tac pause was for nothing. And just like that, he's gone. The paranoia as well. Brax with another. JC standing will at least refrag. So will Neptune as he portals in from the opposite side. Now it's down to the 3v3. AZK trying to run away. They'll at least trade things out for JC Stanny. And Skadoodles made his way onto the site. Neptune will fall. What am I watching? What is this game that I'm watching? This is crazy.
After the chaos, after the dust settles, here's where we are. A 2v1 in favor of T1. The spike made its way through the teleporter and it's headed over to A. Gangsta is in pursuit. He's got a Vandal and he's still very healthy. Simo, he also has the recon dart and a couple shock darts to work with. And you can't say the same about the members of T1 as they both have lost some health here. Gangsta, see how he chooses to play this. I like that shock dart. He knows exactly at least where the spike has been planted, and he had a good idea of where AZK was. There's that dart too. He's gonna get some info there. But he tallied away. Gangsta not going in aggressively through main site. He's gonna catch him from behind. He's got Daze with the sucker punch. He's dropped things down, excuse me, to a 1v1, but no, he doesn't check the 50 as he gets onto the site. He gets taken out. AZK wins the 1v1. T1 are on the board.
Well, Immortals definitely made that expensive, and there's so much going on and so much to unpack in how they played the hookah side there. Shanks with the off angle, or like the 50. JMO was trying so hard to fake that he was the only person there, right? And then the portal in from Neptune, man, it was just crazy. But now, both teams, a little bit of a force up on both sides, a little bit of missing armor on some of the members. This is the round where the pendulum swings. Early look for JMO, finds the shot. Shower's presence from Immortals has been a nuisance for T1. And you'll find that successful shot taking down Daze, who had an ultimate as well. They only have the Blade Storm now for Skadoodle, who's going to push in on the B site with it.
This time T1 are able to get in through hookah. Nothing cheeky happening there, with the exception, of course, of the Hunter series. Skadoodle's pushed away. Meanwhile, Spider is still in there, but he gets taken out. He had to go in aggressively, but Skadoodle gets one. He's going to push his way in. Not able to get the second, but AZK was. He gets taken out by the shock dart at the hands of Gangsta. Immortals still have the numbers advantage here, as it's just down to AZK. He gets one, but gets dropped. Eventually, Immortals take a 2-round lead.
Yeah, man, that portal play, man. Immortals seem to love using that portal, at least the connector, to lead into B short, because ultimately that is where JC Stanny ended up. Or did he flank? I was paying more attention to Skadoodle there and the action that he was ensuing on the B site, but nevertheless, they managed to pinch them in hookah. They never left that area of the map. They weren't able to get onto the site. Skadoodle was still with the heroics, was able to find a couple. But now it's the eco for T1. Immortals likely going to lead by 4-1 unless they can stop these aggressive peaks here from JMO. Operator shot's not going to connect. He backs away, and the shower presence from Immortals also backs away from a potential heavy push from T1.
It was not a shoulder peek. That was a whole body jump peek. Skadoodle dashes in. He gets taken out as the kill feed lights up with folks from both sides. You see the showstopper at the hands of Spider, able to make that bad boy sing. T1 with the numbers advantage here. The spike has not been planted yet. It's just hovering around right outside of a short, and I don't know that there's anything T1 can do to get to it right now, but what they do have is presence. What they do have is knowledge of where Gangsta is with 28 health too. AZK able to take care of him. A thrifty round win, a 3K for him there. That was a big round for T1.
Yeah, and Spider has the showstopper there. They managed to push Immortals back to back site, and that's where a lot of the players ended. There was a lot to unpack there. It just seems like these two teams are going for each other's neck. But But good for T1 to stop any return pushes to come in onto that A site, right? They had AZK playing down below Heaven to watch defense. Somehow, some way, Dazed with the frenzy finds the shot up into Heaven, so that now puts them in an economic advantage. Early look, aggression towards the long side. I like it because the hookah push hasn't really worked out in the favor of T1 so often.
Yep.
Spider will find the pick entering onto the site as he hops to hookah. There's one more player behind the site. It's Gangsta. Spider will take him down as well. T1 finally finding success on this B site hit, and it's looking like we might tie us up 3-3.
Yeah, and they were just so much more decisive in the way they played that out. Furthermore, Immortals were kind of on the back foot the entire time, so they had to give up a lot of room. They had invested the majority of the resources over by A as well, which again gives T1 a bit more room to work with on B. But it looks like they might still try to make something happen here. Immortals does have 3 players left. They also all have ultimates, but of course, as I say that, Dazed and ACK wipe things up. A flawless round for T1 as we're tied up at 3 apiece. This last map, so far, just like the rest of the series, has delivered.
I think you and I are both at the edge of our seat for the caster predictions, you know?
I'm actually standing.
Yeah, well, at the edge of our socks, heels, whatever. I don't even know. But let's look at this round. Let's look at the setup. Immortals definitely bugged out by that long side push on their eco. So this time we're going to see a little bit more control towards that long side. 3 members strong there. Shanks, JMO, alongside Gangsta. Still the same showers presence. Only 1 player there. He does get spotted out, or at least information is gathered that there's 1 player towards the showers, which T1 know. They know that there's constant showers pressure, but they don't expect 2 players in on the strange angle towards the long side. So we'll see how T1 react. They're pretty stuck in their ways about this hookah control, and they're going to get it.
Spider managed to work his way. Oh, I don't think he's... Oh, okay. If he didn't before, yeah. All right. He's given his position, Spider's position, to the rest of the team. They know where he is now. He had to back up. Meanwhile, Immortals, again, for as aggressive as they can be, they haven't been, right? Like, they just had 2 players up on B long for a while. Don't go aggressively there. They know that has been a player from T1 outside of showers the majority of the time. Still not going aggressive here. You see a couple smokes coming out from T1 to lead them into thinking that that's where the hit's going. But T1's actually set their sights towards A.
They missed each other in A short. Dazed is starting to run away, and Neptune's going to get caught up there by the tripwire. This execute on B has to be flawless. Spider with one player down below. Spider will be taken down by him. JMO down the long side. IMT will hold the B site. Dazed, last player standing. 1v2. Not a lot of time left, but has the time to plant the spike at least.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds remaining. Dazed in a tough spot. May try to plant inside the tuna can. Spike starting to go down. JMO may look. That's the tailwind in. The shots are good with the knives. And Dazed will be taken down. That was such a tense round from both sides.
And I love how JMO played that too. Knowing the time was on his side, he can just wait, right? He knows he has the Blade Storm. He knows he can play the back foot and force T1 to act first. And then he can respond, and he's going to be able to do so from a position of strength. So waits until he hears the spike beginning to go down. Then he goes in aggressively. For T1, they were in a very precarious spot. They didn't have much of a choice on how they play that out. Fortunately for Immortals, they're able to net that round win. But Simo, take a look at how differently they're playing the defenses this side. They have 4 over on A.
They still have that same showers presence, and that's exactly where a battle is about to ensue. Dazed gonna find one. For the first time, it does not work out in Immortals' favor. Usually it does. They're able to hold it down. JC Stanny alongside Neptune. So now this B site, which T1, to be honest, have pretty much ended up, for the most part, on most of these attack rounds. But the fact that there's not a lot of presence there from Immortals is the first time that I think T1 will find benefit from going over towards that side, but most of the members are still waiting for any aggression from Immortals in the A short side, which JMO is up on the truck with the op. His first pick is going to be crucial as he's trying to avoid headway.
Yeah, it looks like they might be able to apply pressure, from a couple of different points. Meanwhile, Spider's on the opposite side of the map, just being a nuisance and causing a distraction. JMO has been spotted out. Brax and AZK light up the kill feed as members of Immortals drop all over the place. The last one's elsewhere on the map. It's Gangsta. Last one standing, and Spider's going to take care of him. The blast pack to boost him up and drop him down. Gangsta gets taken out. A flawless round for T1.
T1 were spread so thin across the map, but they still worked out super well with it. Unfortunately, it's the recon bolt that I think really threw a wrench into the plan for Immortals, because JMO had a beautiful angle, but the recon bolt, he had to double back. So Shanks was going into the site blind. Not literally blind, he just didn't know who was there. They knew that AZK went towards that heaven side, but instead Shanks goes through the vent. He gets taken down, JMO repositioning. Unfortunately does not find the pick onto Dazed. Just overall, and then Spider, of course, is also playing contact towards the hookah side. So just overall great presence across the map. But look at this play from Immortals. Early aggression, trying to flush out the shower side, and it's going to cause JC Stanny to push up aggressively to gather information.
Man, darts all over the place. Leers as well. Brax is in serious trouble over on A. He's being surrounded. He manages to get one, as Daze does on the opposite side of the map as well. Both two members, of Immortals have already dropped. Brax with the 3K. I mentioned he was in serious, but he's able to hold fast and get a 3K. A flawless round. T1 continue to impress here. That's 2 rounds in a row, 4 of the last 5. 5 of the last 7. They're looking good here.
Yeah, that was a very crazy curveball from Immortals. They were down on eco. They pushed 2 into the portal side. T1 knew exactly where they were. They only heard 1 jump in, so they knew that they saw 2 and only 1 jumped in. It was the Owl drone, which gave JC Stanny space. But Brax really just stopped that fancy footwork from Immortals. So now we're going to see back to that same default. 2 members towards the shower side, a little bit more presence. T1 have learned their lesson from the early hookah control from Immortals, but I think Spider has found a little bit more success gaining that control, so I don't think they're quite conditioned to say hookah is off limits or hookah is a scary place to be, right? So Immortals, very passive this time, not playing too aggressively, trying to wait for T1 to come to them instead.
Seems to be the preferred way that they like to play the defensive side. T1 again, causing some ruckus around showers. And it's going to force members of Immortals back. Shanks has to play on the opposite side of the wall. Neptune's there for a bit of a crossfire. But they just aren't playing it aggressively, because I don't know that they have much of a choice or really desire to. You see that paranoia go through U-Haul. Daze is going to try to back up as Gangsta's going to use the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be traded in kind. Spider has already dropped. And through all of this, folks, the spike isn't even in somebody's hands. They're just fighting for control of the sites here.
I have the spike.
Well, Skadoodle finding that opening pick on towards the B site. Smokes go down. We'll see if that dissuades Immortals from peeking in. There's a cyber cage that is stopping them from the hookah side, and they get smoked off as well. So Neptune on the site, he does get tagged by the recon bolt. 18 seconds remaining. They got to get that spike down. Gangsta holding the line. Brax will refrag. JC Stanny down to 12 seconds remaining. Brax and Daze down to 1 final player. It's Gangsta who's behind the tuna can. Sees Brax, takes him down. Now it's all up to AZK and Daze. But he pops out. Shock Dart doesn't find AZK, but Dazed with the angle from Hookah takes down Gangsta. I like how Immortals did not let T1 really get too comfortable there in the post plan, but still the challenges and the gunfights go to the favor of T1.
I might have lost my mind had Gangsta done that. Another reason why I'm losing my mind going into this round, they're bringing in the double op, and yeah, they have the money to do it, so I guess you might as well. But that going into nothing but pistols and a stinger on the side of Immortals certainly doesn't feel good. Oh my gosh, there it is. Brax is able to get 1. He had a chance at 3. What? Gets a 2nd. He knows that there was 1 more person. He doesn't know if they backed back up or not, but you see Shanks. Oh my gosh, Brax gets a 3rd, making that operator investment worthwhile.
Well, that's all she wrote. There's not much analysis there other than Brax is good at game. That's all I can say. He drops the op down, swaps to the Phantom. They got exactly what they needed from that round, and now Immortals could be staring down an 8-4 finish. We'll see what the setup looks like. Having a replay here as well. We also have to identify that IMT really not having the best weaponry. They're trying to stack the pistols here to try to do some damage, but Brax really just unfazed, gets taken down to 40. Look at the setup here from Immortals. Let's see how they answered the T1's last round.
See some smokes early on coming out of the Omen, given all that presence that DaZe has been able to put around showers. You see them adapting to that, but there's nobody over there. Much like, I think it was 2 rounds ago, everything is being invested over towards B. Here the Showstopper has been used, and that's just going to create space. Spider's able to work his way in. Skadoodle gets one, and Brax gets him as well. Spider with the flank right behind him, able to take care of JC Staney and JMO. They were clueless as they walked into their slaughter. Another flawless round for T1. You mentioned that they were staring down an 8-4. Simo, that's exactly what happened.
Sides.
You know, I know that when Riot had developed the agents, they had said, oh yeah, okay, let's make duelists, and then let's make, you know, Breach and Sova, let's make them initiators, right? What they're gonna do is they're gonna initiate the fight. Well, do you think T1 used the single initiator to start that one off? They sent Skadoodle tailwinding in, and they sent Spider blast packing in, and then he gets into Cubby, and Immortals are like, well, they're probably playing passive towards that long side, planting and then doubling back. No. They were holding right on the site. And now T1, they lead by 4. They win the pistol. They could be leading by 6. So we'll see how this first round unfolds.
Immortals here on the attacking side, showing a little bit early on towards showers. I like the use of the Roomba here to create some info and get some. It looked like it popped up, may have not dealt any damage, but certainly is going to push them back. Immortals looking for something there early on, but the Spider was just able to keep him at bay.
We also have to identify that now, based on all that chaos, or that form of chaos, T1 have stacked all their members towards this A site. A very risky investment, as we now see JC Stanley gaining a lot of ground, but he backs off. He pulls back. And so now this is likely going to be the late round execute or the mid round execute on the A side, but a heavier stack towards the shower side. Spider's waiting. He's there. And we'll see how they handle it as they now start to push in.
Really good paranoia from AZK to slow things down for just a tad and allow members of T1 to pull them apart. Shanks is the last one there. He had nothing but 21 health to work with, and he's gonna get dropped. T1 win the pistol, and they continue to balloon this lead. Simo, this is getting out of control for Immortals very quickly.
Yeah, it's a scary sight. I don't think they need to worry about forcing up here, because if they put themselves in a position at 10-4, they still have a couple of rounds to work with. They just need to win that 3rd round, which statistically the conversion does end up going into that direction. Skadoodle, you see he's got the Ghost in the light armor, hoping to get that Operator into that 3rd round. And so and we've seen this before from T1, especially on Ascent. They'll force up on that 3rd round if they can, depending on the outcome of the 2nd round. And they lost the Operator in that respect. So Immortals, a split down the long side and a split towards Hookah. The Hookah push is moving faster than the long push, but these paint shells are about to really cause a problem. They're going to take them down a little low. Shockdar's coming through as well. That's going to be a swing here from Spider. That's 2, and now they're on the site from the opposite side. Spider! Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me? He mows them down. He stops the push. He's just going to hold them all back. And T1, they lead by 6.
Oh, Spider. Oh, Spider. Let's look at that one more time. I love the use of the paint cans there. Gets enough info to know, okay, that's where they are. Paint cans deal a good bit of damage, and then he can swing, right? They're weakened off. They have no choice. And then he just drops down with the Spectre. This is why we wanted to see Spider on a duelist, because of plays just like that.
Like listen, I maybe have gotten a little bit too hyped there, but I anticipated somebody taking him down, right? I didn't anticipate him just absolutely destroying the entire team. While the setup was great for them, I expected the push from the long side to eventually take him down, right? He was down to like 40 HP. You take him down with a Burst Classic and he's out of commission. So Immortals, an important round for them to win. They don't want the same antics from Spider, who's sending a Roomba in towards the B short side. He knows somebody's there, and that is why you're seeing DaZe now pull back, because there's presence towards the B short side, while the rest of the team playing passive on the A side, which is eventually where they're going to end up.
Listen, eco or not, that was still a lot of fun to watch. So stick with that. You see the push coming in from Immortals through a short. A couple smokes came out, and JMO dashes his way in. He's going to be the tip of the spear as he has the spike, but he thinks twice about planning it. Actually swings. He's able to get the kill onto Daze. 3 members of T1 already dropped. There are some resources. There is a showstopper as well, so it's certainly not, well, that's certainly less possible than it was just a moment ago.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there for T1. Tough spot to be in, but Immortals, they needed that round, and they make it almost flawless. And for them, that's important moving into this one. T1, I think Skadoodle's going to be the only one that can't buy, and I mean, investing that operator is likely going to be the penalty of that. He is not close to a Blade Storm either. Needs 4 kills or points to collect that, and it's possible he gets that this round, but the odds of that are highly unlikely. So Immortals holding on. 5 to catch up. T1 just need 3 to close this one out.
See the drone from Gangsta trying to get some info around A. They know that grabbing the orb is safe there, given some of the utility that was already invested to try to clear the way. And they are going to back up. It looks like the play was around B the entire time. As you see, members of T1 have posted up around this spot as well. Both Skadoodle and Spider sitting in hookah. There's no presence in garden, nothing back in defender spawn, nothing in elbow. That's really the only spot that they have. And potentially, unfortunately, for T1, it looks like Immortals wants to do a split. They're going to be bringing in presence from a couple of different sides. There's that showstopper that we were talking about. It's not going to connect onto anyone, but it is going to buy them a little bit of time for the members of T1 to rotate over. And there it is. AZK is able to get one. Shanks trades it out as Brax follows, but Shanks with the third already. Spider's not going to hold on either, as it's just down to Daze.
One more.
Got overwhelmed.
One more.
Well, you might as well. Yeah, serve it up to him at this point. Shanks with the 4K. Oh, what a round from Immortals.
I like the attempt from T1, but Immortals, they just had to sit there and collect their payday, right? One at a time, and more T1 members funneled in through connector. It started off with AZK at least paranoying his way through, so Spider in hookah could just, you know, swing with the rest of the team, but he wasn't in a good position to do so. They might have found some success there, but we're also forgetting there was like 2 members on the B side already. Like, they were already planning the spike. They were chilling. They were living. Oh, no, they weren't, because the spike was in B short. But nevertheless, they were coming in from behind regardless. So T1, heavy presence towards the shower side. We've seen Immortals actually look a lot towards that shower side. So the fact that there's 3 members here on the eco, they really want to try to control it or deny it from Immortals. And we'll see what the retake looks like if they stay here and Immortals end up funneling through A short.
They're certainly getting info that way, which would lead us to think that that's where they're going to want to go. You see the Lear has been used. JMO goes up with the operator. JC Stanny gets one as well. They've made their way onto the site. Members of T1 are around showers, waiting to see where that lurk is going to be coming from Neptune. They have an idea that he's there, but right now they're in a position to where they can make something happen, assuming Neptune does not play spoiler.
This is going to be a tough round regardless. Oh, now they finally hear the lurk. Now they finally hear, but Skadoodle's still going to somehow swing the opposite way. Oh, he's going to find a second. That's an upgrade. Now things are a little bit more doable. Reloads the clip. Definitely just wants to make this expensive. Shock darts come through. There's a player up above, sees him, tries to spray him down, but he drops. JMO, now it's all down to Skadoodle. Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Tries to hide in the smoke to avoid the recon bolt. But Immortals clean that one up. Still a little expensive. Just a little bit. Now this is the gun round for T1. Operator coming out for JMO once again, as he was using it last round. And Skadoodle will see if he buys down to it. He only has 5,500. He can afford light armor with it as well, or he might just play a little bit more conservative with it. Yep, there it is. He's going to buy utility instead of the armor and post up towards that B side. So we'll see if he has any success with it, as JMO looking towards that shower side with the op.
Early camera, and there's that smoke counter that we've talked about earlier. Very common early movements from both squads there. You try to get camera to try to get information of showers, but that smoke from Omen comes up to essentially counter that, nullify any sort of information that might have been gained there. So early on, it's a fight for information, a battle for trying to understand what the other team is going to be doing. Shanks was able to get a good bit of real estate as he worked his way up. Didn't see anyone home. And it looks like, once again, they're going to be pushing their way up through short.
I think this has to be the time that Skadoodle may look to try to rotate back over, because now the execute starts to come through. There's a paranoia from AZK, but it doesn't catch anybody in terms of picks. JC Stanley will take out Skadoodle as he tries to lurk in through the portal. That lurk is going to get shut down, and they're just going to take them off one at a time. The paranoia will help out with that. Wow. Shanks will help out as well, and it's not looking good here for T1.
Yeah, and Dazed uses the Hunter's Fury, but at this point, it might be a bit too late, right? Like, Immortal still has the numbers advantage. Yeah, you just see him start to back up. Spider might be able to play for an exit here if Immortals goes aggressively and tries to find, Spider or Dazed. But other than that, you just kind of question the use of that, especially for such an important ultimate. Yeah, Spider is going to dash his way across. Looks like he might get a chance at one, but he is getting him pushed in pretty aggressively. Gets one. Drop switch to the classic, gets a second one as well. Shanks was so weak there. You could kind of look at him funny and he'd go down, but Spider delivers.
Nice. Takes down the economy a little bit. Immortals still sitting quite pretty. I think I saw a member there was 6,700. Now, of course, it's going to buy down. Gangsta was sitting at 9,000. Yeah, Immortals are feeling really good about this half. If T1 managed to string a couple of rounds together, it's going to take some time to really take down that economy, because T1 are really just trying to make ends meet. They're once again in a tough spot. They've got to force up because the whole team is doing so. Likely going to have a little bit less for light armor. Brax and Skadoodle. Brax with the frenzy, Skadoodle with the frenzy. Yeah, this is just a tough spot to be in if you're T1, because Immortals, they're inching close. Inching ever so close to catching up.
Yeah, that room for error continues to shrink, right? There aren't a ton of more throwaway rounds, really, if you want to call them that. There's just not much room for them to make any mistakes here. Immortals, on the other hand, as you highlighted, with the financial situation that they're in, can afford to bleed a little bit. Around maybe 2, but then again, T1 is so close to putting this thing away. It's difficult. Nonetheless, they should have a little bit more room to work with. You see Shanks works his way into Hookah, gets severely punished for it, all the way down to 30 health, and no armor to work with. Good start from T1 early on.
Yeah, the smoke as well to stop any more members pushing in towards that Hookah side. And look at Spider. He's gained so much ground, and it's a good read on the round itself. They understand that there might have been some heavier presence towards the short side, seeing Shanks there, of all things. And now this gives Spider so much more room to work with. We'll see what he ends up doing. Maybe he just needs to hold this angle, because Immortals tend to love that split call where they run in through both sides, but they're going to work their way back towards the B site where Brax has been playing in a very aggressive position.
He has nothing but a frenzy. I think this is going to be a tough swing, but he does it anyway. JMO trades it out, but he was able to take care of Shanks. Dazed and Skadoodle are still managing to keep this thing competitive and have the personnel advantage. 13 seconds left in the round. Gangsta gets dropped as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not going as we would have expected. A 3K for Skadoodle as they pull Immortals apart.
T1 just had phenomenal positioning there. Spider able to lurk all the way around. I think if Immortals hit the A site, they would have had a little bit more success, but they were still committed to that B site hit. They gathered some information early. They have seen a little bit more passive play, considering T1 have been trying to control the showers the majority of the time. So they're taking the gamble to say, okay, at least 2 or 3 members on the A site. If we hit the B site, we'll be sitting pretty. But the fact that Dazed manages to chip Shanks early dissuades them from doing so. But they're like, you know what, let's just do it anyway. And then through the portal comes the rest of the portal from T1 to understand that it's going to be a heavier push towards the B site, and the fact that Brax was able to see 2 and then find the trade. T1 were just in a great position and played that round very well.
They really were. And we saw Spider on the flank as he pushed all this way through showers, and AZK had paranoia through a short where there were 2 members of Immortal standing. So that could have even been worse. Folks, it looks like we're in a bit of a pause. We'll get you some info. It looks like the pause is over. That was perfect. Timing here, T1 getting closer and closer to winning this series 2-1. But Immortals have been able to find a lot of success here on the attacking side.
That they have. T1, a little bit of a different position this time, giving up some of that showers control. And honestly, this hold in lamps, Immortals have been able to deal with it every single time. A fat paranoia from JC Stanny, and then there's the aggressive push in. There's a counter paranoia from AZK. But look at that angle from JMO. So now that the execute starts to come through, that shot's missed by JMO, and he still will end up finding it. Gangsta from the side will find the shock dart, and now it's all falling apart for T1.
All falling apart indeed. Skadoodle had managed to work his way all the way around back behind Showers, but Gangsta was able to take care of him. Just one left on this side of T1. That's Spider in a 1v5. Maybe is going to be able to get a pick. He's certainly going to get a chance here at Shanks, as Shanks is hunting. But no, Shanks is going to win that. A flawless round for Immortals. That was big for them to be able to continue to pad up those credits and take an advantage into the latter stages of this map as we get closer and closer to potential overtime. For them to keep it that way, every credit counts.
You know, for T1, that A-side hold is rough. And they've tried different looks. They've tried Showers presence. They've tried, you know, Heaven presence with the op. They've tried so many different things. And Immortals just always run the same. Okay, paranoia into lamps, push up through lamps, work their way up, play close gunfights, work up through Showers, work as a team. And they find so much success with it. That's why you're seeing T1 often flip-flop back and forth between Showers presence and lack of Showers presence, because they have no idea what Immortals are going to run. They're just trying to read the scenario. And unfortunately, last round's read did not pan out for them. So Immortals, once again, look at this late round Showers presence. It's like, yeah, we're going to debate you once again. We're going to make you think that you think you know what you think you know, and then we're going to change it up.
A whole lot of thinking there and not a whole lot of knowing. On the side of T1, depending on how things plan out, Immortals was able to go in. I believe they got that ult orb in there, and Spider could do nothing more than just listen. Hanging out towards A, has made its way, has moseyed over towards B. You see JC Stanley preparing to use a paranoia that will presumably clear out Hookah and allow Shanks to work his way in. There's a paranoia that we were talking about. The Leer was used in conjunction with that to create some space and give him an advantage, but nobody was there. Now you see some of the smokes coming out towards the defending spawn. Once again, just creating more space, more room, but Brax might be in some trouble here. He's already down to 36 health. A good camera there to get some info, but I don't know that he's going to have much of a chance. No, he's not. T1 has already dropped 2 members, as it looks like Immortals have gotten onto the site, and yeah, they are going to get that spike down. AZK creeping his way around, gonna get a chance onto JMO, and he is able to best him a 3v3.
He needed that kill as well. Now the paranoia is set up. They're able to push in. They got to push in aggressively, and guess who's there to do it? Spider and Skadoodle. Now they start to come through. The knives are out. It's all down against the 1v1. Make it a 1v none. Immortals, they trail by 1.
All right, this one continues to deliver, folks, and you talked about it. Spider getting in was great. Skadoodle there was great too, but it was Gangsta who was just able to hit Skadoodle from the side where he wasn't expecting it and then swing down to that 1v1. Neutralizing the Blade Storm in that situation was the most important thing that they could have done. And it was exactly what happened. It was exactly what they needed. 1 round lead for T1 here. 3 ultimates available on the side of Immortals. A bit more shower presence, like you've discussed, Simo, and it's not just some intel, or excuse me, it's not just some bodies. There was some intel that was gathered as well, as you saw Roomba use down showers.
Immortals looking for late round.
Get out of my way.
Showers presence. Dazed. I thought he got tagged, but this is an eco for T1. As we see some of the weapons in hand. It's a tailwind that pushes up B long. I'm not sure what they were hoping to accomplish with that. Shock dart to try to answer back for that control of the ult orb. That's 2 picks down. Another day at the office for Immortals, and this B site is going to be wide open. It's a little bit of a strange tailwind, but nevertheless, Immortals take apart T1 one at a time. Skadoodle and AZK will be the last one standing and don't really have the ideal hardware to deal with the rest of the Immortals.
Yeah, and there's not even a Blade Storm in the conversation to maybe add a wrinkle to the plans of T1. So this round, we presume, is going to go in favor of Immortals, and we're going to be knotted up at 11 apiece as soon as we can to think about how that's going to pan out. Excuse me. I do think a couple of things to note on the side of T1 for the next round. They've got the Showstopper and they have the Neural Theft. So it's not like they're walking into it without any ultimates to combat what Immortals is going to be bringing into things.
But it's going to be 11-11. It's going to be 11-11. And we might see another overtime. I don't know if my heart can handle it. That'll be a very scary sight. AZK looking for some late round. Oh, he's going to find one. Almost finds two. One is better than none. And he only had a Sheriff to work with anyway. So we have to pay close attention to how T1 are setting up the defense, because Immortals have, for the majority of this half, 7 rounds in total, have managed to break through the defense. So lack of Showers presence from T1, opting in for heavier control of the B side, heavier control of Hookah, which Immortals tend to set up from time to time. But still, Immortals, 2 members, the same 2 members every round. Neptune and Gangsta looking into Showers. Guess what? No one's there. The standard smoke goes down, but will that thwart them? It will not. Neptune gets in a huge position, but backs away slowly.
Meanwhile, excuse me. Meanwhile, keep an eye on JMO. He does have an operator here in this thing, peeking early on to see if anyone was going to show towards B long. Nobody was there, but it looks like the play is going to be towards A. As you mentioned, this has just been so successful. If it's not broken, why fix it, or try to anyway? Smokes are going to come out early on. JMO and the rest of Immortals work their way in. Shanks is able to get one as AZK is sitting on the sidelines for the rest of the round, as is Brax. Immortals have established control. They've established presence, and they're on to A.
A tough read for T1. The one round they give up the Showers control is the one round. Like, Immortals have been doing it every single round. If no one's there, okay, push A. If someone's there, okay, push B. Like, how do you stop Immortals from making that type of guesswork? How do you stop them from doing that on the side of T1? You have to show face in Showers. You have to. Every single round, to leave Immortals guessing where the rest of the team are, because if you give up that control, they know they have the ground to cover on the A side, and boy, does Shanks have ground. Oh, yep, there's Spider. Is he going to get caught in the web? Nope, he backs away. 59 HP. Skadoodle with another as they're trying to hunt them down. They want these weapons out of the hands of T1, but they're losing their lives in the process. Spider, can he find another? Yes, he can.
Oh, with one bullet.
Skadoodle's also holding down the line. They make it very expensive for the Immortals. But look at that. JC Sandy has 9,000. He could buy it for every single member if he wanted to.
Guys, 8 of the last 9 rounds in favor of Immortals. This has been such an impressive performance on this half for them. And again, it's Shanks, 20 and 18 at the top of the leaderboard. For T1, they're facing a loss here. They're facing dropping down and having to play dig. Certainly not what they want to do here. And the thing is, as you mentioned, they just haven't been able to get anything going on the defensive side. Immortals has been able to pull them apart back and forth and then just do what they want with them. We'll see just what T1 can do. They're searching for answers really just as much as I am at this point, as nothing has worked.
All right, guess what? Neptune. Okay. Showers, look inside. Okay, who's there? Tell me the answer, Doug. Who's there? Who's in Showers?
Nobody.
Okay, so that means push A. All right, so we're going to do it again. Paranoia and Smokes. Well, Smoke's starting to go down first. JMO getting in the same exact spot that he gets every round on this A-side push. That's the showstopper down. That's another pick, unfortunately, down for T1. Oh, guess what? The player stopping the Showers pushes down, but AZK finds 2. That's a little different, but Shanks will come in from the side. It's a 2v3, make it a 2v2. Oh, no, Skadoodle. It's all down to Dazed. He's chasing down Neptune. It's a 1v2, but right now it's a 1v1. He's going to find him. One more player remaining. Oh, my goodness, Dazed. Are you kidding me? 1 HP in a dream, and T1 are still in it.
Overtime.
Oh my gosh. Let's look at that one more time. That was absolutely insane. AZK getting those 2 kills there and keeping the defenses in U-Haul was absolutely enormous, and it bought time for Skadoodle to wrap his way around. He got in on the action as well. And then, folks, you know how this ends. It was Daze who was given an opportunity to rise to the occasion and does just that. Almost drops it, as you said, only had 1 health left to work with. You talked earlier on about how this might go to overtime and how your might not be able to handle it. Simo, hang on. We're far from over on this map.
All right, let's cook things up. Immortals now on the defense. Once again, we've seen their showers control time and time again, but guess who's the injured little JMO? It's him, because he doesn't have any armor. The shock dart finds him, and he's down to 22 with the op. So T1's work on working up this A site angle works out quite well, because now this B site, which has been relatively passively held by Immortals, it's going to be easy to take. Unfortunately for Skadoodle, the tailwind sends him up and over, but they'll still get that spike down momentarily.
Members of Immortals are starting to rotate over. Nobody's going to be coming in through Telly, so keep a close eye on AZK. He's there for the anchor just in case, but the smokes are going to be coming through. This looks exactly like what we saw at the beginning of the map, as all the defenses of Immortals are going to be coming in from one side, but they're just down to 2 members left. Skadoodle trying to hold things off as JC Stanley drops an impressive round from T1 as they take the lead in overtime.
Switching sides. Match point.
I would love to see and double back and see what that shock dart kill actually was. Because I think it really thwarted the push a little bit, because they were playing great angles from the side of T1. They had great trade angles, right? If one person fell, another person was ready to swing, and they were willing to do that trade over and over and over again, especially because in the initial push from Immortals, it was a 2-for-1 in favor of T1. So they were willing to trade the rest of the round away, and they played angles well in that respect. But now it's T1 on the defense. We've seen how difficult this has been for them. And are you going to play retake on that A site? I think you might.
You saw the dart, the recon dart used early in showers to see that nobody was home. And of course, they're going to push their way in. And here we go again, folks. Rinse and repeat. Immortals looking to establish some presence around A short. The paranoia here was far more effective, as was able to tag up a couple, but it was responded with one of Immortals' own. Shanks somehow gets his way onto the site. Not a single person is dropped. As I say that, of course, Daze and Neptune both go down. Keep a close eye on Skadoodle, folks. He's made his way through the teleporter. You see, there is one player over there watching things that's going to be gangsta, but I don't know if he knows.
Here.
Might have heard it. 3 members in lamps, and they're all huddled up together, warm by the fire. Smoke is about to subside. 24 seconds remaining on the clock. Skadoodle going to find one. It's planted for lamps, and you're seeing those members respond accordingly. Oh, Skadoodle traded 2v2. Make that a 1v2. It's all down to JC Stanley, and guess who's playing the weird angle? It's Spider. They're not sure where he's coming from. Oh, Spider! JC Stanley, 18 HP, takes him down. What a close round for T1. They finally adapt to that A site hit that has been plaguing them over the course of the second half. But JC Stanley swings in the balance, and we're once again reset on overtime.
Unreal to continue to go down to the wire like this again and again, folks. This is, other than map 1, this has been absolutely insane, right? They had the 2v1, T1 did. They had the round lead in overtime. They had what they needed to put this thing away, but unfortunately weren't able to do so. Neptune is going to get pushed off of showers early on as that dart comes through. And it looks like T1 is taking a page out of Immortals' book, and they're going to work their way, mosey up in towards showers. Daze with the shock dart, see if anyone's there. Nobody at all, but certainly they've heard that. You see Daze has gotten the ult orb 2 points away from the Hunter Siri. Definitely something to keep an eye on here in overtime.
We know this B site hit to be super effective for T1. But the spike is in the middle. They're waiting for information first. Owl drone comes through. Ooh, will it spot Neptune? It does not. Oh. But manages to take it down, backs away. But so has T1. Shanks has to be the gatekeeper here. Brack's going to swing and take Shanks down. Now the rotates have to come through. because you're down in a 4v5. Can Gangsta hold the line here as the B execute is developing? We do know that this time it's not going to be the retake. They can hold down the line if played effectively.
Keep an eye on Daze on the mini-map. Yeah, that's a huge kill. There's not going to be any flank coming in from Telly. They're just going to have to come in from one side. Immortals is able to get two, but T1 respond with two of their own. JMO with the operator is able to get one. The spike has been planted. He's hunting, he's searching, but up from the heavens come down the fire. AZK takes him out. T1 take a one-round lead in overtime.
Match point.
Yeah, I have a feeling that if this gets reset, Immortals are going to adapt and have a heavier presence towards the B side. We'll have to see if, of course, that does end up happening. Because even on that first half, that's the half that T1 worked exceptionally well on those B side hits. And so you're seeing that again. But for Immortals, now that they're on the attack, what site are they exceptionally known to hit incredibly well over the course of that second half, Doug? Just it's a 50% chance you can get this right. Which site is it?
It's true. It is A.
And that's where they're prepared to go once again. But Brax, little showers presence, never hurt anybody. But once again, a little bit more passive play, I think, is going to be the ends again.
Gangsta trying to get some info. Oh my gosh. This one's just been a banger the entire time. You see the paranoia once again. It's going to be coming in through A short. Neptune is able to get the first kill as they establish themselves on the site. The spike is going to go down. JMO with that operator who's invested in time and time again. No armor, but you guess you don't need armor when you've got that going on. Shanks is able to get through U-Haul. He's able to get all of that space and all of that presence. And folks, things are not looking good for T1, but again, they've done things like this before. They've got deep heroics in their bag. Oh yeah, that's certainly gonna help. JC Stanley drops, Skadoodle goes in, taps, playing around the smokes as he tries to stay alive, but JMO's got a chance, but no! Freaking T1 does it! They finally, through all of that, are able to put Immortals away. It was never a sure thing, but in overtime, they take care of business and they advance.
I like how Skadoodle played that. I really, really do. He threw all the smokes down. You normally see that when they're just trying to defuse early. And you saw the response from JMO. He wanted to push in, get up close and personal. Unfortunately, that costs him as Skadoodle was ready with the swing out from his own smoke. So very well done for T1 to close that one out. It was close. Let's bring back Reflections because another nail-biter map that went to overtime, but this time a little bit more succinct from T1 as they're able to close things out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, check it out. You guys got a fantastic series, a lot of ups and downs, without question. I just want to highlight, by the way, with all the things that Immortals went through to still keep it as close as they did, shout out to Shanks, right, for coming in and going as hard as he did. He was absolutely pivotal in keeping those series close. So, Immortal fans, hey, it's okay. You guys do lose, but you're still in it. An opportunity to make playoffs is there. Of course, you will have to play in loser bracket to go against Dignitas, which isn't going to be easy, but again, the chance and the opportunity is still there, and you know you're in good hands with Shank. So let's get into it, boys, because that was, like you said, a nail biter. So first and foremost, Doug, I'm going to go to you because you hyped up Spider from T1, right? Playing as a Sentinel, comes in as Raze instead of Omen. Did that make an impact, and was the impact great?
I definitely think he made an impact. I don't remember exactly how many kills he came across, but there are a couple of plays that I can vividly remember where he just kind of single-handedly was able to grab a couple of multi-kills. I think Spider, again, the more I see Spider on a Duelist, the more, thank you, the more I want to see them explore that possibility. This is exactly the play that I was thinking of, using the paint cans and then swinging. And then again, I know it was an eco, but you've got two guys shooting at you, man. That's never easy.
I mean, he was just shy of getting the ace too, right? Picking up 4 there. But a lot to take away from Immortals as well. Simo, I mean, given the fact that Immortals kept it so close, JC Stanley, by the way, sends it to second overtime, picks up that 1v2. Beautiful plays from him, but just shy. You know, it's so hard to take away from a team that, I mean, loses in double overtime. But I guess what was the straw that kind of broke the camel's back? Was it Skadoodle?
I mean, I feel like it's always Skadoodle. You know, he's always that. In both overtimes, he was the factor that clutched out the overtime round and put T1 in the position that they're in right now, which is sitting pretty. They've qualified for the playoffs. and they need one more best of 3 to move on to the main event. They're one away. They're one away. But I think really for Immortals, you have to be super proud as a team that regardless of the substitution with Shanks, by the way, still a great player despite not making it onto the final Dignitas roster with his brother Poised. But I think for Immortals, you have to be so proud that your entire team can still claw their way in and keep it so competitive against one of the best teams in North America.
I mean, without question, I like I said, I'm so impressed with the Immortals. Even though they take the L, like they still get a W tonight, regardless of all things. And there's a lot of questions, you know, if those things don't happen, right? If do they win? There's a very real chance they do, but it is what it is. T1, like you said, does move on, and good for them. You know, they are a powerful team. They really are. They're a much hyped up team, and they played that series very well. They earned it without question. Okay, because Immortals did not make it easy. Doug, though, it seems like the core 3 really made it happen for this T1 roster. It was Daze, Skadoodle, and AZK. They seemed like they were just leading the charge when it came to kills. You know, what made them so special as a trio?
I just think they've done this time and time again, right? Like the more we watch T1, the more we see them do things like that. And it just seems like whenever the spotlight is on them, whenever the opportunity is there for them to shock the world, they do it. They deliver. And like, here's the thing, when we think about T1 from a larger perspective, right? It's not always going to be a flashy, easy, like stomp of a win, right? For a lot of these teams, it's far more beneficial and far more developmental for them in the long run to go through trenches like we just saw with Immortals, and to walk away from that, with some cuts, some scars, some bruises, but walk away victorious. For them to go through what they just went through, think about the whole storyline, folks. Immortals has to get a sub. Oh no, T1's just going to roll over him. We don't know how Shanks is going to play. Is he cold? What about the strategies? Like, T1 took a sucker punch to the chin for the last 2-3 hours or however long this was, and they stood there, right? They took it and they traded back. And again, when I think about long-term trajectory and what this means for the team as a whole, that's the implications of that are far bigger, far deeper reaching than just defeating Immortals 2-1.
That is very well said. Very well said indeed. Again, we will see. Also, NRG does in fact lose to FaZe, or they might be still in that technical pause. I think they did lose 2-0. They lost 2-0. Yeah. So really tough for NRG, but FaZe will move on. After all, though, guys, I know you guys are going to hop off, but we will be, or at least I will be joined by Vansili and Bach just a little bit, but we'll have you back later on. But check it out, guys. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, though, some more action, as we are going to have the much hyped up Cloud9 Blue versus Space Station Gaming. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. This is going to be an important match coming up. It's an elimination match, and one that I think a lot of people did not see coming. But hey, it's here, regardless, ready or not. C9 Blue versus Space Station Gaming, and it's going to be hitting you fast. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Bach as well as Van Silly. Boys, it's good to have you back. Van Silly, this match means a lot. Did you ever expect C9 Blue to be in this position?
That's why, as you said, a lot of players or a lot of the viewers and fans are expecting for this match, but unexpectedly, we did not think that Cloud9 was going to be in the lower brackets of their group in an elimination matchup. As they already fell fourth to eighth in the NSG qualifier, that was already a big surprise to us, at least to myself. But now to see them in an elimination matchup here versus Space Station Gaming, that is the biggest surprise. But you know, it's a nice rematch. It's a chance for them to get the redemption too, and definitely to prove and to show the fans that they have what it takes to beat SSG in a very strong fashion after correcting their mistakes.
I mean, look, a rematch. You said it best, right? So speaking of rematch, I actually want to pull up the maps because I want to talk about these two, because these are two maps that we have seen, or at least three maps. And one of those is going to be the outlier, right? That's going to be split. But when it does come to Bind and Ascent, those are two maps that were played previously. Now, you said it best, Vansili. You know, this is a rematch. Space Station Gaming did beat them during the open qualifier #1 for UMG. It was on Bind 13-10, Ascent 13-11. But of course, I'll go over to you, Buck. I think the outlier map is going to be split. That is one that is going to be very, very telling. And for C9 Blue, that is one that they pick. So what do you think about these three maps overall?
I mean, I still got to give the nod to Space Station a little bit just because of their previous performance against Cloud9 Blue.
Sure.
But ultimately, I don't think the maps really matter. I think what matters is Cloud9's out for blood. You know, Cloud9 wants that revenge, and I don't think they're going to let the same mistakes repeat themselves. Obviously, what happened last time was Roka just popped off, and obviously he had some support from Seth. But, like, they won't allow the same mistakes to occur. And if Cloud9 was smart, they knew they'd end up in this position potentially. So they went back and they watched those games and they said, okay, well, what did we do wrong? Let's make sure we fix it. So I think that the map pool ending up being somewhat similar to that previous set, that's actually good for Cloud9. I think that's worse and more detrimental for Space Station.
Well, check it out. Look, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think I'm undefeated tonight when it comes to predictions. You two are not so much. You're 1-1 so far, okay? But no, you're 2-2. But well, you should
no,
be
I'll be honest. Bach and I did call it for Immortals to win versus T1. And you know what? I'm going to give them a little asterisk there because, you know, they didn't have shot up. And by the way, I just want to take the time to say, hopefully everything's going to be okay for Shot Up, for Chet's family members, and as well for what was happening for everybody else currently in the NA scene right now with Poach, definitely. So hopefully everybody gets well very soon. And, you know, let's stop the hate about, you know, they're losing a player here or there. It's this fault, that fault. We just want everybody to have the most positive outcome ever. right? So
Very well said. No, I couldn't agree more. You know, it's heartbreaking what happened again, though. Shout out to them for doing so well. They still have an opportunity to make it. That, by the way, that prediction record is in fact getting updated, so that's not going to stay there too long. So reminisce in that if you will. Check it out, though. For me, though, coming into this series, you know, I think Box said it best. They're out for blood. Cloud9 blue. I have to go with them. Now, granted, I think it is going to be 2-1. There we go. That's the right record. All right, we're up top. Nets, and this is a rare thing for me. All right, Bach, what are you going for? Who do you think is going to take it?
I think Cloud9 definitely takes the series. I do think we go all 3 maps. I think that Cloud9 ultimately has what it takes to beat Space Station. And yeah, you added in a bit of a variable there with Split. That might end up being the X factor. I don't know, but I still think that Cloud9 takes the series in 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely the X factor is going to be Split, but in favor of Cloud9 because we haven't seen enough of Space Station Gaming actually on Split. They haven't played it at all in any of the first strike qualifiers and even the close qualifiers. So that's going to be the biggest question mark. Cloud9 definitely shows that they definitely shown that they could definitely play on that map and have good results on it too. So I'm going to have to give it to Cloud9 2-1 as well.
You know, I think it's fair to say that if Bind is won by C9 Blue, there's a very real chance the series ends in a 2-0.
Correct.
You know, going into Split. So this is a must-win map for the boys on Space Station Gaming. They need to come and bind. They need to hit hard, and they need to be hitting the ground running. But as we do, in fact, transition into that map, I'm going to leave you guys with a question, or at least I'm going to ask you a question, Vansili. You know, there's 2 dominant players on the team. Obviously, for Space Station Gaming, they've got Roka. For C9 Blue, obviously, it has to be Tinge, right? Those 2 players, I assume, are going to butt heads. What is the difference between those 2? And in terms of overall changing the outcome of the match, who do you think has the leg up?
Oh, man. I think it's going to have to be Tens at this point, but I think there's also a reason why you have Cloud9 taking Split instead of Ascent, because when you have a player like Roka with a Sheriff that could just get things done with the Sheriff on takes, that could be the game factor there. But I'm going to have to give it to Tens with the leg up there, too.
I think that's fair enough. I think in all power rankings, right, Tens is kind of up there. Hey, check it out. It's still a big match for either which one, you know, for whether Space Station Gaming, C9 Blue, like they're going to have to pull up and go big or else they are out of it. And that is something both of these orgs do not want. But check it out, guys. I'm going to head out. You guys go into Bind. Take it away.
Thank you.
All right, so it is time to jump into this series to see if Cloud9 is going to get that revenge after all over Space Station. I'd like to believe that it's going to happen. I feel like they're not going to allow the same mistakes to repeat themselves. But again, there is that snowball effect. You have a player like Roka who's just an absolute monster. And if he starts rolling downhill, he is really hard to stop. Something that I noticed, and this is something I've seen from Roka in his career as a CS player as well. I've been following his career for a very long time. And when he is in a positive mood and the team is working out, he will start taking risks that produce success. He was a high risk, high reward player, and that continued over into Valorant. He is going to take risks, but if things aren't working out for the team, he can kind of get trapped in the negativity and get frustrated. And then I think he starts forcing those fights instead of taking them wisely. So I think it's really important for Space Station, if they want to find a way to take the series, they have to get off to a good start because they have to build that positive mentality early. Otherwise, it's going to get out of control. And I think there's even the possibility that Cloud9 can end up taking things even quicker than getting into that 3rd map. But we'll see as we kick things off here. It's going to start on Bind, like we said. Shinobi on the Omen, Vice playing Sova, Relics on the Raze, Tens, Jet, Mitch, Killjoy on the opposite side, Kaplan, Sova, Roka as Reyna. They've got a Phoenix, they've got an Omen, and a Cypher in the mix as well. We'll see what they can do.
Having frenzies as well on a pistol is huge, and wow, that's a great way to start things off. You have the Owl Drone, I've seen this before, Owl Drone to open up the door, and then you just have a kill that comes through right after from a peek from Showers. That was just a good way to catch SSG off guard, and now they're even going to push to the teleporter to aggress versus Seth and take him down as well. Meanwhile, though, that opens up the A site, so they have to play a retake. So you will be able to get a spike plan for Space Station, and Roka watches the rotation and the flank, rather, and is able to get that first kill. But the actions happen all across the map as we had more players pushing down towards the A entrance, towards the A defender spawn. That's something that SSG has taken advantage of as well the last time they played against each other, and it seems as though they are ready for this for Cloud9. But Kaplan makes it a 2 versus 2. Spike has yet to get planted because they're playing this very patiently and catching C9 pushing aggressively every time to prevent them from getting a spike. And now as he gets pinged out, Vice still gets the kill into Roka, and Kaplan is stuck on a clutch.
Kaplan moving into position with a frenzy, spots one, and it's a frenzy battle.
Feeling area.
It's been fun to watch that pistol come into prominence. Kaplan's like, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm out. Backs off, and at least he'll guarantee a spike plant over on the B site. Both players in position, waiting to hear that spike potentially go down, waiting until they can both go through simultaneously.
Spike planted.
And that does allow Kaplan into this great position, right on the other side of the bin, as they start to make their way out from the window. You can see one's already on site, and Kaplan has no idea as Mitch just comes up over the top rope, and Cloud9 picks up a pistol to kick things off here on Bind.
And I think it wasn't only an owl drone that we saw go through the teleporter, but I'm pretty sure I saw the recon dart come through. So that really forced Insky to stop looking towards that showers and look back towards the teleporter, wondering what the hell is happening. And as the door closes, you have Tens that actually pushed out towards the showers to get that kill. So a very good way for Cloud9 Blue to really figure out how SSG were playing that pistol round, and also being able to get those 2 first kills without giving them any control at the showers was great. But Roka tried to turn things around. It was great for SSG in their end to have individual plays to catch Cloud9 off rotations, but it didn't pay off in the end. It was still a 2 versus 1 where, unfortunately, the frenzy didn't come into favor for Kaplan either. And he's going to look for a moment of salvation. He's going to buy another frenzy into this round, but it is going to be an eco for Space Station opening with these shares, where they've been very strong with. And it's not only Roka. I know we've talked about him a lot, but there's been some great 2Ks, some positioning from Insky as well as the with the Sheriff. And Boostio also had multiple 2Ks, 3Ks on this very map versus Cloud9 Blue. So all of these players from Space Station Gaming have popped off, and this might be the only map where they could actually make this series a little bit more close. But with the pistol that was won by Cloud9 to start things off, it's going to be a tough feat to actually try to tie this game up.
Roka backing off as the dart comes through and gives away his position. That allows Cloud9 to get this advanced spot, and it also makes the take that much harder if they were even to try to get in. But Tens is having none of that. Tens with the Bulldog from distance finds 3. He wants 4. Is he gonna find himself the ace? There's one more target around the corner. Of course he is. Tens, number 1 on the scoreboard, and number 1, at least in North America, some would say the world, as Tens picks up the ace. Now, sure, we'll go ahead and say it's just an anti-eco. It's not a big deal, but it's still an ace. An ace is an ace is an ace. And he'll have plenty of cash as he spent the extra money to go for that Bulldog purchase to begin with.
At least it ties into what you were saying at the pregame, you and Reflections as well, Bach, is that the fact that Cloud9 is out for blood. So to see that despite this being an eco, but you still have Tens that's chasing for these kills where it's not necessary and still getting them, it shows that Cloud9 Blue really has to, they really want to put a stamp on it to this matchup, and they want to end it really. Will actually have a series to finish 2-0 within under an hour if they could, right? So it's okay for them to regress. They want to continue this way, and you have some sort of a split going on from a short A because he was heavily damaged at first. Boostio is going to self-heal inside the teleporter, but that could be a tell that eventually we're trying to take possession towards this B ramp, and that's going to be Vice going to work, and somehow the confusion came in from Roka to look back at the teleporter for no reason. And now it just allows Cloud9 Blue on this bonus round to get two players in the advantage.
It was a good mid-round adjustment from Cloud9. They allowed one player through, that was Boostio, who then self-healed with hot hands inside the port. And then you saw the adjustment to get aggressive in Hookah and then also peek through from Portal. So they had a double peek on mid. It worked out really nicely for them, and they've given themselves a 2-player advantage. It's down to just Boostio now as the Phoenix to lead the charge. A nice pick off onto Shinobi to try to gain access to the site. There is utility down from the Killjoy, but KJ's dead, so not a threat.
Correct.
And they'll go ahead and secure the spike here in just a moment. Vice still in position, but only with the Spectre. Wants to wait for his team to get there. And Tens is coming through, already charging past that Cyber Cage. Nice curveball through, has to dodge it. SSF, he gets the perfect peek on that. And now we find ourselves in a one-on-one. Vice is doing great work with the darts to kind of spot out that position. And despite the damage dealt, Boostio swings wide and catches him as the dart recovery continues. So a good round from Space Station, a costly one, as it comes down to 1 player remaining. But a nice way to get their foot in the door in the second half. The problem is because of Ten's ace in the previous round, there's still a lot of money left for Cloud9. You know, there's
Correct.
no casualties to worry about.
Very important round for SSG at this point too, because they've bought pretty much both of these teams, actually. Whoever loses this one is pretty much going to be on an eco on the rest. You have small shields, though, for Space Station Gaming, which gives that advantage in terms of Cloud9 for maybe the angles that they might play against them. But you got to give it to Seth on that previous round. But off camera, already, again, controlled towards the showers as Tens is moving forward, and a first to fall, which is going to be Boostio, the one that was able to clutch that previous round. But just to mention, that was off the back thanks to Seth. Seth was that top fragger for Space Station Gaming on that previous matchup, in this previous rematch versus Cloud9 Blue, sorry. But this time, it's going to be Cloud9 Blue that takes the upper hand. And look at that. After that kill, they actually stack 4 players now towards the B side, thinking that Space Station Gaming likes to play, oh, we're a man at disadvantage. The kill happened towards the A side. Let's rotate towards the other side of the map. But SSG has something different in mind. They still want to continue and take possession of short A and the showers.
Revealing area.
Tens with a pickoff on Daroka. We talked about that battle, what it might look like, and in the initial fight here on the site, able to spot him out. Now, Tens is in a rough position in that back corner, desperately needs some help as they're going to try and do some additional damage, but look at this play from Insky. Because of that back position for Cloud9, that allowed him up into lamps, and he was able to take advantage of it. Unfortunately for Insky, only one left standing. Now the ult is available, but surprise, there's still one there. Decides to take it out. Not that it mattered either way. It was going to get canceled. 12 seconds left on the round, and Vice is in position. That slow play, continued presence on the B site ends up producing a successful round win for Cloud9. But again, you know, they almost fumbled that away because of that back position. They were so far back on the site, and they didn't have control of lamps. So when they started to allow that push through, Insky was able to just walk right into lamps and didn't have any issues getting into U-Haul and just exploiting that and punishing both Tens and the other player back site.
Yeah, we talked about map control, pulse plant positioning, lots of freedom given for Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming. But at the same time, though, that 2 versus 1, you got to count your stars for Insky that he actually ported right next to Mitch, which basically allows him to know that there was a 1 versus 1 on both sides. So he tried to bring that fight with 10 seconds to go. I did like that idea there, but Vice had better positioning. Now, like I said, this puts them in a tough position for SSG because they have to be on an eco, and Cloud9 continues to aggress versus Pistols. And they don't mind that. They don't mind to bring the fight. They already get 4 kills out of that. The spike is down all the way towards the back of the spawn side, leaving only Boostio on himself and by himself, and Tens keeps on feeling himself. And he's still tapping and tapping away. I mean, if you're looking at that scoreboard, he's pretty much running away with the amount of kills on the board overall, in my opinion, just based on the past few rounds that we've seen. I mean, he got an ace. There he goes at 11-3 and 0 after 5 rounds played.
I really like the way that Cloud9 is being aggressive off that portal. These double and even triple peaks we're seeing in mid.
Yeah,
just getting there. It's because they have control of short, so we're not really seeing much presence from Space Station on short, and that's allowed Cloud9 to utilize that portal to the fullest of their extent. You know, we're not seeing much presence from Space Station here and that portion of the map, but there's still time. Space Station can find an opening. They're going to be moving back towards that B site. At least it looks like it for the time being. Again, no presence towards A currently. As they start working their way into Hookah, there is run it back from Boostio to lead them in. There's some hardware down. The turret's been taken out, so Killjoy's presence here on the site not only known, but they're going to have to look out for all of that pesky hardware laying on the ground. Now they decide to back off. They've pulled the rotate out because they've got them to come through the portal. They know that the A site is weak. So they exploited the fact that Cloud9 has been consistently using those ports to try and go for those mid pinches.
Yeah.
And now they've reacted. I love the read from Space Station. It's a good adjustment.
You still would have hoped some kills would have happened from that hookah area because they took control with 2 players there. So with 1 going through the teleporter, or even 2, you would hope that they would have a 2-2 trade and take the upper hand. But now it's a tough 4 versus 2 or 3 versus 4 retake who evens it up on a 3-3 tally. The retake is coming through now for Cloud9 Blue as Tens is moving out towards heaven, but land control is still in possession of SSG. So Seth gets the headshot. He's now looking for the crossfire with his teammates, but we are closing through. Thankfully, though, they do have a Hunter's Fury from Kaplan. He tags with the first, gets him off the spike, but it has been defused on halfway at least. Now on that 2 versus 1, it's going to be Seth with the 3rd kill versus Relics, and that is a great way to salvage an initial push that kind of failed for SSG.
Yeah, it's interesting how that comes together. I love the adjustment, that mid-round call from Space Station. Knowing that Cloud9, we were just praising them for it. They've been using that mid portal pretty aggressively. So once they put presence towards B, they send enough resources on that B site that Cloud9 starts to hit that heavy rotate. They, again, really quick to pull the trigger on that change. And they're like, okay, cool. You just sent 2 player through port. That tells me that the A site either has 1 player or none. So it's time to call the rotate. And we've seen that call from a couple of teams, but I don't think it's punished as heavily as it was here just because of Cloud9's propensity to go through that portal in the mid-round. We'll see if Space Station starts to play with that a little bit more as well and continues to utilize that to their advantage. Again, their A presence basically is non-existent. So you've just got Sova and Spawn watching for a push. Jets and Showers, Omen was there as well. But TenZ isn't really going to spot much because they continue to make their... They continue to take their fight over towards B, where we see SF picking off 2 players, but there's still 1 more. It's Vice pushing down close. And that Cyber Cage is going to dissipate in just a second. And somehow Vice ends up winning that fight.
That's ballsy. That was actually very well done there for Vice, especially due to the fact that they went for a triple peek from the turret that was placed by Mitch. You would think the upper hand would come in favor of Cloud9 to get all that information first and catch SSG off guard. But Roka opens up that B side. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. The spike could still be redeemed by the attacker side, and they could still split into the site where Vice is stuck on his lonesome. So they'll know that it's going to be a late rotation. Unfortunately, well, actually now it comes into that rotation. They know both players are close. They have to come in towards the B side. The first trade to come through, 1 stuck inside the corner. Vice does get the count to Roka, but Kaplan comes out for the trade immediately to save and redeem, and also avenge his teammate, rather, to make it 4-3.
These rounds, though, they cost so much money. Their bank account's looking like yours after a new skin set is released. as they are buying down to 0 on some of these players. TenZ does finally put the op in play, so we'll see the op in TenZ hands. Not that he's needed it. His rifle work has been stellar thus far. You know, we mentioned that Cloud9 likely wouldn't allow Space Station to win this in a 2-0 fashion yet again. I think TenZ won't allow that to happen. Single-handedly putting up the numbers that he's putting up. It's an impressive performance from the young gun from Cloud9. Space Station, though, has been able to scrape together some round wins, and I say that quite literally. They've been barely winning these rounds, fighting really hard to find those round wins. Both teams just in this really unstable point with their economy. The credits are not piling up quite the way you would hope they would for either one. So this round has heavy impact. Winner of this should likely force their opponent onto an eco.
And with the amount of times that, you know, you've put a lot of pressure on the attacker side in Hookah. This is why, firstly, they're going to put that op from TenZ inside Hookah, so he could try to get the first pick and dash away. But if it's not for those, expect TenZ also to be opping out towards that Showers, as 1 or 2 rounds in the first half, we've seen him push out towards that Shower side and get the immediate early pick onto Boostio and also onto Insky. But now, as they have a lot of resources on the B side, we have initiation and a push towards the attacker side for SSG inside A. And they're still going to try to come in right now just to try to see if they can get a couple of kills before. But now they're forced to fall back just because of the Killjoy lockdown. So time has been wasted. Spike at least has been planted. And now you have a good post-plan position for Space Station Gaming.
I love the fact that they still get the spike plant despite the effort from Mitch to deny it. And again, the Space Station managed to find a win. That's the round they needed, though. They needed to really win a strong round. And, you know, you heard it. It's a flawless round win from them. And again, we mentioned it. The money wasn't going to be good for either team, regardless of the outcome. So Cloud9 going to have to go down to SMGs and Sheriffs, it looks like. That said, some of these players have some absolutely ridiculous aim. You look at TenZ, he's obviously the one that gets profiled the most, but we've seen Relics have his fair share of dirty shots with pistols. So can't necessarily count them out as Space Station ties the score at 4 apiece. And now we'll see them start putting more pressure on this A site, which is what I like. They've been going towards B for the most of these last 8 rounds. They've been putting presence on that B site early. This time around, though, it looks like they're going to be pressuring the A site. And after that last round, who could blame them? They found success there, and it was one of the best round wins they've had yet.
And they were hoping for Cloud9 to have an aggressive position on that short A to start things off. Frenzy's playing close range, but after that owl drone, you kind of force them back, which gives a lot of map control now for Space Station with the rifles that they have. So you have to play a lot more passively now for Cloud9 Blue. You want to play the off angles, and it starts off at the entrance there from TenZ, but he gets damaged down to about 10 HP, forced to retreat inside the site, so that weakens things up again. But that's the thing, they don't really have more information from Cloud9 Blue because they haven't pushed on the opposite side of the map. So those 2 players are still going to be stuck inside Hookah, while the rest now could move in towards the A side. At least a trade comes in their favor. It makes it a 4 versus 4. A big paranoia will force Shinobi back into the site, but now he's met up with Relics, where they could double it up on a peak against Kaplan, but he gets both of them down. This is good right now for the attackers. The spike has been planted, last one on a flank, and Mitch will fall. So SSG, they take the lead, and this is a very similar scenario to the last time, because the last time, Cloud9 Blue, I think they were only able to get 5 rounds on the defender side. So this could actually still repeat here, Bach, where you might have a chance on this first map for SSG, but again, it's going to be a very tough matchup for them on the second one on Split.
I think I like what I see here from Space Station too. Now going back to the B site, recognizing like, okay, we hit A 2 times in a row. There's a possibility for an adjustment that could be coming through. And also, do we really want to go right at TenZ? Probably not. Now, what they aren't factoring is TenZ's level of aggression currently. TenZ is getting a ton of information. So he's going to know that they're not in this area, but I don't think it's going to matter. Space Station's exploding on the site. He's not going to be able to realistically react to that at all. There's the first kill coming out, or kill of sorts, as they interrupt the run it back and send him back to his original location. But they've been pushed out of the site. You can see the remaining members have to push through Hookah back into mid. Mitch is here with the Odin, and the spam is just a little bit late. Roka's able to take out Mitch. And that'll make control of spawn a little bit easier and neutralize the positions of players coming through from Hookah. They're all coming through from the same spots mostly. Everyone trying to work their way through Hookah. Luckily, Shinobi able to pick off 2. That gives TenZ an escape route as he tailwinds into his own smoke. But you kind of feel like the writing was on the wall with that round. They needed more of a split presence. As so many things were timing based. TenZ is on that push through showers. He could get that information if it's a slower play towards B. You know, they're pushing into Hookah. If they have the time, they might be able to get that push into mid and be like, okay, they're definitely B long. Like if they get that call, that's all they need to make the call and pull the adjustment back. But with all those players up in that position, the only place for them to funnel to is back into Hookah, because the rotate through long is just not viable for TenZ. So in that position, you leave Mitch alone in spawn, and that gives them full access to elbow and back halls.
But that's also the second time that the attackers from SSG actually went aggressively on long B off the back of a run it back. Right? A lot of the debate happens sometimes as, should we actually have a Raze instead of a Phoenix on the attack, or at least as an agent on this map, where a Showstopper usually is the one that hops into the map to get the kill. Nonetheless, though, we'll talk about that a little bit. We have SSG able to take the side of the map, and look at this. Again, they get a spike plant, but look at the position of Ensky. He's all the way up towards defender spawn. He already has Seth moving up with him as well, and they have great post plant position where they don't have to fall back towards short A, or they don't have to fall back towards showers. They just play the crossfire setup in the trade as they're all set up across the map, across the site rather. But,
final round of the first half, and we've got TenZ bringing out that off. But go ahead, sound like you wanted to add something there.
Yeah, sorry, I was just wanted to take that time to continue on that debate about the Raze and the Phoenix, right? And the Phoenix so far from Boostio, that's twice that he's able to use it to get into at least elbow to try to get that information so that somebody like Rolka could come in and get the trade-off when the run it back gets depleted. So I think they're using it greatly for SSG on the aggressive pushes.
It's a great rebound from Space Station. It was starting out a little bit rough, but they turned things around, and I think part of that was just finding the weakness over on the A side. Kaplan able to pick off Shinobi. So no more smokes on the round for Cloud9. Space Station, again, they have control of Long B, and they've got players in hookah as well. They'll be popping out onto the site in just a moment. Mitch gets smoked out. He's stuck inside that dark cover. There's a Lear that comes through, but Mitch somehow able to spot out Roka. So that's a nice little pickup as they try to gain access to the site. Boostio still able to push back into the backside. And they'll also go ahead and take out the Nano Swarm that would have been directly underneath the spike as it goes down inside Tuna. The retake is already well underway, and that's TenZ with the dirty shot through the steel container. TenZ looking for more as well. An absolutely ridiculous flick back from TenZ. The spike planted inside. It's almost impossible for Kaplan to do anything about it. You mentioned it. Cloud9 got 5 rounds the last time. They're going to get that again.
Yeah, and you got to give it. Yes, TenZ had a beautiful shot there through the Tuna Can, but you saw it. That opponent, I think it was Seth, right? That got that plant inside Tuna Can, was spotted by an Owl drone. I think that even came in from Elbow or a Recon Dart 2 on that retake. So a very clean execution from Cloud9 Blue on that retake to be able to get that 5th round. Even with the spike being planted when you have 1 player remaining inside hookah, it wasn't really planted for Kaplan at that point. You can't really wall bang from that position either. So you wanted to maybe plant a little bit more out in the, what I would call the edges, right? Not out in the open, but at the edges of the Tuna Can, so that you could actually try to get a wall bang from there and not have to expose yourself from hookah. But with the way that they entered towards that site and how it was very chaotic, right? How you said that Vice was able to get that first kill, they couldn't really try to go for a safe spot to plant, just being afraid that Cloud9 Blue might be very aggressive on that retake. But this round, we talked about aggression. It's going to be TenZ pushing first. But that battle, the top duelist for each team, it's going to be Roka that takes the upper hand.
Oh, all right. Ooh. Even Relics paused for a moment, like he's just kind of like, oh, well, okay.
I'll take it.
Yeah, like totally meant to do that. Relics actually has a potential line on another kill as well. There's one using dark cover to sneak right around the corner to the back of that box, and that's a nice pickoff from Kaplan. A little bit scary there as Relics was holding that for a moment, but the smoke was just big enough to allow that position. Cloud9 down a player currently, but like they're able to do this. Yeah, you're right. You've got Omen right around the corner. You've got one already pushed up in mid. I mean, Space Station has great positioning, like you said.
Yeah. So the last 2 guys now just looking for redemption here with Shinobi and Vice. I mean, they do have the spike. They have 30 seconds left, but the only information they have was that push from Boostio. They don't know the full rotation came back towards the A side. I mean, they might have an idea since they know that the flank came in from Boostio, but they don't know that somebody's playing inside this cubby, and that's an easy kill for Insky. Second one, it will get the dink. Vice will get a kill before, and that's it. I mean, you lose a player out of that, off of that trade, sorry. But what you really want is a round, and SSG definitely got it. And that frenzy on pistol, we've seen it maybe, what, a couple of months ago when Sinatra kept using it on that frenzy, and you're starting to see more and more frenzies on pistols, which comes up very positively for these teams.
TenZ 14 and 10. He's cooled off a little bit. I won't say his performance is bad, but obviously that early ace helped boost the stats quite a bit, gave him a nice little cushion. The rest of the team starting to catch up just a bit. Now, that turret might give them a false sense of security, as there is one currently sitting right on top of the truck in sight, and as they make their way in, that's what allows Insky to find these kills. It's a flying target. He's skeet shooting at this point. Relic survives for way longer than you'd think, but his movement gave them enough time to take down that threat. So even though Relics dies, ultimately the move works out. Now, they've still got one on the back of the play. That's Boostio, who picks off one, but they actually got around the corner before that could happen. Now, there's TenZ with this dirty shots coming out of the Sheriff. TenZ has found himself. Space Station backing off. They're like, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's just pump the brakes. Let's give him that. And I like the adjustment here.
Wow.
So TenZ decides to go across the map through the portal again. It's an around-the-world strategy from TenZ that should at least net him a spike plant here in a moment. And he's even going to use the smoke. Oh, that position is awkward. There's the shock dart to come through. And the smoke's going to dissipate as the spike gets planted, but no one's on site currently. And it's all down to TenZ and how accurate his Sheriff can be.
Yeah, but now that he shot that dart, they know that he's heading towards the lamps. There's already one around the corner. That is going to be Boostio. Boostio greets him with another surprise. That's another backstab twice for Boostio into the round. The first one is the second time that he pushes down towards that ramp at the hookah sign, and when he heard the teleporter going through, of all three players of Cloud9, he was able to at least catch one off the rotation. That was Vice, and with that, you kind of keep Cloud9 stuck inside hookah because you also have Roka at the spawn side. But very nice attempt from TenZ at least. Those shots from the shares were super crisp, and it was very close actually. On a 2 versus 1, you saw how much respect that they gave to TenZ as well for SSG. But allowing to get that dart out and that shot off really gave a chance there for Boostio to win that in the end versus TenZ. So definitely a good eco on their end for Cloud9. They build the economy up into this round here. It's 9-5 in favor of the defenders, now occupied by SSG, and it's going to be a slow play for Cloud9 with them looking for some information towards the showers to start, and that started with the recon dart. So they're going to triple push up, and it's Relics that gets the first 2 kills.
Space Station sending resources over to A. You've already got Boostio through, and the timing is so brutal. Boostio was holding that, waiting for the peak to come through, and it doesn't happen. So naturally, it's time to get out of Dodge. Space Station realizes the round is 100% lost. There is no sense fighting for it. So they'll stack up somewhere with what equipment they've got left and try and salvage it and bring it into the next round. They were 1 round away from finding double digits, but the buy round from Cloud9 proved to be a bit too much.
Yeah, and again, it was just off the great utility and push that you have from Cloud9. And it's not unfamiliar territory for Cloud9 how they play their attacker side too. They're okay playing, or not okay, it's just their way of setting up and making sure that they have the trade to take the early map control. And with that triple to get 2 kills with no losses, you're definitely taking that and you're rushing straight into the site. You don't have to move any more slowly. You have the advantage at least another 3 versus 1 into the site if you have the defenders that decide to have a stack in that area. So Cloud9 Blue definitely played that super well, and they could continue with that. I mean, when you have somebody like TenZ that's fragging the way that he does, Relics has been a little bit quiet. We didn't talk about his name a lot, but he just got a nice 2K off that one too. And if he's able to bring in that consistency that we know Relics is for, like that sleeper fragger that you have for Cloud9, when you start having those 2 players activated, you're going to have to start being careful being in the shoes of Space Station Gaming. So you're going to have to start giving them that respect too, or disrespect them at the same time and push back against them like Cloud9 did on defense.
Shinobi takes a dart straight to the face. So he's going to back off just a bit. Advanced positions currently, and they're trying to set up a potential pinch. Boostio does push through and find some on the other side of showers. That allows SF to get into this position as well, and now a follow-up through the port from Boostio as he's got their heads looking in multiple directions. They've been put on a swivel, but unfortunately, it all falls apart. SSG had that advantage. They had that strong position. I don't think they anticipate Mitch being in this spot, so things are starting to fall apart. It's all up to SF, who is now going to be able to upgrade. But look at what he's got left. 3 HP and a dream for the Cypher against a Raze. Not exactly
love the
pinch, ideal
though.
Scenario.
Yeah, you're definitely happy with the pinch, and you know, with the run it back that they use for Space Station Gaming, the rest of them you saw it was sort of an eco. So this being salvaged by SF, and if you could actually get maybe some damage, maybe a kill, even if the spike goes off, you're happy with the result for Space Station Gaming. But Relics at this point, he doesn't know how much HP his opponent has, and sometimes you've seen in the past matches throughout this tournament that 3 HP, 4 HP, 1 HP is definitely good enough to still win the round. So SF is committing to this. He's gonna tap on his spike to push him out and even force out an ultimate. So this is huge right now, and it misses. But finally, Relics gets the kill, salvages the round for Cloud9 Blue, and we have a 9-7 scoreline for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how he forces that ult out. I mean, that's actually important. Pulling that rocket out, probably not necessary. Relics gets a little trigger happy with the ult, the showstopper, thinking maybe it would be necessary, ends up connecting with the top of APC. So I guess that's like the silver lining, that like the one plus side of the way that that round went. It was great work from them in general. SF started with a Sheriff and managed to bring it to an almost winnable position.
Yeah.
But
But the economy's still low for SSG, so I'm thinking now at this point they did go for a buy previously, but it works out with the first kill here.
Again, a back and forth volley.
Take flight.
This happened last round. The difference was last round, Space Station had rifles. This round, they get aggressive on short, and they try to push back Cloud9 just a bit. And they take the fight straight to their doorstep. We do find ourselves in a 3-on-3. There's some economic damage dealt for sure. And Space Station, even if they do lose this round, they still have control of the scoreboard. A bye will follow in the round after this. And that's when the pressure's on. Still 2 players over towards B. There's one on A currently. You've got Sova, who's sitting inside lamps. Should be Kaplan.
Yep.
Who's sitting on a frenzy. One of the few players that didn't opt for a sheriff on the round, and we've seen that already in the past. Boostio over in Hookah and Roka on site, both on sheriffs as well. So the pressure is on for Kaplan to try and find a kill, maybe scoop up a weapon if possible. Realistically, though, this should be a round for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Especially with the lockdown.
And I think he's okay, Kaplan, right now. I don't think he's going to peek. He's going to call that the plan's coming here. He's going to wait for his teammates. And while he doesn't give away his position, if somebody's going to try to walk into U-Haul to take control, okay, that lockdown's going to be huge now. It's going to be pretty much impossible for Kaplan to get out. So he wants to get a kill at least with him before he falls. And he goes face-to-face against Mitch, gets the tap, gets the kill. That is perfect for him right now. And as the lockdown will happen, he could maybe break it because he was out there on the top. But it's not going to happen, and it's going to be Relics that gets the kill. But it's a 2 versus 2. They know where the last 2 players are at.
Roka looking for the shots out of the Sheriff. It's a blast pack that gets Relics into a better position. But now it's down to Vice. Vice is holding, and they're just going to try and stick the spike. Does he have the time? Of course he doesn't. He's going for it, but he realizes it's already lost. What can you do? Vice is hunting, looking for the kill. Vice actually gets it right before the spike detonates. But again, we talked about it. Space Station did not come into that round with a crazy investment. That was actually just pistols. Now, is there money left on the table for Cloud9? Sure there is. They've got plenty to buy, but every penny counts.
Yep.
So now we'll see the buy come through from both teams. A little bit more staying power, economically speaking, for Cloud9, just because of the fact that they've won 3 rounds in a row. So they're not in a position where they have to worry about being unable to buy in the round that follows this if they were to lose. Whereas that can't be said about Space Station. So despite Space Station's efforts, the cash has built up just enough to give a 1-round cushion for Cloud9 Blue. Roka, he's the man to keep your eyes on. He's currently in Hookah holding a very wide angle. Just kind of going with an angle that no one would anticipate, but has to back off as the Al drone comes through.
Well, that dark cover that came out allows Roka to stay into his spawn, actually. So this is going to be big under window. They have a 4-player stack. They're okay with that because SF is actually playing a solo A side as that Cypher, trying to get as much information as he can with the camera and stay alive as long as he can inside that the lamp, sorry. And the thing that's difficult right now, though, is that you do have a Hunter's Fury for Vice. So if he decides to ult in there, it would be very hard for Seth to try to stay alive. But thankfully, there you go. He's playing more towards that back. The Hunter's Fury comes out. It goes inside the lamp, but he's already safe and out of position. So this is going to be big right now for Seth to stay alive and wait for his teammates to rotate.
Oh, there's the spike being secured here. It's a 5-on-5. It'll be a full force retake as both teams prepare to just clash on the site. They're going to collide. And what happens when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object, we might find out in just a moment. They're beginning their push out from spawn. There's the dart to try to lead them in. Dark cover and paranoia coming out from Omen for the attacking side. Kaplan trying to make his way through. Has to be careful though, low on ammo and ends up being taken down. But it's Space Station who's found themselves in an advantageous position. They know where Shinobi's at, the last player standing. And as he goes for the wide swing, Roka is holding. That's double-digit rounds right now for Space Station as they somehow found a way back onto the site. The fight really took place inside U-Haul or Lamps, and they just, boom, 2 forces just collide. And Space Station's able to win out on a lot of the duels. We didn't see all of them, but ultimately it's the attacking side of C9 who falls short in the round.
Yeah.
And it's Space Station to pick up that double-digit round finally.
And offer of you, just having Kaplan taking an advantage of the dark cover. You know, even if he gets hit by the paranoia, it doesn't really matter from his position because he's playing it so close at the staircase that he's already going to see his opponent if he decides to wide swing into it. So as he doesn't see any opposition, he keeps 2 players really inside lamp focused on him for the rest of SSG to push out and get those kills. So now you're putting TenZ and company right now into another buy, but this might be the last buy available for them should they lose this one here. Unless they get another spike plan here, things may change. But Mitch is the first to fall. TenZ has popped out the Bladestorm to trade it out. But it's a 4 versus 4. You also saw earlier that Relics was low on HP from an early tap from Roka inside the hookah. So now this is going to be very difficult for Cloud9 to try to take over this A side. I mean, there's a lot of cloud bursts happening from TenZ. He's just trying to hold and steady and slow down the round for Cloud9 as they reassess and readjust towards the shower side. But you still have a double setup here for 2 inside the lamps, which could be very, very deadly in SSG's position.
SF has been playing so well as Cypher as well, but there is a serious push coming through from Cloud9. A fake dash. I like that from TenZ.
Yeah.
He fakes the tailwind onto site to make them think that there's a player potentially pushing up. Now, this nade could be right on the money, and it is going to do some damage there to SF. So Relic's able to move up further and further. The drone's going to spot out one. Well played. Good combination move coming in from Cloud9. SF does turn back, but in that time, there's TenZ finally peeking from short. It's SSG with the player disadvantage. Shinobi's right around the corner in U-Haul currently. Boostio decides to take his push somewhere else for the time being. With the curveball around the corner, that's a nice way to open things up. Still has the blaze wall as well to work with. Goes with the flash, and it's actually going to come down to now a one-on-one. Again, the blaze wall is still here, so Boostio can try to work this one. Throws down the hot hands, has to just stick it and hope for the best. Not going to happen. That round was oh so important to Space Station. If they were able to do it, they would have finally chipped away at the cash that Cloud9 had built up. And you can see, even with the win, where the money's at. A few players just barely north of being able to field a buy. You're finally seeing that macroeconomic play that we've been talking about over the across this second half come to life. But it is odd in the end that Vice dies to that spike and doesn't keep pushing.
I think he knew he didn't have a chance.
Away.
I don't think he had a chance to get away.
It was close.
Like, screw it. Yeah, I mean, you should still try it no matter what, right? But
it's like baseball, right? They always tell you, like, it doesn't matter if you're going to be out. You run through. You always run through.
Exactly. Especially 2 outs, you on third base, why not? And that was pretty much that point for Cloud9 Blue. Because now, that's a great way to cancel that. That would have been the second time, that you would have had Boostio ult and try to get through towards a teleporter and get information on the A side, while the rest of the focus from SSG, you saw that 3-man stack towards the A side. It's been totally nullified. But the camera gets popped up by SF. That's going to look back towards that area of spawn, and you're rotating everybody back towards the A side. But the thing is, for Cloud9, they're still lurking a little bit, but finally you see that they're edging back towards a mid to B split. And SSG has read this perfectly, at least to start. How does Cloud9 try to retake this right now? I mean, they have a showstopper that they can utilize to just satchel into the site and maybe open it up on the end. I'm pretty sure you still have the paint shells available for Relics too. So it's still going to be a very difficult hold, especially from these positions. Somebody like Insky in that corner of the B cubby right now is heavily exposed from paint shells.
Peak early from Boostio. I might have done a little bit more, but just couldn't quite line it up. Kaplan's there to greet Relics as he dive bombs dark cover, and somehow this round has come together. Shinobi thought about going for the ult, but look at that. 4 players survive for Space Station. They scrape together a buy and they make it work. Cloud9 walks right into the trap, and Space Station capitalizes. Big round from them, and now the money finally broken for Cloud9. It's almost worse than it would have been had they lost the round prior, because now their money is in this state and they have the chance to grab that 12th round if you're on Space Station. It's not looking good, and you can see just how important the round is. Cloud9 is spending every penny they've got.
Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, they would have been in a position to have 2 broken buys. So why not try to bring it to as much as you can to salvage it, right? You have a Sheriff, you have a Vandal, instead of having to go Spectre, Bulldog, and then Spectre, Bulldog, and around after, possibly with the economy that you have. Then they just wanted to try to gamble it into this round here. The thing is, for SSG, you're right. They had to force themselves on a previous round, which paid off in their favor.
I know exactly where.
The pickoff from Vice with the ult. It gave them a tiny little opportunity, but Space Station quickly stomps that one out as they responded in kind with the rifles that were mostly brought in from the previous round. A gift from Cloud9. Cloud9 now grouping up towards short. They don't really have much map control currently, so they're just going to push up further and further. That dart is going to scare Shinobi away, so what little advanced positions they had lost, and even pushing back into that spot now is a little bit risky, given that the dart kind of sold out the play. Now dark cover will come through as Mitch goes for a pickup on a rifle. Will find himself a Vandal, but not prepared for that. SF just spams through the smoke as Mitch is gun juggling, trying to make things work, and yeah, that just didn't pan out the way that he had hoped.
Yeah, I was going to say that's good. You can pick up the rifle, reload, go through the teleporter, and hit B. With the time remaining, now you're coming into B, but you don't have any really big weapons to work with. Big dart that's going to spot one, but Boostio still holds the B site from the cubby area. And they do put map point for SSG now versus Cloud9. And SSG continue to impress the fans right now as, again, we haven't seen a lot of SSG in the past matches, tournaments that they've done. They had a hard time getting out of groups. And now that they finally make it into the close qualifier of the UMG, they're also looking to get another win versus Cloud9, because this is not the first time that these guys meet with each other on the UMG close qualifier. They just did yesterday, where SSG was able to win this series 2-0.
Space Station in position to close out map number 1. We all kind of thought this was a reality. I don't think this is a surprise at all. Space Station plays bind and plays it well. The curveball is the next map, which is split. Now Boostio able to find one, and then again saying curveball, this time referring to the skill. Gets caught as he waits for the recovery period. Can't get the rifle out in time. That allows them up onto the site. Roka picks off 10s from distance. But there's a nice response from Shinobi with the SMG from range. A shadow step to get across, and they're going to do what they've done before. They're backing off. They already had a Sova over in this area, so they know that this A site should be somewhat soft. But I wonder if they go with this double fake.
Yeah, I think so.
Vice isn't really that far out, so there's a possibility still that they could bait this play out. They'll use the Owl drone to get some intel, take out some utility, as well as the tripwire gets dropped. But there's a chance for them to even push back through the portal and go back towards B. And with the way they're shifted over currently on this side, there's still that possibility. It's like they're leaving that open if they want to take it.
It's if they actually lose a player, take teleport and go B. But if they have no opposition right now, go for the plant. You already have U control, so you have the advantage on your side now. Especially now with a showstopper, you can have from the shadows to get information of where their rotation's coming from as well. Cloud9 Blue, sorry, is actually definitely looking good in this post plant.
Relics picking off SF. Insky gonna go down as well. Well held from Cloud9 currently. Their position certainly isn't ideal. All players currently in U-Haul. Kaplan knows there's one more around the corner, but you got to applaud Cloud9 the way they played that round. Coming in with stingers and SMGs, it wasn't exactly what one would consider ideal, but they managed to pull it off, and now they've got some cash to fall back on and some rifles as well. Still not great. Still scraping every penny they've got out from underneath the couch cushions. And it's going to result in Mitch being forced to use a Guardian. Mitch struggling as well as the Killjoy currently. We've seen Mitch put up great numbers as Killjoy, but it seems like it's very map specific when it comes to Killjoy performance. I've said this before, and it's not a Mitch specific thing. It's just the way the agent plays. I don't think that Killjoys typically have good performances on maps like Bind and Haven. I think that in general, I feel like they do much better on Ascent and Split. And we'll see if that's going to be the case, as some of those maps will be coming up in the series.
So Busio for another time, run it back, saw a couple of players towards the spawn side too, so they rotate Roka back through the spawn and try to go for a triple towards the A side. But just really quickly, from that pulse plant position from Cloud9 on that previous round, I like it that they played it close to the staircase. They knew that Insky probably still had a paranoia, and on a retake would actually throw that paranoia in that little cubby area where most people would try to hold a tight angle, but they played it much closer, and they caught SSG off that rotation back. So I like it how you readjust and how you adapt to these type of gameplays. And from scrimming all of these teams, you kind of have a feel of how these players are playing. And now on their side for SSG, they kind of have an expectation that it's still going to be a slow play from Cloud9, and this time going to be affected towards this B side. And that paranoia hits his teammate for a bit, but Mitch still tries to move in. Big dart that allows Seth to get 2 kills, a showstopper to come out. That's going to connect, but not until he gets a 3rd kill of himself. So now it's a 3 versus 2. The Spike looking to move back here to get a plant towards the A side. It might happen at triple. And as they rotate back, they do have 1 man under for Cloud9. And SSG is looking big on this retake. Because you went for the teleport, they knew it was happening. You already had 2 guys on half rotations, so it was a faster retake now for Cloud9. Vice stuck on a 3 versus 1. They know exactly where he's at as the first shot rings. He goes for the recon dart, but it's just going to go for the full defuse. And SSG, the same scoreline, beats Cloud9 on bind 13-10.
Realistically, what can you expect of them in that scenario? You know, you have a 1v3, the Spike's planted in a terrible spot. They scraped together that plant in the first place thanks to the ult. But we are going to throw things to a break, and when we come back, we'll be jumping into map number 2 to see if Space Station has it in them to take the series 2-0, or if we are going to that 3rd map. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG closed qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Bach and Silly. Good dance moves. I like it. Wearing the FaZe jersey, but hey, they've already qualled. I would have liked if you showed up with C9 Blue or something. No, you're going to... Okay, what's the defense?
Listen, I don't have any Cloud9 apparel. I don't have any Space Station apparel. Wink. I don't have any of it, so I can't wear it. Wink.
He knows the most obvious plug. We didn't need the wink after that. So wink. I'm out there. Check it out. I like it. 13-10 Space Station Gaming comes through. A lot of people might think that's an upset, but it's really not, right? I mean, this match or this map was played just yesterday, in fact, and it ended 13-10. Okay, Space Station Gaming ended up beating C9 Blue. So this is the reality of it. Even though SSG wins at 13-10, once again, it's not a big upset. It's not. So I guess let's go ahead and break it down a little bit, though, when it comes to this overall map. 13-10, 13-10. What's up, Silly? Why was SSG able to get the victory once again, much like they did just yesterday?
I think when you see that Cloud9 has a little bit of issues taking this map control on the attacker side and how they've utilized Boostio with the run it back multiple times and the amount of times that he's pushed back on the opposite end. I mean, Cloud9 had some great plays on defender side when Tens was getting the first pick towards the showers, towards the hookah, but at the same time, when you have a player like Boostio, even though he doesn't get many kills to start things off at the beginning of the round, to utilize him with the run it back through the teleporter and walking down towards hookah to get these flanks allows then SSG to readapt mid-round and to get these rounds and get these results in the end. I mean, economy was a huge thing too. They had to actually try to waste the economy of Cloud9 like 3 rounds in a row before they actually broke that economy. So you had to give that resilience to SSG as well.
Well, check it out. We're heading into Split next, and we knew this was probably going to be the X Factor map. Now, granted, SSG has one on Ascent, 13-11, but it was very close. So the reality is C9 Blue, for their tournament life, right, for their life in general, and First Strike as its entirety, it lays on Split, and they you can win this, they will knock out C9 Blue, which, a lot of people, including myself, was not expecting. Now, I was looking at the stats for Split, and, you mentioned how SSG really hasn't been playing Split that often whenever it comes to the First Strike qualifiers, whether it be First Strike Gamers qualifiers or UMG. And, I looked over here at Space Station Gaming, and, at least stat-wise, official tournaments, it looks like they've only played it 6 total times, and they have a 50% win rate. Now, if you look at C9 Blue, they don't have a much better win rate. It's only at 52%, but that's after 25 maps played, so they have a lot more reps.
And the thing is, and sorry if I cut you off, Block, for that one too, but when you're thinking about just First Strike for Cloud9, I think they're 6-1 on that one. And the only time that they lost that map was versus Renegades in double overtime when you had some crazy plays by Randy Savage and by CP2 to be able to win that matchup versus Cloud9. But they've beaten the likes of Equinox twice, TSM, Envy. I mean, they're looking good on this map.
Yeah, I mean, just chiming in there, I don't think we've seen many plays like you said, and I think the last time they played was almost like 5 or 6 weeks ago, looking at Space Station in regards to Split, and it didn't end well for them. So I have low expectations for Space Station coming into this map. That's ultimately why I leaned more towards Cloud9. I thought, okay, I can't see Cloud9 losing both maps they already lost to this team before. I feel like they have to win at least one of them because they have to look back at that last time they played and go, what did we do wrong? Let's adjust and make changes. And you saw a close game in map number 1. It didn't go their direction, but I feel like Ascent's probably the most likely map that they're going to have that pushback on. But Split, I mean, I think this is going to be really ugly, which might actually benefit Cloud9 as well. Because if they come out with a huge win over Space Station here,
that's
and then they go into that third map after a lopsided victory, what's the mental state of a team like Space Station going to look like?
You're not wrong. The humanistic approach does come into effect, right? I mean, if you lose, let's say 13-4, you throw out any number out there that's kind of devastating. You're right. The wind kind of, leaves your cells, and then all of a sudden you're just floating in the middle of the ocean, okay? You could be in trouble. And it happens across all esports, right? This is not just Valorant specific. And Bach, I got to ask you once again, because you made a good point. Whenever it did come to Cloud9 Blue, they were utilizing, Killjoy, right? Obviously not getting as much value as you would expect on a map such as Bind, but you did say on Split, maybe you could see value there. Do you stick behind that? Because C9 Blue has been known to use Killjoy whenever it comes to Split.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it all depends on how they decide to utilize Mitch. We've seen other teams, the way they play the Killjoy. Killjoy often is like an anchor on A, which is kind of weird, or just throws all their utility A and then plays somewhere else. Keeps their turret with them naturally, but the Alarm Bot and the Nano Swarm stay on A. That's something that I think 100 Thieves does really well. I think that we honestly, to be honest, and I mean no disrespect to Mitch, I don't think we could see a worse performance. I think Mitch just kind of was getting the worst of the deal over and over and over again. He was constantly getting caught off guard with timing. I just don't think that Killjoy ever really clicked on bind. You were starting to see maybe just some inadequacies there as both the agent and just where Mitch felt comfortable playing the agent. Things should improve because I don't think it could be worse on Split, and the map in general does favor a Killjoy. Do I think that Mitch is going to be a top performer? No, I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think that Mitch's impact will be hard to measure on a scoreboard, but I think that Mitch's numbers will improve. And I think that Mitch's impact will mostly be how long can Mitch, delay? How much time can Mitch buy with the turret and the Nano Swarm and the Alarm Bot? So realistically speaking, I think that Mitch's turnaround here will be noticeable.
Yeah, I think there's a big change in, and sorry about that, Reflections, but there's a big change in adaptation that has to be done as well for Mitch now at tournament style, because with the recent patch, how things have changed a little bit for the kits for the Sentinels, for Cypher, and for Killjoy respectively. You even saw Mitch, for example, playing on a map like Haven. He started using a Cypher instead of really going to his bread and butter being that Killjoy. And we all know Mitch, at least in North America, to be like a top 2, top 3 Killjoy player for any of these teams, because he uses it a lot and he uses it well offensively too. But on a defense, on a map like Split, I find that it's a lot smaller in terms of a map. So for example, if you want to play like that passive mid side and put the Alarm Bot inside vents, you could still move pretty much in a good radius around that Alarm Bot to still lurk around and anchor the A site. So if you want to push out towards the Heaven ramp, if you want to play more passively towards the back of the Heaven, even at screens, you might still have a better advantage on that range of yourself versus the Alarm Bot. So I think it's still going to be a very good map for the Killjoy on the defender side. The attacker side, I mean, I don't think that changes anything to the playstyle to how Mitch plays that Killjoy. He already had that in his pocket of using the turret more offensively.
Well, I mean, I was going to ask you, Vincili, because we've talked a lot about Killjoy, but SSG likes to run Cypher on this map, right? So, I mean, in terms of giving, kind of the edge to Dim, obviously attack it, it is what it is, right? But whenever it comes to defense, that's where they're really going to shine. Cypher over Killjoy, what do you think?
I think it's still very viable too. I mean, if you're looking at the basic positioning of a Cypher, especially with the cyber cages, if you're anchoring towards that B side, I mean, those one-way cages on the top of the entrance of Garage is still very viable. The camera gives a lot of information as well. To be able to watch the angles without having to show yourself at the same time. And the trap wires that's been placed these days, they're not really towards the entrance of the garage anymore. They put them at, for example, the staircase of the B Heaven. They put it towards that box side too. So you're really catching your opponents off guard on where they're actually trying to take this map control. And when they're so focused to try to get a kill on an execution, they trip over these first steps trying to get into the site where you could actually punish them for that. So I think the Cypher is still very good and a very viable agent to use. The thing is, for SSG right now, like, what is going to be their composition going into this game? Because we haven't seen enough of SSG through all of these patches that came through. I think there's a possibility they might have a breach into this one as well with Kaplan, due to the fact that, Sova, that bread and butter that he uses as an agent might not be useful on a map like Split.
I think one thing we constantly get caught up in, and it's a dangerous thought process to do, is this is the best comp, or these are the best agents. Ultimately, the game is more complex than that. And thinking that there could potentially be like an S-tier composition, it doesn't really work, because not everyone has the same playing style or the same strengths or the same level of comfortability with an agent. So like, you see teams rock a Viper, that's rare, but I've seen players play Viper really well on a map like Split. Are you going to play it on every map? No, not at all, because on other maps, it's just not viable. But at the same point in time, don't expect to see it tried from time to time. People are going to constantly be trying to innovate. We talked about it earlier when we were casting TSM. TSM has been one of those teams that has constantly tried to shift the meta and change the mold and break away from what is considered standard. They were one of the first teams that played a stageless composition. They were one of the first teams that played cypherless on Split. These are things that you're going to have to do. You know, what's going to separate good teams from great teams and good players from great players is agent flexibility. You know, what can your comps look like? How often can you switch roles? If you have a static one-trick style approach, like if you only play one agent and you only know how to play one spot, ultimately you're going to become really easy to figure out. And as the meta shifts, it's going to get more complicated. And whatever you're doing, even if it's really strong at one point in time, it might not be that strong a month from now. It might not be that strong a week from now. The game is shifting and adapting at a rapid pace. So you have to stay flexible. You have to stay nimble. And ultimately, that's why I don't think you can really say, like, is Cypher better than Killjoy? I mean, it's all very subjective.
It's different on the playstyle.
Yeah, and it also depends, like, what's around that Killjoy? What's around that Cypher? Where are they playing? Like, there's just too many factors. They're both good agents. They can be great if played right.
I just chuckle a bit. Sorry, Reflections. I just chuckle a bit because we talk about agent flexibility where, you know, Roka has done nothing but play the Reyna the past couple of matches because he has tried different agents and it didn't pay off for him. Where finally playing a Reyna fits his playstyle and fits the team as a whole. So yes, it doesn't necessarily. We are talking about flex compositions and flexibility from the players with different agents, which is why we see a lot of these teams like Liquid, like TSM. They're all trying different types of compositions and different type of roles within that. Gen G is another great example of it too. But when things are going well for a team, you know, why try to fix what isn't broken, at least for SSG for now? And that's playing around this duelist with Roka and with Boostio at the same time.
I mean, I think that's fair. Look, Valorant is still very new, right? I mean, when it comes to the agent pool, right, we don't have that many agents still compared to where we're going to be a year or 2 years from now, right? So I expect a lot of innovation to come in. And Bach, I think you know you're absolutely right. Of course, we can make the comparisons between Killjoy and Cypher, but at the end of the day, it's about the individual player. Are you hitting shots? Are you not hitting shots? If you're not, hey, you're going to fall behind, right? I mean, that's what it is, right? I mean, sometimes it's as simple as hitting your shots. But, you know, it does come down to, at least for these two teams, I think, who wants it a little bit more. And for Space Station Gaming, right? I mean, they are in a very good position to 2-0 C9 Blue. Granted, we can throw out the stats how we want. And for Space Station Gaming, even though they have less experience, at least in tournaments, and I say less experience, right, but at least less stats, if you will, whenever it comes to Space Station Gaming playing on Split, the reality is, if they were doing their VOD review, they've got plenty to choose from for C9 since they have so much research, right? So they could come in this and very well counter them. It really, you know, we don't know, right? We can sit here and spit facts all day, but at the end of the day, we just don't know. Check it out. I know one of the issues, at least for Roka right now, is computer crash, so we're going to wait for him to get back into it. Hopefully restart the lobby, but we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, hopefully we're heading in a split between these two great teams. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG closed qualifiers. Bach is literally rolling down a stream, and you know what? Hopefully, he joins you again. Okay, he's. We
It would be
lost
nice
him.
if he actually crossed onto different screens too, right? But
Well, that wouldn't be social distancing either, would it?
exactly, I was
Okay?
going to say that
So-
too. Wearing masks.
It would also be weird for us to have 3 different scenes, but literally be right next to each other, just replicating a bedroom. So things could probably get weird there. Hey, guys, we're still waiting, but it's been a good time today, and we do appreciate all you guys joining us. Make sure you hit that follow button wherever you're watching if you haven't already. And also, too, Castaways is live with their match that's currently going on, Dig versus Immortals, which I believe is still going the distance, if I'm not mistaken. I know Dig was up a massive amount over Immortals. I think like at 1.80, something like that.
I see 11-10 right now for.
I see 11-10 now.
Yeah.
For Immortals. They were down 8-0 and now it's 11-10. So good on them. If you guys aren't checking that out, hey, keep both streams up because there's a lot of action still to be covered for Dig and Immortals. Of course, whoever loses that will in fact be done in First Strike, right? So whoever you're supporting, give them your energy, because trust me, it does help. And also let us know your predictions in chat. So check it out. We're still going for it, boys. Moving into Split, of course, we talked about it. We broke it down. It is a must-win for C9 Blue, right? There is no other option. They have to tie up the series in order to stay alive. There's a lot of pressure on them. Speaking of pressure, and so let's go to you, man. I would say C9 Blue probably has the most pressure, right? Because they have a lot of expectations, you know, with Tens and the likes of the others, right? There's a lot of expectation that this team moves forward and qualifies for regional finals. So what do you think that means to them? And do you think the pressure, you know, might be getting to them or at least affecting them in some way?
Not at all. I think Cloud9 at their point for Cloud9 Blue, they're just used to being called Tens and Friends for the longest time.
That is true.
Facing that criticism ever since they started into beta, getting into Cloud9, and then you also have the community always going after Shinobi, Active Vice. Shinobi's not putting up the numbers, blah, 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 blah. And then you see that they still have really good results as Cloud9 overall. They maybe haven't won anything big, but they've always gotten a lot of third place, second places, which definitely proves some people wrong. And I think now that you're used to all this criticism and you're still able to put these results, I think this is just a regular map for them. They're good enough to just forget about what happened before and just play well. I mean, like we mentioned before, Biden wasn't their map pick. Biden is not something that they were good against SSG. It repeats itself in the history of these two teams, but now they're playing a map that they're comfortable on too. And I don't expect them to actually have any pressure on Split. Ascent, maybe a different story, but Split, I think they'll be comfortable there.
You know, I want to touch on that whole like criticism thing. I feel like it doesn't matter what Cloud9 accomplishes, they still get that criticism like every time. It's happened for ever since they were Tens and Friends. I remember watching them play early on, and to be perfectly honest to all the Cloud9 fans out there, I apologize. I'm guilty of doing it too, because it was really easy to look at that team early on and say, oh, you know, this is kind of puggy and it just doesn't feel right. It feels like if it weren't for Tens, this team would not succeed. And I don't think that's the case anymore, but arguments are if Tens doesn't perform, the team doesn't win. Well, like, look at teams like that in general who have a really strong star player. If their star player isn't playing well, a lot of teams will struggle to find wins. That's the nature of the star player. And Cloud9 has had other players step up to pick up big wins, and it's not like they haven't done anything. Like, yeah, sure, they haven't won a big event. We can't sit back and pretend that they have. You know, they've gotten a lot of second place finishes. But that's not bad. Like, that's actually very good. Some teams would kill to have a second place finish. So I think ultimately we are, as a community, a little hypercritical of Cloud9. Potentially because we expect more out of maybe someone like Tens. Like, we expect to see Tens win because he's constantly pushed and marketed as the best player in Valorant.
And you know, that's a lot of pressure to have on you, but I think Tens, you know, does hold it well. And look, check it out. You know, I know we've all had a chance at one point to speak with Shinobi as well, the IGL, right? I mean, and he handles it very well, right? And he says, you know, Tens is very receptive to listening, and the entire team works together, right? Behind the scenes, I think they're very healthy, they're very good to go, and I think that team chemistry carries them a long way. And hey, check it out. Looks like our map is in fact being loaded up. So finally, we are going to be pushing the button and heading into Split. So guys, Bach, Vansili, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Reflections. Split it is, and split we aren't when it comes to our predictions. We all had the same ideas, but it has to happen here. It has to start with a big win for Cloud9. I think they're going to get it. I really do. Looking at the history in general, and we've been already talking about this for a while, it just skews so heavily in Cloud9's favor.
No, I definitely agree with that one as well. I mean, you look at the record, I wrote it down. I mean, it was twice versus Equinox, one versus Slimy Boogerman, TSM, Envy at that point too. Slimy Boogerman, you didn't think we were going to talk about that team again into the first strike tournaments, but, you know, unfortunately for them, speaking of that team, they didn't qualify into the UMG Open qualifiers, but they are still looking for a coach to be able to move forward, as well as Moon Raccoons looking for an org. So just want to give those two teams a shout out so that they could continue to progress together as two teams and hopefully two organizations later on in their Valorant career. But back into Cloud9's discussion versus SSG. Again, for me, the biggest question mark is, what is SSG bringing to the table? As Reflections was saying before, they've had plenty of opportunities to watch VODs and see how they could adapt into the playstyle of Cloud9. And to no surprise here, you still see Mitch going with the Killjoy into this map, something that we expected that was going to happen. SF is actually playing on a Killjoy as well, and this is nothing new for them either. SSG will have SF also playing on a map like Haven as Killjoy because they have set mollies. So this could be good. You have a breach on both ends, so you are removing that Sova and switching it to the breach, which allows a lot of these explosive playstyles from both of these teams. And with SSG starting off on the defender side, because it's not their map pick, they want to be comfortable here on the amount of scores they could take on the defender side.
The history of Breach is an interesting and tumultuous one. We'll get into that in just a minute as Boostio is on site from inside Hell. So well for Boostio as the nade tried to flush him out, but ends up getting spotted, leaping away from it with a knife out, and then just caught in no man's land. Now, Mitch has picked off one with the Frenzy, does get spotted out by the alarm bot, so currently sitting vulnerable. You do have pickoffs coming in by way of Kaplan, who's got the Frenzy. There's the peek from Vice. Mitch is there with the backup as well, and a flying shot coming in at the end there from Vice to cap things off. A good round win for Cloud9, starting on the attack to kick things off in the second half. But one of the things I wanted to get into was the interesting history of Breach in NA's competitive pool. For the first, I'd say 10 days to 2 weeks of beta competitive play. I know that's really early on, but it felt like every day lasted an eternity. There were so many tournaments like packed into that short window.
Oh yeah.
Breach was almost seen as non-viable. In fact, you could ask players who currently play Breach, they might have said that Breach didn't make sense. Then it went from Breach isn't viable to Breach is the most viable and should be involved in every composition. And then Breach disappeared again. Breach was one of the first agents, I think, to like fall out of favor. And there wasn't really any reason why. It's just teams figured out how to, I guess, counterplay Breach, and that all changed. It felt like overnight Breach just disappeared, and now he's back.
Yeah, and that's all thanks to our third flash too, because aside from that, not much has changed for Breach. Well, I guess with the new patch now, you have the update that happened with the Rolling Thunder, so you could stand pretty much in front of the Breach, except with the Rolling Thunder, then run through. But that said, though, with an eco that you have for SSG, you had a great off-angle, close-range aggressive from Kaplan to get the first kill, and as they try to take control towards the A side, it was fully denied. So they rotate back towards the B side. They have a smoke for spawn side, but you still have two players very close. They couldn't catch him off the rotation. So now Space Station Gaming are forced to play the retake, and they're all going to come in from spawn. I'm assuming there's probably a Paranoia available. So no, it's only going to be Smokes. So Smoke's going to come in from Insky, and then they're going to triple peek. But Vice loses his teammate, gets a second kill, tries to go for the third, but Boostio answers back with a headshot from the Sheriff, comes in for the defuse, a little bit of BMs with the shots, but that's going to be a great eco for SSG.
And that's a big round coming in as they spend a little bit of money to put a bit of extra firepower into it, and Cloud9 just wasn't ready. Now, when Space Station played last, they played against FaZe, and they lost 8-4 in the first half on the defense. So definitely need to see some improvements here facing off against Cloud9, who is certainly competent on the map. Cloud9, they got a spike plant out of that last round, so their money's bad, but it's not terrible. As a result, they have this kind of weird ham-fisted buy coming through.
Bomb buddy out.
So there's some SMGs, there's a rifle or two, a shotgun even in the mix. But when you look at the buy on the other side, it's also not stellar. You see a Sheriff in play, so there's certainly opportunity here. There's the paranoia and the flash to lead them in. A bit of vulnerability applied as the alarm bot will spot out TenZ, but those flashes push them back. And with that position, TenZ doesn't have to do much, just clicks into the belly of Boostio, and it's almost a freebie kill.
Yeah, it was down to 10 HP though, so this could still be very doable for SSG to hold things up. But Skylar, well, he says no, he has different plans, and he opens it up towards that site. It gets quickly traded out, up from the heavens. Insky, though, gets traded out, as now it's on a 2 versus 1. Only Vice on his own. Spike has not been planted, and it's dropped in a position that's unreachable, unattainable for Vice. So he has to win this 1 versus Roka. And as he crosses over, there's going to be the second player. Spots him, perfect angle, Kaplan the fall, and he's not even going for that spike. The barrel sticks out. He's in a great position now for the upper hand. Goes for the spray, the dink, the re-peek from Roka, and he wins it with the wallbang himself. And it's going to be 2-1 now for SSG.
Danny with a little bit of BM there at the end. I
kind of wish he was using the Oni skin for the Phantom that he always likes to use, because when the mask pops up, he likes to wear it, but he's gonna have to use something differently now with that skin.
I mean, the way that Roka played that, some might look at that and go, "What are you doing?" Like, he's been spotted and he gets shot through the wall, and he's sticking in that position instead of backing off. He goes for that swing, knowing that his opponent has dumped 10 bullets straight out of the mag, so the recoil is starting to become a problem.
Correct.
So either they're gonna have to heavily compensate or stop firing and go for a reset. So he peeks out knowing that that's likely the case, and sure enough, catches him off guard. Works out well. It was well read by Roka, who ends up winning the 1v1. Space Station, they lost the pistol round. They returned fire with a sort of eco. I don't want to say it was a forced buy. They spent a little bit of money, but it wasn't a full. It wasn't a full expend. But that last round was a full force coming in from Cloud9. They spent every penny they had to try to keep themselves in things. And here they've got some Sheriffs in the mix as well, but SSG taking control of the scoreboard, not allowing Cloud9 to build up anything on this attacking side beyond the pistol thus far.
Yeah. And I think it was fine for Cloud9 to go for a force buy too, because they did put the economy very low for SSG before. So technically, they saw that they were at even situation with the guns that they could have had, especially like we said, expect something very explosive from off the back of Breach, and you see that the flashpoint to come out and then tends to dash into the heaven side. But what really denies that type of aggression is really the utility of the Raze, and Boostio used that perfectly. The boom bot as well as the paint shells prevented TenZ from actually getting more than a kill because it was down to 10 HP. But with this round though, a very slow round for Cloud9. Last second push inside the A side with the economy that they have, with the money that they have. The only thing that they could show for is a kill versus Space Station Gaming with one only falling. But SSG holds the ground very well on the passive play on the A side, and it's going to be 2 unanswered rounds, make that 3 unanswered rounds for the defender side.
The way that push came through, they needed more support and assistance from TenZ, who was up in heaven.
Yes.
TenZ had that heaven control, and the other players coming through from ramp, they tried to get on his site, but there was a player there. That's when they needed TenZ to try to get out there and make some room for them. But at that point, there wasn't much time left on the clock. There's about 14 seconds left. So when they turned back, the round was already pretty much lost at that point. They didn't have enough time to really take those battles and try and get site control. Yet again, we'll see a similar setup. There's double flashpoint coming through from Breach, and also Paranoia lead in. I really like the way that Cloud9 is forcing back SSG and not allowing them to play heaven. Even the dark cover, whether intentional or not, will keep them from having to deal with the turret. So it's really well played from Cloud9, and it's allowing TenZ to get into an incredibly advanced position. Now, Shinobi has popped his ult and has snuck onto the site. There's dark cover coming out from him. TenZ will get picked off, and a bold move from Insky that stops the spike from crossing into the site and brings things down to now just 1. Vice will at least get a spike plant out of this, even though it is in a ballsy position, completely in the open. But at that point, there's just too many directions to look.
And look, they're all full on ultimates too for Space Station Gaming. And just to chime in of what you were saying before, Buck, the way that Cloud9's playing doesn't allow SSG to play towards the B Heaven side. But not only that, they don't allow them to play towards ropes too. So they have a lot of opportunities to go for these splits eventually towards A or B. They kind of did it before when they had the Sheriffs on that previous round, or 2 rounds ago, and they almost got into the site, but it was held from anchored players. But if they have the weaponry, if they had the Vandals or Phantoms to work with, then maybe we might see a different story. Because if you're looking at how they're playing the defense for Space Station Gaming, the alarm bot is not, it's not placed towards a rope side where usually you see that commonly placed there, or a trapwire. They're actually using the alarm bot to try to literally sound the alarm if anybody's trying to come up towards this B Heaven side. And they have the opportunity of Kaplan right now. There you go. The alarm bot's going to come off. It's going to hit him. That allows for the Rolling Thunder, but nobody's going to push out of that. They're just going to slow down the clock. And now it's going to be Roka that's going to try to get an opening instead.
Oh! Ooh, you hate to see that. Even with Empress, Roka falls to a stinger of all things. Insky's in position, but the Nano Swarm is brutal. This is a great adjustment from Cloud9. They took control of mid. We saw them try to go up into B Heaven, but they caught an audible, and they turned things back around now. SF takes significant damage battling Vice, but does win in the one-on-one. Boombot around the corner, that's, not much you can do about that. Boostio goes for the peak, and he just swallows a rocket, gobbles it up. And it's down to now just 2 for Space Station. Kaplan as Breach, and SF as the heavily tagged up Killjoy. That is a solid round win, and it all starts and ends with Relics. He is the bookend for the round. He finds that opening coming through from ropes, and he finds the final kill as well, and it's a 4K on the round.
Yeah.
4 Rays for C9.
I really wonder if there was miscommunication there on Space Station Gaming for that Rolling Thunder on that mid side, because I do see the idea of the Rolling Thunder and then the Empress being popped so that the fire rate coming out from Roka and allowing him to get these individual plays on maybe 3 players that are stunned towards mid side, they could still have something positive comes out of that combo pretty much. But you saw it from the point of view of Roka. When he had the Empress, he was still on ropes on the A Heaven side. So I think he was caught out of position, all because of the dash that came in from 10s on B Heaven, which now a fire rate that you have from an Empress versus a Stinger, the Stinger wins, but they have an answer of their own into this round. They decide to aggress back towards mid. Boostio gets the first kill, and then even 2 more is chimed in from Roka. So they don't allow C9 to really run away with anything off that Thrifty that they had on that previous round. And you only have Relics, and he's already in a position where, you know, he might want to save into the last, I mean, he's got a minute, so he could really try to turn things around and maybe try to get any picks if anybody's going to try to push aggressively for SSG. But they know that the spike is down towards Ramen side, and they still don't want to commit to anything too aggressive for SSG. They just want to take the round in the end.
Right now, it's just a time to just kind of relax.
I have the spike.
Yep.
Catch your breath. Spike's been picked up by Relics. 30 seconds left on the round. Again, not exactly a winnable scenario at all. Relics getting chipped down to 20 HP after going for a peek into mid. And now there's even more firepower just waiting for him right around the corner. So Relics might be better off just hunkering down and saving the weapon, and that's exactly what's going to happen now. I would expect them to get a little bit more antsy. You can see Insky's already pushed up pretty far and likely will go for a peek in this area. Relics being solo on HP has to be pixel perfect with the shot, and he's going to get spotted here. Yeah. He could see him before he went for the peek. He knew exactly what was waiting for him around the corner. So, a 5th round on the board for Space Station. I don't want to say that, you know, Cloud9's already out of it, but this is one of the more promising defensive sides we've seen for Space Station against a team of this caliber. On split, I should say that, on split.
And you saw the debate of what Relics was trying to do too, is like with this new money system, like if he actually saved and the rounds went into the next, he was only going to get 1,000 credits too. But now it's like, okay, was that going to be enough for me to drop a weapon for my teammate? He definitely wanted to stay alive in the end because you saw the amount of money that he had after the bonus. He definitely was going to be able to save a drop a weapon for his teammate and maybe even at least go for a small shield. But into this round, we're starting to see TenZ trying to wake up here, and it's going to be on the A side. It's all caught off camera, but it's him pushing down towards the A, getting a couple of kills, but they have lost a player in the process. So they have lost Mitch, but they do have mid control. But a big flank from Boostio somehow made it behind that Ramen, gets the first kill, so now they're just going to try to book it towards the A side. But SF is waiting. That's a molly. A second nanoswarm onto the ground, a wide swing coming through. Shinobi is dead. And that forces the hand back towards the B side because you also have TenZ that pushed up towards Heaven. He catches the first kill. The ult is wasted towards the A side on top of that. So SF and now also Kaplan will have to try to retake on a 2 versus 2. Thankfully, though, Relics is low HP.
Right there.
2-on-2, a promising scenario for Cloud9. Like you said, though, Relics low on health. In a good spot, though, up on the balcony. That flash, just so powerful. Kaplan in the one-on-one, has to guess right. Spray gets away from him, but at the same point in time, Kaplan didn't take any damage. Still at full armor and HP. I thought for sure bullets were connecting, but no. I think a bit of just antsiness coming in from his opponent results in the success for Space Station. So an unfortunate turn towards the end as Space Station yet again finds the round win. Cloud9 not able to survive, but it really started with that strong flash that just completely neutralized Relics.
I also love the fact that there wasn't like a cross your fingers, spray and pray that came from Kaplan. Yes, maybe from the first few shots, but then it was like, okay, let's try to reset. He stops shooting, and then boom, it's a one tap to try to win that 1 versus 1 in the end. And also, like you said, not a single point of damage has been done. So the economy should be looking very good here for Space Station Gaming. And they're in this crossfire, you see that they don't really want to take an early garage control. They're going to play off this nanoswarm, off contact, and really try to bait out SF first. And then you're going to have the kills coming in from Boostio. But you have a dash that came through, the Satchel charges on top, and that is how you win the round in the end for Cloud9. 2 big entries, and now it's going to be an open site. I think at this point you're saving for a Space Station Gaming.
Spike planted.
You play so close and you dash through, I mean, that was nice.
Space Station not looking so hot here after a nice string of rounds. Cloud9 found an opening and took advantage of it. And flawless round win. Limited damage even being dealt by Space Station. Now, again, it's really important to point out, I know a lot of people will go, oh, wow, the analyst casters said this should be, you know, a map that Cloud9 takes. It's still the attacking side on split. So we can't necessarily count either side's performance as sold. Like, I'm a believer now. You know, Cloud9 finding 3 rounds, it's not the greatest start, but look at the fact that they've been getting at least some site control. Round 2, they get the spike down. Sure, they lost a round they probably shouldn't have. It was an eco round coming in from Space Station. But they've gotten multiple spike plants where they just weren't able to survive in that 1vx, 2vx scenario, the post-plant situations, the late round scenarios. So Cloud9 is not like that far away from losing these rounds. It's not like it's an incredible blowout. Now TenZ gets lost inside his own smoke as he tries to get onto the site, and now taking a ton of damage. That's not exactly how you want your jet to open things up. Mitch will go in next, and oh, that's awkward. The Rolling Thunder sends the breach flying. Relics is there to save the day as Insky goes down, but that's what could end up being pivotal. Lockdown has been popped. No cross coming in yet as they don't feel comfortable. They want to wait until this point. That's the apex point. Oh, I love that. That's a ballsy play from Kaplan. Now, that kind of eliminates Kaplan for a bit, but trying to delay that spike plant even longer, maybe even catch someone off guard going for a deady plant, didn't really work out that way, but I appreciate the attempt.
Yeah, because he doesn't die from it either, right? So they didn't really force the hand and try to push back against a person that got caught by the lockdown. So that allowed for them to just regroup, but the showstopper is going to be big. That's going to scare them right now. Relics has to commit inside the site. He's going to randomly shoot it at the spawn. Shouldn't connect. But see, You waited towards the end. You're wasting a lot of time on your end now on a post-plan situation, so you're going to see SSG on a save.
Yeah.
This is well done. You don't need a kill. You just need the round.
Yep, like you said, they took a little bit too much time and they're able to escape. All 3 players survive, 2 surviving on the other side at the same time. So weapons will be brought in, but you can see just how fragile this can be. You know, look at the money for Space Station. It's not like they've got this crazy stockpile of cash. They're not Scrooge McDuck rolling around in a pool filled with gold coins. At this point, they've got 2 players on pistols, and the money on the other side has actually started to balloon a bit. You know, 2 round wins is all it seemed to have taken because they've had Space Station in close scenarios. You know, going back to that 1v1 between Shinobi and Breach.
Yeah, Kaplan, yeah.
You look back at that and you're like, okay, you know, those rounds, they were really, really close. And that's why Space Stations found themselves in this scenario. Now, they did it once with pistols, but they only had to fight against SMGs that time. We'll see if they can do it here against rifles.
Though for SSG, they only have a share for boost you. I'm sure you're able to drop a weapon. I think one of them still had about $3,700 or credits rather, able to drop one of his teammates, and they're trying to take that that garage control early. And Shinobi goes for a paranoia for them to regain control of the garage. You think it's going to be an eventual split into B, but it's still too early. There's still a minute on the clock to work with, and they could still find good avenues to force the rotation, as you still have to lurk all the way across the map from Relics. So if Relics tries to lurk inside the A side and can get a kill, you see them rotating back at that side. Especially if with the Shinobi from the shadows, you're keeping them on a stack towards this B side. But look at that. For SSG instead, they're pushing out a garage. They know the eventual attack is happening towards A. So a big anchor play has to happen from Seth at A side.
30 seconds left.
Seth has popped off at times as well, so SF going to be tasked with this challenge. Able to pick off the first one as Relics goes for the cross, but has to surrender at that point. I'll give them site control as the dark cover makes it too difficult for much impact for their Killjoy. SF, here's that shadow step, has no idea where Omen moved to. Insky now coming to the bottom of ropes as well. This is certainly a winnable scenario. It has to start here, and unfortunately, as that happens, another kill came through as well onto Boostio, so the numbers have shifted heavily in favor of Cloud9. SFG now down to just 1, and it's the player who tried to kick things off on the defense, and then they know that SF is stuck in screens. Spam already coming through dark cover. Not much can be done for SF. It was a solid play from Cloud9 getting onto that site, but there was a lot of pressure on Insky coming up from ropes. If Insky finds that opener, gets the timing right onto 10s, it drastically shifts the way that retake comes together.
100%.
Unfortunately, it doesn't happen and it all just falls apart.
It was a double one too, because Boostio during that time, like we mentioned, when he was pushing out towards that garage side, he was on a big flank. He went all the way down towards spawn. So as SF was holding through in that dark cover at the screens, the bigger plays were definitely, as you said, Bach, from the rope side, but also the flank from A ramp. And Boostio also lost that fight in that area, making the last 2 players on A side at screens in A heaven pretty much useless on a 4 versus 2 retake. And with that, though, we talked about the economy too. It should be very low for SSG right now, so they have a great opportunity for a 6-6. But with the Blade Storm, Tens comes through and catches Insky on a reload. Roka stuck with the Guardian, but Yui's seen him with the Sheriff before, so this is just an overpowered Sheriff for him, and he could definitely get things done here for SSG if he could actually get out towards his heaven side. But they're doing a good job with the smokes to prevent him from pushing out. Look at these cloud bursts that are happening at the same time too, but this is a big ultimate now from SF, and they're all getting denied.
Oh, that flash got a little sketchy. I'm pretty sure Tens got flashed as they went through, but it doesn't matter. Again, we were saying it, right?
Yep.
Even though at one point it was 6-2, there's that turning point that occurs, and Cloud9 just finds 1 or 2 round wins, and it breaks the money for Space Station, and it makes things so much harder for them.
Yeah.
Early on, they were putting a ton of pressure towards Heaven, so Cloud9 consistently tried to attack B Heaven by going for a double flashpoint paranoia peek. Both flashes coming from mid. Tens would be the tip of the spear to lead them in. And it wasn't working. So then they called an audible one round after trying to do that very thing, and they went through A Heaven instead. And after that, they seem to have found somewhat of a niche. They found out that the A site was a little bit easier for them to take, and they started to exploit that a bit. And that's how Cloud9 was able to get themselves back into the game. The truth is, yeah, it was looking good for Space Station, and it very well could have spiraled out of control if it weren't for Cloud9 making that mid-half adjustment. But now that we switch things over, we'll see if SSG has what it takes to pick up a couple of rounds here on the attacking side. This is an awkward battle. It's the turret was the first one to spot them. Swarm grenade goes out. The Nano Swarm won't do what it needs to do. An alarm bot will go in as well. SF wanted to pick up that ult point, but unfortunately unable to do so. Great damage being dealt on both sides, but it's certainly favoring Cloud9 right now as you have two players on SSG that are sub 20.
You do have a lurk out from Roka, though. So that turret is going to give his position away. That cancels out the lurk. They don't know that there's a second player there too. But with the great hold that you had from Cloud9 to start things off, even dark cover to really cover up the turret to not spot any other players trying to cross back into a better position. SSG with the two players that are super low, they want to test the waters now towards the A side, mid side. But that said, though, it's going to be a very late lurk from one of the players. It looks to be SF from the market side, but the rest has to be a huge execution from the A side, and it will start off with Roka, starting with the Leer.
Roka leers through and moves into the ropes as the nades come through, so has to dodge the damage from the paint shells. Great movement from Relics off the blast pack to fly into the face of Roka. In the meantime, the site was lost, but Roka could have been a big piece of the defense. It's going to put pressure on some of these players who are so low on HP. You've got Boostio, who's on 2 health. You've also got a Killjoy, who's heavily tagged up. They're looking for players back behind the play, but they have to first deal with this one over in hell, and somehow these are starting to come together. The frenzies just a little bit stronger than it once was. Mitch taps the spike. It's down to the one-on-one. The fault line comes through, but there's the swing wide.
Don't interrupt my
And it's
work.
Mitch, who's found now 3 kills on the round as Killjoy. We talked about Mitch coming into this map. Would Mitch's performance drastically change from map 1 to map 2? And you can certainly see the numbers improving. 10 and 6 in the second position behind 10s. Again, the map just works so much better for Killjoy as an agent.
But somehow to still make it a 1 versus 1 for SSG, you got to give it to them. We talked about it at the beginning of the round, Buck. You had 2 players that were like sub 15 HP each. And somehow it still turns into a 1 versus 1 off the backs of 2 players with frenzies, able to get like just multiple kills. A lot of them happen off camera because the execution and the retake just happens simultaneously from all angles. You saw that Vice and another of his teammates double push down towards the spawn side to check sewers to see if anybody was playing there on the flank. And then they all come in from A ramp and also the screen side to see all these kills happen all at once. So as a unit, Cloud9 Blue did a great job on a retake, leaving it on a 1 versus 1 where it's not planted for the person in a pulse plant position on the attacker side. Very hard for Kaplan to play. Better play from Mitch to go for the off angle, actually, instead of playing the tight angle for the person peeking out from elbow, for example. So really not giving him a chance to readjust on that 1 versus 1. Allow Cloud9 Blue to get this round, and going through the smoke, 10s. Surprising SF, and even SF looked surprised himself. And 10s wins that fight. Second one, backstab onto Kaplan. And man, this is just a nice double play from Shinobi and 10s at B main.
Good shooting, at least, from Insky to do some damage. And maybe gets one more. Yeah, that'll be another one. 10's a little overzealous, looking to pad the stats. Not that his stats ever really need padding,
30 seconds left.
Completely honest. Insky, though, the last one standing, has to dodge the paint shells. Relics is right on the money with the raise play here on Split. 8 rounds now for Cloud9 as we find ourselves in the first full buy round for both teams, and we'll see what it's going to look like, as it's kind of odd. You've got the Bulldog, you've got a couple of SMGs in the mix, whereas on the other side, you've got light armor for 3, but Vandals in their hands.
That's it. You want to keep whatever you got onto the previous round, so that was a 2 Spectres and a Bulldog. So it's sort of a half bonus, you could put it that way, for Cloud9 Blue. Losing this round here might put them in a position where they could buy, but with small shields as well. So still a very difficult round for Cloud9 Blue. They're not out of it yet. SSG on their end, they're not out of it either. They lose a round there, they're going to be on a broken economy, and Cloud9 Blue on the defender side so far has been showing some great results on passive plays as much as offensive plays from tens. So you could see the level of comfort. We talked about the pressure at the beginning of the round. Will they feel pressured? Will they have to turtle up? Will they cower a bit? No, they're not feeling any type of pressure at all. They're playing their own game, and it's working out.
Relics with the peak, and somehow the SMG spam just keeps on giving. Relic's now going to get a little aggressive as well. Likely wants to upgrade. There's the fly-in, and Boostio gets picked off out of midair by Mitch. Quickly, things have turned into a 5-on-2. There were 2 remaining members wondering, you know, what do we do in this scenario? And it's possible they just try to turtle up and save. It's a long time to save. Luckily, attacker spawn is pretty far away. You know, it's tucked into a nice little corner there. It's not exactly easy to get into if you hold these long lines of sight. It's certainly possible to try to defend yourself, but 9 rounds going on the board for Cloud9. Again, we were saying it, you know, this game is never over. So there's certainly possibilities. We couldn't say, oh, it was, you know, necessarily, we couldn't say it could be a Cloud9 comeback in the first half without saying it could also be a SSG comeback here in the second half. There's certainly opportunity and possibility, but that window of opportunity is going to close quicker and quicker as this half continues to slide through these later rounds.
Yeah. And you could even see from the health bar from these players on Cloud9, I think the max maybe that could have happened for Relics is that he lost a little bit of armor, but you could see he's still at 6k, so I don't think he even ate any damage on that 2 versus 1. So he gets 2 kills, adds a showstopper that's ready for him. He upgrades, into a free Vandal, and you're going to see SSG on these broken by because they only have 2 weapons that they save on that previous round. That means they only get 1,000 credits going into this round as well, which means it's going to be very low for them to move as a unit and try to get the economy right in the second half. And already trailing behind by 3, it's going to be very difficult to do. You're going to have to try to rely on something here, and they don't have any ultimates to work with, so they're just going to go straight up here on the top. It's going to be Boostio, Satchel Charge with a Frenzy to get a kill, but they lost 2 players in the process. They just want to get into the site at least to get the spike plant.
Spike planted.
All right. A promising take from Space Station. They've managed to scrape this one together, and they've snuck a spike plant into the mix. Shinobi looking to clear out corners, and yeah, that's well played.
Yeah.
Good utilization of that breach charge. Now, Boostio's in heaven. Started off with the Frenzy, now upgrades to the Vandal. The spike not at all planted for him, and the flashes make this impossible. The spike's going to be defused in here in a second. At least it's an expensive round. Like, I'll give them that. Yep. Space Station, they make it cost a lot of money. I don't think that Shinobi really has grounds there for the double dunk at the end, just because they didn't come into that with a ton of force. So I think if you're Space Station, you're thrilled with the result. You would have obviously loved to pick up the round win, but we're seeing that same sort of trajectory from the first half, right? We're seeing a lot of site control for Space Station. They're getting the spike down. It's just a matter of time before they actually find the success they're looking for. So this could be that round, the round where a lot of extra force comes in with the purchase.
I dropped the spike.
Into this round now, SSG with at least a spike plant allows to build up the economy into this one. As we said, it's been a little bit weird in terms of how they managed that on that first half, just how these rounds have been panning out here for the attacker side. But this is such a passive play for Cloud9 right now. They even walk up towards mid, and it's still open for business. Nonetheless, though, you still see the first operator to come in hand on this match, on this map even. But it's trading off here from a showstopper from Boostio, so that's Relics to fall. Ultimate to be locked down, put at the screens, courtesy of Mitch, but they still make it inside the A side to go for a plant. Vice on a huge rotation right now, and a big paranoia allows Shinobi to get the kill onto SF. Spike is now planted on a 3 versus 3. Aftershock at the same corner, but it's going to be Tens that's able to dodge that for a bit. Lear to come out. One is looking down towards the elbow, and that is going to be Shinobi. First contact versus Roka. A second one versus Boostio, who wins it. He's trying to go for the flick. That's picking a tent, but it's on a 1 versus 1. Spike is now planted behind the map. They're looking for the off angle, and Vinsky is going to win that one with a headshot onto Vice. And it's going to be 10-7 with SSG scrapping that round in their favor.
Yeah, I really want to see the scoreboard here so I can appreciate what the money looks like. It's still pretty healthy for Cloud9. So you're still going to have a lot of oomph in with the buy. You've got the operator in the hands of Mitch, not in the hands of TenZ. So Mitch is going to be carrying the op here, rifles for the rest. So even though SSG wins the round, it doesn't leave them in a pretty spot because of how they had to win it. That said, just chiseling away at that lead and chiseling away at the buildup of cash. It does look like we're going to see some aggression potentially towards B main. You can see 2 players currently pushed in. That's Shinobi and TenZ, who have now scooped up control of B main, making it harder and harder for SSG to try to work the map. And wisely, SF picks up the spike after realizing, okay, if they're pushed into this territory, I don't want to leave it just hanging out for them to spot. That said, when you see an aggressive play like that, you have to appreciate that there's a weakness somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
If 2 players are pushing in, or even 1 player is pushing in, there's a hole somewhere. And that's exactly what Space Station's going to look for. And it looks like currently that hole was in mid. It's a nice shot from Mitch to at least give his team the player advantage. But a bulk of the bodies are built up in mid right now, and another one's just been stacked onto the funeral pyre.
Yeah.
As SSG loses yet another player, and it doesn't really look like they've done too much damage either to Cloud9, just a little bit to Mitch.
But see, that's kind of like the mirage for Space Station Gaming. You think that Cloud9 has given you map control, but you have Mitch in a great angle at A ramp with the operator. You also have TenZ that does the same play as Shinobi. The flash towards B main, TenZ moving forward. They have garage control, so they're okay to give that heaven away in control of SSG, and they could just hold it more passively inside the site. But now Boostio makes his way inside the site, but that audible cue from his legs breaking on the landing kind of takes him away out of the equation, and you're stuck in a 5 versus 1, only a Vandal. Another situation when you're forced to save, unfortunately for Kaplan. Maybe he's even going to try to die before, just to try to add more bonus, because like I said, the economy is wonky right now for SSG.
He took 46 damage from that fall. Like, that is crazy to me that he took that much damage trying to explode onto the site. You can't necessarily say that, he would have survived with full health, but I'd like to think that the extra health might have helped a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, because of where their money was at in that last round, when they fielded a buy, there's nothing left. So they're just going to have pistols here. They do have 1 rifle in, but it's 11-7. Cloud9 just 1 round away from guaranteeing at least overtime. But we did think that this would be Cloud9's map to take. We almost all predicted a 3-map series. Great move from Boostio this time around to use that blast pack to fly up into heaven. That's a weapon pickup as well. Can Boostio do something with it? Mitch is stuck in backside. Missed shots coming out from the off, but he survives a little while longer. And there's Kaplan with the flying classic around the corner. Great quick peek coming in from TenZ, who just doesn't want to wait. Both players blind. Who will see first? It comes down to TenZ. And now it's Boostio, the last player standing. 12 rounds go on the board. It was a promising push from Space Station, but TenZ just had no patience whatsoever.
Exactly.
And it worked.
And it's not necessarily the patience, just the confidence that he has running into the site. The amount of players that are caught off guard. Just from the first shot that was missed by Mitch, maybe the audible cue to say, hey, there's 2 at the elbow. TenZ around the corner, get it done. He's moving out, gets the first kill, and you saw it from the movement. Kaplan was trying to run away with the operator that he picked up, but he was still stuck pretty much against the wall. And when he went for that quickscope, it just ricocheted because of movement penalty. One of the big nerfs that happened to the operator at the same time too, just allowed TenZ to just move in and continue with that 3rd kill. That was, like you said, it was who was going to be able to see first, and it was going to be TenZ, and continues with that kill. So well done. Map point here for Cloud9 Blue versus Space Station Gaming, and you already have control here of Heaven. And a showstopper that connects. Unfortunately, Mitch to fall. That's an open sight into A. And Boostio continues with a second connection. Down at 10 HP, looking for the third, but the information's there. He dies, he knows the last two are there. The first trade comes out. Vice makes it a little bit easier. He does have a Rolling Thunder too. But I don't know if he's going to try to use it for the retake unless he gets a first kill early. But you see how spread out they are now for SSG. They're looking pretty good here to get this round.
A fast play towards A works out really well for Space Station, and it's largely off the back of Boostio, who just takes matters into his own hands and opens things up somewhat single-handedly. It's 12-8. There's still a buy coming in from both teams. But it doesn't feel like Space Station is completely out of it. They need to find one, maybe two more rounds like that to really break C9. And it's certainly going to be tough the way that Cloud9's been playing. And we'll see what they've got. There's Mitch with an aggressive turret in B main. I love this play because they used the flash off the back of that as well. There's the lockdown being popped, but it's kind of risky, right? Like they have to throw it down just because of the fear of what's coming that direction. Rolling Thunder to lead them in. I love this from Mitch. He wants to try and take out the ult, but he's unable to do so. They finally get there to take it out, but look at what it cost them. Almost more than it would have cost them to just let the ult go.
Yeah.
Tens, meanwhile, from Heaven. Skeet shooting currently with the op, and yeah, he's just having fun at this point. He's found 3 kills on the round, and it's down to Kaplan. The knives are out as well. It looks like the writing is on the wall, as it's Kaplan who's trying to make it onto the site, and that's just Tens. Doing what Tens does best. A 4K from the king of Cloud9 as they find themselves with a 13-8 victory in map number 2.
So we are tied 1-1 in this series. One more map to go, which is going to be on Ascent. It could still be anyone's map. So let's find that out after the break as you tune in to the UMG Close Qualifiers for First Strike Valorant.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Bach and Vansili. And I think we were all on board with Split being C9 Blue's at least favored map with this series, and it turned out to be true. 13-8, an impressive victory. Not gonna lie, first half was very close, but granted, let's take into account that C9 Blue started on offense. They still kept it neck and neck, and I think at that point I kind of knew, maybe SSG was going to be in a little bit of trouble, especially transferring over to offense themselves. But a good victory. Let's start off with you, Vansili. Look, C9 Blue, they get it. That was an important win.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. I think from the composition that you had from Cloud9, we talked about it before, or at least what kind of composition is going to be favorable or comfortable for any of these teams playing. It's definitely showing for Cloud9 on the offensive side, having that breach, dashing into the mid side, taking that mid control early and aggressively for their side, definitely helped in their favor. You try to see something very similar for Space Station Gaming, but it wasn't towards that mid side, and it wasn't because, and first off, it's because they don't have a jet, right? So you can't really go as fast as you want up towards the staircase. But the second one is Boostio, using those blast packs as we see right now. That's twice he was able to do that, but he only did it with not stingers, the frenzies. If he was able to move in with maybe even a rifle, as they're trying to do it for rifle rounds, these type of aggressive plays maybe could have paid off in their favor, where they could maybe upset or surprise Cloud9. But you saw how comfortable in the end Cloud9 were on the defender side. The amount of times that Tens pushed out towards the garage too, everything was just working on their end, just because it's a map that they're just comfortable with from the amount of times that they played it. They're veterans on it.
Hey, fair enough. I mean, it seems to be the case, right? I know C9 Blue, they have a very long-standing history when it comes to Split. They're, and you know what? They're good on it, like you said, right? Again, once I witnessed, SSG struggling as much as I say struggling, but keeping it as close on defense, right? That's where you typically want to, hit hard, take your early lead. So when you do go on offense, you can afford to give up some rounds, but it just wasn't the case. And let me just say this first and foremost, this transcends all esports title. Round 3, I saw some extra love being shown, okay? And that came from Roka, and I was like, I don't know about that. You're showing it a bit too early. We're only in round number 3. You want a big 1v1. I get it. But it came back to bite him in the butt because Mitch then was the one finishing it, showing some love himself. So, hey, if you're going to show the love, you better win the game. That's all I got to say. But look, let's check it out. We're going into Ascent, and Bach, this was a close one, right? And the last time that they played against each other on this map, it ended 13-11. Cloud9 Blue, you've been watching them tonight. You've also been watching SSG. Who do you think has the leg up going into map number 3?
It's tough. We talked about it coming into this. What we needed to see was whether or not Cloud9 was going to win that easily. And I don't think that they won it easily. The lead was definitely favorable, but not like a blowout victory like we potentially expected to see, just based on the history for SSG. I wonder what the mindset of SSG is now coming into this third and final map. I kind of wonder what it was going into that second map. Hey, this is not a map we play all that often. We're typically, not the type of team to end up on Split, so things might not go our way. Let's just play our game, see what happens, and not get too discouraged, and then go into that third and final map. I don't want to say it's a coin toss, but I think the first 6 rounds are really going to dictate who ends up taking control of the game. I think like the first half, or the first quarter, if you will, it is what will dictate who's going to control the pace of the game and potentially who will take the series.
Yeah, for me, I'd like to say that I actually would like to say that it's a toss-up, because what I noticed that was different from Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming yesterday was the fact that Cloud9 actually changed their composition too. They took away the Breach out of Vice, they took away the Killjoy out of Mitch, and they actually brought in the Silva and a Cypher. So having that type of combo where you actually see Mitch on that A side, put that turret on the attacker, and then fault lines to take early control on the attacker side and push the defenders back, you didn't see that much anymore. Yes, you have the Silva drone and everything too that could maybe help, but it's definitely a much lower pace in terms of the explosion, right? Versus how you want to execute on the A side or take map control on the A side. And I don't think that Cloud9 necessarily played that matchup very badly versus Space Station Gaming. Like I said, there were some players that popped off yesterday, and on Sheriffs too. There was a round where Roka was able to run in with a Sheriff and get 3 kills on different areas of the A side, retaking a site. Insky did so on the defender side on a 2 versus 1 off angle, bringing individual 1 versus 1 to win those 2. So, and then there was even a clutch situation from Seth getting a 3 versus 1. So there were some small mistakes that polished into this map will definitely give the edge to Cloud9 into this game. But if you're still seeing players pop off like Space Station Gaming did yesterday, it could still be Space Station Gaming's win. So very, very close. But as I still predicted Cloud9 on a 2-1, I still have to give it to Cloud9.
I definitely think that's fair. Look, there are 2 matches. Just want to go ahead and get a shout out to Castaways again. They're going to Game 3 as well with their Immortals and T1 matchup that is now.
I like that one.
Excuse me, Immortals and Dignitas. Yeah, so Immortals ended up coming through big. They ended up winning on split. That forced to game number 3. JC Stanley went off 26 and 3, 26 and 6 something. I mean, he was just nasty on the map.
Not bad for an IGL.
Not bad at all, right? So he ended up popping off and definitely putting the team on his back. So good on him. They're going to Game 3. Make sure you have both tabs open if you don't already. But as far as this one goes, look, the reality is it's grim for one team because one team will be exiting. Okay, one team will not be moving forward. Their first strike run, out of all the work they've done leading up to this, will come to an end after this game number 3. So it's going to be a heartbreaking defeat for one, and it's going to be a sigh of relief for the other, because they know they're going to make it into tomorrow. Now, Bach, I got to ask you. So Vansili pointed out a great point. Okay, you know, to win that ascent just the other day for the boys on SSG was because a couple of key members popped off. They went big, right? But C9 Blue, maybe a little bit more consistency on their part. I think that was kind of represented whenever it came to that split map. Of course, they were the favorite going into it. Do you think SSG has shown enough individual performance tonight to kind of garner the same results last week? Or do you think maybe they're lacking in consistency today and they're maybe not the SSG they were just the other day?
That's a tough question. If I'm looking at the way they played in those first 2 maps, I think on an individual level, we still saw some highlight moments in that second map, but it wasn't nearly as prominent as we saw in that first map. But I think a large part of that was just positioning and comfortability. You know, I can't think you can draw a straight line between those 2 and say like, oh, well, you know, they played great in map 1, but then bad in map 2. They're trending downward. Man, I got to fall back on my safe bet, which feels weird, but I feel like it really is going to be dictated off the start of the game. I really feel like, you know, you're going to see a team pick up momentum, and they're going to build up some confidence, and you're going to see some huge plays come out. Like we talked about it coming into the series, that's how Roka plays in general. Roka has always played better when things were clicking, when the team had a positive attitude and mentality. So if they get off to a good start, expect to see him play aggressively and take the battle and kind of get in positions that's frustrating, being like, why are you here? What are you doing? You saw it on Bind. I remember there was one round in specific where he was literally standing in the middle of Arch on Hookah, just holding an angle. It's like a dumb angle. There's no reason why anyone should do that. But you know exactly what he's thinking. After. Yeah, he's going to dismiss, exactly. So the thought process is they're never going to expect me to be here. I'll get the free kill, dismiss my way out. I'll jump out the window. I've got somebody backing me up from inside sight. Maybe it's a Raze who could throw a nade through, whatever the case may be, but there's someone there to back me up. So I think if you see that early lead for Space Station, Roka could pop off big time. If you see it go the other direction, it could be tens. You know, tens could get off to an impressive start. I think Relix, though, is actually my player to watch on this map for Cloud9. Reason being is Relix is often tasked with the responsibility of watching for a B push. He's lurking over on the B site pretty frequently as Raze, at least in the past when we watched his team play. And when they didn't win, it's because Relix didn't necessarily, you know, match up to the task at hand. He didn't put up a big enough performance. He was caught off guard. The timing didn't work. Whatever the case may be, it just didn't work out well for him. So I think that's the key player to watch.
But look, guys, again, the gravity is one team is going home tonight, and they will not have a chance for regional finals. We'll find out. You guys take it away. Let's head into map 3 between these 2 fantastic teams.
All right, thank you very much, Reflections. It's going to be interesting to say the least. Again, we don't really know what to expect. I have high hopes for SSG. Let's be real. I like being wrong in a scenario like this. I like to see new teams step up and rise up in the scene. And not only that, I have known Roka for quite some time now. You know, my time spent in semi-pro CS and also involved in a little land called Fragadelphia had me get very close to Danny. So I hope for his sake he's able to find the win. But my heart still says Cloud9 is going to take this one in tens. Kicks things off with a bang. Mitch is there with the backup as well. Cloud9 gets full access to the A site, a follow-up onto Insky, and this round is looking ominous as Cloud9 starts quick with an A push.
Gotta love those right
Spike
clicks,
planted.
especially as Ten's wheeling that as that jet pushing in and getting those kills. Somehow, the first one, point of contact, I'm pretty sure that was Roka at the ramp. Yes, he was actually a little bit blind from the paranoia, but Ten's was close enough where he could probably see him as he's nearsighted to get the kill. But you have 3 players that are low HP as they're going for this retake attempt. Kaplan spotting one here. They're going for the wallbang. Double frenzy to get the kill. But now here comes retaliation instead from the hell side. After that dart that came out, a turret on the top 2, a long-range frenzy to connect onto Vice, but it's traded off to Mitch. Speaking of Mitch, switching out from the Killjoy, switching out from the Cypher into a Killjoy on this map versus yesterday, but it's traded off by Relics in the end, and Cloud9 Blue with a very, very explosive A-side take will win this pistol round.
Fast plays work out well. They just dive bomb the site. Heads down and crosshairs up. Cloud9 just completely obliterated the defense there. And now they stack all their eggs in the B basket, it looks like. A lot of players currently sitting outside B. Vice is going to send a deep shock dart over towards short. And there's the door being shut by SF. I do like this setup currently, but this paranoia is going to make this a little bit awkward. So there's the flash coming through. They have a freebie kill, and yeah, never mind. As cool as that setup could have been, it's completely eliminated by a boombot and a shotgun in conjunction with the paranoia. That's all it took to completely decimate the push. And now even Ten's finding one more. You know he wants this last one too. He wants the 4K on that shotgun.
It's close, and he gets it. At least you had a little bit of connection going on there from the sheriff of Roka, able to connect once onto Tens, but in the end, it will be that 4K that was being searched there from Tens that will make this a 2-0, sorry, on the scoreline. And I was just trying to look back here in terms of SSG, their composition, same thing for Cloud9 Blue. Like I said, they got rid for Cloud9 Blue of that breach, and they brought back a Sova with Vice. But the thing is, as well as SSG, I remember maybe 1 or 2 events ago, we interviewed Kaplan and he said, you know what, from the composition that we have, we really needed to have a breach into our composition. And maybe they were thinking that the fault line and the flashes were the key factors for them to try to get these rounds. But now you see it. They switched it back out. They have a Sova back in the hands of Kaplan, and the same thing for Cloud9, where it seems that the breach maybe not as viable as you're talking about. Pick, off pick, pick, off pick. And this time, no breach here, and a first kill as SF falls down on the staircase and shock darts. There you go. You don't have a breach, you got shock darts for kills.
Spike planted.
Insky and company trying to get back in after Cloud9 again gobbled up site control. And this time the bullets are pouring through the wall and they're going straight into the belly of Roka. You can hear the groan come out from Reyna as Roka looks to gain an advanced position. We talked about how important this would be. Look at this late play coming in though. You've still got Sova in B main depending on the peak. Wow. This is brutal. You know, I don't want to pretend like I'm some sort of philosopher, but I looked at the early game as the pace setter. You know, what's the pace going to look like and who's going to be the one that sets it? And right now, it seems like it's going to be a blistering pace, and Cloud9 is going to be in control of said pace.
Yeah.
Tens is 7-1 right off the rip. We're just 3 rounds into the game.
The good thing is that they also control the pulse plan so well. You saw it from the first share shots. Information was given away because audible cues from Roka getting hit. Blast packs, darts. Let's stop talking because they're rushing straight into the A side again. But Roka connects with the headshot from Generator. Quickly traded out though by Relics. Already the defense on the A side. When we set the shares to ring true here for SSG, it got immediately denied here by Cloud9. They get into a site. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. You are trying to move in with these pistols. And a nice dart actually as you're trying to spray through, but that's not going to kill anybody there. Full HP, or very healthy at least for Cloud9. and things are looking not too great for SSG to try to get these rounds, especially with the lockdown. 2 of them will get detained, so it's going to be a bait. You're going to try to get a kill there from Seth, but it's not going to happen. Even a temp of a knife kill, you're able to make a way through the corner at least, and it's going to be Relics. Adding up a 4K, 1 was from TenZ, 1 now from Relics, and we have 4 unanswered rounds for Cloud9. Buck, I don't know what we should do here.
Station. Yeah, like this is a big round because you know I think Space Station desperately needs to stop this, or you're just going to see this go back and forth the whole match.
Yeah.
You better run, Silva.
And I kind of am willing to agree with you as well. Like, what do you do when they're playing this fast? Like, they're literally just overwhelming you time and time again. It's almost like they're not letting Space Station play their own game.
Yeah.
They're just running in and they're saying, oh, like, if you had something you wanted to set up, I hope it's already there because I'm not going to give you much time to put that into position. Now, this round is a break check. You can see Cloud9 realizing, okay, we've run fast like several rounds in a row. Let's slow down and just pause for a moment.
Wow.
I actually like that.
Yeah.
I like that setup. So TenZ goes for the jump and spray, and that allows his teammate to get into a position, but he went out too far. So he goes out just a bit too far and gets pulled out by the Rip Currents and taken away by SSG. So it was a good setup, just doesn't really produce the success one might hope for.
You baited out the swing too, right, from Roka, so you're hoping that the person that made it into the site could actually get that kill. So the idea was there, but it doesn't connect, it doesn't come fruitful for Cloud9, and as SF continues his reign on the B side, continues the defense rather, on the B side, gets 2 kills of his own. It gets traded out by Mitch, we're on a 4 versus 2, and last 2 players are going to try to rush towards the A side, where Roka will be waiting. The thing is right now is that Cloud9, they had an op that they wanted to buy at the beginning for TenZ, but TenZ decided decides to go for the Vandal instead, which I like, because the aggressive play that they want to play really plays into the favor of TenZ rushing in with the weapons. But he falls, Spike Planet, Busio with the last kill. The defuse will come in for SSG, a much needed round. And I think, again, this is a very similar scenario from the last time that they met. I'm going to have to look back on that. Yeah, I saw, you see Cloud9 Blue that had 4 rounds in a row on Ascent, and then SSG getting that round back as soon as the economy came back in their favor. So I don't know if it was exactly the explosive plays that we saw. I missed a little bit of that part of that matchup, but at least the scenario is very similar to when they played Ascent in terms of scoreline.
Yeah, you know, it always depends, like, what does that second round look like, right? Like, what did SSG bring into that second round? Did they spend too much? Is the money a little bit tight coming into that third, the traditional full block buy round? So then, you know, you got to look at the way the game looks. You know, you lose that 4th round then if you come in with an eco, and then the 5th round is a strong buy. You see the same kind of thing develop in games like Counter-Strike as well, where that's the point at which you can get an op and play. And that's the point at which you have, like, the full utility that you maybe didn't have that first time around. TenZ tries to fly in, but without backup, what's a man supposed to do? Now, as I say that, they've managed to bring things back to at least a manageable position. It's a 3-on-2. Oh, I love this. The molly goes into the corner, but it doesn't go deep enough. Mitch is actually able to avoid the flames just for the time being. The Owl drone will go in first, looking for some intel, looking to spot a player out if possible. And the drone will send a dart into the belly of the Phoenix, who's in position towards spawn. As the pulses continue to come through, Mitch actually runs dry on the magazine, has to go for a fresh one. There's still a player on site, and it's his opposing Killjoy, the doppelganger, if you will. There's the dart that comes in. Man. I love the play, but it doesn't work out. It was a bait shot from that dart to get him to look away.
Yeah.
But with the low HP and the transfer over, there's only so much that can be done. Now, the spike's been picked up by Mitch, and Mitch is hightailing it out of there to get across the site. So you see Mitch now moving on over to the A site. A spike plant will come through. Alarm bot goes down. He's got double nano swarm.
10 seconds left.
So there's a possibility to try and play the time here in the post plant. A little bit early on the Killjoy ult, but again, he doesn't see what we see. He doesn't know what we know. And that'll at least allow him some time to collect his thoughts and gather up a plan.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, they both moved away after the lockdown, and he places a perfect molly on the pulse plant too. Seth's not going to hear it. He has the lockdown himself, but SF, he's going to have to try to move quick. Mitch is at low HP. This could still be doable, but now with that clock running down, he has to come out quick. And from that, the peak, he gets the kill, but I don't know if he has enough time. Yeah, he doesn't, so he has to fall back and save his gun.
And I don't even think he's going to do that. I think he dies. Yeah. That's unfortunate. That was well played, I think, from both parties. Honestly, I don't think you can fault either party. I think SF realizing that he doesn't have time to logistically throw down a lockdown, and not only that, does it really matter? At that point, he still has to stick the spike. Shinobi's just going to, or Mitch is just going to peek into it. Yeah. So it doesn't make too much of a difference. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but it's well played from Mitch to not only crack past that last player on the B side who is playing back towards spawn and take the spike towards A, but just good positioning and spatial awareness. Well played. Space Station, they won one, lose one, but the buy still comes through from them. And they start things off with an aggressive player of their own. This is what we had talked about pace setting. Space Station will excel if their players are feeling confident and playing aggressively. That's what Roka does really well. And that's the first time we've really seen them successfully go for an aggressive look early. But off the back of that, Cloud9's just going to charge into this B site, and it's looking okay for Space Station. They find 2 kills initially. Shinobi goes through the smokes, but SF is still on the site doing big things, and there's still one more here as well. But somehow Insky comes up empty-handed. So despite their early efforts, we're still at a 2-on-2.
They still had it for SSG, though. All the information, you talked about aggressive plays, the double push to start things off to get the first kill, but at the same time, they pushed Catwalk and they also pushed A-Main all the way through spawn. And once again, that's Busio. A flank on a different map, but onto this map, he always goes all the way through spawn, which maybe wastes a little bit of time, but goes for a bigger backstab. But that clock is ticking down. Thankfully, we're low HP for Cloud9, but HP doesn't matter. Mitch is at 11. It's on a 1 versus 1, but the right click comes through for Busio. He's going to have enough time. The defuse is going to come through. And what I was trying to say is from him flanking all the way towards spawn and already having Roka up on Catwalk, they knew the attack was eventually going to happen towards the B side. And the last time on this round and the previous one, they were still able to hold 2-3 kills before, where Cloud9 took advantage of a push through spawn after the rotate back towards A. So initially the hold is great, but after the action kind of calms down, Cloud9 is able to take advantage of the map after, despite them having the loose players at the beginning of the initiation. So it's still going to be a very tough round, very tough rounds for the defender side of SSG to win, which is what you see right now. A Guardian small shield, another player with a small shield. It's not easy ones that they're taking.
I love this. Cloud9's trying to get aggressive, but Busio has the same idea. So they just run at each other, and the curveball with so many bodies lined up. All he has to do is just hold down Mouse One, and he finds 3 kills. Well played from Busio. I like the approach from Cloud9, because we know how well it's worked for them when they've played fast. This time, they just ran into a force that they couldn't deal with. Yeah. Now it comes down to 1 player remaining. It's Vice. It's a 1-on-3. It's not impossible. This is winnable. He's got his ults available as well. He's still got a recon dart. He's got the owl drone. So there's opportunity and possibility. He could isolate some of these players as well. It's all going to come down to timing and position. So Vice, now moving in, has to deal with the fact that the window is still up. But gonna just go around it, and I really like this play. Has potential for sure, but with the angles being held, getting over towards B is going to be difficult, and getting towards A is also going to be difficult. Look at the line of sight currently held from the opposing Sova. Still a nice shot coming out from Vice, but oh no, the timing! He changed positions. So their Killjoy, SF, started the shift. He could have had him caught off guard before he got to here. It doesn't matter in the end. You still, SF pulled a knife out thinking, I got to get to A to help. And then there was that, oh, wait moment. I still got to hold this spot. Doesn't end up punishing them. They still end up winning the round. But it did look a little scary there for a moment.
And what I did like from SF, too, is that he had the alarm bot in the front of Pizza at the staircase. He watches the spawn side, and his turret is watching B main. So for him to be able to hold the B side or get that information for the team was good enough to allow the last 2 players to just play it, turtle up inside the A side. yes, definitely winnable for Vice, as he did win a 3 versus 1 yesterday on Bind versus his very team. But this time, when it was a little bit unfortunate. I mean, Tens was already in an angle where he looks inside the A site, but did not expect a face-to-face confrontation with Boostio, who he himself, with a run it back, will see that Mitch is just outside the cabin. But nothing more than that, so they could still expect some sort of a take, and it's exactly what's happening right now.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Fly into the site and it works out nicely. They find some success and Tens upgrades from the shotgun to the rifle. One of the more promising rounds we've seen from Cloud9 in the last few, as Space Station has looked pretty solid.
You should run.
But now Cloud9's in a solid position. You see what they're doing here. They're using the ult of the Hunter's Fury to take out the lockdown. We've talked about this before. Damaging ults can cancel lockdown, and that's what Vice does. It's really well played, well timed as well, and it kind of flattens out the possibility of a retake. Now it's a 2-on-4, and you don't have that ult as a backup plan. They have to try to just get away. Boostio, at least with a good flash, will allow them to escape with their lives, but they're just trying to grip onto their rifles and bring them into the next round.
And that's definitely one of the reasons why you wanted to bring a Sova into this lineup instead of a Breach. Having that, maybe not getting a couple of kills, but able to use that lockdown, because you just saw quite a few rounds ago when it was that 1 versus Mitch and Seth. When that lockdown is down, you're out of position on a retake, you're winning so much time for the one that's putting the lockdown down for the team. So being able to have a Hunter's Fury in your arsenal, just in case that timing is right, we haven't seen many of those Hunter's Fury looking for kills right now. It's really to try to cancel out for versus the ultimate, and it pays off very well for Cloud9 at this point. So 6-3 for them right now, where SSG, when we're looking at the scenario the last time they faced off, I think this was pretty normal too. Most of the rounds that they got for Space Station Gaming were on the attack. So being able to claw down a couple of these rounds earlier on in this first half could still make it a very difficult matchup for Cloud9 Blue once they take the defender side themselves. And Boostio is once again trying to take the matters into his own hands. He's able to take one. He's traded off, but knows that there's 2 more at A main that he can call off for his teammates. So right now you still have one jumping in the back of the fountain. That's going to be Insky as that omen, just in case if he sees that Cloud9 are looking to take control back towards the A side, towards the mid side. But as he doesn't, you see nobody else rotating on the A side, because they think that the attack is going to happen once again towards A. The thing is, though, another big lurk coming in all the way from the B entrance, and that's going to be possibly the key play with Mitch to maybe try to force a rotation out.
You should run.
There's
yeah,
an ult
especially
being
with
popped.
that.
Yeah. It doesn't look like Roka's falling for this one, but he does change positions, goes inside the door.
30 seconds left.
And that's going to allow them to just get right on out. So the smoke comes through, but there's a gap, and Roka can play with that. There's the dismiss as well. SF has picked up the kill onto Bitch. Tens does eventually drop Roka, but they're already moving into position. They've already made it up to heaven as the spike touches pay dirt. Shock darts flying out in both directions. It's a beautiful display of fireworks on the site, but no damage has been dealt. It's purely aesthetic. Vice in position, tries to do a lot, but only does a little. 1 kill for him, and it's all the pressure now onto Tens. Tens finds the first. He's got 6 HP. Just guesses wrong on the 50-50. It'll be SF to win the round for SSG, and they find number 4 on the board. We've had close half after close half in all of the first halves in these 3 maps that we've seen played out, and it's looking like we're going to get that again, as Space Station is positioned to potentially find a 5th and 6th round. Now, the money from Cloud9 is good enough for a buy here. It's still not perfect. Vice has to go down to SMG. Shinobi likely to do the same. Ten's initially buying an Odin, but he's actually going to drop a rifle. So drops the rifle for Shinobi and has the Blade Storm. Exactly.
And Vice only has a Spectre too. So they're going to look for something very explosive, possibly with the Blade Storm, going for the Paranoia maybe towards B main and then just dash into the site. Let's see if that's going to happen. First off, it's going to be the Owl Drone to clear things out. They spot one towards the staircase. The orb is up there. He's going to double jump it. So he's probably going to try to look back towards the staircase if they could. But this is going to be, you're going to expect something very explosive here towards the A side, especially now SF gets spotted once again by a recon arrow coming in from the attacker side. We're now pushing through. The first trades coming across from each side. As SF is looking back, oh, what a flick there onto Mitch. But 10 still moving forward. He does get the Bladestorm kill onto SF, picks up the Vandal, knows an opponent is close towards the market, but his team hasn't really moved in towards the site yet.
Here's the weird thing, too, with the way those animations worked out, you could hardly tell it, but he actually got dinked on the cross. I'm looking at 10s. Now, Vice, with some good shock dart work, forces Roka to come straight at him after the dismiss ends. Now it's a 1v1. It is the mirror match. You've got Sovas on each side, but one's feeling a little bit healthier than the other, and that one would be Kaplan, who just stays on the B site and holds his ground. 5 rounds here for Space Station as we move into the final round of the first half. But again, I look at the way that just broke down. Tens dashes out into Cubby, gets dinked on the cross, but because of the animations, how quickly that happened, you almost couldn't tell. It was like an accidental dink. Like, he switched targets initially. SF did amazing damage in that last round. And again, we're seeing the scenario we were talking about. Bind and Haven, not two maps that necessarily play to the strengths of Killjoy, but Split and Ascent are, and that's why you're seeing Split and Ascent with higher numbers for the Killjoy players of Mitch and SF.
Yeah. And you're also trying to, I was also trying to figure out what actually prevented Cloud9 Blue from really getting into the site, because really Ten's only made it in there with that 4 HP. He got a couple of entries, but at the same time, towards the end of the round, you saw that Vice picked up a rifle all the way towards Shed. You saw a couple of players that were low on HP outside B main. So what did SSG really do to prevent them from pushing like that? It's gonna have to be some utilities from what they have, but they don't really have any type of utilities to counter it back. None, that said, though, they are holding back towards the A side. It's going to be a push through, but a 3 versus 1 in the end with only one stuck inside that site. It's going to be Mitch. Full HP, first kill. Bulldog in hand. It bites on the first. Cancels out the recon dart as well. He closed the door and pick up a Vandal. But the last 2 players, now he knows that it's going to be somewhere up towards that heaven. And especially with that peak, spots them both, including the turret. So with still plenty of time, he could still make it a death match. That's 2. Separate 1 versus 1, and clutches that round on a 2 versus 1 to make it 7-5, winning and a half for Cloud9.
Now they switch sides as well. We'll take a look at the replay from that last one. Just dirty shots coming out from Mitch. A nice little 3K at the end of the first half. He finds himself at 13-7, 13-8 for his counterpart.
A very similar scenario, like I mentioned before here on this matchup for this team. SSG this time on the attack, still using the frenzy into their favor with no armor, but they don't really have anything to dash in, right? You don't have that boost here with the satchel charges to try to surprise some opponents close range. You don't have any jet to try to push forward, so you're really trying to utilize, oh, okay, it's going to be a very passive play. They're expecting some kind of a B push, and hopefully that the turret could spot him, and then they could re-attack later on. Could also be from a recon dart that they're trying to avoid at the beginning of the round. And there you go. They're trying to move in, and they're going to look to explode very soon.
A stark contrast from the pistol round we saw in the first half, which was just pure speed into the A site. A much slower take coming in here. The Nano Swarm helps slow things down. The Blaze Wall that went up is not really as useful as they might have hoped. And there's some good damage dealt currently to Space Station. They finally start working their way in, and the dark cover is down on the door that allows them to get across. Now, Boostio just runs straight at them. An interesting decision, to say the least. But they will guarantee a spike plant out of this. Dark cover's down on top of the turret, so it won't spot them on the cross. There's an alarm bot going down, taken out as it's spotted almost immediately. Recon dart also being dropped. Smoke's going out. With the turret falling, they've got the ability to come more towards sidewalk as well. Ten's spamming some shots through the door and through the wall. Not necessarily hitting, but very close to the targets, and it's all falling apart. Tens ends up finding a nice little 3-piece on the round. He was strong in the pistol round in the first half, and he repeats in similar fashion here as Cloud9 find number 8 on the scoreboard. The question is whether or not Space Station can fire back and pick up a big win like they did on Split.
Yeah, but once again, it's just a great display of utilities from Cloud9. That get that recon dart spotted enough. The even individual plays from tens with the cloudburst, knowing that somebody like Roka and Kaplan play with the frenzy. Busio could also play with a frenzy too. So utilizing the cloudburst, he could predict that somebody's going to play close range, thinking that when the cloudburst dissipates, he could actually try to, or they could actually try to get the better fight with the frenzies versus a ghost with the rapid fire rate. So he just decides to spray through it to get the kill. So I just like how Cloud9 Blue played that retake, and it's going to be very tough now for SSG to try to take over this A side, especially when Tens is wielding a judge close range and still continues to push forward. That's a second kill. That's a third kill through the smoke. That's a 50 to another 50, just randomly spraying, and it's all connecting.
That is just Tens doing Tens things. That is absurd. He finds the initial kill. You know, standard judge play, waiting right around the corner. Then he pushes in a dark cover and just starts spamming out shots, and he could not have been more dead on with some of them. So now as they fly into position, Roka, he says, hey, I saw your shots with the judge, and that's cute and all. Let me show you how a real man aims. Pulls out the sheriff and finds 2 quick headshots. And they now have some semblance of sight control, but it's stolen away as Shinobi gets there before the door can close. As great as the shots were from Roka, there still was a difficult task in front of them. And they didn't allow the door to close, so they end up getting shot as the door is going down. Good work from both Roka and Tens, though. Players to be profiled coming into the series.
And now you're forcing, what, 2 rifles to be purchased. The Spectre staying from the previous round, even Vice with an Ares from that second round coming through. Full gun round for SSG. And how do they take advantage for this right now for Space Station Gaming? It looks to be a mid control. Smoking up catwalk, leaving mid open, so they're okay to battle long range with the rifles. Eventually, we'll see if it's going to be an operator. It's going to be in hand of maybe Kaplan versus an operator, possibly of Tens on the defender side too. But so far, it's really just them playing a slow-paced game on this mid side. But the Owl Drone is only going to spot 1. I don't think he spotted Roka is playing by that generator on that mid side, which allows them to just re-push forward and take this mid control to seemingly looking to pinch into the A side in the end, because that spike is still down towards A. You still have Insky lurking in that area as well.
Slow round. I mean, the comparison between the first few rounds in that first half and what we're seeing here, very, very different. But like, let's see how it works. Again, this is another player we talked about was Relic's. You know, what was Relic's impact going to be looking like? It was more on the attack, not so much on the defense, as typically speaking, he's been on the lurk on the B site and watching for the pushes over in that direction. But this time he opens things up here for Cloud9. Nice response from Roka, who tries to get across. There's Relics again, coming up big. And the nade is actually huge. It's going to land right in their laps. It's going to do significant damage. Kaplan, who's down to 61 HP, is the sole remaining member of Space Station and now has to fight his way out of the scenario with 11 seconds left. Has to go for the dedicated plant. And that shock dart, it's right on the money. Vice, he's just going for those bank shots. Clearly an ace at pool, as he knows his geometry well. And the angle is perfect, it's right on the money. It's a 10th round on the board for and there is a lot of crouching right now. The Turbo Ducks.
Turbo Dunks, graffitis, anything you could think of. And even unloading an Ares clip into that round to show that Cloud9, you know, we talked about, are they going to feel pressured or not? They're just having a fun day at school. And at the same time, though, I just have to feel a little bit frustrated of how Roka cleared that 50. He actually really looked at the staircase in that left corner, spotted Shinobi, but then decided to turn back towards the sliding door. Those fake checks seems to be so detrimental for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams. That foiled the plans for them taking that take on that catwalk side, because then Busio was so focused on trying to kill him on the sliding door. Now you have an eco coming in from SSG. Well, it seems as though there'd be some sort of a broken buy, right? But you still have Tens forced to dash away safely. Still a 5 versus 5. the rest, we'll see what's going to happen for the attacker side. Can they turn this around with the heroic plays of the Sheriffs that we've seen from Seth, from Insky, and from Roka previously on this map?
Space Station again on this slow play, methodically taking their time across the map. There's the jiggle peek that comes out initially from Relics, I believe that was, who's now switched positions. He was playing on the A side previously. Now he's over on B. The nade comes through, but it lands a little bit short, doesn't bank around the corner quite so much. Boostio has to be careful. There's one waiting on the stairs. It's Shinobi, who pops off in the round. Shinobi finds 3. Don't call him a boomer, as Shinobi's putting in work here on the defense. Now Roka goes for a heal, but with just a Sheriff and a target towards mid, not much can be done.
Yeah.
Cloud9 continue to look strong. And like we said, whoever set the pace early was likely going to be the ones who took the series, and that was Cloud9. Right off the bat, they charged sites 4 rounds in a row. They literally just rushed into sites. And after that, they saw Space Station come back a bit, but the foundation was already laid out. The groundwork had been done. And Cloud9 could build from there, and they have. And Space Station, unfortunately, here in the second half, just has not yet gotten their foot in the door. Now, this could be a pivotal moment for them, but even if they're able to pick up a win here, there's still such a mountain of rounds separating these two teams.
I can only unfortunately imagine the amount of NA flash that I saw in the chat at this point. But it's going to be a run it back from that orb and immediately canceled out. This is going to be so hard right now for Space Station game on the ground. Hunter's Fury to come out at the same time too, does not connect, but Roka still gets an opener. Here comes the showstopper, connects onto Roka, and it's trade after trade. A 1-man advantage, made that tied up. And it's still gonna be a 1 versus 1 in the end, as Insky kills him. Versus Vice, it's just I mean, still in both scenarios where SSG pulls it up on top in the end.
Here's where it starts. How long will it last? That's ultimately what you have to ask yourself. Does SSG have the staying power to continue fighting back against a team that's played as well as Cloud9 has at times? Has their performance been inconsistent? Of course. You know, I think the fact that they're playing in this second event is an indicator of that. Losing to Renegades is something that no one saw coming. Everyone thought Cloud9 would have already been qualified by this point. But nonetheless, still a strong team. Space Station has a lot to prove. And ultimately, to some, I think they kind of already have. Just illustrating that they can get to this point and put up numbers against teams that are well established is an impressive feat, but that's not enough for them. They've now got 5 rounds separating them from Cloud9 Blue, and again, they go back to that slow and methodical approach.
This is new here for Space Station Gaming. Looking for this mid-control slowly. The alarm bot is definitely going to have to be shot up unless they smoke it. This is one thing that you could actually do as well. If you smoke it close, especially if they hear the humming, no, they're going to shoot it off instead. Because you could smoke it and try to lurk around. Smoke that you could have with the Omen. And you have it early from the shadows coming in from Shinobi into the B site. So this sort of weakens up the A side. You have a lurk coming in from Roka, and the rest of them will execute towards A main.
Relics on site, has to step up big. He's got backup coming in from Tens. Relics with the transfer over. And again, Roka, excuse me, doing what Roka does best. He's just messing with Mitch, but then he takes the duel, and it's pistol versus rifle, and he loses that one. So I think he's having fun with it, but ultimately, in the end, Cloud9 finds number 12, and you know, we said it was likely going to be a 2-1 for Cloud9, but I would have loved to have been wrong to see that story play out, because who doesn't love an underdog story?
Yeah. And it's just unfortunate of how that Blaze Wall became their detriment for Space Station Gaming, because Busio put that up. I'm sure he was trying to go for a curveball through the Blaze Wall to help the team come through, but he eats a dagger in the face, and that canceled out everything else. They had to try to run in through their own Blaze Wall, and then it was just open season for TenZ and for Relics. When they had a 4 versus 2, it was just the perfect picks on that timing for Cloud9, and they hold their ground. They're holding it even more series and making it to the playoffs of the UMG close qualifier. And it starts off now with them being pushed out, or continued with them being pushed away from the ultimate, but they're not committing on this right now. It's wasted.
There's the shots coming out, and it's all starting to spiral, but hold on. SF pops off, finds 3. Boostio is now in a 1-on-2, and oh no, Boostio actually runs into. Oh no,
Defenders
Boostio! He tries to dodge it, and it's just well traced by Vice. I mean, that's a dirty ult in the end. Cloud9 eliminating Space Station Gaming and moving on into the playoffs tomorrow.
Look, man, it's heartbreaking. It really is. And Bach, I'm with you, man. You know, it's one of those things that, honestly, I wouldn't have been mad if I was wrong. I wouldn't have been mad if Space Station Gaming would have won that. You know, would it have been an upset? Absolutely. But the thing is, they made it this far, and to fall this, you know, to be so close to playoff, right? Be so close to qualifying, yet so far away. It is truly heartbreaking. But without question, you know, Space Station Gaming, I think, impressed a lot of people out there. And I know they gained a new fan, right? Including myself, right? I'm very, very happy with their performance. A lot of talented players on that roster, Boostio being one of them, of course. You have to point out, of course. And maybe Insky and Kaplan didn't have the best of games during that last descent. Honestly, you know, across the board, C9 Blue, very consistent. And I think in the end, that's kind of what did the boys of SSG, you know, kind of at least what gave it up. But Vansilla, what do you think, man? I thought it was going to be a lot closer. It wasn't. What was kind of what kind of was the reasoning behind that?
Like I said, when I watched their matchup on Ascent yesterday, it was definitely a couple of rounds that they kind of, not necessarily threw, but a couple of mistakes that Space Station Gaming definitely took advantage of. And that was off the back of some anti-ecos that Space Station Gaming had, and also Seth that was able to come in at times to win a 3 versus 1. Cloud9 looked a little bit out of position, I guess, at that point. But this round, or this match, this time today, they definitely brushed those things up. And when we talked about Seth needing to pop off, when we talked about Roka able to pop off as well, we haven't mentioned their name that many times. Yes, Roka had a couple of flashy kills, but they weren't kills that were round-turning kills for the team overall. The holes were just perfect for Cloud9 on a defense this time.
I think the other thing you need to talk about too is not all round wins are created equal. So ultimately, like, you could have had the same scoreline 6 rounds into the game that you had in their match yesterday, but the outcome could have been incredibly different based on the way A, that those rounds played out, and B, the order that those rounds came together. If it's back and forth, or it's 5 rounds straight and then a few rounds here, like, that all very much matters. The way that Cloud9 kicked things off with 4 rounds in a row, and then you saw Space Station finding a few rounds and then trading back and forth, meant that Cloud9 pretty much consistently had money to fall back on. Economic control is huge. It's incredibly important. Yep. And as much as I maybe am sounding like I keep harping on that, it does matter. It's crucial. And I feel like Cloud9 in the last 2 maps had really good economic control. You know, Space Station had them on the brink a couple of times. If they just won 1 more round, it could have changed the pace, could have changed the storyline of a half, but they couldn't get over that hurdle. So Cloud9, I think making it work with Force Bias is probably one of the biggest pieces of this. But, sure. You know, Cloud9 setting that pace early on definitely made it difficult for Space Station.
I mean, yeah, economy is widely regarded as the most important thing, right? Whenever it comes to this, how many times was Roka resorted, you know, or at least having to resort to using a sheriff? Now, granted, he was popping off that 1 round where TenZ came through with the judge, picked up 3, but then Roka followed up with 2. Of course, C9 wins that, but I mean, come on, it's plays like that where economy would have potentially made a big difference, right? Where, of course, SSG ended up falling behind. Again, disappointing for SSG, but they made it far, and congrats to them. them either way, right? I think it's a W.
Yeah.
And for Immortals, Vancilla, they actually moved forward. So, and they were playing with their sub as well. So good on them, but sad for Dignitas too. We're seeing a lot of teams be eliminated, and we knew naturally that was going to happen.
Yeah, and first to touch on SSG, you mentioned that it was disappointing. I actually think the opposite. For SSG, I always think that they had a mentality of building very slowly, and they always see progress the more and more events that they did. And I think I've seen something very similar to their Rainbow Six roster, for example, too. And they've been, you know, one of the top teams now in Rainbow Six. And I think they're trying to do the same thing with their roster here for Valorant. It started off with Bloom, and they were, yes, they had like a one map off TSM, and then we're like, okay, well, maybe it was a fluke because we didn't really see anything happen right after that from SSG. But as they picked up Boostio, and they have this staffing behind them and the coaching that they have from Ranger as well, coming from Rainbow Six, to help them improve. I mean, it's been night and day, and the progress continues with the coaching that they have from Ranger. So I think I'd still be happy to make it into the close qualifier at least. Yes, I know you want to make it at least into the playoffs, into the first strike finals, but at least to continue to have your name being spoken to and spoken about in these tournaments. I think it's definitely a plus, at least for the branding side too.
Yeah, I think Space Station played really well. I think that Cloud9 had everything to lose in that series because I think people expect more of them. I think Space Station had everything to gain. You know, even with the loss there, I think you're just like, hey, you know, we made it further than people maybe expected us to.
Yeah.
We made it further than some others did. I think, like you said, Space Station's like this right now. They're trending upward. I think that's important. So that's my main takeaway for them.
For sure.
Like I said, they have a new fan of myself, right? I'm very happy with how they're looking, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing in the future. Guys, tonight has been long, but we still have one more series to go for Bach and Vancilia. Unfortunately, this is where we're going to have to separate, but I will see you again tomorrow for Esports Doug and Simo that'll be joining us. It's going to be a good one. Serenity, Moon Raccoons coming up next. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifier. It's been a long day, but now the final series has come, and what a series we do have. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Doug and Simo. It feels good to have you boys back once again in the series you guys are all very excited for. Simo, we'll start with you. Why were you so anxious to watch Moon Raccoons versus Serenity?
Well, listen, I'm probably the face of caster bias right now in all of the Valorant competitive scene. But I'm a Moon Raccooner. I like the play style. I like the team. But the number one reason why I love this team is in any single interview where they get interviewed, the separate players or together as a team, they always say they play to have fun. I can totally respect that. You've got teams like 100 Thieves, Cloud9, TSM. They're buying rosters to play, to compete, and to dominate and to win. When you've got this Moon Raccoons team unsigned, is just like having fun, and I can respect that. I can totally respect that.
Okay, well, Doug, you are also interested in this. For who, though? Was it Moon Raccoons or Serenity? I'm not going to look. I've talked to Serenity, at least on their social team, and they seem like a great bunch of people. They're very passionate, right? They're very hungry to make a name for themselves. But for you, is it Moon Raccoons as well, or is it Serenity?
Yeah, so before I answer that, I've got, as much as it pains me to say this, I have to admit that Simo's been a fan of Moon Raccoons before it was cool. This really is like something that he's just loved from the very beginning. And yeah, it might have been because they have probably the coolest name in professional Valorant with a Moon Raccoon of all things, but
well, and logo too. And
the logo's dope. You're absolutely right. But no, I think by and large, I really like Moon Raccoons. I like what they've been able to show historically. They've surprised a lot of really good teams. Like, they've hung with very good teams. They're not a pushover squad. They're also, if I'm not mistaken, the only team in the close qualifiers that's not signed. Right? Like, these guys are the real deal.
Sure. Well, I mean, this is the thing, man. If they do qualify, I guarantee you they're going to get picked up. They might get picked up regardless, but it's going to be sad to watch Moon Raccoons, no longer be their name after all. Let's look at our maps, though, because this is an interesting one. I know you got you excited, Simo. Haven, Ascent, and Split, what do you think?
You know, I thought for some reason moving into this one that Serenity would have the top seed because they're coming from the top side and Moon Raccoons had to fight through the losers bracket. But Moon Raccoons gets the ban right away. And they're going to take away Serenity's, or at least the map that Moon Raccoons is the least comfortable on and Serenity is the most comfortable on. So Bind will be taken away by Moon Raccoons. And so now you've got these 3 different maps that Serenity have to fight through, and Split, if we end up going to that 3rd map, Serenity and Moon Raccoons both relatively unpracticed on it, at least from what we know in all of the different open and closed qualifiers. But still, Moon Raccoons is taking off something that they are not comfortable with and leaving it up to the 3 maps that statistically they are very happy with playing out. So a very interesting map pool indeed.
You know, so check this out. You mentioned the 3 maps. I think it's going to game 3. I really do. In terms of predictions, though, I've got to side with one. I've got to side with one. And honestly, for me, flawless so far, I think I have to go with Moon Raccoons. And you know what? It's not going to be easy, though. It is for sure going to go to game 3. And Simo, as you said, that split, very unpracticed for both, right? We don't have a lot of stats when it comes to these 2 rosters. Whether that would be the case, I think, for Moon Raccoons. But then again, I mean, it's so negligible to the point where Serenity could still very much so win that map too. I favor Serenity going into Haven. I think it's very equal going into Ascent. So whoever wins map number 1, honestly, is going to have a huge leg up because Ascent, it could easily be a 2-0. But enough on that, Doug. What are you thinking?
I agree. I'm leaning towards Moon Raccoons here in 2-1 fashion. And there, as we look at some of the history between these 2 squads, sorry, let me say that differently. Not between these 2 squads, but for both of these squads on the maps that are going to be played. You're right. Split's a bit of a toss-up. Haven could be interesting. And, the same goes for Ascent. They're both toss-ups. I think the truth is, for this prediction in general, it's a very hard call. Because let's be honest, right? Let's all be very honest with ourselves. Did we really think we'd be talking about Serenity and Moon Raccoons playing for a playoff spot to qualify for First Strike?
Yeah.
No. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, get out of here, bro.
No, well, I mean, I'm agreeing with you, Doug. I'm agreeing with you that this is shocking.
Way to agree.
No. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I understand. I get it. But I'm agreeing with you because this feels like this should be illegal. This dogfighting is not allowed in the United States, and these are 2 underdogs that are going to be going head to head in a battle for a playoff spot, as you highlighted. And of course, I feel like Moon Raccoon's a little bit less of an underdog because they've already proven their mettle. We saw that match against 100 Thieves to qualify into the NSG close qualifier. That was a nail biter. That was close. 100 Thieves almost had to go through the UMG Open qualifier to make it to this point here as well. So Moon Raccoons are definitely not a pushover. But you also have to think about and consider that tomorrow, the winner of this has to face off the big, scary TSM. And neither team are likely wanting that either, right? TSM is a scary team, likely going to be making it through. So it's a tough battle ahead, even if you win right here, right now.
So,
Taylor,
Simo,
I just want to quickly say one more thing, though.
okay.
Like, this is why I think so many people were so excited about the format for First Strike, right?
Sure,
like,
yeah.
these open qualifiers, the prevalence of them allows for situations like this, allows for us to have conversations like Moon Raccoons and Serenity, who's going to qualify for the playoffs to get into the first. Like, this is why it was done this way. This is where the cream of the crop rises.
No, 100%. That's why I love this open style, right? I want to see who's up there. Moon Raccoons in an invitational probably doesn't get invited, but now they have a chance to make a name for themselves, and that's the beautiful thing. Simo, you never gave your prediction. Who are you going with?
Come on, man. You're going to ask a Moon Raccooner? It's a 2-0 sweeperoo for the Moon Raccoons. Just in time to finish off the day. Don't want to go past midnight EST. They just want to clean things up, head to bed, get a good night's rest for that TSM match tomorrow. Moon Raccoons got this 2-0.
Okay, all right. Well, Serenity fans, if you're out there, make sure that you're going to prove us wrong. Give them your energy in the chat. I'm going to dip out. We're going into map 1, Haven. Moon Raccoons versus Serenity boys. Take it away.
It's time, baby. I'm so excited. All right, let's talk a bit about Haven, right? We talked about some of the map records. You know, both of us gave Moon Raccoons the nod when it comes to series predictions, but, you know, if you look across the board for the Nurture Gamers tournaments and the UMG tournaments, Serenity has more reps on this map.
They definitely do. Having to go through both open qualifiers, they were knocked out by Dignitas, who Dignitas is no longer a possibility for the First Strike final event, which is crazy to think about. But Serenity haven't had the greatest success against Genji either, which those maps do end up going to Haven. So they've got some notable wins on Haven, specifically against FaZe 13-2, and a win, of course, against Complexity in the close qualifier yesterday, 13-10. Now, Complexity, they've surprised us in prior tournaments. The qualifier here, the UMG close qualifier, haven't been as impressive. And, you know, Moon Raccoons were able to take them down in a 2-0. I think this is going to be one of those scenarios as well. I think Complexity, I'd put them in a similar ballpark range as Serenity, proving their mettle, being able to take down Complexity as well. And got now the action with Moon Raccoons kicking us off on the defensive side and Serenity on the attack.
Yeah, interesting thing here to look at early on as far as the composition goes. The one real difference is Scourge on the Reyna. In that UMG in the NSG tournaments, all these letters get them mixed up. He was playing Raze primarily on Haven. This time, beginning of this tournament, and it looks like they're sticking to it. They like that Reyna more than they do the Raze in this situation. We'll see how it pays off so far for Serenity on the attacking side. They haven't shown a whole lot of anything. They took a shock dart to the face. It certainly didn't feel very good, but they haven't shown anything otherwise.
Yeah, you know, early fishing trip towards that C-long side just to see what's there. They'll use the owl drone, and man, Complexity boy did love those B-side hits. And once again, we're seeing that here exact thing from Serenity. So it's going to be up to Moon Raccoons to figure out how they want to retake the site. Rebo's already there, and he's going to at least deny one. It's traded by Joseph, but now the spike is being planted. Psych! As Profi comes into the mix, takes down Joseph, and now the spike's behind enemy lines.
That's the thing about this set piece we see out of so many teams. It really is a 50-50 in a lot of ways. Like, there's no guarantee that you get on it and get the spike down, and then even afterwards, assuming you do and you pull out, it's just chaos. As the defending team tries to fight for the defuse,
left.
the spike is in a very difficult spot for Serenity here, as really all of Moon Raccoons can just kind of stare at it, and there's no way that anybody would get into it without somebody knowing. You see Fiend is getting pushed in from a couple of members of Serenity, able to get one, as Turnip drops. Scourge looking for the second, he is able to get him. As Fiend drops, it's going to drop things down to a 1v2.
Oh, no!
Oh, Serenity, Scourge with the 3-piece on the Reyna. That was a filthy start for Serenity.
That looked really bad for Serenity momentarily. They were able to get the spike at least in, but not get it planted. And it was good on Moon Raccoons to fight for the post plant before the post plant even happened. But the fact that Serenity members looped around as a unit through the garage up towards Link really kind of, I think, threw a curveball for Moon Raccoons, maybe expecting them to fight through the choke point there. That's why you saw temperature up on the box, on the site itself. And yeah, it did not work out the way that they had intended. And I ultimately thought, especially the way that those frags were coming in, that Moon Raccoons were still going to be able to clutch things out. But really solid stuff here coming out from Serenity.
No early buy-up for Moon Raccoons. They're not going to be forcing anything as far as finances go. A couple of sheriffs to bring into the action, but other than that, it's going to be relatively meager resources. Serenity once again showing this look up mid. You see Showtime's going to drop a Cloudburst and dash in. Joseph elsewhere on the site is able to get the opening frag. Showtime follows up as members of Moon Raccoons just continue to drop all over the place. Serenity, a much cleaner execution than what we saw the first time around on this look. Alexander with the Sheriff tagged down pretty considerably and is the last one standing. Flawless round for Serenity.
It was obviously going to be a little bit easier given the weapons that they had, but I expect that B-side hit to come out more frequently. We've seen some teams like Complexity, and even in some cases TSM, adapt to that style, just hitting that B-side fast and getting out. It was actually Gen G that pioneered it initially with Sage. They'd put the wall up, get the spike down, and just run back towards the courtyard and just play angles from the window. But this is a gun round for Moon Raccoons and a different look from Serenity as well. Presence towards the A long side, no sewers control from Moon Raccoons. We'll see if this pans out from distance.
It's a really interesting positioning by Moon Raccoons early on. Oftentimes you'll see the Sova play across that side, but it doesn't matter at this point. Fiend is able to get one and trades out. The spike posturing around a short. You see a couple of smokes coming out from the Omen towards the cut and Heaven. It looks like that's exactly where they want to go. But of course, as I say that, the spike beginning to rotate away.
It might just be kind of fishing things out. They got a lot of information. They got a lot of ground covered. Of course, you can have Rebo locking down that C site. We're going to expect him to sit down in that location for the entirety of the half, unless they switch things up where he defends the A site instead. For the time being, Serenity back away. Maybe see if there's anyone trying to flank them through. They've got tripwires set up. They've got a camera as well in the courtyard to gather that information to see if there's a flank coming through. And they're just going to stack towards the sewer side. We'll see now if Alexander is able to hold the line alongside Temperature in just a moment.
Oh, he's going to get a chance. I don't think they're looking his way. No! Alexander's able to get one. He's going to try to reposition, but he gets dropped at the hands of Turn Up Temperature from Hell. Able to pick them apart. He's got two, looking for more. He's healthy. He's got a couple of bullets to work with as well. And yeah, baby, give it to him. A 3K on the round. The defending side holds strong as Moon Raccoons get on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of a tougher spot there for Serenity. They back away, and ultimately, you know, with cast division, we see that the C site's just going to be an anchor site for Rebo, while the rest of the team are going to respond to the action of Serenity's attack. And we saw how heavily stacked they were moving towards that A site, and as a result, Moon Raccoons responded in kind. Dedicated 3 members in the mid-round to locking down that A site, and then once Alexander got space, they try to push through. He's playing an off angle. He finds it's traded. Bada bing, bada boom. Moon Raccoons win the gun round. But this is another round that they need to win, as Serenity, guess what? They're going to be barreling down the C long side.
Get out of my way!
Cover going out.
So far, nothing really committed. You mentioned that they were going to be working their way up. That's exactly what we're seeing so far. Profi's able to take care of Scourge as he tries to continue to reposition himself. He gets back into safety. He's certainly worse for wear, just 1 armor and 76 health to his name, but they have not. Serenity hasn't backed off. They haven't changed their minds. It looks like for now, that's still where they want to be. You have to be careful, however, because Moon Raccoons is sending a bit of information over. Profi is starting to rotate over, but Serenity is pulling out as well.
I love that. You had one player moving towards the courtyard, get the camera out and run away, anticipating that there's a player that's rotating back. And now Alexander in so much trouble, finds one. He's on the retreat. Does he have the support? He does. But Rebo will take his life for Alexander. Showtime is popping off. And now it's a 3v3 with Serenity just deciding where do they want to funnel this spike. It's going to be the C side. Moon Raccoons are responding.
Once again, we're back right where we started, this time with significantly less time to work with. You see the paranoia come out. It's not going to connect onto anyone, but it is going to create some space for them as members of Moon Raccoons are starting to push in from the defending side. Temperature and Fiend are able to get a kill apiece. It's going to drop down to a 1v1 easy with 87 health. Oh, he gets up close and personal, and he takes care of Fiend. What a huge 1v1 for Easy.
That was a crazy round. The mid round was spectacular from both sides. Serenity trying to rotate through the courtyard. I like the way that it was played in the courtyard by Moon Raccoons, having Profi push up, get rid of the camera, and give space to Alexander to push up, get into a cheeky position. He finds one, could have found two. And the two, I think, would have netted them the round because it would have been an absolute bloodbath there. And if Showtime was one of those two, then you're put in a position where Rebo doesn't die for his friend. But now it's looking like a little bit of a tougher spot economic-wise for Moon Raccoons, and once again, Serenity barreling down the C side initially.
And this time, there's really nobody on it. They have a couple of resources, Moon Raccoons do, towards Garage. Now they're going to rotate over. They just don't really have the guns. You see Rebo there with one of the most unique crosshairs I've ever seen, and a Sheriff, but nothing connecting quite yet. They've been forced off. They're going to have to fight for a retake here.
Nowhere to run!
It's an eco retake, but they're going to try it nonetheless. Profi! Profi! Are you serious right now? That is the fattest Hunter's Fury I've ever seen in my entire life. And I was surprised to see it, but the round's not over yet. It's a 2v2. Make it a 2v1. Showtime will be the last one standing. Ping starting to come through. The Spike's in a tough spot. That's a little bit of a tougher spot for Temperature, and he's going to feel the heat as the shots will ring true from Showtime. 3K on the round, and it's all down to the 1v1. Fiend, also injured, down to 30 HP, up against Showtime. 30 seconds remaining. Spike is going to move over towards the B site or the A site, or
30 seconds
Showtime
left.
wraps around through the garage. He can't get to that A site in time, so it's likely going to be the late round B hit, or he doubles back to C. All Moon Raccoons need to do, all Fiend needs to do, is wait.
And the most tense part about all this is that they're both insanely weak.
10 seconds
Right,
left.
45 health and I think 30 health on the side of Fiend. So it's really no room to work with, no room for error for either of these players. The Spike goes down on B, Showtime backs right off, and he's going to be playing off of that window space. You see the smoke come out. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
He's gonna get it. Oh no! I think he pulled off before he got to half, but Fiend does it anyway with the ghost from downtown.
Oh my god. What a round from Moon Raccoons. On the eco of all things. Insane credit has to go to Profi. Let's have a look at this replay. How does he, what a collat with that Hunter's Fury. Just insanity. He still had one more shot left. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to throw that one out for good measure. And now Moon Raccoons, they trail by one. Serenity definitely scratching their heads after that one, forced to the eco. I expect a fast B rush, especially on ecos like this, but they could kind of mix things up still, despite, you know, in their position.
It looks like we're in a pause here. We'll get info. It sounds like it's a technical pause coming out of Serenity. They have the 1-round lead on the attacking side, and things looked great for them, right? They had some good momentum. They were kind of pulling Moon Raccoons around, but that eco round, like you were just talking about, Simo, really changes the entire landscape for this first round. Now for this first half, excuse me. Moon Raccoons is going to have a ton of guns to work with. It looks like it's going to be more of a mixed bag for Serenity here, and that's not where they want to be.
Moon Raccoons definitely going to take this as a sigh of relief, you know? Regardless if the pause is for them or for Serenity, it's like, cool, we got that one. Been a tough uphill battle. Looking at the statistics for UMG, it does feel like, at least for the close qualifier, we've seen TAC really more favored on every single map but Haven. Haven almost 50-50 down the middle. I honestly consider Haven to be like NA's map. I think some pro players would argue Ascent is NA's map. But I think this is where a lot of North American teams really grew up, you know, the first couple of months through the beta, learning Haven, getting better at Haven, and just hating Split. So they were forced to play a lot of Haven. That's why I feel like it's NA's map. And so to see it grow and to see the playstyle grow, agent selections grow, feels good. Feels amazing to see how teams have adapted and what Things have obviously changed over time, but for Moon Raccoons, there's a moment of silence, a moment of relief while they wait for this tactical pause, or technical pause rather, to finish up.
All right, let's take a look and see what haven't we seen from Serenity here on the attacking side. We saw plenty of early presence towards B, right? The first couple of rounds went down that way. Then we saw some action A. We saw plenty of hits C. I mean, Serenity have really kind of spread the wealth in a way, and they've been able to show a couple of different looks so far. Again, Moon Raccoons, that last win was absolutely bonkers. But other than that, it really has felt like Serenity's half so far.
It does. And I think for a map like Haven, Moon Raccoons, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable on the attacking side. It's ultimately a team that favors one side over the next. Looking at some of those statistics for Haven, the close, they favored the attack. For the open, they favored the defense. And for the NSG open, they favored the defense as well. Doesn't mean they're bad on the attack by any means. Whereas on the flip side, it's once again a little bit more even, but Serenity favoring the attack more often than not. So this is their half to really get things rolling, and it does look like Easy has reconnected, and those technical issues are corrected. And so now we can continue this map. And it's going to be, once again, Serenity looking down that C-Long side. Yeah, hasn't always worked out, but we'll see what they can do with the weapons that they have.
Which isn't very much, right? We see a Stinger. And then a couple of oh, no, actually one of the ghosts was even taken away. It's just going to drop down to a classic. There's also no Blade Storm kind of to spice things up and keep things interesting here. But of course, as I say that, Showtime is able to get it. It was aggressive. There was a smoke to cover him. But other than that, there wasn't much keeping him out of harm's way. He was able to get the Blade Storm, however. We'll keep a close eye on that. Meanwhile, on the side of Serenity, or for the rest of Serenity, excuse me, they've got ultimates for days.
Yeah, Moon Raccoons feeling a little bit more comfortable in playing the retake on the B side. Smoke actually going to go down. I believe that is from temperature to dissuade this B hit, as they saw some of that action with the orb control to get that Blade Storm. But now, as Fiend has given up the angle towards Banana, he's playing a little bit more defensively on this A side. He's in for a world of pain, as the Serenity roster has a death ball moving through the sewers. There are going to be Temperature and Alexander quickly to respond, but it depends on how many frags can Fiend find in denying this push forward.
Yeah, because he's really set up to where he can maybe back off to try to get through long. Yeah, that's exactly what he needed to do. He's just buying time.
At this point, he's able to take care of Joseph. Yeah, now going to have to respond. He at least buys enough time, but now the spike is about to go down.
Spike planted.
Spike is down. Owl Drone used to clear things out. Alexander with one. The Empress is really now starting to cook up. One player down below. It's turned up too easy. He's going to take him down. Rebo and Profi. On members on the site. And Moon Raccoons will tie us up 3-3. Solid retake. It was a little scrappy. Showtime, or rather Fiend, tried to hold on to the site for as long as he could. But we have to recall that was also an eco for Serenity. So the fact that they made it a little bit expensive for Moon Raccoons does bode well for them in the remainder of this half. It does look like, once again, we may be in a little bit of a technical pause. Not sure what may be the issue. Maybe a player issue, maybe a production issue. We'll get that all sorted for you as soon as we can. Once again, a solid round for Moon Raccoons. And now we're tied up. Temperature, the only one that can't really participate in buying that Phantom or that Vandal that he wanted for Christmas. I have no idea what's going on. If anyone can hear me, I think we may be running into some technical difficulties. Apologies, we'll get things all sorted out. I believe the pause is actually for production itself, not for any of the players. Discord platform we're using control and monitor the broadcast doesn't seem to be working as effectively. Maybe in the regions where some of our staff is located, and we'll get that all sorted out as soon as we can. I don't even know if you can hear me right now, but if you can, that's great. If you can't, that's okay too. I'll just keep talking.
Simo,
Just
can
keep
you hear
chatting.
me?
Does look like we might back out of the game as Valorant itself
Oh
is
my
in a little bit of a
gosh.
tough spot.
Simo.
Try to get things all sorted out.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to make this very quick. First and foremost, again, welcome back to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Esports Doug as well as Simo. Look, some things are out of our control, all right? We ended up losing Cloudflare, and because of that, we ended up losing, some Valorant service, well, at least for some, and then we also lost Discord. It happens. It is what it is, but we're recovering, we're rolling with it, and we're going to make some magic happen. We are in game for Moon Raccoons as well as Serenity, so we're going to be able to, continue to tell that story. So I'm going to dip out. You boys take it over. Let's continue this match.
Ooh, all right, let this serve as a friendly reminder. I believe Taylor's going to be leaving us, but I'm not sure. He's still kind of hanging out, which is a great thing. Good looking guy. Yeah, no, super great looking dude. Nice to have him off camera, but I am going to push him off. Come on, time that right. Yeah, that looked really freaking good. Let this serve as a friendly reminder to everyone at home to wear your mask so we can get back into a LAN environment as soon as we possibly can and hopefully avoid situations like this. But again, thank you for sticking with us through the break. I apologize if I or Simo said anything that sounded absolutely ridiculous or dumb during that debacle. We're back in the action, I believe. We're going to get into it as soon as we can. And we'll, as Taylor said, get you back in this story, keep this narrative going. Moon Raccoons with a slight lead, but a lead nonetheless. Man.
Anything that you say negative about me is caster bias. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. Moving on to this next round. It's round... I think we missed a round. Did we miss a round? Maybe. I'm not quite sure. It's round 8. Pushes start to come through. Aggressive push from Showtime. Stinger in hand, but Alexander's playing point. Shots will ring true as well, and they'll deny this push forward. Easy will at least find one, and somehow more frags come through. It's the 2v2 retake with Neural Theft spotting out where Serenity are located. This should be an interesting retake for Moon Raccoons.
Yeah, they've got resources coming in from a couple of different areas, so they have the opportunity for a retake here. They also have an operator in the hands of Fiend. You see both members of Serenity starting to peek their way into Garage and potentially back all the way down long. For Fiend also has that Blade Storm in tow. So there's certainly an opportunity, but Serenity don't even get the spike down. They're just going to rotate away.
I think Showtime's got a bug where he's permanently
30 seconds
falling.
left.
Floating, yes, yeah. Floating, falling. But at least, even though he's shift walking, it looks like he's going at hyper speed, He's got those enemy lines on the outside, like he's just running through.
No more chances left.
And he is running quite quickly over towards the A site. 14 seconds left. Do they have enough time to plant? They do, but how safe will it be as Moon Raccoons are on the hunt? They're on the prowl, and they're here. They've arrived. If they want to force the issue here, they can start to get involved right away, and they will. And they will. And they will. Fiend and Rebo. Fiend updrafted, overlooked in to Haven from the Link side, and finds the frag. Really solid stuff.
Yeah, and that's such a difficult spot to counter, right? Like, who's randomly going to be looking over that very corner of the wall, randomly in the middle of a map? So for him to be able to leverage that position and get a kill was absolutely huge. And then on the site, dropping things down to a 1v1 on the site in particular was just easy pickings. It was easy money. So a very good round, good final moments to that round there for Moon Raccoons, leveraging all of the possible angles and all of the resources available to get that site retaken and to win the round. 4 in a row now for Moon Raccoons. And for Serenity, things look good early on, but as we mentioned, it was that eco that just kind of busted everything open.
Early look from Serenity, presence towards the sewer side. Moon Raccoons back off of banana control, and now Showtime has all the control he wants. He's got the operator as well, bringing in that operator wherever he can. But now the Hunter's Fury is coming in from Profi, and Scourge is just trying to dodge those arrows coming his way, and it's going to be a quick rotate over from a lobby. And Rebo's the only one here to stop it.
Well, Rebo's going to be there, as is Profi close by. But of course, as I say that, he is taken out at the hands of Showtime. Rebo's still kind of working his angles. Oh, he's going to get spotted. They know exactly where he is. That's a difficult spot to be in. But the Cavalry is beginning to arrive
Here.
for Moon Raccoons. I like that smoke there. It's just going to buy a little bit of time, cause a little bit of confusion. You see the drones coming up, but they're just going to be able to blind fire into that smoke. Fiend is taken out. That's a difficult situation here for Moon Raccoons, given the positioning of the spike, given everything that they have, and that paranoia could have proved to be problematic. Showtime is still alive with the blades, and he takes care of Rebo at the very end.
Yeah, planted for long. It's tough, especially when there's 3 members held up in Dragon, just holding down the angle. Of course, the smoke still comes through, but yeah, when you've got Showtime, updrafts over, gets a peek in, and now at least Serenity will stop the bleeding, trail by 1. They started off hot, but now have regained some of that steam. Once again, Serenity preparing for early aggression towards the A long side, an early peek. We've seen this gentleman's agreement time and time again, but Moon Raccoons have got something else in store. Rebo going to be the anchor now for the A site. We talked about this potential switch that now means that Profi and company are going to be playing a little bit more aggressively towards that C side, or at least to start. But this anchor swap is the most interesting thing about the mid round, or sorry, this half kind of unfolding for Moon Raccoons.
And it's interesting. It was a later call, right? Like, you see just on the minimap, it was a couple of seconds into it before Rebo started setting up all of his utility. He's got a couple of cages now, very interestingly set up around the short side, and he's got the camera as well. It really kind of forces... It forces things for the attacking side. It limits their options. They can only go really down that long side, and they have that, and then the Cypher cam there certainly causes problems. Rebo's able to get the opener onto Scourge as he tries getting onto the site, but again, that thing is locked down. There's really no way in there.
Oh, Profi from range almost finds the second as Easy unloaded an entire clip to take him down. And so far, this has been quite effective with Rebo in the anchor swap. Now, unfortunately, the Lyra comes through, but Alexander still finds one. Dismissed to find another. Temperature with the Guardian, and Showtime up in Cubby. He's really got to worry about losing this op here. 3 members can still take them down in an individual 1v1 fights. With the smoke down, he's going to try to at least back away for the time being. Rebo on the flank. Pay attention on the minimap as he gets into a position and hears those footsteps come through. Now, the swing shot's going to be good from Showtime, and he's going to save that op into the next round.
I thought for sure Rebo heard him coming. He was thunderfooting all the way around the corner. I thought surely he would have been able to hold that angle and take care of him, but a nice response there with the operator out of Showtime to get the kill in the closing moments, and as you said, carry that into the next round. As far as finances go, that's obviously a ton of money saved, and well off too, because you see both Turnup and Joseph don't have a ton to work with. They're going to be able to bring in some armor, but not much else. A Bulldog there. Joseph's going to be rocking Old Faithful in the Classic. It's just, I think, again, reinforcing the importance of carrying that operator into this round.
I think now as well, Serenity has been conditioned for that Rebo hold on the C side. So now we're seeing a little bit more positioning from Fiend come out, has the op. He was looking down A long almost every single round, partnered with Alexander. And this swap of players, I think Serenity obviously, not obviously, but they might have some general idea, not seeing Fiend peek at that anymore, seeing the camera on the A site last round. A lot of tells here to say, okay, they might have swapped things around, so we have to adjust our game plan. And this is near the end of the half, Doug. So to adjust your game plan, maybe finish 6-6, you've got to adapt on the fly.
And certainly those adaptations have worked out so far. Again, Moon Raccoons has a 2-round lead. As Simo was just mentioning, there's a ton of utility over on A site. Otherwise, the defenses of Moon Raccoons are relatively well spread out too. You see Fiend with the operator. It looks like he might get a chance at something here. He's already pinging out where that paranoia is going to go. Not going to tag up on anyone. You see it was just the right time. Fiend holding that down. Able to get one onto Scourge.
Solid angles as well. They paranoia the tree or the logs to anticipate the players holding that angle. But Fiend is in the back of Plat. He has a beautiful angle into the garage connector. And now it's all down to Showtime once again. This time, he has to lose the op. Rebo through the smoke sprays him down. solid defensive positioning from Moon
Last
Raccoons.
round in the half.
Very, very well played, really. And even you saw the paranoia coming out towards logs to see if they were going to be able to catch anyone, but it was just so well played. You mentioned Fiend with the operator. They're holding that down. We often see an Omen playing in that spot because of some of the mobility that he has in a difficult situation, can go ahead and just tele out. And Jet offers that same flexibility. So we saw, had Fiend been caught in a pretty raw position there, he'd be able to tele out, or excuse me, dash out. But this, either way, he didn't find himself in that. He was able to get the kills that he needed. This time on the attacking side, Serenity looking a bit more towards this garage mid area. We've seen a lot of hits down C long recently, and it seems like, at least early on in this round, they've wised up and they are not going that way.
Nowhere to run!
Okay, and they know Profi's there. Hunter's Fury comes through. He's trying to avoid it. Will he avoid the third one here? That's the most important one. Paranoia to stop the push forward, and a lot of smokes come through and a lot of paranoias as well. Serenity, Profi, as the paranoia subsides, he finds Scourge on the retreat, and now it's the B side. Quick hit for Serenity, but guess who's there? It's Fiend. He knows that so much action has been going on in the garage side, and he's got to find a couple of picks here. The ghost doesn't work out, but it's all down to Easy, and Easy is not the task ahead. Shots will come through, and Profi through the cyber cage will take him down. Really great late half adaptations from Moon Raccoons. It started out a little rough, but they finally picked up some steam. And when they picked up that steam, they swapped things around. Rebo moving over towards the A site. Fiend stopping the look down A long and playing towards Plat. A lot of great late round adaptations from Moon Raccoons and Serenity. How are they going to defend against this roster down 4 rounds?
And Simo, remind me, was it round 3 or was it round 5 where there was that huge eco win from Moon Raccoons?
It was 5. It was 5 with the Hunter Series 3K.
Yeah.
That was really the turning point for Moon Raccoons.
I mean, look at the half since that round, right? Moon Raccoons found something that adjusted, that made things better for them on that side. And then, of course, the momentum swing there was absolutely huge as well. Let's see what they're able to do on the attacking side. They've stacked up a lot towards this A side, going to be splitting things up, a couple towards short, and the vast majority of the rest of it going in towards long. There's some utility there coming out of the Cypher to keep things at bay, but it looks like they're going to try to push their way in anyway. There's that dash. He tries to get into it, but he stops just a bit short, but it doesn't matter. Fiend with the jumping classic burst is able to take care of Showtime. Rebo gets in on the action as well.
4-stack push down long, and they find great success. A great paranoia as well from Temperature to paranoid up and over to take down that player up on the box, and the player is located in that little cubby area. And so now it's a forced retake. They've got to just force the issue, walk through the smoke, use the utility that they can. There's too many angles to check, unfortunately. Alexander down in hell. Rebo on the off angle leading from the cubby. Moon Raccoons winning the pistol. We could see a 10-4 start to this half, and Serenity will have to climb back deep after that following gun round to get some of those rounds back in their pocket.
It does not look like they're going to be forcing up either. As for now, they're just going to have classics going into this. And again, for Serenity, it's a difficult ask, but you've got to find a way to stop the bleeding, right? Whatever that looks like, and maybe you just wait until you've got better guns to make something spicy happen, but there's got to be a different look, something to change the momentum, the landscape of this map. Because as you said, Moon Raccoons are really just, they're a couple of rounds away from cracking this thing open and taking a huge win off of Serenity early on.
What a great read here from Serenity. Early stack on the C side, 4 members strong, and the paranoia is going to really help out with that. Showtime is 1 moment away from just tailwinding in and finding at least a pick or two. They won't trade. They'll find the Omen. Easy will be taken down. Pre-fire shots, but the entire team has funneled all the way over towards the A side. I'd imagine they may be in proximity with one another to hear some of that maybe. There's a camera that'll confirm this now. But Temperature has caused enough of a ruckus, and the rest of the team really, to cause this fast rotate over to this A side.
Planted.
Serenity not going to have anyone cheeky coming in through short or long or anything like that. It's just going to be all coming in from that cut and that heaven area. Again, they don't have much as far as guns go. Serenity doesn't. They have classics, really. I think I saw 1 sheriff, but other than that, relatively meager. Fiend's just able to pick them apart from the sky, and Coffee joins in on it as well. A flawless round for Moon Raccoons, a 10-4 lead here in the opening map.
And that is so good for the economy as well. We often see a trade of some sort. 2 members will fall, 3 members will carry those Spectres over. But that is so good for their economy. And considering, like we had identified, they're on the precipice of closing this one out. Just a couple of rounds needed to be strung together, and they'll be sitting pretty. If they can find success on this one, this is a very important round for Serenity to overcome. That is going to be very, very difficult to climb back from, because they'll be down 11-4. Moon Raccoons will buy and upgrade weapons. So this push in through sewers really has to be held well by Showtime.
Well, he's certainly going to get a chance. You see him dash back before even seeing anyone because his spidey senses were tingling. He knew exactly where the push was going to be coming in from. He was able to get one traded out by Alexander up short. You see the Leer has been used as he continues to push forward and create more space for his team. The spike is going to, it is going to go down at the hands of Profi. They're going to assume their post plans, and now it's on Serenity in a straight up 3v3. Can they get back onto the site? Can they take control?
And enough time has passed for Moon Raccoons to get into their post-plant position. Smoke will stop at least one angle from the Moon Raccoons, but there is a player in Hell, and there's a player playing close behind the box. Another smoke will stop the player from Easy from pushing in. Lear will come through. He's gonna find Alexander. Another comes Easy, but Profi with 2. One more is all he needs, but the time is ticking, and it's time for Scourge to find and seal the deal on the round. Serenity trail by 5, but look how close that one is. That is so expensive for Serenity.
It really is, and Profi had a chance there, right? With the Spectre, he was able to get 2, and somehow, through the chaos, survived at least enough to keep things interesting. The problem was he had 1 health. I mean, you even saw the classic from that distance. I want to say it was a burst even that was able to clean him up from that far away, just a testament to how weak he really was. So, I mean, well played. You got to give kudos to Serenity there, the way they were able to play that out. But I really like what we're seeing out of Moon Raccoon so far. And then now that they're especially going to be on the gun round, this bodes well.
I love that recon bolt angle. Right into the courtyard there. It doesn't really reveal any players pushing in from the garage doors, but that's what temperature is there for. Not that the defense would normally do so. You normally see operator players, they'll push in, right? They'll get that early peek and then tailwind out. Profi finds one with the Owl Drone, but we saw this execute in that first pistol round. The Owl Drone leads the way, Paranoia behind that cubby side, and boom, here comes the execute. Profi with the Hunter's Fury. He's gonna try to at least deny some of the members rotating over, but still no one's fallen. There we go, Rebo breaks the ice. Showtime backside, now trying to get to safety, but guess who's there waiting and ready for him? It's Profi. All he has to do is swing, they'll pinch him out, and Serenity down to 3 in the retake.
Yeah, make that 2, or really 1.5. If you want to think about it that way, if he's able to get a pick, he can heal up and get himself in a better situation. But I just don't know what Serenity really has that they can bring to the table here. You see him start to rotate away. This is certainly going to be a save for them both, so they can take the guns into the next round. Both Vandals look like they're going to make it through. And Moon Raccoons, we were mentioning how good of a position they're in. They just continue to build on that lead. It was a very, very well-played entry onto this site. They used plenty of utility. You mentioned Profi with the Hunter's Fury to clear out more space and give them room to work with, and it really was just smooth sailing at that point.
It seems like that is a standard play that their coach Raptor Z has developed for the Moon Raccoons, right? You've got 3 or 4 barreling down Banana. They use the Owl Drone to scout out the sewers to not avoid wasting anybody's life. And they use that to clear things out. They're also going to use a follow-up Paranoia towards that cubby to deny further. Okay, if the Owl Drone falls, if there is somebody there, it's kind of like a logic, test. Like if A, then B, right? So if there's a player there, they'll follow up with Paranoia, but they mostly follow up anyways to allow safe passage for the rest of the Moon Raccoons to funnel in from the Banana side. And they ran that in the pistol, and they're running that there in the 4th round here. We'll see if there are more rounds to come like that, but we might be looking at the nail in the coffin shortly. Showtime, early looks here. He's got the Blade Storm. It's an eco round. Man. He has to come up big here. The Knives are going to at least try to find one, but he gets tagged down to 33. Unsuccessful attempt, and now he's got to hold back and wait for the rest of the team to figure out how they want to play the rest of this round out.
I like that out of Showtime. And you could see even before the round started, he was posturing right up onto that gate. So you knew he was going to do something aggressive there, try to get an early pick. The problem was, number one, he got smoked out. Number two, he pushed his way into 4 people coming in from Moon Raccoons. I'm sure he was looking for a pick. Certainly did get more than he bargained for and had to back off. He's still anchoring down on that spot. Meanwhile, Moon Raccoons, they showed a lot of presence towards C, but they rotated away. Furthermore, Temperature has already gotten 2 back over onto that site. If there was the possibility of a ruse, it's been exposed as the action has gone down just outside of the A doors as well. Serenity's just down to 1 member left. Moon Raccoons going right back where they started towards C long.
Some of the Moon Raccoons, while the A action was happening, those Serenity members got there super early, so they were just waiting for the counter push down the A long side. And the rest of the Moon Raccoons were working their way up onto the C site, and there was a couple of trades. Scourge manages to find 2 before he's traded out. So a little close, but they're sitting at match point. Serenity, that was a relative eco round for them. It's not going to be that great this round either, as you see the force up. Light armor, a Spectre for turn up, a Bulldog for easy because he wants the heavy armor instead of the light, but they're down to 0. They're down to 0s. They got some ultimates to work with. They've got the Neural Theft and the Empress. We'll see if that ends up being, or sorry, that might be, yeah, they still have sorry, not the Neural Theft, but they have the Empress, the Blade Storm. You know, I'm confusing myself now at this point.
You were right. You were right. You were right. Serenity is also close on a couple of other ones, but it doesn't look like they've been really able to get much as far as orb control goes. Meanwhile, Moon Raccoons has. They are in match point here. You see that early paranoia coming out. The drone is going to follow a similar flavor to what we've seen over on A, but this time it's going to be on C. It's going to be responded with the paranoia of Serenity's own as they keep things at bay just for now, as nobody is dropped.
I like the way they deal with that Plat player, but he's just going to get back into that corner if he's uncontested for a long period of time, right? They managed to flush him out with the shock dart there, sorry. But now they still want to deal with him, and you see Fiend, he's just going back for more. And Moon Raccoons kind of stuck in this dragon area. They're going to start to funnel back, and Showtime's going to be ready with a little bit of an off angle in the sewers. But do Moon Raccoons go towards that A site? Do they have enough to clear? I believe the Owl drone was used early, so they won't have that this time to push up and see if they can get sewers control.
Yeah. They are getting some info with the dart. You see it, use it down A long. Left. Nobody's home. Meanwhile, Rebo's lurking around, and he gets punished for it. They really haven't gotten a whole lot of room anywhere on the map. Simo, you see that Lear was just used on A as well, and once again, a tale as old as time, they're going all the way back to C again. With 12 seconds left, they're going to have to do something quickly. Serenity's able to just pick it apart. There weren't a ton of options left for Moon Raccoons to work with. Profi's going to drop at the hands of Scourge, a 3K for him on the round. And for now, Serenity keeps the map going. They stay alive.
A little bit of, excuse me, mid to late round indecisiveness. They didn't get enough information that they had wanted from the potential A site rotate. They were a little respectful and a little afraid of who might be there for Serenity. So they instead just tried to set up a fake, anticipating that somebody might have been there, and called players over for the rotate. But Serenity never left the C site. They never did. So it was the correct read, the correct call. And of course, they also had the information that Showtime was in the sewers, right? He would have heard trampling down. So great round there from Serenity to hold on. They have 6 more rounds remaining, and we know how explosive the Moon Raccoons can be. Just 4 stack down C long. It's gonna work eventually.
Jeez, Moon Raccoons going in hot and heavy. The Empress has been used. Fiend dashes his way in, but isn't able to get anything. As Turnup is able to get him, Alexander does, however, get something in exchange as things drop down to a 4v4. You heard the Empress used early on out of Moon Raccoons, and the Hunter Fury is going to be used to respond as well.
Oh, the Showtime flank. Pay attention to the mini-map. He's not going to find Rebo just yet. That's going to be the trade. He doesn't find him. And the Neural Theft to boot. There's a shock dart kill onto Profi, but the spike is planted for long. They'll smoke off the players coming in from the behind the plat side. Alexander's going to find Turnup. Temperature's going to find Scourge. 1 more player remaining. It's all down to Joseph. They know exactly where he is. Alexander's flanking behind. They're just going to pinch him from all angles. A solid map here from the Moon Raccoons. 13-6. And this, of course, was also going to be the map that they needed to win. And now we move on to Moon Raccoon's territory. Ascent's going to be a scary place.
It is going to be a scary one, folks. We're going to cut to a very quick break. We promise we won't be gone for long. When we return, map 2 between these two juggernauts. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the UMG First Strike Qualifier. I'm Esports Doug, and with me, my better half, it is Simo Wastikin. Simo, it's been a good first map. Oh yeah, I did it. It's been a good first half. Excuse me, a good first map for Moon Raccoons. What impressed you from them?
Honestly, the adaptations. The consistent changing of the game plan on the defensive side, on the attacking side. They didn't always just brute force their way down C long, which is normally what we see from Haven, who can hit C the hardest on their attacking half. They had a couple of interesting A-site looks as well. So kudos to the coaching staff and the team for developing those executes. And now we're going to see where Moon Raccoons really were tried and tested. They made their name on Ascent. They became famous as the Moon Raccoons for their performances on Ascent in some even tournaments prior to the open and closed qualifiers. They became known as the Moon Raccoons, particularly with Sean, to be fair. A lot of their incredible performances come with Sean being a part of the roster instead of Profi. But even still, even with him gone and the addition of this new player, it's still been phenomenal to see them on Ascent.
Yeah, they swap him out, but it's been next man up, and Profi has filled in that role just fine. Now for Serenity, this is it, right? Like, if you want a chance to play in to the playoffs, if you want a chance for top 8, you've got to execute, you've got to do it here. We understand that it is an uphill battle, so to speak, knowing Moon Raccoon's proficiency on this map, but There is no reason to hold cards back anymore. They've got to give them everything they've got. You see Moon Raccoons already going in aggressively as Fiend Tokyo drifts his way on top of that boathouse and gets in on the kill while being flashed. Rebo joins in on it as well. Serenity already getting picked apart.
Yeah, we saw Tens do a lot of the same stuff against Space Station Gaming earlier in the day. He would just tailwind force his way onto the site, but we may have to a little bit of a contested round on our hands. It's down to the 2v2. Showtime and Fiend both still alive. Oh, but I like this play from Moon Raccoons. They're rotating around, trying to catch them on the flank from the behind. There's going to be the engagement. First one goes to Alexander, but now it's all down to Easy. He's going to try to start the defuse. Shots through the cardboard. He has no idea where they're coming from. First shot's going to be good. Down to one more player, but he's got the smoke. Oh, my goodness. Fiend's got to get in there. He's down to minuscule HP. He gets off the defuse. Easy pulling out of the smoke. Shot's going to be good. Serenity, does he have enough time to defuse? Yes, he does. 3 seconds left on the clock. A solid retake. I thought for sure that was Moon Raccoons' round.
Well, and it started off so well for them. Serenity drops some flashy plays from Fiend, but it went from bad to worse, really, because Moon Raccoons, again, like you said, started to rotate off of the site. Oftentimes, you'll see players play back site to try to cause some problems from there and provide fire onto the spike, but they rotated away. They even got one of the people on the side of Serenity's that was kind of lurking around, but at the end of the day, it was just so well played from Easy. This time, Moon Raccoons towards A. I don't believe. Oh yeah, it looks like they did buy up a little bit. Fiend has a Spectre here.
Yeah, this force up is super important for Moon Raccoons. I think they felt they deserved that round, considering how dominant it was in the push, right?
Wow.
And considering how dominant this push is too, it's definitely throwing Serenity for a loop.
Yep.
It's down to 2 players. But once again, it was down to 2 players last time, and they still managed to find 3 picks somehow in the chaos. So, well, yeah, speak too soon. You blink and you miss it. Turn up and Easy getting to work. 2 more players remain. Can Serenity retake the site? I think that's a possible answer.
Unbelievable. You spoke that thing into existence. Alexander is going to be paranoid and pushes in. Easy from behind is able to take care of him. Rebo drops Easy as well, but the shock dart, a 3K for turn up. That's the 2nd time now, folks, that Moon Raccoons look like they're in a position to almost assuredly win a round, but Serenity rip it from right out of their hands.
So now the start is going to be brutal for the Moon Raccoons. Like, think about the tempo swing of the first 2 rounds. They found so much success, but I wonder if there is some sort of hint of confidence that was oozing from Moon Raccoons, and they thought maybe they could bite off a little bit more than they can fully chew. Because Serenity, they're not a bad team by any means. They managed to take down Complexity earlier on in this specific group, and I think the Moon Raccoons definitely were taught a lesson. They were humbled in that experience, and so now pistol likely going to be another faster-ish hit, because you can't really force up on the round that you forced up last round and lost. So now it's going to be the classic T1 strategy, pushing up through the middle. We'll see how it does pan out for them. Ooh, Omen's going to get to safety.
Yeah, you saw a couple of smokes create some cover so that they had room to work with, but Easy there with the Spectre, not realizing there were a couple of members of Moon Raccoons just on the other side of the smoke. The Cloudburst is going to come out from Fiend. They're going to work their way forward, and Fiend drops.
Oh, trade. Easy teleported to safety. Oh, here comes the Cyber Cage. Oh, and he's right there. Good placement too there from the crosshair down to the 3v4. Even this eco, the fact that Moon Raccoons are oozing this type of confidence and able to still push up and find so much success, it still is a showcase of their talents. However, Scourge and Showtime holding down the defense and still making it a little bit expensive for Serenity, who have had time to build up a little bit of an economy. Looking at some of those numbers, up to 4,000 and upwards, so they'll be able to at least buy some of those assault rifles moving into this one. And Moon Raccoons, this is the round that we've been waiting for them. Fiend not gonna buy up, maybe saving for that aggressive offensive operator, but he does have the Blade Storm, and he's positioned to play aggressively towards that A main side.
Really impressed by Serenity so far, and how even with the confidence with which Moon Raccoons have played, they've been able to hold fast every single time. There's that Blade Storm that you were talking about, plus a little bit of utility from Breach is going to push back Showtime, but he's still going to be holding things down. That Cloudburst again, kind of delaying things, waiting. Meanwhile, Moon Raccoons have used that drone to create, or to get a little bit of information up across the middle of the map, see if anyone's home. But it looks like they want to go A, Simo.
Profi is trying to get into a position currently to gather enough space towards the middle. If they fail this push, they can really just decide to push in from the opposite side. But the Rolling Thunder is really giving us a different look. They just want to get onto the side. They do so. Joseph's going to find one in the tree room. And unfortunately, the Blade Storm, no! Fiend gets taken down. Profi finds the lurk, and it's all down to him from behind. He's not going to find much success. It's all down to Alexander. This gun round really falling apart for Moon Raccoons. It's a 1v3 scenario. Alexander here on the breach might consider saving the Vandal. They've already lost too many rounds, and this was the round that they were supposed to turn things back into their favor. Yeah, this execute did not work out on the A side.
Serenity has been very impressive on the defensive half so far. We saw, again, strong aggression shown from Moon Raccoons, and in this round too, given the fact that Moon Raccoons had guns, they invested the Rolling Thunder to create some space. They were able to get onto the site, but Serenity, after that, we're able to pick them apart here.
10 seconds left.
And presumably are going to take, a 4-round lead here on Moon Raccoons' map. Again, Serenity have been very impressive to me early on here on Ascent.
And you know, when we talk about the success of Moon Raccoons on Ascent, we're talking about victories against Complexity, talking about victories against FaZe, we're talking about victories against Mamba Mode Gaming, talking about victories against Time In. I mean, I know Time In, you know, isn't a TSM or a Cloud9, but they still have proven their worth as a team, as a competitive roster. The Moon Raccoons definitely no slouch. And it is on the defensive side that they're more comfortable. So to see them lose this way is not super surprising, but it's definitely a little shocking to be down 4 rounds at the beginning of this half.
And it does not change Moon Raccoons' plan at all. The deficit does not impact, or it has not up until this point, has not changed the way they want to play. We just saw Fiend again be very aggressive. They were able to get a pick across the middle of the map. Meanwhile, all of the action is going to be going down towards A as the spike has been planted. A couple of kills are going to be traded. Joseph up from heaven. Can use that Leer to peek out a little bit further, create some more room as they try to fight back to take control of the site.
Oh, there's still a player down in hell. I believe he might have been dispatched accordingly. Now it's up to this Hunter's Fury from Profi. Oh, does see one, tags him down. Will the shock dart land? Oh, he's got to line this up perfectly. Oh, it's coming. Oh, not in the nick of time. The defuse was stuck by Scourge. He saw it after the second or the third Hunter's Fury. 5-0 start for Serenity. This is the turning point for the Moon Raccoons. If they do not win this round, there's just a strong feeling that we may be seeing a map 3. It's not 100%, but being down 6 rounds, how many more rounds are you going to get, you know, in this half? Your best bet is a 6-6, but you'd need to win 6 in a row. And Serenity, they're feeling comfortable. Let's look at the setup once again for Moon Raccoons. Heavy push towards this A main is about how it's going to start, but there's membership there from Serenity, and there's a player in the wine cellar.
Well, I love the little smoke there, but as you said, they've got to be careful about Scourge on that Reyna in wine cellar. We've seen this exact spot not be checked, and it's caused problems, and he's already able to get 2. The damage has been done. Moon Raccoons was able to trade it out. However, as they're down to 2 members left, the spike has been picked up, just ensuring that there's nobody else. Double checking, triple checking. Alexander, through the paranoia, is still able to get one as he fires blindly into the chaos. He somehow stays alive with 7 health, but he's going to be the last. Or excuse me, Serenity's just going to be down to 1 member left. Turn up. That's the round that they win?
Yeah.
out of all of the looks that Moon Raccoons have had, that's the one they pull off.
Yeah, they somehow just stopped the heaven push with a smoke. Yeah, just not even a wall, not even, like, there's nothing there, but just smoke and mirrors. And that's honestly what that round felt like. But, you know, I like the adaptation for Serenity to stop these ridiculous A-main pushes. They put a player in the wine cellar, Scourge finds 2 before he's traded back out. And then you're right, somehow, some way, the A-side hit was a little strange. And now Moon Raccoons are like, yeah, we're not going there ever again. We're still going to show some presence there. But this time, let's work the B-main angle and see what success we can find.
Look at some info, too. Nice. Wow. Right into his lap. Meanwhile, Turnip's going to use that Hunter's Fury. getting an idea that there might be somebody outside towards B main. I believe he tagged up. No, he didn't. I thought for a moment he had tagged up a couple of players of Moon Raccoons, but no, they're safe. They're certainly healthy. And right now they're mulling over where they want to go. Look at how aggressive Showtime's going. Yeah, the Blade Storm takes care of Rebo as he continues to get more space and more real estate for Serenity.
Yeah, this slow-moving push towards the B side has given Showtime so much time to figure out, okay, I can push safely up through A lobby, and now it is up to how Moon Raccoons play the rest of this round out. They trade with a push forward, and once more trades continue, but Turn Up holds down the line on the B site. He will not be tested. 3K on the round. And I think ultimately if Rebo finds that pick, then things look a little bit better for Moon Raccoons. But the fact that they were being pinched in by Showtime, well, they had no idea that they were being pinched in by Showtime. But the death of Rebo says, we got to move, and we got to move now. Because they were slow developing this B push. And then once they were under the pressure, they couldn't really handle it quite well.
Yeah, and the truth is, as much as Showtime was in a position to cause some serious problems, didn't even get a chance because Turnup held it down. Interesting look here early on from Moon Raccoons as they're not playing anything aggressively towards A. They're actually establishing some cat control. We haven't seen this a ton, Simo.
This might be the ticket too, because I think this is a little bit of a weak spot for Serenity. They usually have membership on the ground itself, and yeah, as the camera unfortunately is going to spot them out, it's also going to be the demise of Josephine, not able to convert onto the second, but they're already on the site. Spike's going to go down. Shock Dart will stop Scourge from pushing forward, and they're going to plant in a little bit of an awkward spot. Aftershock will also not allow them to push up from the heaven side. So now this retake, 4v3, Serenity, they got to make sure they do this right.
It's certainly not a sure thing ever. Especially here on Ascent, you see the Empress has been used. It's going to get flashed up and it's going to be forced to back up. Meanwhile, the Leer is going to be used from them as they've got a couple of players, Moon Raccoons does, right around the generator, but Serenity has been able to pick them apart. Turnup's trying to hold fast as Moon Raccoons is just down to one. Profi with the Operator was able to take care of him. Looking for another one. He gets it. A thrifty round. A 3K for him with the Operator. Moon Raccoons put up the second round.
What a solid hold there from Profi. I didn't even know how he managed to find an op in all that chaos, because I'm pretty sure Moon Raccoons didn't have the best weaponry moving into that one. And to be fair, for the first time, Serenity on an eco of their own, it seems like the 2 rounds that Moon Raccoons were able to win. And to be fair, these ecos have been very expensive. Despite losing a lot of rounds, I think Moon Raccoons have still managed to keep this close. They just haven't been as convincing as we've seen them on the Haven side. So now, back to basics. Presence towards A main, and Showtime is like, well, what's going on? Aren't they coming in from that side? Aren't they coming in from that side? Nope. They're coming in from both angles. Catwalk and A main. Profi finds one. Rebo with the second. Another comes in for Rebo. 2 members remain for Serenity. This eco did not work out as a Moon Raccoons eco.